I am participating in an extreme cohabitation challenge, watched in real time by billions worldwide. Before me, the screen displays the game rules. 1. Players will reside with carefully selected extraordinary characters in the Illusion City Hotel. 2. Interacting with these extraordinary characters allows players to earn points and random rewards. 3. Points can be used to purchase items that enhance the player's abilities or to exchange for resources and technology for their respective nations. 4. Should a player inadvertently perish, their nation will face targeted repercussions. 5. This season lasts 30 days. Players who survive until the end may opt to exit the game, receiving rewards based on their performance. Subsequently, the cohabitation game instantly divides into 100 livestream rooms. The interface prominently displays the player's name and their national affiliation, rendering it clear and concise. As this surreal game descends upon Blue Star, leaders across the globe remain exceptionally vigilant. Those with decisive execution have already assembled temporary teams to analyze the situation. Meanwhile, the citizens of various nations are primarily focused on the performance of their national players. At that moment, Suchun's phone suddenly received a text message. Dear customer, your stay in the standard room 404 has been successfully charged with an expenditure of 100 points. Thank you for your stay. Suchun glanced at the system panel and noted that there remained 400 points. Navigating her phone, she found the Illusion City Hotel service options within the game app. Dining expenses, basic 3 meals, 100 points nutritional 3 meals, 150 points luxury package. Please upgrade to a membership and order luxury room to view. Bottle of mineral water X1. 10 points to 3 daily meals are a complete set and cannot be purchased individually. As for water, if one refrains from purchasing mineral water, the water used in the bathroom and shower will automatically incur charges based on consumption. Suchun tested it briefly. Even a small amount of water she cupped in her hands cost 1 point. Moreover, this water appeared murky and bore an unpleasant odor. While it is drinkable, those with weaker constitutions might suffer from stomach issues. Alarmingly, even basic necessities like toilet paper, toothpaste, and shower gel require points for purchase. Considering this, abstaining from food and water would allow a maximum of merely 5 days of residence on 500 points. This 30-day cohabitation game effectively imposes pressure on players, compelling them to venture out in pursuit of points. Suchun recalled that the player from the country of India, who had posed questions at the outset, was penalized 500 points. Coupled with the automatic deductions by the hotel at the game's commencement, it seemed he was in debt by 100 points. Suchun stood by her door, listening intently to the sounds outside. The soundproofing of the standard room was virtually non-existent. Gradually, she discerned the faint sounds of doors opening, footsteps, and the conversations of players. The corridor bustled with activity as players from different nations communicated effortlessly, thanks to the game's automatic translation. Suchun did not rush to open the door. Instead, she quietly gathered scattered bits of information. This level is the 4th floor of the hotel, featuring 100 standard guest rooms, numbered from 400 to 499. Ah, someone is approaching. The external clamor suddenly ceases. A courteous female attendant knocks on room 425. What is it? Upon opening the door, stands a player from the land of India. Upon seeing a fair-skinned, sweet-featured young lady at the threshold, his eyes widen in astonishment. His right hand quickly emerges from his trousers. He then spits, wiping the saliva through his disheveled hair, making a half-hearted attempt to tidy his appearance. Beautiful maiden, I am smitten at first sight. Would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? He strikes a pose, revealing a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth. At this proclamation, laughter erupts from those around them. Truly, he embodies the stereotype of his countrymen, unable to resist the allure of women. Suchun peeks through the door, observing the scene outside. Many are drawn to the player from India's doorway. Fortunately, the angle allows her to glean some understanding of the situation. Good day, sir. The hotel management has detected that you have yet to settle your room fees for today. A chubby young lady with red hair politely interjects. Please remit the outstanding 100 points. Points? The player from India scratches his head. I recall having 500 points. How could they have vanished? Fool. You lost them the moment you inquired with that female demon. Nonsense. It was merely a question. Must I pay for that? This is robbery. The Indian player erupts in fury. For him, taking advantage is the norm. To part with his own money is nothing short of sin. His eyes dart about, formulating a scheme. You must appeal for my points. He begins to whine. Take me to your manager. I demand to see your hotel's back-end data. If you refuse, it implies deceit, and I shall seek compensation. While ranting, he leers at the attendant's ample bosom, ready to make an inappropriate grab. Sir, please refrain from causing a disturbance. The attendant steps back, evading his filthy grasp, yet maintains her composure. Kindly settle your outstanding dues to the hotel. Are you trying to bully me? This is discrimination. The Indian player fully embraces his role in this farce, inciting the onlooking players. Brothers, we must not allow the capitalists to encroach upon our rights. They demand points from us as soon as we enter the game. This is utterly unreasonable. Indeed, his incitement stirs discontent among the players who had just lost 100 points. Exactly. Who deducts fees without prior notice? Room charges are one thing, but must we pay for food and drink too? We are representatives of our nation in battle, not your slaves to serve. I am a lawyer, and the unreasonable charging practices of your hotel have already violated the consumer protection law. I urge you to adhere to the regulations. However, there are also numerous players who cautiously take a few steps back, adopting a posture of detached observation. Like Su Chun, they seek to ascertain the hotel's stance and the consequences players may face without points. There is no money at stake, but a life at risk, if you dare. Take it. The players from the land of 10,000 gods are emboldened. With so many backing them, do you truly dare to expel me? Well, that is not entirely out of the question. The waitress smiled sweetly and took a few steps forward. With a crack, her slender arms swiftly snapped the neck of the player from the land of 10,000 gods. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with terror as the light in his gaze quickly faded. Player Samir from a land of 10,000 gods has perished. In 10 minutes, this region will face targeted punishment. May all players take heed and avoid harboring any false hopes. The livestream screen displayed gruesome text in bold. The surrounding players gasped in shock. The waitress, however, remained unperturbed, holding the severed head of the player as if weighing it. 145 pounds. Enough to serve as fodder for livestock, nearly compensating for the outstanding room charges. She looked at the crowd, revealing an innocuous smile. Chapter 4. Analysis, Scheming, Punishment. You are a murderer. Call the police. I want to report you demons. Many players were thrown into chaos. The majority were ordinary individuals, witnessing a murder scene for the first time in their lives. Yet, a select few players displayed bloodthirsty smiles, reveling in the spectacle. A mix of dragons and snakes, good and bad, was evident. I sincerely apologize for disturbing our esteemed guests. The waitress slightly bowed and assured, I will arrange for the cleaning staff to attend to the mess shortly. Who asked you about that? You just committed murder, do you realize? The woman from the region of Oz screamed. The waitress remained unfazed by the horrified gazes of the crowd, single-handedly carrying the corpse of the player from the land of the sun toward the elevator. No one dared to intervene. Just imagine, a slender waitress standing at merely 5 feet tall, capable of swiftly snapping the neck of an adult male, effortlessly carrying over 140 pounds of corpse. Killing was as simple as slaughtering a chicken, clean and swift, without a blink. Such strength was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Lacking any personal connection, there was no need to defend that foolish man. It was likely only those who had yet to grasp the situation with their bleeding hearts who would rise to his defense. Once our points are all deducted, will we not meet the same fate? A male player from the land of the mad recalled the 250 points he had lost due to his careless words, wishing he could slap himself. A wave of melancholic sentiment quietly spread. The most unfortunate was the player from the land of the maple leaf. He lost 300 points for a question at the beginning, and an additional 100 points for hotel fees. The remaining 100 points would only allow him to survive until the day after tomorrow. I must earn points, yes. I shall seek out my cohabitating character to earn points. The player from the land of the maple leaf was unwilling to sit idly by. American brother, would you like to team up? Sure. Why not run directly to Superman? He is my childhood idol. He will surely protect us. Satokun, Are you going to find that man called Banma Waijur? Indeed, I have been studying Kendo since childhood, and I have plenty in common with such a martial arts master, especially since he is one of my fellow compatriots. Brothers, take me along. The players chattered away, clustering together like frightened birds. It must be said, the death of that man from the land of the sun indeed imposed significant pressure on them. Su Chun closed the door and began to ponder. Some dangerous characters, such as Freddy from A Nightmare on Elm Street and Jason, were deemed untouchable. It was best to keep a distance from them. In terms of strength hierarchy, those without supernatural abilities were only Jigsaw and Uncle Ben. However, both were high IQ criminals, each possessing their own unique principles. Jigsaw considered himself a judge, torturing individuals harmful to society. Through meticulously crafted instruments of torture, he activated their will to survive, thereby cleansing their souls and fostering a newfound appreciation for life. Uncle Ben fancied himself a gourmet, yet he was exceedingly selective about his ingredients. Rude and morally corrupt individuals perceive others as mere livestock, while those who are young, beautiful, and cultured are regarded as premium resources. Although they share numerous commonalities, neither is to be underestimated. Learning from Uncle Ba and engaging in games with the Jigsaw, life holds promise. As for other characters, the beautiful Chu Run and the slit-mouthed woman are to be dismissed. Azu and the Joker, in Su Chun's eyes, represent unstable elements. A slight misstep could provoke deadly consequences. As for Fan Ma Yongzi, he shows interest solely in the strong, belligerent, arrogant, and exceedingly proud, completely indifferent to ordinary individuals. Should he encounter someone from the homeland, it would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Wait, Su Chun suddenly realized if they truly clashed, would the hotel not be reduced to ruins? The conflict between the powerful would inevitably affect the innocent bystanders, with the players suffering the repercussions. From the outset, this game is fraught with peril. Su Chun pondered for a moment. Perhaps attempting to reach out to Alicia could be worthwhile. She is a tragically born girl with formidable mental strength and the ability to traverse between inner and outer worlds. However, engaging with her is no simple task. She harbors a solitary heart filled with hatred, and it is likely that before even encountering Alicia, one would be dragged into Silent Hill. Moreover, she possesses the ability to read minds. There is no assurance that any display of friendliness would not be interpreted by her as fear-induced flattery. Doing nothing is equally untenable. Failing to accrue points toward the room fee would lead to demise. Creaking, Su Chun pushed open the door, remembering to take the room card with him. Unlike other players who wandered the building like headless flies, he proceeded to the elevator and descended to the first floor. A vast and opulent lobby came into view, adorned with towering crystal chandeliers and marble flooring, while intricately carved columns stood majestically around. How did Su Chun make it to the lobby? You fool, of course. He asked, inquiring with the staff to gather advantageous information. Wow, look, the receptionists are 3 beast-eared maidens. At this moment, Su Chun approached the front desk. On the left stood a cat-eared girl in a black maid outfit, who, upon noticing Su Chun's lack of even a VIP membership, turned her head away with a haughty huff. Apologies, sir. On the right, a bunny-eared girl donned a white bunny costume, her fluffy ears twitching nervously as she spoke. The hotel's client information is not to be disclosed. She appeared somewhat airhead and socially anxious. Furthermore, those bunny ears were not mere decoration. Like the cat-eared and fox-eared girls, she was indeed a beastkin. Su Chun was not the least bit surprised. Could you perhaps show me the hotel's layout? Or, if it's convenient, could you explain it to me? Oh, that's no problem. The adorably flustered bunny-eared girl scrambled behind the front desk. Ultimately, it was the fox-eared girl, leisurely sipping tea in the middle, who couldn't bear to watch any longer. Sigh. She gently placed the teacup down. A droplet of tea splashed forth, arching gracefully over her head and landing against the wall behind her. In an instant, a cascade of colors illuminated the previously barren wall, which suddenly revealed a vast map. Ding! The game notification chimed unexpectedly. Exploration discovery. Layout map of the illusory city hotel. Points 500. Hidden rewards, perhaps? Su Chun glanced at the system panel. And indeed, her points had increased by 500, bringing her total to 899. She then surveyed the sprawling layout map that adorned the entire wall. This was a grand circular hotel, occupying an extensive area. The first floor housed the lobby and reception area. The second floor contained the merchandise zone, and the third floor was designated for dining. Floors 4 through 9 were reserved for guest rooms, with only the fourth floor illuminated, while the others remained shrouded in darkness. Likely due to a lack of player occupancy, the 10th floor served as a leisure hall. As for floors 11 to 20, they were dedicated to opulent-themed presidential suites, each floor accommodating only a single esteemed VIP guest, namely, the cohabitating characters that players must engage with. Thus, the next task was to ascertain which of the 10 characters resided on which floor. Just as Su Chun pondered this, the system's notification sounded once more. 10 minutes have elapsed. In light of the elimination of player Samir, the system will impose targeted penalties on the nation of Tianzhu. Penalty: the forfeiture of 10 of Tianzhu's resources. Chapter 5, Disasters Descend. Reward for exploration. Su Chun retrieved her mobile phone, and to her astonishment, the game app interface began to synchronize with the circumstances on Blue Star. At that moment, the game host, the Demonis Loli, floated amidst the cosmos, suspended in the atmosphere of Blue Star. Her voice transcended the vacuum of space, resonating within the live broadcast room. Ah, it seems some useless debris has been swiftly eliminated, yawned the Demonis Loli. Well, neglecting rent is not a commendable habit, you know. With a graceful lift of her delicate arm, she directed her 5 fingers towards the land of India. In an instant, a blinding radiance descended, enveloping the territory of India, under the watchful gaze of the world. The mineral resources, energy reserves, and agricultural bounty within India, such as coal, iron, bauxite, and manganese, were seized. Mature rice ears and plump wheat grains, still awaiting harvest, were uprooted in an orderly fashion. All of it was drawn skyward by the luminous force, ultimately being absorbed into the subspace opened by the Demonis Loli's palm. Not only were surface resources stripped away, but even the deeply buried minerals were entirely extirpated. Chaos erupted in India. My Maserati. This demon has stolen my Maserati, my gold, and my food. Oh heavens, she hasn't even spared the waters of the Ganges. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, come to the aid of your devoted followers. As the murky, refuse-laden waters of the Ganges ascended, the nauseating stench caused the Demonis Loli to feel physically ill. With a look of disdain, she returned the Ganges water. For the people of India, the restoration of their mother river elicited jubilant cheers. Surely, my fervent prayers have touched the divine. Many citizens knelt, their hands clasped in reverence. These scenes were broadcasted to the world. Are the Indians mad? The Ganges water was rejected by her, yet she has substituted it with your domestic clean water, remarked one viewer. Nonsense. This is the result of my sincere prayers moving the deities. IP. India. The Ganges is holy water, a cure for all ailments. It is not dirty at all. IP. India. There are even numerous Indians flocking to the Ganges, swimming, splashing, and urinating in the waters, completely unfazed by the floating cow dung, drinking heartily. This is the genuine flavor. I can't take it anymore. I feel like vomiting. Oh God, why don't you take these dung-eating Indians along with you? IP. England. They should be grateful that the resources stripped did not include population, land, or livestock. Otherwise, their nation would have been swiftly doomed. I don't care whether they live or die. I'm about to perish. My stocks have collapsed. I'm going to jump off a building. The punishment concluded rapidly. 10% of India's resources were confiscated, causing a profound chain reaction. The difficulty of acquiring raw materials increased, extraction and processing volumes diminished, and rising costs led to compressed corporate profits, which were challenging to fully pass on to consumers. Excessively high product prices inevitably lead to a loss of market share, while stock funds undergo revaluation. The most profound impact is undoubtedly felt by the East. Subsequently, one must consider the capacity of various nations to adjust and control the market. When the demon Loli unleashes her terrifyingly transcendent methods, it sends shockwaves throughout the populace. The demise of a single player incites such upheaval. Should several perish, can humanity endure the consequences? In an instant, nations worldwide convene urgently. Meanwhile, a certain Eastern powerhouse begins to reinforce its border defenses, wary of the desperate actions of its adversaries. At this moment, in the lobby of the Illusion City Hotel, three girls with animal ears gather around Su-chan, engrossed in a live stream. The cat-eared girl expresses her disdain, exclaiming, "They are drinking sewage water. How disgusting." The bunny-eared girl, innocently cradling her face, remarks, "The planet you inhabit is quite beautiful." "Meow, bunny, do not forget your duties," the fox girl interjects with a light cough. "You seem quite enthralled just now," she adds. The cat-eared girl mutters, "You shouldn't say that after the stream has ended." Oh no, her cat ears are pinched by the fox girl, who only relents after the girl pleads for mercy. Why are there numerous dark areas on the hotel layout? Perhaps, owing to Su-chan sharing the live stream for their amusement, the three girls' attitudes have softened, and they are now willing to provide a few explanations. Similar to exploring a game map, the areas illuminated correspond to where players have ventured. Moreover, the Illusion City Hotel conceals various items and props for players to discover and utilize. Su-chan suddenly notices the system's virtual panel has added a new feature labeled Map, enabling him to check it at any time. After bidding farewell to the three girls, Su-chan intends to explore the 10th floor. Then the elevator halts unexpectedly on the 7th floor. A few players stand outside. Upon seeing Su-chan, they momentarily pause but then disregard him, entering the elevator directly. They curse the game maliciously while simultaneously worrying for their own lives. "Damn it, why do we stop on the 10th floor?" A muscular black man in a number 24 basketball jersey turns to glare at Su-chan. "Was it you who pressed the button?" "Forget it, Kobe," another player interjects. "There's hardly anyone downstairs. Don't stoop to his level." The 10th floor appears to house an arcade, prompting the question of whether they should indulge in a few games. They hastily exit the elevator. Su-chan observes that most of these individuals possess Western features, with Kobe, the American player, leading the charge to seek out a powerful ally. The entire leisure hall is spacious and bright, encompassing various entertainment venues. However, to visit cohabiting characters, one must transfer on the 10th floor and take the VIP elevator. By attentively observing as other players gather, one can identify potential dangers posed by certain cohabiting characters. Su-chan strolls leisurely, and with each scene he reaches, the previously dark areas on the map illuminate. You have explored the bar, earning 50 points. You have explored the gym, earning 40 points. You delve into the bathhouse and sauna area, earning 65 points. The system continued to provide notifications. This round has garnered a substantial number of points. "Sir, please present your ticket." As Su-chan strolled towards the cinema hall, the ticket inspector suddenly halted her. Spending was out of the question. Having painstakingly earned these points, it would be folly to squander them in such a manner. "I would like to use the restroom." Su-chan indicated towards the restroom sign on the corridor wall. The inspector smirked, but did not obstruct her. Seizing this opportunity, Su-chan stealthily explored the cinema, acquiring another 50 points. Just as Su-chan emerged from the restroom, she noticed an intricate pattern on the corridor wall, revealing a subtle gap. With a gentle push, she heard a creak as the wall unexpectedly swung open. Exploration discovery. Hidden staircase in the leisure hall, 500 points. Before her lay a staircase leading to the upper floor. It appeared to serve no significant purpose. However, for Su-chan, it was just what she needed. A sudden scheme took shape in her mind. While other players took the VIP elevator to visit their cohabiting characters, she would note the floors they ascended and then ascend the staircase to observe discreetly. She aimed to remain inconspicuous, thereby discerning the floors of 10 perilous characters, thus skillfully avoiding danger. Chapter 6. Special props and connection outside the arena. Upon leaving the cinema, Su-chan decided to visit the arcade, where he unexpectedly earned 50 points. Despite the fact that several Western players had arrived before him, was it possible that any player could discover points? Or perhaps one must first visit the lobby on the first floor to unlock the map and receive exploration rewards. "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, want to join me for a couple of rounds?" called out the American player, Kobe, who seemed to be engaged in a fighting arcade game. Su-chan waved his hand, declining the invitation. "TCH, what a fool. Doesn't he realize that playing games can earn points?" Kobe shrugged his shoulders, turning to his partner, Justin. From the University of Massachusetts, come join me for a match. But I only have 100 points left. What are you worried about? Aren't you quite skilled at games? If you beat me, you can take my points. All right then. You have explored the task panel. Points 50. The exploration scene in the entire leisure hall totaled 3,000 points. Altogether, Su Chun's current points had reached an impressive 4,399. A sudden windfall. This amount was sufficient to rent a standard room for 43 days. However, factoring in food and drink, it might last him about a month. Before him stood the task panel, a vast display screen showcasing various recruitment notices. Cleaner X5, 80 points Kitchen Helper X2, 100 points Mover X3, 200 points in addition. There were various advertisements for activities. At that moment, Su Chun caught a glimpse of something resembling a headphone jack at the bottom of the display screen. Picking it up, virtual information materialized. Signal booster, function, connects to your phone for real-time game streaming. Duration, 10 minutes. Could this be the hidden item the cunning fox mentioned? Connecting the virtual realm to external communication sounded promising. Yet, Su Chun was solitary in this world, devoid of vulnerabilities. Only he understood the personality of his cohabiting character. External assistance was of little significance, yet it was better than none. What good stuff did you just pick up? At that moment, Kobe and his friends approached, eager to see what he had found. Is this American trying to snatch something? Look, he has acquired zero-cost traditional skills. Fuck, you guys are being racially discriminatory. Kobe is an esteemed basketball player from our great nation. Show him some respect. Moreover, our elite team has already analyzed advantageous strategies for this game. It's best to hand the items over to Kobe so we can guide him on what to do. At this moment, the leisure hall was filling up with players who had arrived one after another. Upon witnessing Kobe and his crew engaging in American-style bullying, they all rushed over to join the commotion. Su Chun swiftly stored the recently acquired signal booster along with his phone into the system space, eliminating the possibility of theft. Bro, do not be so stingy. Kobe is loosening his shoulders. We must embody the spirit of teamwork. His entourage began to chime in. Exactly. We are not thieves. So why act as if you need to guard against us? Su Chun smirked coldly. Ah, indeed, you're not thieves but rather robbers. Bro, are you not giving me face? Kobe stepped forward, ready to deliver a signature elbow strike. If you wish to meet your demise, feel free to try. Su Chun replied calmly. Oh, you think I'm easily intimidated? A player, adorned with a small round hat, suddenly obstructed Kobe's path. Have you forgotten how the Indian fellow met his end? All because he failed to pay his rent. Kobe, speechless, retorted, I am not a pauper. I just want a substantial amount of points. Upon hearing this, the expressions of his entourage darkened. Those points were the very ones they had lost to Kobe in the arcade. Justin, the player from Canada, lamented quietly, as he had no points to speak of at this moment. The round-hatted player sighed. We are newcomers and still unfamiliar with the rules. What if we engage in a brawl and face penalties? Can you withstand the consequences? This was a notion Kobe had never considered. Observing Su Chun's fearless demeanor, he found himself in a quandary. Man, strike first. Don't be timid, or I will lose respect for you. As the people around them egged him on, Kobe quickly made up his mind. Bah, you lot of scoundrels. Do you truly think I am oblivious to your intentions, wishing to use me as a scapegoat? Not a chance. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Brother, we were merely joking with you earlier. Do not take offense. Kobe patted Su Chun's shoulder, his smile disingenuous. Not at all, Su Chun replied, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Are you all preparing to encounter your cohabitation partner? I know where they are. As these words left his lips, the players, who were about to leave in disappointment, paused to listen. What? Are you saying there are more floors above the 10th? One must take a specific elevator to ascend? Do not eat the sour radishes. I thought that dreadful elevator only went to the 10th floor. Kobe and the others rejoiced. They even attempted to recruit Su Chun to join them in seeking the Superman to gain favor. After Su Chun politely declined, they searched briefly and soon discovered the VIP elevator. Adorned with a red carpet and gold-trimmed doors, it was attended by a dedicated servant. To use the VIP elevator, one must pay a service fee of 100 points. The servant blocked their way. If one wishes to upgrade to the Supreme VIP status, there is no additional charge. What is the cost of membership? 10,000 points. What? The servant chuckled. 10,000 points is merely the fee for renting the themed presidential suite for a day. Shall I assist you in acquiring this? The players exchanged glances. Perhaps it is best not to seek out a roommate just yet. I intend to embark on a task first. Brother Kobe, I beseech you, save me. I am devoid of points, and tomorrow I shall meet my demise. Justin, you truly are a weakling. Very well, I shall lend you 100 points. When you are affluent, repay me double. Ah, very well. The players parted ways. Many, in a moment of painful sacrifice, spent 100 points to ascend the exclusive VIP elevator. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Su Chun stealthily made his way to the cinema. Sir, please purchase a ticket. This time, the ticket seller's demeanor was resolute. The relentless scythe of the game's harvest could not be evaded. Su Chun had no choice but to procure the cheapest movie ticket, valued at 100 points. Subsequently, he pushed through a concealed passage and ascended the staircase. The VIP elevator halted on the 11th floor. Ah, truly worthy of its cost. The sofa is remarkably plush. Oh my, what a grand exterior. When I am wealthy, I must indulge in such luxuries. Numerous players marveled at their surroundings. At this moment, Su Chun concealed himself around the corner of the corridor. The nearby potted plants, with their lush foliage, perfectly obscured his prying gaze. The opulent door bore only the number 11 as its sign. Kobe and the others promptly knocked. Under the watchful eyes of countless viewers in the live stream, the door creaked open. Who could it be? Su Chun's queen. Should the individuals within prove to be perilous, he would not hesitate to make his exit. Chapter 7. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Your eyes shine like stars. The heavy door of the presidential suite on the 11th floor creaked open, revealing a gentleman of remarkable poise. Gentlemen, may I assist you? Hannibal inclined his head slightly, a perfectly measured smile gracing his lips. Who is this old white man? Kobe muttered impatiently, tossing his head dismissively. I thought it was Superman. What a letdown. Seems his name is Hannibal. He was introduced before the game began. I couldn't care less if he Escobar, Neba, or Carrot. He pales in comparison to even a single strand of Superman's hair. Wait, I've just received a system notification. Engaging with him can actually earn points. The players erupted into a frenzy, crowding around the doorway, clamoring and jostling in the chaotic scene. Hannibal's brow furrowed momentarily, a flicker of displeasure quickly vanishing. His impeccable manners allowed him to maintain a courteous smile. Dear ladies and gentlemen, if there is nothing pressing, I must beg your pardon, as I am in the midst of preparing lunch and cannot afford to be distracted. His words momentarily stilled the cacophony. A short-haired player from Siam boldly inquired, You're a chef? How fortuitous. I haven't eaten yet. Another player from the realm of Myeongdong chimed in. No wonder there was a delightful aroma wafting when you opened the door. It must be Western cuisine. Several players inhaled deeply, and one could tell from the scent alone that the dish would be exquisite. Why not invite me to join you for a meal? It would be a fine opportunity to make a friend. This suggestion was made with an air of entitlement. In response to this rather feeble request, Hannibal's gaze swept across the faces before him as he meticulously selected his ingredients. Indeed, what a coincidence, he replied with a gentle smile. I am truly honored by your compliments. In light of this, I would be pleased to invite a select few esteemed guests to share in lunch. With that, he gracefully gestured for them to enter. 5 players, beaming with delight, stepped into the suite. Seeing this, other players eagerly attempted to follow, but Hannibal politely declined. I am terribly sorry, but my culinary endeavors are typically bespoke. Furthermore, I had not anticipated guests today, and my ingredients are insufficient to accommodate more friends. I hope for your understanding. The other players paused, momentarily taken aback, yet undeterred. One remarked, That's fine. We don't need to eat. We can simply keep you company for a while. Surely that's acceptable? I apologize, but I prefer tranquility. Hannibal gently shook his head. Moreover, I already have guests to keep me company. I shall not feel lonely. With that, the door was closed. What a pretentious act. What is so impressive about a mere cook? The players murmured amongst themselves. They then made their way to the VIP elevator, continuing their exploration of the upper floors. Meanwhile, Su Chun, hidden around the corner, quietly ascended the staircase. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the system map regarding the 11th floor features an additional avatar of Hannibal himself, serving as a distinctive marker. On the 12th floor, the door is opened by a weary old man. His figure appears slightly stooped, yet his eyes shine with remarkable clarity, surveying the unexpected guest before him. Ah, what a cantankerous old fellow. He seems somewhat familiar, perhaps named John, sharing a name with Superman. One might wonder how such an ordinary-looking man could possibly compare to him. In response to the player's bewilderment, the elder kindly smiled and introduced himself. I am John Kramer, a former civil engineer. A civil engineer, you say? No wonder your hair is so sparse. An elderly man, nearly devoid of hair, tends to evoke a sense of relaxed vigilance. Around the corner, Su Chun concealed himself, noticing the system map marking an avatar wearing a white mask on the 12th floor. The jigsaw. Su Chun Muset Silenti. Meanwhile, the group of players, eager to accumulate points, gathered around the old man, engaging him in conversation. Those who could not squeeze and leaned impatiently against the walls, smoking, some even tossing leaves about. Oh, so you all have encountered me before settling into the hotel. The elder spoke as if he were a lonely soul, finally finding an audience. And the exchange was rather amicable. I am also new here, and my room is not yet prepared. If you wish to visit, might you grant me a little time to prepare? With that, the old man discreetly scanned the surroundings, his seemingly casual gaze expertly discerning targets within the crowd. Subsequently, he retrieved several invitation letters from his pocket and handed them to the chosen players. Name: invitation from John Kramer. Attributes: presenting this invitation exempts you from the 100-point fee for the VIP elevator. Alternatively, it can be used directly to teleport to John Kramer's suite. Wow, old man, you are quite generous, remarked one player. Nice, saving 100 points. And it seems to be a teleportation item. Why wasn't I invited? He distributed only 10 invitation letters, while there were dozens of players present, leading to inevitable discontent among those left out. The elder patiently replied, do not be hasty. Everyone will have their chance. At that moment, it was evident he had no intention of inviting the entire crowd to visit immediately. As the door closed, the players departed in disappointment. Fortunately, there were 10 VIP elevators, allowing the players to disperse without congestion. It appeared they had opted for a methodical exploration, floor by floor. Given the hotel's peculiarities, the more people there were, the greater the assurance they could provide one another. I have the impression that these extraordinary characters awaiting our engagement are quite amiable. Indeed, it's just that these players lack manners and behave rather rudely. Logically, one would expect that invitations to visit would be extended to those who are polite and respectful. Wouldn't one? Why does Mr. Hannibal and Kramer's invitations extend only to those of lesser refinement? This is called treating others with respect, a true gentleman's demeanor. You ought to learn from it. At this moment, Su Chun advanced ahead of the players, arriving at the 13th floor. Just as he reached the corner and peered out, the door to room 13 suddenly swung open. A woman clad in a trench coat, with long black hair, emerged from the room. A wide white mask concealed the lower half of her face completely. Her bright eyes seemed to sense something. Fixating on the end of the corridor, the slit-mouthed woman. Has she spotted me? Su Chun's heart sank. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. The slit-mouthed woman, upon noticing him, let out a chilling laugh. Then, she lunged forward, pursuing Su Chun with great speed. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom livestream audience found this behavior perplexing. Why is Su Chun running? Perhaps he's shy and socially anxious, hesitant to engage with girls, compounded by his furtive demeanor, making it difficult not to think in a twisted manner. Isn't she referred to as the slit-mouthed woman? What a dreadful nickname for a girl. Have you not noticed that Su Chun's behavior was odd from the start? Unlike the other players who took the elevator, he opted to use the stairs alone, consistently lurking in the shadows. What does it matter? Su Chun has already accumulated ample points, enough to sustain himself in the hotel for a month. Just as the slit-mouthed woman was about to reach the corner, the elevator doors creaked open. She halted in her tracks, turning her gaze towards the throng of players pouring out of the elevator. It's the cohabitation characters. Quickly, Go find her to earn points. Don't crowd, I was here first. The players, like a tidal wave, swiftly encircled the slit-mouthed woman. In the face of their enthusiasm, she was utterly delighted. Do you think I'm beautiful? Absolutely. A player from the Black Continent exclaimed, You're the most beautiful Asian girl I have ever seen. Your eyes sparkle like stars. Is that so? The slit-mouthed woman suddenly tore off her mask. In an instant, under the horrified gazes of dozens of players, her mouth grotesquely split open at the corners, stretching wider and wider until it reached her ears, revealing a set of jagged, terrifying fangs. And now, do you still find me beautiful? Chapter 8. A fateful encounter with a clown amidst the escape. Oh my goodness, a ghost. What manner of creature is this? A grotesque figure. Keep your distance from me. Players recoiled in terror, a cacophony of screams echoing through the air. Faced with such vitriol, the expression of anticipation in the slit-mouthed woman's eyes swiftly morphed into malevolence. She drew a large pair of scissors from her trench coat pocket. Impertinent fools, perish! With a swift motion, the sharp scissors pierced the throat of one unfortunate player. The slit-mouthed woman, consumed by bloodlust, relentlessly attacked anyone within her sight. We outnumber her. What are we afraid of? One player shouted defiantly. Damn it, she's just an ugly woman. Watch me beat her to a pulp. I shall assist you. The players began to fight back. However, to their astonishment, they soon realized that their numbers were no match for the slit-mouthed woman. Good grief. This wretched creature is incredibly strong. We cannot win. Retreat, retreat. Don't you dare leave me behind, you scoundrels. Realizing the dire situation, the players desperately fled toward the VIP elevator. The system's notifications of death echoed relentlessly. In the real world, the nations represented by the deceased players entered a state of emergency. Learning from the precedents set by India, it was anticipated that these countries would face targeted repercussions within 10 minutes. Chaos was on the brink of erupting worldwide. Citizens of the Dragon Nation breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Su Chun had the foresight to escape in time. How did he know there was something amiss with the slit-mouthed woman? Are you foolish? Just look at her name. It's evident there's something wrong. Stop playing armchair critic. Weren't you just saying we shouldn't nickname girls? Meanwhile, upon reaching the 14th floor, Su Chun was confronted by a man who blocked his path. Well, little one, where do you think you're running off to? The man in the purple suit forcefully pinned Su Chun against the wall. At the sight of him, Su Chun the clown. Why is he not in his suite? What brings him to the stairwell? True, this fellow has never been one for restraint. Expecting him to behave is utterly unrealistic. Su Chun's mind raced with thoughts. What are you pondering? The clown grinned widely, inching closer to Su Chun's face. His gaze fixated on his eyes. Oh, you seem rather frightened. Don't be anxious. I am no benevolent soul. With a mocking flair, the clown brandished a spring knife, deftly manipulating it to perform an elegant flourish. A smile brings forth good fortune, he quipped, pressing the blade against Su Chun's face. Allow me to add a smile to your handsome visage. With that, he prepared to slice the corners of Su Chun's mouth. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within Su Chun. He attempted to break free, but the man's strength was formidable. If it were truly that easy to handle, Batman would have long since banished the Joker from Gotham. Do not make any sudden movements, or else the consequences may not be pleasant. The Joker effortlessly restrained Su Chun. Just as he was about to take action, Su Chun, in a moment of quick thinking, said, You must have heard the commotion downstairs, right? The Joker paused, placing a hand to his ear as if listening intently. It seemed he indeed caught faint, intermittent screams. Wow, it appears there is quite the party happening downstairs, he exclaimed, bouncing with exaggerated enthusiasm. Yet almost immediately, his gaze turned neurotic as he eyed Su Chun. Then why did you sneak away from the party? As Su Chun was about to respond, the Joker interjected with a sudden revelation. I get it. You must have come to invite me, right? That's not. Su Chun began, only for the Joker to swiftly dismiss his earlier assumption. Gripping Su Chun's shoulders, the Joker scrutinized him with a chaotic glint in his eyes. You are clearly trying to escape. You must be fleeing from someone pursuing you. Su Chun struggled to keep pace with the Joker's erratic thought process. His mind leaped in unexpected directions. Nevertheless, being a jester at heart. The Joker found delight in extracting amusement from the fears and pains of others. Thus, Su Chun chose to be candid. Ah, you mean there is a single beauty residing on the 13th floor? Ah, she enjoys making others laugh just like me? Ah, she is being harassed by other men? How infuriating! The righteous me cannot stand idly by. Upon declaring this, the Joker intended to dash downstairs in haste, but reconsidered, realizing such a rush might lack decorum. Instead, he leisurely pulled out a compact mirror and lipstick to freshen up. Hey, little one, I'm off to a date. Oh no, it should be a heroic rescue. The Joker cackled eerily as he turned to descend the staircase. I adore the two-person world. Do not disturb me. Su Chun thought to himself. He was actually speaking the truth just now. However, the Joker always managed to interpret things differently. Fortunately, he had departed. As it stood, the 11th floor housed Hannibal. The 12th floor contained the Jigsaw Killer, the 13th floor was occupied by the Lipless Woman, and the 14th floor belonged to the Joker. Should one continue to explore upwards? Yet, 6 other characters remained on unknown floors, all formidable adversaries. The Joker's earlier warning was no jest. If one were to take the stairs down, discovery by the Joker was inevitable. He belonged to the chaotic evil faction, capable of any heinous act. Su Chun initially contemplated using 100 points to ride the VIP elevator down. Unfortunately, all 10 elevators were occupied by players. Following the previous carnage caused by the Lipless Woman, the elevators were undoubtedly packed. Damn it, Su Chun cursed under his breath before heading towards the stairwell. I was wrong. Spare me. At that moment, only one player from Black Continent remained on the 13th floor. The entire corridor resembled a hellish nightmare, with the floor and walls splattered in grotesque bloodstains. 6 lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground, their eyes wide open in eternal despair. Allow me to inquire once more. The slit-mouthed woman opened and closed her large scissors with a menacing creak, a terrifying grin stretching across her face. Do you think I am beautiful? The black player lay crumpled on the floor. Beautiful. So beautiful. In the face of life and death, tears mingled with snot as he trembled and stammered. You are, without a doubt, the most exquisite, the most stunning, the most alluring girl I have ever encountered. If it were possible, I would wish to bear a child with you. That would be my gift to you. The black player babbled incoherently. Upon hearing his words, the slit-mouthed woman was immensely pleased. She then brought the scissors close to his cheek. Then I shall make you as beautiful as I am. He. Snip. She brutally opened his mouth with the scissors. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Ah, you demon. The black player screamed hoarsely. You deserve to rot in hell. I curse your entire family, you filthy bastard. The slit-mouthed woman was enraged. The large scissors were aimed at his neck, and with a swift snip, his dark head rolled away, glistening on the floor. At that moment, a sudden applause erupted. Wow, what a spectacular performance. Upon hearing this, the slit-mouthed woman turned her gaze towards the end of the corridor. There stood a clown, dancing the tango while combing his hair. With a flourish, he casually discarded a small mirror. The clown approached with deliberate steps, lifting the slit-mouthed woman's chin with one hand. In a voice imbued with magnetic charm, he said, "Hello, beautiful. Care for a date?" Chapter 9. The Joker's forceful kiss with the slit-mouthed woman. The chaos of 7 nations. Goodness, has this Joker lost his mind? He knows the slit-mouthed woman is not to be trifled with, yet he approaches her willingly. Why do I feel like he is a bit unhinged? Perhaps he possesses a boldness that stems from great talent. After all, they are both extraordinary characters residing in the presidential suite. Are you people from Dragon Country still able to watch the live stream? Our players are perishing. Soon, we shall meet the same misfortune as the people of India. Due to Su Chun's temporary safety, a considerable number of viewers from Dragon Country continued to watch the live broadcast. However, the higher-ups were already on high alert, preparing for the worst-case scenarios, as the dangers and uncertainties of cohabitation games were manifold. At this moment, in the corridor on the 13th floor, the slit-mouthed woman appeared bewildered by the Joker's provocative behavior. She tossed her hair, her eyes encircled in green, assessing him from head to toe. Suddenly, she bared her jagged teeth and inquired, "Do you find me beautiful?" The sound of her large scissors echoed as she awaited his response. According to her logic, regardless of whether the answer was beautiful or ugly, she would inflict harm upon him. "Of course, you're beautiful," the Joker exclaimed, reveling in excitement, and gestured toward the scattered corpses on the ground. "Unlike these unappreciative commoners, your recent performance captivated me deeply." Cradling the slit-mouthed woman's face, he professed, "I have fallen profoundly in love with you." "Alas, he's doomed," someone remarked. "The king of hell cannot save a wretched soul. I wonder who would prevail in their confrontation. Yea, I want to see blood flow like rivers." The Joker beamed with joy, and the slit-mouthed woman, receiving praise, mirrored his glee. "Is that so?" She raised her large scissors. "Then let me make you as beautiful as I am, shall I?" Unexpectedly, the Joker waved his hand dismissively. "Are you rejecting me?" The slit-mouthed woman's gaze turned icy, filled with murderous intent. "No, no, no," the Joker interjected, extending a finger and waving it in front of her. "How could I allow a lady to dirty her hands? Allow me to handle this myself." With that, he produced a switchblade. To the shock of everyone in the live stream, he inserted the blade into his own mouth and made it tear. The scene was profoundly unsettling. To be candid, the slit-mouthed woman had never encountered such a spectacle before, nor had she ever met someone as enigmatic as the clown. "Do you truly care for me?" she inquired, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. "Not care," the clown shook his head, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "It's love, love. I love you." With that declaration, he abruptly grasped her head and kissed her passionately. The slit-mouthed woman stood frozen, her eyes wide with bewilderment as she gazed at the clown. His expression was strikingly sincere, devoid of deceit. Could it be that he genuinely harbored feelings for her? Their prolonged kiss left her in a daze. Her first kiss had been stolen. Suddenly, the clown shifted his tone, cupping her face in his hands and scrutinizing her closely. "Your foundation is quite lovely, but it requires a touch of embellishment to achieve perfection." Without waiting for her response, he retrieved a makeup kit from his suit jacket. With practiced skill, he began to apply eyeliner, lipstick, and foundation to her face. "Is it ready?" she asked. "Almost, just a tad more," he replied, scratching his head in thought. An idea struck him. He plunged his hand into his trousers, rummaging about with a look of delight on his face. A faint squelching noise was heard, as if something was being extricated. At last, he triumphantly produced a bright red ball, exhaling in relief. He applied some glue on it and affixed it securely to her nose. In that instant, the slit-mouthed woman transformed into Harley Quinn. "Does this truly look good?" she queried, tilting her head as she peered into the small mirror of the makeup kit. The clown beamed with satisfaction, exclaiming, "From this day forth, you shall be Harley Quinn." "Oh wait, that name belongs to a female doctor I once knew. We can't have that. Otherwise, people will think I lack creativity." The clown rambled to himself, alternating between laughter and furrowed brows, leaving her utterly perplexed. She pinched the red ball on her nose and asked, "What is this? It feels rather firm." "Ah, you mean this?" The clown proudly puffed out his chest. "That is my RZ. If you don't fancy red, I have other colors for you to choose from." After a series of squelching sounds, he produced an array of vibrant balls: blue, green, yellow, silver, deep purple. A total of 10 small spheres. The slit-mouthed woman. The audience in the live stream? "I can't believe it. This person is something else. The RZ is enormous. May I ask, what is that thing?" Children shouldn't pry into matters they don't understand. Some things in this world are better left unasked. "Which one do you prefer?" The clown, with a pearl clasped between his fingers, displayed it eagerly before the slit-mouthed woman like a prized treasure. "Or perhaps, the red one you're wearing now? You should VE said so earlier." The clown shrieked. "Do you expect me to put it back now?" The slit-mouthed woman flushed slightly in embarrassment. "Well then, what do you suggest?" The clown pondered for a moment. "How about we turn it into an earring, a lip stud, a piercing, an X stud, and XX stud? But I don't have the tools on me. Tell you what, come back with me to the 14th floor to my room. I'll adorn you properly. We can also discuss couple outfits, safe words, and such." As if bewitched, the slit-mouthed woman actually followed the clown. This actually worked. The clown is a legend. I bow to his prowess. Suddenly, I find myself shipping them. What is happening? 15th floor. Damn it. Why did the elevator stop here? Who the hell pressed the button? Don't they know we're supposed to head straight to the top? That lunatic from the 13th floor, ISN, chasing us. Is she? Whatever. Since we're here, let us knock. We need shelter no matter what. The four fleeing players, still shaken, halted abruptly before the door of a room on the 15th floor. The door was made of wood, cheap, rotting wood at that. It looked decrepit, moldy, and reeked of a pungent odor, starkly out of place in the otherwise opulent hotel. With a gentle push, the door creaked open. Anyone here? One player called out. Who cares? Just get inside, you idiot. The suite's decor was bizarre. Devoid of any modern amenities, it resembled a rural courtyard more than a hotel room. Is this some kind of Suli Duck aesthetic? Nonsense. The bespectacled player from a certain country adjusted his glasses, radiating an inexplicable pride. Based on my expertise, this is clearly inspired by the traditional style of our great Han Ming culture. Who would VE thought the owner of Phantom Hotel has such refined taste? Even they VE succumbed to the influence of our heritage. Shut the hell up, you delusional fool. The players hastily bolted the door, though they doubted its ability to withstand the slit-mouthed woman. But it seemed the madwoman hadn't pursued them. The four, hailing from different nations, called out a few more times in the suite, confirming it was indeed unoccupied. Maybe they stepped out? Look, there's a well here. The player from another country pointed at an ancient well in the courtyard. Yeah, no shit. We've got eyes, you moron. The bald brute from yet another country snapped. No, I mean there's water in it. We can draw some to use. After all, the water in the illusory city hotel, whether it be mineral or tap water, requires points to acquire. It just so happens that I am quite parched. Is it not rather impolite to meddle with someone else's belongings? It's merely a sip of water. Can it truly diminish his portion? Furthermore, this dilapidated abode would bring tears even to tomb raiders. At worst, I could apologize to the homeowner upon their return, which should suffice, should it not? What more could one desire? 10 minutes have elapsed. In light of the elimination of the Yilong country players, Mingu country players, Baoyuan country players, Edai country players, Boli Z country players, Zad country players, and Somalia players, the system will impose targeted penalties on the aforementioned 7 nations. Penalty measures: the deployment of scissor beasts corresponding to land area and population. Duration: 24 hours. The system's ominous announcement appeared in the gaming livestream. In the real world, the demon lowly re-emerged against the cosmic backdrop. Alas, even sleep eludes me. Can you inept fools not perish a little later? The demon lowly stifled a yawn, her petite hand pointing at the locations of the 7 nations, tapping 7 times. Immediately, 7 dark specks streaked across the starry sky like meteors. Upon reaching the atmosphere of the blue planet, they dispersed into clouds of dark mist, gradually revealing their grotesque forms. Humanoid monsters wielding scissors and bearing jagged fangs. They descended upon the major cities of the 7 nations, where crowds congregated. Upon landing, they brandished their giant scissors and unleashed carnage upon the unsuspecting populace. The air was filled with screams, cries, and curses, creating an atmosphere of chaos. The 7 nations descended into pandemonium. Those nations that mounted a timely counterattack had already dispatched guards to resist. The sound of gunfire echoed. Bullets flew freely. Utilizing advanced weaponry, they engaged in fierce combat with the scissor beasts in the streets and alleys. P.S. Here arrives the 6th update. A new book is embarking on its journey. A tale of imaginative intrigue. I humbly request a wave of collections, votes, and support through donations. Should there be an audience, I shall continue to add more. Chapter 10. Military Supply Chest. Residents of the 16th floor, if the deprivation of 10 of resources from the Kingdom of India can be likened to a dull knife slowly slicing flesh. Then for the ever-calm third brother, the notion of exploitation or plunder holds little weight. Our nation has endured such trials throughout history, and we hardly regard it as significant. After all, wealth remains concentrated in the hands of a select few Brahmin nobles, and with my monthly income of 3,000 rupees, what is there to fret about? The gradual erosion of India's foundations may be painful, yet it unfolds at a relatively slow pace. This situation resembles the impact of AIDS on the populace of Africa. It hardly registers as a disease amidst the more pressing threats of malaria, Ebola, and other infectious ailments. However, for the Seven Nations, the terror instigated by the arrival of the scissor beasts is far more palpable. Take, for instance, the vast and populous nation of Elong, which faced an onslaught of no fewer than 10,000 scissor beasts. The typically assertive Elong, equipped with modern firearms, initially believed they could easily quell the unrest. To their astonishment, they were left utterly humiliated on the global stage. Confronted by the spectral scissor beasts, the unaccustomed guards hastily engaged in battle, only to find themselves in disarray, suffering considerable casualties. It is worth noting that despite the ferocity of the scissor beasts, their sole weapon is a pair of oversized scissors. The struggle between cold weapons and modern firearms, resulting in such a stalemate, is utterly perplexing. Wait, these scissor beasts can resurrect. Observant spectators noted that upon being struck down by bullets, the scissor beast would dissolve into a pool of black water. Moments later, this dark liquid would dissipate into mist, allowing the scissor beasts to emerge anew from the fog. Understanding their pattern would simplify matters. What truly terrifies me is the possibility that they are indestructible. The resurrection cooldown appears to be around 30 seconds. If we can dispatch our guards to encircle these creatures and continuously fire upon them, we can mitigate the disaster to a minimum and endure the punitive duration of 24 hours. Nevertheless, this largely depends on the nation's organizational abilities, combat readiness, and logistical support. Not every country possesses the same capabilities as our Dragon Nation. Take the sparsely populated Mungu Kingdom, for example. Following the advent of the Maxim machine gun, the spirit of martial virtue has waned. The once feared whip of God from the era of cold weapons has become mere dust of history. Faced with 500 scissor beasts, they are reduced to a state of chaotic frenzy, dancing and singing amidst the turmoil. Meanwhile, Italy, being part of the alliance, promptly called upon allies for assistance the moment players began to fall. The situation for other nations is equally grim. Explosions, Saad all without a hint of wave. Yet, small nations have their own advantages. The diminutive state of Belas, with a population barely surpassing 400,000, has only deployed 50 scissor beasts. After inflicting a certain level of casualties, the local residents swiftly organized themselves to encircle the scissor beasts and suppress them with gunfire. In the Fantasy Hotel, within the VIP elevator, the American players, including Kobe, who had narrowly escaped disaster, slumped onto the leather sofa, panting heavily. "Hey, where's Eldon gone?" Kobe glanced around and noticed that the makeshift team was missing the player Eldon, known for his poor performance. Australian players speculated. "It seems that encounter with that madwoman scattered us." "Nonsense." Justin, a player from the University of Maryland, exclaimed furiously. "I just saw Eldon produce the invitation letter, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. That old man on the 12th floor must have given him the teleportation item. That cunning Jew sensed danger and fled." Upon hearing this, several South American players in the elevator exchanged glances filled with apprehension. They too had received an invitation letter from John Kramer. But unlike Eldon, they had not acted swiftly enough to utilize the letter for escape. With a creak, the elevator doors halted on the 16th floor. To guard against the pursuit of the slit-mouthed woman, Kobe and the others decided it was prudent to seek the protection of Superman. "Hold on before knocking," suddenly interjected Sato Takahawk, a male player from Sakura Country. Facing the puzzled stares of his companions, he summoned the system panel and opened the marketplace page. If the resident on the 16th floor poses a threat akin to the slit-mouthed woman, we would be at a severe disadvantage unarmed. Sato pointed to the supply crate on the interface. Opening one requires 100 points and yields a random weapon. "How absurd. I only have 200 points left." Another player lamented. "What are you fretting over money for at a time like this? Preserving our lives is paramount. Once we find Superman, we'll be safe." "Huh. I believe that the legendary Kajiro Kuroda is the mightiest warrior," Sato remarked before tapping on the supply crate. Instantly, 100 points were deducted, and the bronze chest of the system marketplace opened. "You have obtained the weapon, Straight-Edge Katana." The straight, steel-forged katana appeared in Sato's hands. "Yosh!" Sato exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. This type of katana excelled in slashing and piercing, possessing exceptional sharpness capable of penetrating thin armor. Other players began to redeem their supply crates as well. Nice. I got a small shield. A compound bow. Damn it, I don't know how to use this. Anyone willing to trade? Brother, I'll trade with you. You should keep your nail clipper. You jerk Kobe. Among the dozen players, Kobe was the wealthiest. After all, playing arcade games in the 10th floor leisure hall had cost his teammates quite a few points. After 6 attempts, he finally drew a shotgun. Kobe laughed triumphantly. The times have changed, little Sakura. This weapon far surpasses your pathetic sword. Is that so? But it seems you only have 7 shells, Sato replied, shaking his head. Firearms are the weapons of cowards. A true man should embrace the way of the samurai. Upon hearing this, Kobe raised his shotgun and grinned. You're just bragging. Can you compare? This is a pump-action shotgun. As for the samurai way, I'm wielding it just fine. Keep boasting. But you'll just have to watch your black brother play. This is called American Aido, you know? Kobe, you're incredible. Justin flattered. Hey, can you lend me a weapon for self-defense? He gazed enviously at the bulletproof vest, combat knife, tactical helmet, and fire axe that Kobe had drawn from the treasure chest. Get lost. Don't push your luck. Kobe retorted, you still owe me 100 points for the elevator fare, plus another 100 points in interest. Nevertheless, despite his words, he could not resist Justin's pleas. Ultimately, Kobe generously lent him a weapon, a nail clipper. Justin looked up at Kobe with a sense of grievance. Just tell me, do I need it? Yes. Fine, consider it sold to you for 100 points, and you still owe me 300 points. Justin gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to stab this rascal. A dozen players had equipped themselves with weapons and armor. Regardless of their effectiveness, at least they felt a sense of security once dawned. They proceeded to knock on the door of the 16th floor. Why isn't anyone answering? They're taking forever. I might as well shoot this wretched door. No, what if the legendary Bonma Waijur is inside? That would be exceedingly rude. What is there to fear? I have a gun. Just as Kobe and the others were bickering, the door suddenly creaked open slowly. Chapter 11. The Killing Machine of Crystal Lake awakens. A chilling aura enveloped the air as a towering figure emerged before the onlookers. He stood imposing, likely over 2 meters tall, donning a tattered hockey mask that concealed his features. The mask's darkened eye holes revealed only a pair of emotionless eyes. Goodness, look at this fellow. He startled me. I recalled his name was Jason Voorhees. Hey, brother, I'm American. With a shotgun in hand, Kobe showed no fear. Judging by your attire, you must be American too, right? I have a cousin who enjoys playing hockey. If you're interested, we could. Before I could finish, a sudden whoosh echoed, and the player standing at the forefront was cleaved in two by a massive machete. Player from Sri Lanka has perished. In 10 minutes, the system will impose targeted punishment on this country. The death announcement flashed across the livestream screen. Was this maniac truly insane? No, Jason remained silent. Upon his arrival, he brandished his machete and embarked on a rampage. With remarkable reflexes, Sato Eagle managed to deflect Jason's strike with his katana. However, the brute strength was overwhelming. Sato, being rather diminutive, fell to his knees with a thud, performing a Japanese kneeling gesture. Someone, save me. Sato's face turned crimson. Though he had blocked Jason's attack, the sheer force rattled his arms as if they were about to shatter. Brothers, take him down, Kobe shouted, swiftly loading his shotgun and aiming it at Jason's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet found its mark. The hockey mask shattered, and Jason staggered back several steps. Huh, that fool is finished. Kobe cackled triumphantly. Didn't he see I had a gun? Truly, he asked for it. Kobe was undeniably impressive. Truly a master of firearms. As expected of an American. However, their celebration was short-lived. Jason, though swaying as if about to fall, suddenly straightened his posture and charged forward with incredible speed. Swinging his machete, with a swift motion, he severed the head of a black player from the United States. In another stroke, a female player from a New Republic was split in half. In the face of this killing machine from Crystal Lake, it mattered not whether one was male or female. Anyone who crossed his path was destined for death. Bang, bang, bang. Kobe fired 3 consecutive shots, adhering to the Mozambique drill, hitting Jason in the torso, heart, and head. It's important to note that a shotgun at close range possesses terrifying power. The impact on a human body was akin to smashing a watermelon with a sledgehammer. Yet against Jason's terrifying physical resilience, taking 4 bullets was as inconsequential as a mere scratch. His shattered mask revealed a face mangled by gunfire, flesh torn and bloodied. He stood like a silent iceberg, not uttering a single groan. The oppressive aura he exuded was overwhelming. A chilling dread so palpable it forced the players to stagger backward in fear. Stay calm. He's just one man. We got weapons. What's there to fear? Though the words were shouted bravely, Kobe betrayed his own bravado, subtly retreating behind the others. Clang! A Dutch player barely managed to block Jason's machete with his shield. Paul! Stop gawking and shoot, damn it! He roared. Huh? The German player named Paul stood frozen, petrified. Trembling, he fumbled 2 arrows from his quiver and, instead of knocking them, simply hurled them at Jason. Plink! Plink! The arrows harmlessly bounced off Jason's body and clattered to the ground. Minimal damage. Maximum insult. Jason. The other players. You goddamn idiot, Paul. Are you out of your mind? That's not how you use a bow. You're supposed to draw and shoot. You moron. GUH. The Dutch player's throat was suddenly seized by Jason's other hand. Forgot you had 2 hands. With those final words, his neck was snapped, his lifeless eyes wide open as Jason casually discarded his corpse. Faced with his comrade's unblinking dead stare, Paul broke down in tears. I told you, I don't know how to use a compound bow. Even under the crushing weight of death, the players beside him still found time to shoot him looks of utter disdain. Weren't you Germans all high and mighty back in World War II? The so-called Aryan supermen, now reduced to not even knowing how to fire a damn bow. Pathetic. Where the hell did Sato Taka go? Someone suddenly asked amidst the chaos. Think he bolted for the elevator. Fuck, that cowardly little bastard. Spouting all that Bushido nonsense. What a load of crap. Can't rely on him for shit. Kobe, shoot him already. They can't hold him off. How about I shoot you in the ass instead? I've only got 3 bullets left. Kobe's eyes darted nervously, his resolve already crumbling as he contemplated escape. Justin, you take him out. Wah. Justin glanced down at the nail clippers in his hand. You want me to fight Jason? With this? Are you serious? Screams echoed through the 16th floor hallway. The ragtag group of players, despite their weapons, stood no chance against Jason. As the relentless killer advanced, Paul backed into a corner, frantically knocked an arrow. Thwack! A single slash severed both his arms at once. Before he could utter a cry of anguish, Jason had already severed his head. As Jason turned around, he beheld Justin standing vacantly in place. The other players at the opposite end of the corridor were frantically pressing the elevator buttons. Please, don't kill me, Justin trembled, tightly grasping a nail clipper. You seem to be enjoying the killing spree. How about I sing you a song to lighten the mood? Baby, 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 oh ah, please don't be angry. If you dislike songs, I could trim your nails instead. Just then, facing Jason's sudden charge, Justin screamed and rolled to the right, barely evading Jason's massive cleaver as he stumbled to the ground. Damn it, don't close the elevator yet. Justin loathed those traitorous players who had abandoned him. He scrambled out from beneath Jason's legs, and as Jason glanced down at him, he flung the nail clipper at his face with a swift motion. Seizing the moment of distraction, Justin clumsily darted towards the elevator. As the golden elevator doors, which had just closed, creaked open once more, Justin found himself amidst familiar faces. Kobe and 3 others had intended to shove Justin out, but the nimble little fool had already slipped inside, provoking their furious curses. Damn it, there's no time. Close the elevator. Justin, you wretched fool. With so many elevators, why did you choose ours? Well, all the other elevators went up, and yours was the only one left. They shouted in exasperation, desperately jabbing at the elevator buttons. But just as the doors were about to shut, a large hand suddenly reached in from outside, prying the elevator doors apart. In an instant, a bloodied cleaver struck down, mercilessly slaying a nearby white player. Chapter 12. The Merciless Undead Monster. A frantic escape, cursed be that monster. It is upon us. Justin, I curse your ancestors for your incompetence. You have doomed us all. Kobe, fire your weapon. It is breaking in. With a loud crash, the heavy elevator doors were pried open by Jason. Bang! A gunshot rang out, striking Jason's arm. The recoil of the shotgun caused Kobe to lean back slightly. Yet, Jason merely staggered back 2 paces before quickly regaining his balance. Block him. Panic leads to mistakes. Kobe struggled repeatedly to chamber a round into the shotgun. An Australian player and a Spanish player, one wielding a shield and the other a spear, pressed forward in defense. In the face of life and death, they exhibited extraordinary teamwork. With a click, Kobe finally managed to load the shotgun, duck down. The 2 players blocking the elevator door immediately crouched low. Bang! The shot struck Jason's head once more. In total, 7 rounds were fired, 3 hitting Jason's head, 2 piercing his heart and chest, and 1 striking his arm. Were he a mere mortal, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Yet, Jason, this monster, possessed an unearthly resilience. Could he truly be an immortal demon? Kobe was drenched in cold sweat. He was down his last bullet. As Jason charged again, he did not hesitate to pull the trigger once more. Bang! This time, he aimed for the knee. Jason crumpled to one knee. The Australian player thrust his shield forward, while the Spanish player seized the opportunity to jab the spear into Jason's eye socket with force. Jason staggered back, taking the spear with him. Close the elevator, Justin. Why are you just standing there? Oh no. With a creak, the elevator doors began to close. Before Kobe and the others could breathe a sigh of relief, Jason suddenly raised his arm, summoning all his strength to hurl a massive machete. The blade flew upright, perfectly timed to strike just as the elevator doors were closing. It narrowly soared over the crouched Australian player's head, before piercing the Spanish player's skull with unrelenting momentum. My God, Justin was fortunate. After pressing the elevator button, he collapsed, utterly drained. The machete's handle grazed his head, leaving him relatively unharmed. Yet this very obstruction caused the blade to veer slightly off course, now aimed at Kobe's position. Clang! The blade severed the shotgun barrel, shattering Kobe's tactical helmet in 2. Thankfully, the elevator doors finally shut, allowing them to escape the perilous 16th floor. Kobe, are you all right? A terrified Justin glanced back, only to see Kobe's eyes wide with shock, standing motionless before the genuine leather sofa inside the elevator. A formidable machete was deeply embedded in the rear wall of the cabin. The exposed blade had severed the upper portion of Kobe's head. The handle still quivered slightly. Was Kobe dead? Justin adjusted his trousers and rose to his feet. Just as he was about to loot Kobe's gear, the slightest movement flickered in Kobe's eyes. A resounding slap echoed as Kobe struck Justin across the face. What the hell do you think you're doing? Kobe gasped, his chest heaving violently. It turned out he was not dead, merely stunned by Jason's flying knife. Justin, momentarily bewildered, quickly concocted a response. I was merely aiding you in closing your eyes, granting your soul peace. Get the hell out of here, Kobe retorted angrily, delivering a kick that sent Justin sprawling. Exhausted, Kobe collapsed onto the sofa. Thank goodness I'm still alive. I was fortunate to have been hit on the helmet. Otherwise, I would have truly perished. He removed his cracked tactical helmet and gazed mournfully at the shotgun in his hands, now similarly damaged. Out with the old, in with the new. Not that it matters. It's devoid of ammunition, as useless as a fire stick. Kobe surveyed the blood-stained elevator, noting the lifeless bodies of 2 white players sprawled on the floor. His gaze ultimately resting on the Australian player. Tyler, it seems we're the last 2 standing. And me, Justin interjected. Shut up, Kobe shouted, springing from the sofa to pin Justin to the ground, unleashing a flurry of blows. Damn it, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we would have escaped by now. Damn coward. You think you deserve to be called human? Justin barely escaped a brutal fate at Kobe's hands, ultimately being restrained by Tyler, who interjected, Enough, Kobe. This hotel is perilously dangerous. The extraordinary characters in this survival game are likely as monstrous as the likes of the lipless woman and Jason. Let Justin live for now. He may be of use later. Kobe scoffed and released his grip on Justin's neck. How many points do you have left? Kobe inquired of Tyler. Without his shotgun, he felt a sense of disarray, yearning to draw weapons from the supply crate. Only 100 left. I have 200 points. Let us both draw. After a moment's contemplation, Tyler nodded in agreement. However, fortune did not favor him, as he only acquired a military ration pack. Let us see how I fare, Kobe said, rubbing his hands together. hoping his luck would not be adversely affected by his race. You have obtained tactical goggles, fragmentation, grenade, X1. Luck was on his side. Kobe donned the tactical goggles and stashed the grenade in his pocket. He still possessed 2 melee weapons. After deliberation, Kobe handed the military knife to Tyler while keeping the fire axe for himself. Poor Justin, this time, was left without even a nail clipper. Creaking to a halt, the elevator arrived on the 19th floor. Forget it, let us just observe this floor. Kobe, chewing on a compressed biscuit, called out to Taylor as they both stood at the elevator doors. However, they did not proceed further. Instead, they urged Justin to knock on the door alone. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Kobe urged. Huh. Justin realized he was being used as bait. What if the resident on this floor was a deranged killer? Kobe, sensing the peril, was ready to escape in the elevator at the first sign of trouble. Then hand me a weapon for self-defense, Justin said, eyeing the shield in Taylor's hands. Do you wish to die? Taylor narrowed his eyes and suddenly pressed the blade against Justin's neck. Justin cursed inwardly, yet he still mustered the courage to step toward the end of the corridor. Standing before the door of the 19th floor, he took several deep breaths, but still lacked the bravery to knock, terrified that a heartless monster resided within. Damn it, if you keep stalling, I swear I'll blow you to bits. Kobe threatened, pretending to press the safety lever of a grenade. Reluctantly, Justin steeled himself and knocked on the door of the 19th floor. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite on the 12th floor, the hapless player Eldon sat comfortably on the couch, legs crossed. Mr. Kramer, thank you for the invitation. Otherwise, I would have been killed just now by that madwoman living above you. Oh, is that so? How fortunate you are, the elderly gentleman replied with a warm smile. Chapter 13. In the name of sin, murdering God, Jigsaw? The Jewish fellow reacts swiftly, one remarked. If it weren't for his timely use of the invitation, even if he managed to evade the pursuit of the slit-mouthed woman, he would likely have fallen victim to Jason, another added. Remember what the demonic lowly host said before the game commenced? All 10 extraordinary characters are wretched souls. But who, pray tell, is truly pitiable? I find the elderly gentleman on the 12th floor rather unfortunate, a lonely old man indeed. Things are not as simple as they appear. Just wait and see. The previous events transpired with astonishing rapidity. First, they encountered the slit-mouthed woman, followed by the maniac Jason. One must concede, the players visiting the upper floors are indeed unfortunate. Child, do not be too anxious. Now that you are here, you are momentarily safe. The old man's eyes flickered with an elusive light. Although I have yet to tidy up the room, we have ample time to prepare. The elder rose and made his way to the kitchen. Allow me to pour you a cup of coffee. Eldon leaned back against the sofa, his taut nerves beginning to unwind. Yet, at that moment, several beams of light suddenly flared in the hall. Swish, swish, swish. 3 disheveled figures materialized out of thin air. It's you. Eldon recognized them as players who had received invitations. Jewish fellow, how did you manage to teleport here ahead of us? You scoundrel, why did you not alert us when we encountered the slit-mouthed woman? The 3 players hailed from Aladai, Wainarera, and Jalambia. Their reaction time lagged significantly behind Eldon's. In their haste to flee from the slit-mouthed woman, they only recalled the invitation upon entering the elevator. After a brief discussion, they collectively deemed it too perilous to explore the floors and visit other extraordinary characters. Hence, they all opted to use their invitations to teleport here. As for the excuse about John Kramer's room not being ready, they cared little for such trivialities. When one's life hangs by a thread, who pays heed to the ramblings of an old fool? While Eldon and the others exchanged pleasantries, the elder had already returned, presenting a tray with cups of coffee arranged neatly on the coffee table. 6 players are still missing. Where could they be? The elder surveyed the group, his tone remarkably calm. Don't even mention it. 1 was slain by that big-mouthed Demonis. 3 are with that American scoundrel. And the last 2 have vanished without a trace. Hey, I must admit, this coffee is quite delightful. The 3 latecomers, unsuspecting, drank the coffee. Eldon, however, hesitated, as if struck by a sudden thought, merely mimicking the motion of sipping without actually consuming a drop. Old man, do you know what this cursed game is all about? The players from Jalambia and Wainarera, their bodies adorned with tattoos, were evident members of a gang, reflecting the chaos and lawlessness of their region. It was clear they were not to be trusted. I, too, was inexplicably invited here. The elderly man reminisced, a sense of relief washing over him. While this hotel may possess its dangers, for someone of my advanced years, seeking a modicum of excitement in the twilight of my life is, perhaps, a stroke of fortune. Aladi, the player, scoffed. I reckon you must be losing your mind. You're on the brink of death, true enough, but I have no desire to join you just yet. You cannot fathom the voluptuous figures of the two ladies I just procured from Wooklan. I hadn't even had the chance to indulge before being ensnared in this cursed game. Damn it all. The trio cursed vehemently, damning the mastermind behind their predicament. Seizing the moment, Eldon approached the door, only to discover it was utterly unyielding. The doorknob is broken. Don't waste your effort, the old man remarked leisurely as he opened a drawer and donned a pair of gloves. As I mentioned earlier, you arrived before I was fully prepared. It seems the youth of today have a penchant for tardiness, yet you four are all rather impatient. With a clatter, a hefty toolbox was effortlessly placed upon the glass coffee table. Upon opening it, they found ropes, saws, and other implements. Even the most obtuse of the three players, Aladi, Wayneri, and Galuanbia, could sense that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Old man, what the hell are you planning? One of them exclaimed, suddenly feeling dizzy. Damn you, you've drugged my coffee. Just as they attempted to rise, their strength evaporated, leaving them limp upon the sofa. Bang, bang, bang. Eldon pounded desperately on the door, but it was a futile endeavor. Gritting his teeth, he drew a dagger, a weapon obtained from a military supply crate. The old man cast a quiet glance in his direction and began to speak unhurriedly. God created time, yet humanity conjured haste. Such impatience, ultimately, is detrimental. However, it matters little, for as I have told you, we have ample time to spend together. Suddenly, Eldon's legs buckled, sending him crashing to the floor. Why? He gasped, raising his gaze to the approaching elder. I didn't even drink the coffee. Why am I affected? Eldon struggled to comprehend where he had gone awry. Having taken every precaution, my dear child, it is precisely the allure of the mysterious and unknown that drives humanity's quest for knowledge, the old man said, tugging at Eldon's trousers and dragging him back to the sofa. At this moment, the four players formed a line, some so drained they could hardly muster the strength to speak, merely glaring fiercely at the old man with their eyes. Eldon, do you believe in God? The old man inquired, sitting opposite the four, savoring the untouched coffee of Eldon with meticulous attention. Thus, it is evidence that the coffee holds no treachery. As the effects of the drug coursed through him, Eldon felt his mind clouded, devoid of any intention to engage in idle conversation with the elder. Alas, you are a Jew, self-proclaimed as the chosen people of God. Naturally, you believe in him. The old man chuckled at his own folly. If God truly exists, he would undoubtedly rescue the virtuous. Unfortunately, God is but a fabricated illusion. Otherwise, my wife. His gaze shifted, focusing on the player named Wayneri, a pitiful wretch molded by the likes of you, who has succumbed to addiction. The old man finished his coffee and donned a grotesque pig mask. There is a Spanish proverb that states, every pig has its St. Martin's Day, implying that evil deeds will ultimately be repaid. Just moments ago, I delivered an invitation to a young man from Spain. He has yet to arrive. Perhaps he has met his demise. The old man sighed, uncertain whether he lamented the decay of life or reproached himself for failing to cleanse the soul of another in time. Faced with the bizarre ramblings of this elderly figure, Eldon mustered the strength to utter, "What exactly do you intend to do to me?" The old man chuckled softly and then rose to stand before Eldon. I am the specter of physical death and the soul condemned to hell. By chance, I have struck a pact with the devil to engage in a game with you. The old man caressed the pig mask, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Oh, and please refrain from calling me old man, as it lacks courtesy. I'm not fond of my given name, John Kramer. During my lifetime, the FBI bestowed upon me quite an admirable nickname. They call me Jigsaw. Chapter 14. At this moment, the game is mine. Upon hearing these words, Eldon and three other players broke into a cold sweat. However, the effects of the drug had already taken hold. They felt their eyelids growing heavy and their consciousness gradually fading. The term jigsaw is more faithful and elegant in Chinese. In its original English, it is more direct, Jigsaw Killer, denoting a murderer with a penchant for puzzles. In Western culture, unidentified murderers are often assigned rather whimsical nicknames. Those with the suffix killer are deemed extremely dangerous, capable of invoking nightmares in children. These are the heavyweight serial killers. In a live stream, the Western audience erupted. Impossible. I am an FBI investigator. There are no records of Jigsaw in the database. IP. United States. This perverted old man speaks with such conviction. He doesn't seem to be lying. Could it be possible that he hails from a parallel universe, as described in science fiction? IP. England. I would rather believe this is a nightmare. I hope that when I awaken, the world will return to normal. God bless. IP. New Zealand. Gazing at the four unconscious individuals, Jigsaw's lips curled slightly in a smirk. They had thought that being transported here was akin to grasping a lifeline to escape danger. In reality, this invitation was merely bait set by the hunter in a trap. Once triggered, there would be no chance of escape. Clap, clap. Jigsaw gently applauded. Following the two crisp sounds, the entire flat began to transform like a Rubik's Cube. Walls shifted, some recessing inward while others extended outward, segmenting into different areas and reconfiguring the spatial layout. The ceiling rose and the floor sank, creating platforms of varying heights. The lights flickered incessantly, morphing in accordance with Jigsaw's whims. His eyes gleamed with fervor, already envisioning an array of game blueprints in his mind. Room type, themed presidential suite. Characteristics can be modified at the VIP's request, but please be mindful of the spatial areas. Do not exceed the layering limits. For a game designer like Jigsaw, this was nothing short of tailor-made. He need not labor over renovations with just a thought. He could instantaneously transform the space into his desired playground. Yet, he required some additional props. Jigsaw squinted slightly. The items in his toolbox were rather rudimentary, always pursuing perfection. He sought more engaging props for the arrangement. Only then could he provide the players with a thrilling experience. As Jigsaw busied himself with the scene setup, he dialed the hotel front desk. Good day, esteemed guest on the 12th floor. How may we assist you? Upon hearing Jigsaw's request, the front desk replied, You may log into the Huandu Hotel Service System via your phone or computer to make your selections. Very well, Jigsaw responded, opening his computer. The variety on the system interface was impressively comprehensive. He added the necessary props to the shopping cart, but upon seeing the figures displayed on the checkout page, Jigsaw furrowed his brow slightly. I regret to inform you that I lack points. I fear I cannot afford the expenses. Unfortunately, his financial constraints rendered him incapable of making unreasonable requests for credit. Jigsaw glanced at the four unsuspecting lambs collapsed on the sofa, even contemplating whether to seize the points from Eldon and the others, estimating that these youngsters probably had little to spare. Moreover, the old man was a person of dignity. Even though the chosen targets were despicable villains, he was willing to grant each of them a chance at redemption. As long as they could complete the games designed by Jigsaw, he would not touch the points belonging to Eldon and the others. However, this concern was swiftly alleviated by the voice of the Fox Lady on the other end of the line. You are a supreme VIP guest and enjoy certain privileges. This is a complimentary service from our Huandu Hotel. You may submit your list to the system, and I will assist you in reviewing it. Jigsaw's eyes brightened, and he promptly submitted the list. Moments later, the Fox Lady chuckled lightly. These are merely the most basic instruments. No points are required. Would you like the delivery? Right now would suffice. I appreciate your assistance. Shortly after hanging up, a light illuminated the room. Once the radiance dissipated, a cat-eared girl from the front desk emerged. Good day, sir. Here are the items you requested. The cat-eared girl presented a pouch adorned with the Huandu Hotel logo. It was astonishingly a storage bag, and it was offered free of charge. Upon inspection, Jigsaw found all the necessary props inside, growing increasingly pleased with the hotel service. Thank you for your efforts. Would you care for some coffee? No need, sir. If you have any questions, you may check the system or call the front desk for inquiries. Indeed, the service attitude of Huandu Hotel depended on the client's VIP level. With the old man's expression of gratitude, the cat-eared girl vanished. The setup of the game scene and various props was nearly complete, though it still lacked a finishing touch. With a flourish, A mechanical doll about 1.5 meters tall emerged from the storage bag. This was yet another prop purchased by Jigsaw. Master, I will adhere to the commands you have set for me. Please, first grant me a name. The mechanical doll spoke. Good child, from now on, you shall be called Billy. Thank you, Master. I adore this name, the mechanical doll replied, beaming with joy. Its peculiar voice, to Jigsaw's ears, was remarkably pleasing. He then retrieved a strange mask from the toolbox, adorned with red spirals on each cheek, and placed it upon the doll's face, his gaze reflecting a complex sorrow. Billy, a name that Jigsaw had once intended for his unborn son. With the tragic death of his wife, the child had also perished before birth. In agony, he transformed into a harbinger of death, embodying a puppet named Billy to enact his judgment upon the wicked. Jigsaw gently caressed Billy's head, then cast his gaze upon the 4 individuals sprawled on the sofa. Players, now you belong to me. At this moment, it is my game. On the 17th floor, a concealed staircase lay hidden. Ever since the elusive clown had departed, Su-chan had ascended, momentarily seeking refuge there while discreetly monitoring the commotion outside. Upon reaching the 15th floor, he observed 4 players from the land of the morning calm entering a dilapidated door. Although he did not encounter any extraordinary characters residing on this level, and the system map failed to indicate any character icons, Su-chan had formed a general hypothesis regarding the residents of this building. As he approached the 16th floor, the sounds of battle echoed, indicating that a formidable character undoubtedly inhabited this level. For safety's sake, Su-chan refrained from further investigation. Just then, he heard the elevator doors open, accompanied by startled exclamations of profanity. Su-chan stealthily crept around the corner to assess the situation, discovering 7 players standing in the corridor of the 17th floor, 2 Asians, 2 Caucasians, and 3 African Americans. After a brief discussion, they parted ways. The 3 African Americans opted to ascend via the elevator, while the remaining 5 players, emboldened by a desire to gamble once more, approached the door of the 17th floor resident. The Jigsaw's Billy puppet is depicted below. If time permits, I shall include illustrations of the cohabiting characters that appeared earlier at the end of the chapter for a more immersive experience. Chapter 15, Society, You Brother Jia. Ruthless and few words knock, knock, knock. The players from Jianpu village incessantly rapped on the door. Why is it still not opening? You buffoon, it's evident that your knocking technique is flawed. Did you not notice the doorbell nearby? Scoffed a player from the Grapesprout Nation, pressing the bell. The chime resonated for an eternity, yet the door on the 17th floor remained unopened. Where on earth could this person be? The player from the Indong Nation grew increasingly impatient. I hope he is dead, grumbled a corpulent middle-aged Caucasian player from the Rushi Nation. I've come to realize that this ludicrous game is clearly toying with us. What kind of cohabitation role is a deadly monster? Who can assure us what resides behind that door, human or ghost? Seizing the moment while the 4 conversed, Su-chan, concealed around the corner of the corridor, summoned the system panel. The interface of the Point Mall displayed 3 chests: military supply chest, item chest, and skill chest. All were of bronze level, requiring 100 points to open each. Beyond the bronze chest, one could unlock silver chests and gold chests. Players needed to elevate their guest room to deluxe room or executive room to access the corresponding chests. Higher VIP levels yielded more valuable rewards from chests, albeit at the cost of increased point expenditure. Presently, Su-chan had precisely 4,500 points, a sum accrued from exploring the leisure hall, and a serendipitous reward of over 100 points from encountering the clown system. Su-chan's total points were undoubtedly the highest among the surviving players. You have obtained Multifunctional Tactical Flashlight. You have obtained Smoke Bomb X1. You have obtained 50,000 Volt Stun Gun. Opening 3 military supply chests yielded satisfactory results. Next, he decided to test his luck with 2 item chests. You have obtained Plastic Water Bag, 5 liters of unfiltered sewage. You have obtained Wolf Repellent Spray, one-time use item. The item chests were rather random, containing an array of items, with the probability of receiving quality goods being quite low. As for the skill chests, they were particularly ruthless, offering no guarantees. One could either acquire a skill or emerge with nothing. Su Chun faced 5 consecutive misses, which was somewhat disheartening. Finally, with a resolute heart, he opted for a tenfold draw. Miss, X6. You have obtained the skill, Stealthy Movement. At last, his luck turned. The character panel now featured an additional skill slot. Skill, Stealthy Movement, star rating. Characteristic, utilizing this skill grants an invisibility state. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 12 hours. Su Chun's expression brightened. This skill's drawbacks were its short duration and lengthy cooldown. Skills obtained from bronze chests were uniformly rated at 1 star. Similarly, the military supply box and the item box can yield equipment with star ratings. As for the probability, it entirely hinges upon whether one is a fortunate soul or a cursed one. Su Chun opened a military supply box 5 more times, acquiring a revolver, a Mitsubishi military dagger, a tactical arm shield, individual rations, and a box of chocolates. Resisting the urge to continue opening boxes, Su Chun decided to conserve the remaining 2,000 points for future end payments. At that moment, at the doorway of the 17th floor, 4 men from different nations discovered the system mall and sequentially opened their boxes. What ridiculous skill box! After 2 attempts, not a single worthwhile item appeared. Damn it! I drew a water gun? How on earth is this junk even included in the military supply box? The ink monkey exclaimed, "The bone-cutting knife you obtained is quite impressive. Let me borrow it." Get lost, you white-skinned pig. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Hey, am I giving you face here? Tensions were rising among the 4 players, who were all strangers to one another. Coupled with the game's peculiarities, the pressure was immense. Suddenly, the elevator doors creaked open. Thud, thud, thud. With heavy footsteps, a giant over 2 meters tall, clad in tattered clothing, emerged from the elevator. Simultaneously, Su Chun's system map marked a figure in a hockey mask in the 16th floor area. The Crystal Lake murderer, Jason. At that moment, he wielded a bloodied spear, a weapon dropped from a player he had pursued and killed not long ago in the 16th floor elevator. Upon sighting the 4 players at the end of the corridor, Jason wasted no time and hurled his spear. Whoosh thud! The grapevine player was pierced through the chest, firmly impaled against the wall. Oh my god, another monster! The Ruishi player trembled in fear. He had intended to send the only player with a bone-cutting knife, the ink monkey, to confront the threat. However, in that fleeting moment of turning back, the ink monkey and the Jianpu Zhai player wore expressions of mockery. You stay here and wait for death, you white-skinned pig. I'm not sticking around. With that, the 2 simultaneously utilized the John Kramer S. invitation letter. The crimson letters transformed into flowing light, enveloping them, and they vanished in an instant. Those 2 lucky fools. Why didn't that old man on the 12th floor invite me? The plump white man lamented. Desperately, he pounded on the door of the 17th floor. Open the door, for goodness sake. Open the door. Despite his hoarse cries, the door remained utterly silent. The plump white man was on the verge of despair. Summoning his courage, he attempted to extract the spear that had impaled the grapevine player for self-defense. Yet the spear was lodged deeply in the wall, refusing to budge no matter how hard he struggled. In the next moment, swoosh! Jason's other hand, claw-like, reached for the man's ample belly, pulling out a long string of intestine in society. There exists a formidable figure known as Jason, whose actions are swift and his words few. The preceding scene is lengthy to recount. In truth, from the moment Jason made his entrance to the instant he dispatched 2 unsuspecting white players, the events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Su Chun's mind was a cacophony of alarm. As he turned to flee, Jason had already effortlessly liberated a spear that had been affixed to the wall, pursuing him with determined strides. Should one compile a list ranking characters by danger, Jason, the killer from Crystal Lake, would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 individuals Su Chun most dreaded encountering. He is nothing more than a relentless, emotionless killing machine, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Oh no, that monster has set its sights on Su Chun. By heavens, why is this staircase so interminably long? It feels even longer than the stairs to my 5th floor residence. This is disastrous. If Su Chun perishes, according to the punishment mechanism, our Dragon Kingdom will be doomed as well. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom in the live stream trembled in fear. A few, with a hint of sarcasm, began to suggest that this predicament was of Su Chun's own making, insisting on ascending the stairs for adventure. Just observe how the players who refrained from going upstairs displayed their wisdom, comfortably gathering tasks in a leisure hall on the 10th floor to earn points. Those who ventured upstairs to visit their cohabiting characters had suffered a staggering loss. Cursed be it, Su Chun cursed inwardly, realizing that Jason was closing in on him. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly drew a revolver obtained from the supply chest, loaded with 6 bullets. Gripping it with both hands, he turned, aimed, and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. P.S. In chapters 7, 9, and 11, illustrations of Hannibal, the slit-mouthed woman, the Joker, and Jason have been updated. Those who missed them can scroll back to take a look. Chapter 16, Fan Ma Yang Zyro. The purity is insufficient. Bang. 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 Su Chun fired 3 shots in rapid succession. The first shot aimed at Jason's head, but due to inexperience with firearms, it veered off course. The second shot struck Jason squarely in the chest. Yet, for a being with an immortal constitution like Jason, this wound was akin to a mere tickle. The third shot hit Jason's thigh. Previously, on the 16th floor, Jason had already endured an attack from a shotgun. Thanks to his astounding regenerative abilities, he had nearly recovered from the assault. Only the most recent injury to his right leg, with a subtle fracture in the bone, caused him to limp slightly. After being struck by Su Chun's revolver once more, Jason staggered but did not fall, continuing his steady ascent up the stairs. Su Chun, danger. Is there still time to book a flight and escape? Ropes tend to fray at their weakest points, and misfortune seeks out the most unfortunate. At this critical juncture, fleeing to any country is perilous. Nonsense. There are still over 100 nations untouched by the cohabitation game. I intend to go to Chaosian to savor the loyalty oranges. What do you think? I think you're lovesick. Oh no, I'll owe a debt of gratitude to Jeongjun forever. Bang! Another shot successfully struck Jason's right leg. Unfortunately, the monster's physical resilience was nothing short of extraordinary. Not even a shotgun could faze him. A mere revolver could inflict no substantial harm. Su Chun's expression tightened as he withdrew his firearm and swiftly retrieved a 5-liter plastic water bag from his system space. With all his might, he hurled it down the stairs toward Jason. Splash! Filthy water drenched him from head to toe. Without hesitation, he gripped the stun gun tightly and decisively pulled the trigger. Bayu. 5 electrodes shot forth, trailing slender wires, and accurately pierced Jason's body. Ziz! With the sewage as a conduit, 50,000 volts coursed through him. Jason's muscles convulsed, his towering figure swaying uncontrollably. Yet, this still did not halt his relentless pursuit of Su Chun. He continued to stagger forward, his movements appearing almost comical. But no one dared to mock him. Truly formidable. Su Chun wasted no time in producing his pepper spray. This close-range self-defense tool was highly potent, especially given Su Chun's elevated position. The moment he activated the spray, a pungent stream erupted forth. Jason was caught off guard, choking and suffering from the burning sensation in his eyes. At this moment, Su Chun had already reached the 18th floor landing. However, he suddenly heard a furious growl emanating from below. Instinctively, he glanced back. Jason's arm was raised high, the bloodied spear glimmering ominously in the dim light. This was bad. Su Chun realized the gravity of the situation. It was too late to evade, for Jason had already locked onto him. Whoosh! The spear, propelled by immense force, hurtled toward him. In that instant, it felt as if the air itself had been torn apart, producing a hissing sound as it sliced through. In a moment of peril, Su Chun could only raise his arm to shield his chest. With a sharp thud, a spear-like lance struck him with precision. The immense force instantly propelled Su Chun backward, crashing him against the door of the corridor, which creaked under the unbearable strain. It's all over. Su Chun is truly dead this time. No, I must flee quickly. Otherwise, our Dragon Nation will also face repercussions. You traitors, if you wish to escape, do so swiftly. I, however, choose to remain and face the trials alongside my country. The reactions from various factions within the Dragon Nation remained unspoken for the moment. Time rewinds to just a few minutes earlier. At that moment, Sato Takashi, a player from the Cherry Blossom Nation who had evaded Jason's pursuit, seized the opportunity to board the elevator amidst the chaos. Accompanying him were two male players from the neighboring nations of Vietnam and England. Shaken and disoriented, they pressed a higher floor in an attempt to evade Jason. As fate would have it, they arrived at the 18th floor. Cherry Blossom lad, do you still wish to pay a visit to them? The English player, clutching his hair in despair, exclaimed, aside from the cohabiting characters on the 11th and 12th floors, who are relatively sane, the wild woman with the large mouth and that masked freak we encountered. What a bunch of deviants. I refuse to die here. He proposed descending in the elevator to find a safer refuge, suggesting that the 10th floor, bustling with players, might offer companionship in peril. Or they could hide in the guest rooms on the 4th floor, hoping that they would remain unprovoked and thus safe from harm. Coward, Sato Takashi retorted disdainfully. A man from the glorious Cherry Blossom Empire cannot cower like a turtle. Clearly, he was a remnant of an era steeped in militarism. Nonsense. The English player ruthlessly exposed his hypocrisy. You Cherry Blossom scoundrel. When you encountered Jason on the 16th floor, you were the first to flee. According to your nation's samurai code, you ought to commit seppuku to atone for such cowardice. Sato Takashi's composure shattered. You're courting death, Englishman. He brandished his damaged katana. Speak less. This is not the time for internal strife. The Vietnamese player, cigarette in mouth, exhaled a slow ring of smoke. It's unsafe downstairs. If we take the elevator and some damned fool presses a button, we could end up on a perilous floor and lose our lives. Hiding here isn't safe either. If those maniacs catch up, how can I defend myself? Then let us visit the residence of the 18th floor. The English player protested. You still have your eye on that man, named Banma Waijur. They found themselves in a dilemma. The English player was reluctant to take risks, but was equally concerned that taking the elevator down might lead to an untimely end. Thus, he simply stood at the elevator's entrance, claiming it was to guard the two, ensuring a quick escape in case of danger. In truth, his ulterior motives were clear to both Sato Takashi and the Vietnamese player. The doorbell of the suite on the 18th floor rang, echoing through the corridor. Moments later, the door creaked open slowly. Under the tense gaze of the two, a towering and formidable figure emerged. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were as solid as steel, with exaggerated contours that rose prominently. Standing before them, he resembled a mountain, exuding an aura that instilled fear. In comparison, Sato Takashi appeared as a mere monkey before an elephant. It's you. At last I have found you. Sato Takashi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. Lord Yamamoto Yujiro. The mountain-like man slightly tilted his head in acknowledgement. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sato Takashi. We just encountered danger downstairs, Sato stammered, his words tumbling out in haste. Like you, he is a fellow countryman from the land of the rising sun. The English player quickly approached, playing the card of camaraderie with Yamamoto Yujiro. You Japanese are renowned for your cooperative spirit. This hotel, nay this game, is far too perilous. Perhaps we should band together. Our chances of survival would significantly increase. The Englishman smiled obsequiously. Sato glared at him with discontent. Damn those Englishmen, always so opportunistic and flattering. Yet, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Sato bowed deeply, his body forming a right angle with the ground. I implore you, Lord Yujiro. A smirk curled at the corners of Yamamoto Yujiro's mouth, a mocking curve. Your sincerity is lacking. Chapter 17. The escape pursued, on the brink of life and death. The potential within. What? Sato Takashi and his companions were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Suddenly, a katana appeared in the hands of Banma Waijur, a weapon that belonged to Sato Takashi. The three players stood frozen in astonishment, having failed to perceive the motion of Banma Waijur. Sato Takashi's expression was one of bewilderment. Despite gripping the katana tightly, he felt no disturbance during its seizure. In other words, if this man named Banma Waijur intended to kill, he could sever their heads in the blink of an eye. Once he grasped the sword, he would never concede defeat. With the katana raised before him, he gazed at the nick on the blade, a scornful smile spreading across his face. Under the horrified gaze of Sato Takashi and his companions, the man astonishingly bit down on the blade. Crack! Crack! The resilient katana felt no more substantial than a mere biscuit in his mouth. This was a top-quality weapon, capable of withstanding a blow from Jason S. Cleaver. Yet, the razor-sharp edge failed to even graze his mouth. Spitting it out, Banma Waijur sent the shattered blade flying like a dart, embedding itself deeply into the wall behind them. Hiss! The three drew in a sharp breath. The English player touched the wound on his face, utterly astonished. The man's aura of oppression was overwhelming. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel in fear. At that moment, the citizens of Sakura Nation, who had been closely watching Sato Takashi, widened their eyes in disbelief. Incredible! Lord Banma is formidable. Is this the essence of a strong man? Even a casual gesture possesses an unimaginable terror. Sato-kun, do not hesitate. Seek Lord Banma's protection at once. Witnessing this scene, Sato Takashi's eyes lit up with fervor. With a thud, he knelt down, performing the highest act of respect in Sakura Nation, known as Dajiza, which involved prostrating himself completely. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, he said humbly as dust. I have studied the way of the samurai since childhood, and I have always revered the strong. I wish to serve you in your practice. I implore you, Lord Banma Waijur, to accept me. The way of the samurai? Banma Waijur scoffed, his grin widening as his laughter grew louder. It seems it is not your sword that is broken, but rather your spirit that is flawed. Sato Takashi froze, incredulity washing over him as he looked up. The term spirit originally stemmed from Buddhist teachings, symbolizing the strength of good and evil. In Sakura Nation, this word had initially carried a negative connotation, akin to the mindset of a slave or merchant. Yet, it had later evolved into a term representing tenacity, resolve, and perseverance, and it persists to this day. Lord Waijur, what do you mean by this? He inquired, confusion etched on his face. A sly smile played on Banma Waijur's lips as he regarded him with the disdain one might reserve for a loathsome insect. Undoubtedly, the crude individuals emerging from this narrow island nation possess an innate, easily discernible inferiority complex. Their disdain, contempt, and unabashed arrogance are palpable. Sato Takashi, humiliated beyond measure, trembled uncontrollably. Yet he forced himself to remain composed, bowing his head to conceal the venomous glint in his eyes. This cannot be right, retorted the player for Vietnam. If I am not mistaken, you too hail from the land of cherry blossoms. Your compatriots are in dire straits, and with your formidable power, you ought to extend your assistance. They were resolutely intent on persuading Yamamoto Waijur to join their cause. More accurately, they sought to entreat him, attempting to employ moral coercion to implore this powerful man to safeguard their lives. How tiresome! Yamamoto Waijur found this utterly irksome. Should these three pests dare to continue their incessant buzzing and utter nonsensical drivel, he would not hesitate to silence them permanently. At that moment, Yamamoto Waijur's ears perked up. Through his heightened senses, he detected the sounds of a struggle emanating from the hallway. The Vietnamese player, noticing his silence, believed his words had struck a chord and thus felt invigorated. Cherry blossom people do not deceive each other, so you should. Enough. The Vietnamese player's sentence was abruptly cut short as he appeared to hear a whistling wind. In the next instant, he was hurled backward with tremendous force. Thud! The wall cracked, splattered with blood. The Vietnamese player's eyes widened in horror as his bones shattered instantaneously. He was irretrievably slain. Sato Takashi and the English player were taken aback. They quickly covered their mouths, fearful of provoking this terrifying man. The soundproofing on the VIP floor was exceptional. Even the commotion from the fight on the 17th floor barely registered as a faint murmur. Faintly, Sato Takashi believed he heard the crack of a gunshot. The noise grew increasingly distinct until a deafening crash echoed from the hallway corner as a door was forcefully breached. Yamamoto Waijur's interest was piqued. Meanwhile, the anxious citizens of Longhua, waiting for the news of Su Chun's demise, were equally bewildered. At that moment, Su Chun, like a kite severed from its string, burst through the door of the 18th floor. He collapsed heavily into the corridor. Cough, cough. Su Chun felt the air in his chest being violently expelled, making each breath a struggle. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Having been struck by Jason's spear, it felt as if his entire skeletal structure was on the verge of disintegration. Fortunately, the tactical arm shield on his left arm absorbed the lethal thrust of the spear. Yet, the razor-sharp tip still pierced through the shield and into his arm. Damn it, I survived. Incredible. What the hell? I already bought my plane ticket. Refund me. Get lost, you traitor. Hurry up. Not good. Jason is closing in. Su-chan, run. At this moment, Su-chan's head throbbed, and his vision became increasingly blurred. Enduring excruciating pain, he let out a pained howl as he forcefully withdrew the spear. Thud, thud, thud. Jason's heavy footsteps echoed, each sound resonating like a harbinger of death. Su-chan gasped for breath, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Just as Jason was about to step out of the corridor, Su-chan crawled forward, gripping the spear tightly and thrusting it fiercely towards him. Thud! Due to the angle, the spear penetrated Jason's groin. Even someone as formidable as Jason could not help but tremble at such a precise strike to his vulnerable spot. Seizing the opportunity, Su-chan awkwardly rose to his feet and fled towards Corridor 18. He then retrieved a smoke bomb from the system space, bit off the safety pin, and hurled it to the ground. Hiss, 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 thick smoke billowed forth. Roaring with fury, Jason, who had been toyed with by Su-chan, was utterly enraged. With a sharp pull, he extracted the spear, suppressing his discomfort, vowing to dismember the wretched scoundrel in his quest for vengeance. At the end of the corridor, Sato Eagle and his companions witnessed the chaotic scene. As the strange figure, one hand clutching his groin and the other wielding the spear, surged through the smoke, Sato Eagle and the English players were instantly seized by terror. Jason, the murderous maniac, is coming. Damn it, it's that Dragon Country person who led him here. That bastard. In stark contrast to the two nearly collapsing in fright and curses, Fanma Weiger slowly curled his lips into a smirk, his expression tinged with mocking anticipation. His eyes, resembling copper bells, gleamed with intense interest. Chapter 18. Am I really going to fight Jason? As the smoke bomb detonated, thick clouds of smoke rapidly spread throughout the corridor. In the blink of an eye, the entire passage was engulfed in a dense haze, rendering the surroundings a chaotic blur. Enraged, Jason descended into madness, thrashing his spear in a frenzy, stabbing fiercely in all directions. On the brink of life and death, Su-chan unleashed an astonishing survival instinct, narrowly evading the sweeping spear each time. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom watched with bated breath, their hearts racing in trepidation. It seemed that he was approaching our direction. The English players were thrown into disarray, instinctively yearning for assistance from the terrifying figure of Yamamoto Weiger. Yet, recalling the fate of the Vietnamese players, the words caught in their throats swallowed back down. Despite the thick smoke and low visibility, everything appeared as mere shadows to them. For Yamamoto Weiger, however, it was nothing more than an illusory veil. He could clearly discern the fleeing figures within the mist. Even without relying on sight, he could effortlessly perceive every movement through sound alone. Seizing the moment, Su-chan activated stealth. In an instant, he became increasingly transparent, ultimately vanishing from view. The spear swept through the air, failing to strike the elusive young man. Jason's fury intensified. A secret technique. Yamamoto ihires quintet slightly. A wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Even as Su-chan concealed himself within the smoke, cloaked in invisibility, he could effortlessly detect the contours of his form. Body heat, blood flow, heartbeat, breath, footfalls. Even the blood dripping from Su-chan's left arm could not be hidden by the stealth ability. While it might elude the average person's vision, it was utterly transparent to Yamamoto Weiger's keen insight. How intriguing. He chuckled softly, realizing that this scene was far more engaging than he had anticipated. Yamamoto Weiger shrugged, momentarily disinclined to intervene in the battle. He adhered to the philosophy of survival of the fittest, viewing life as a competition of natural selection. In his eyes, the weak were devoid of value. Only the weak encountered peril. The strong never feared challenges, for they themselves embodied danger. For instance, the cries for help from Sato Takashi and his companions only deepened Yamamoto Weiger's disdain. The mere act of dispatching a single Vietnamese player was merely a trivial reprimand, reflective of his good mood. Boy, do you not yearn to grow stronger? Yamamoto Waiger gazed at Sato Takashi, pointing toward Jason's position with a grin. Go and slay that walking lump of flesh and prove to me whether you possess the potential to become strong. Sato Takashi was momentarily stunned, his expression paling instantaneously, his body trembling involuntarily. Am I really going to fight Jason? Are you serious? He thought. It was precisely because he could not defeat him that he sought your aid. Yet, if he disobeyed Waiger's command, his fate would likely mirror that of the Vietnamese players. I will pass your test. Sato Takashi clenched his teeth, struggling to articulate these few words. He then picked up the short sword dropped by the player from the Yu Kingdom, gripping it tightly as he hesitantly approached Jason. The English player, upon witnessing this, recoiled in fear, retreating several steps to hide behind Vamma Waiger. This foolish individual was practically courting death. He pressed his back against the wall, paralyzed with fear, terrified of drawing attention. Clang! The sharp spear shattered the floor button, thwarting Su Chun's attempt to escape via the elevator. Su Chun took a few steps back, creating distance between them. Simultaneously, he drew his revolver, assessing Jason's position before squeezing the trigger. Bang! A dull thud followed. By the sound, it seemed he had successfully struck his target. At this moment, Su Chun was left with but a single bullet. Relying solely on the revolver would prove futile against Jason. Perhaps I could attempt to drag Vamma Waiger down with me, Su Chun mused, a perilous plan surfacing in his mind. Based on his analysis of Vamma Waiger's character, encountering a formidable opponent would likely pique his interest. The reason for his inaction was probably due to a spectator's mentality. Diverting the threat may seem plausible. Yet should this battle-hungry Vamma Waiger sense manipulation, he would undoubtedly eliminate anyone who dared to scheme against him. Su Chun stepped towards the end of the corridor, faintly hearing soft footsteps. The smoke obscured his vision, preventing him from identifying the intruder. The other party was coughing incessantly from the smoke, indicating they were a player, not Vamma Waiger, who would never be so vulnerable. At this moment, Jason perked up, attentively listening for any sounds. Suddenly, he let out a low growl, striding forward with purpose before executing a brutal sweep. The whistling wind rushed past his ears, ultimately striking its mark. A piercing scream echoed. Jason's bloodthirsty eyes gleamed with delight. He had finally hit that slippery little eel. Retrieving his spear, he swiftly lunged back towards the previous position. Thud! The spear pierced through the opponent's chest, blood cascading down the iron shaft into Jason's palm. Oh no, Su Chun has been killed. Indeed, he could not escape death. But he truly gave it his all. Were I in his position, I probably would have perished long ago at the hands of the lady in the cracked mouth. Fortunately, I am clever. My flight ticket remains unrefunded, and I have already arrived at the airport. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom lamented in despair. Yet, they waited in vain for the announcement of Su Chun's demise. Instead, the screen displayed the message: Sato Takashi, player from the Sakura Nation, has died. In approximately 10 minutes, this country's region will face targeted punishment. Players are advised to heed this warning and avoid complacency. Sato Takashi? How could it be him? The spectators were not the only ones bewildered. Even Jason was at a loss. Grasping Sato Takashi's diminutive corpse, he leaned in closer to discern the features, realizing it was not the scoundrel who had toyed with him so many times. Infuriated, Jason let out a series of wild shrieks as he hefted Sato's lifeless body and hurled it to the ground, trampling it mercilessly until it was reduced to a mere pulp. Earlier, at the moment of Su Chun's retreat, he fortuitously found himself aligned with the arriving Sato. Coupled with the incessant coughing of the cherry blossom soldier, Jason discerned his position by sound. With a deft maneuver, Su Chun narrowly evaded the sweeping spear, ultimately causing Sato, obscured by smoke, to become an unwitting scapegoat. Like an ant crushed underfoot, did he still dare to covet the heavens? Banai Hirskov Declining. What you refer to as Bushido could more aptly be described as a performance for the amusement of others. With that, he turned to address the figure behind him. Your companion has perished. Do you not yearn for vengeance? The English player, rendered speechless, stammered in disbelief. Sato, that little imp, is dead so soon. His complexion turned ashen, trembling as he protested. And no, I barely knew him. He wasn't my friend. There's no need for revenge. Moreover, he had no desire to accompany Sato to the grave. Bana Weijer offered no further commentary, perceiving the presence before him as so paralyzed by fear that it lacked even the courage to fight. To him, such a being was unworthy, even of the status of an ant. With a dismissive gesture, he waved lightly in the direction of the English player, and the dense fog was suddenly pierced by a powerful gust. The seemingly gentle wind struck the player's face, and in the next instant, his expression froze. The spark of life in his eyes dissipated like smoke, his pupils dilating. Drip, drip. The English player succumbed to a gruesome death, blood flowing from every orifice. Chapter 19. The Immortal Body, Born of Jason's Hatred. The live stream displayed the announcement of an English player's demise. No one knew the means by which Fan Ma Yongzhiang had brought about his death. He had simply bled from all 7 orifices and perished in a haze of confusion. At this moment, Su Chun seized the opportunity while Jason was preoccupied, standing at the elevator located at the end of the 18th floor corridor. The elevator ascended continuously until it halted with a creak at the 18th floor. Just as Su Chun was about to step inside, he suddenly heard a low, ominous laughter nearby. The smallest unit of strength is the power to assert one's own will. Fan Ma Yongzhiang cast a penetrating gaze towards Su Chun, imbued with an ineffable scrutiny. Upon finishing his words, amidst the astonished stares of all present, he abruptly swung his fist and struck the wall with tremendous force. Boom! Crackle! The wall exploded violently, and a powerful shockwave swiftly spread along its surface. All 10 elevators in a row collapsed and twisted grotesquely, with shards of metal scattering everywhere. Su Chun stumbled back several paces, narrowly avoiding the chaos. Through the smoke, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a pair of exceptionally bright eyes, gazing at him from the shadows. The instigator of this destruction, now at ease, spoke. Only through the baptism of blood can one comprehend the essence of battle. Let me witness the strength of the will you embody. Goodness, what a lunatic. Why is he intervening? If it weren't for his meddling, Su Chun would have escaped by now. Sato Taka from Sakura Country met his demise at his hands. Do not attempt to fathom him with the reasoning of a normal person. Ding! You have gained the favor of Fan Ma Yongzhiang. Points 1,000. A sudden system notification echoed in Su Chun's mind. Simultaneously, a new task prompt appeared on the virtual panel. Time-limited task. The trial of Fan Ma Yongzhiang. Task summary. Your desperate and impressive performance has successfully captured the attention of Fan Ma Yongzhiang. Will you accept this task? The so-called trial entailed Su Chun confronting Jason and battling the immortal monsters of Crystal Lake. It is well known that Fan Ma Yongzhiang is an exceedingly combative martial enthusiast. He possesses no compassion for the weak. He may choose to guide those with the potential to become strong through a rather brutal methodology, akin to his treatment of his own son. His methods are so ruthless that even Spartans would shed tears. Now, with the elevator utterly destroyed, Su Chun found himself with no retreat, compelled to face the challenge head-on. Moreover, should he refuse the trial, given Fan Ma Yongzhiang's nature, he would undoubtedly eliminate him under the pretext of weeding out the weak. Su Chun took a deep breath and swiftly accessed the system shop to perform a tenfold draw on the military supply treasure chest. You have acquired reinforced electric shock gloves, tranquilizer darts, a folding military shovel, magnetic grenades, a titanium baseball bat, thermal imaging goggles, rapid clotting bandages, military boot size 43, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 5 strawberry-flavored compressed biscuits. The items are a mix of good and bad. Unfortunately, there are no firearms. The revolver has only 1 bullet left. The smoke remains thick. Once he donned the thermal imaging goggles, Jason's figure became unmistakably prominent in the fog. Su Chun's left arm had been pierced by a spear, rendering him incapable of exerting any force. As the frenzied Jason approached like a wild beast, Su Chun awkwardly raised his right arm and hurled the magnetic grenade. He quickly took cover behind a barricade made of rubble and elevator debris, crouching low to minimize his exposed surface area. Boom! A tundral explosion erupted, and the shockwave from the grenade instantly dispersed the smoke. The previously cracked walls crumbled like raindrops. At the end of the corridor, Fan Mayang Zyro showed no intention of retreating to safety. He stood there like an insurmountable mountain. Flying shards of metal and stone halted 2 meters away from him, blocked by an invisible force field. Wow, that grenade is incredibly powerful. Surely Jason is dead now? Not yet. Look, he is still alive. What? The echoes of the explosion lingered. The acrid smoke permeated every inch of the space. Su Chun let out a muffled groan. He had underestimated the grenade's power. A warm, sticky sensation spread across his back, blood almost soaking through his clothing. Struggling, Su Chun poked his head out from the debris. The scene before him plunged his spirits into despair. Rip, rip. A dark arm swept away the remnants of flesh from his body. The charred, searing form revealed stark white bones. Jason used the spear as a crutch, slowly rising. One of his legs had been blown off, and his body dripped with filthy blood. His already grotesque visage was now torn apart, resembling a demon clawing its way from the abyss. His labored breaths sounded like a truck revving at full throttle. At this moment, his murderous intent towards Su Chun had reached its zenith. Ding! You have incurred the hatred of Jason Voorhees, gaining 3,000 points. Congratulations. Through your relentless efforts, you have made significant progress with Jason Voorhees. In the next instant, a virtual panel indicating Jason's form appeared before him. Jason Voorhees Bond. Trait: Undying Body 1-5. This framework resembled a jigsaw puzzle. The heart-shaped pattern of the bond represented the level of achievement with the cohabitating character. For instance, if Su Chun could gather 5 hearts, he would unlock the complete trait and fully activate Jason's undying body. A tingling itch spread through Su Chun's left arm. The visibly fractured bones slowly began to mend, vibrant flesh buds continuously growing. The explosion of a grenade at his back had left a thick layer of blood scab. Remarkably, even with just 1/5 of an immortal body, his regenerative abilities were astonishing. Su Chun was taken aback. Equally astonished was the onlooker, Fan Mayang Jiro, who was observing with folded arms. It appears your will has been successfully ignited. He grinned, seemingly attributing the entire scenario to his tests on Su Chun. Su Chun remained silent. It is merely my magnanimity that prevents me from holding a grudge against you. Otherwise, should you truly provoke my ire, I would undoubtedly be exceedingly angry. Thump, thump, thump. Jason's footsteps were heavy, the spear planted into the ground, dragging his battered frame. With each step, he left behind a puddle of murky blood. His recovery speed surpassed Su Chun's by a considerable margin. The left leg, which had been blown off, was regenerating at an astonishing rate. Truly difficult to kill, Su Chun sighed. Bayu, the anesthetic dart, struck Jason's neck with pinpoint accuracy. He paused momentarily before casually tossing the dart aside. His chest heaved violently, breaths coming in rapid succession, akin to a worn-out bellows gasping. His blood-red eyes reflected Su Chun's figure. His thoughts were consumed by one singular notion. At all costs, he must tear this damned little brat to shreds. Chapter 20. A World in Chaos. Life or death. Make your choice. In light of the elimination of players from Sri Lanka, Holland, Germany, Spain, Sakura, and England, the system will impose targeted penalties on the aforementioned 20 nations. The announcement of the penalties blared across the live stream, the blood-red lettering piercing the eyes of every viewer. Among these 20 players, with the exception of the Vietnamese player, the English player was slain by the wrath of Van Mayongzi. The other 18 players met their demise at the hands of Jason. He truly deserves the moniker of the Crystal Lake killing machine. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the universe beyond Blue Star, the devilish Loli made her appearance once more. Her demeanor languid. "Oh dear, this is quite a conundrum," she said, lightly perched upon the lunar surface, her delicate hand resting on her forehead, exuding a sense of exasperation. "Honestly, you bunch of useless scoundrels are nothing but a nuisance. Can't you allow me a moment of peace?" After her moment of disdain, the devilish Loli tilted her head in contemplation. "How shall I punish this wretched pack of curs? with the most adorable of expressions. She uttered words that sent shivers down the spines of billions around the globe. Ah, never mind, a little disaster here and there will suffice. No sooner had she spoken than the live stream screen displayed the results of the impending punishment. Punishment, inducing natural disasters based on the climatic and geographical characteristics of the 20 nations. In an instant, the devilish lowly parted her lips, releasing a strange blood mist that howled toward Blue Star. This mist swiftly divided into 20 currents, cascading down to the respective territories of the 20 nations. Wherever it touched, the heavens darkened. Immediately, calamities ensued. The tropical island nation of Sri Lanka witnessed the sky shrouded in ominous clouds, followed by a violent hurricane accompanied by torrential rain, sweeping through with the force of a landslide. The low-lying nation of Holland faced torrential rains, causing rivers to swell dangerously, unleashing floods that ravaged the cities. In Germany's Alpine region, temperatures plummeted, triggering massive avalanches. Vietnam was struck by a powerful typhoon, inundating vast stretches of farmland and villages along the coast. England faced a similar storm, with torrential downpours flooding the Thames, submerging the subway system, and paralyzing transportation. As for the island nation situated along the Pacific Ring of Fire, Sakura, numerous buildings in the urban areas of Daiban collapsed. Moreover, the earthquakes triggered a massive tsunami, with waves reaching dozens of meters crashing against coastal regions, placing the local nuclear power plant at risk of leakage once again. Nations struggled to cope with the disasters, their citizens in utter despair. All these harrowing scenes were visible to the viewers in the gaming live stream, serving as a stark reminder to the inhabitants of Blue Star not to underestimate the cohabitation game and to take heed. This is nothing short of the apocalypse. It is utterly terrifying. IP. Finland, my family is still in Germany. I just tried calling, and I can't reach them. Oh God, please save them. This is unjust. It is merely the actions of an individual player. Why must all of us bear the consequences? At this moment, international rescue organizations are overwhelmed. The cohabitation game has descended, resulting in the tragic demise of 28 players, signifying the suffering of 28 nations. Each country is preoccupied with its own tribulations and lacks the capacity to assist others. Those nations that have escaped punishment do not fare any better. They share in the collective sorrow. According to the danger assessment of this game, even if the players from their own country are distinguished individuals, their education and wealth do not guarantee their safety. Much depends on sheer luck. Pessimistically, human society may not endure much longer due to this calamity. Meanwhile, the citizens in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream are anxiously watching the battle between Su Chun and Jason. The disparity in their strengths is evident. Logically, given Jason's terrifying prowess, he should easily vanquish Su Chun. Yet, this seemingly frail youth rises swiftly after each defeat, creating distance and persistently evading capture, embodying a resilient spirit and performing what can only be described as a miracle. An immortal body. That is the bond reward Su Chun just obtained. It appears that this so-called bond encompasses more than just conquering extraordinary characters. Even inciting their attention, whether through admiration or animosity, can be regarded as a significant breakthrough. Under the watchful eyes of the Dragon Kingdom's populace, the battered Su Chun retreats while striking. He is akin to a resourceful strategist, constantly producing an array of weapons and items to confront Jason. Wow, he is opening military supply chests while fighting. But where does he acquire such abundant points? I just calculated that after encountering Fan Ma Yongzi, Su Chun garnered an additional 3,000 points from Jason, bringing his total to 5,000 points. After deducting 10 military supply chests, 10 item chests, and 10 skill chests, he has 2,000 points remaining. Regrettably, all 10 skill chests resulted in misses, wasting 1,000 points. Will he win? A citizen of the Dragon Kingdom inquires. The livestream falls into a lengthy silence. They desperately want to proclaim, yes, he will. Yet, from the current battle footage, it appears inevitable that once Su Chun's points are exhausted, he will be left without options, and his demise is merely a matter of time. A fifth-rate version of the immortal body is ultimately no match for the complete version. Even if Jason is reduced to fragments of a hero, he can restore himself after a time. Meanwhile, Su Chun's immortal body can only heal wounds and mend severed limbs. Should he suffer a fatal injury, such as having his head severed or heart extracted, he too would succumb to death. Brothers, quickly tune into the live stream of the resident on the 12th floor. He has finally revealed his true nature. Is it that self-proclaimed Jigsaw old man? I'm not interested. After all, those players are not from our Dragon Kingdom. My sole concern is Su Chun's fate. I hope he triumphs. Oh, if only Su Chun could reach the 11th floor. Uncle Hannibal seems like a good person. On the 15th floor, there exists a vacant room where players from the land of the morning calm are seeking refuge. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor lies a uniquely themed presidential suite. At this moment, the suite has been transformed into a game scene that satisfies the twisted preferences of the player Eldon. As the first to awaken, Eldon's dazed eyes catch sight of the flickering chandelier above. Gradually regaining his senses, he surveys his surroundings with growing terror. The setting resembles a basement, shrouded in dim light and an eerie atmosphere. Struggling to rise, he discovers that his limbs are bound by iron chains, firmly securing him to a metal bed, rendering him immobile. Soon after, 3 players from the realms of Aladai, Winey-Eye, and Jalunbida awaken in succession. Where the hell are we? What happened to that old man? Did you kill him? I don't remember anything. I only recall falling asleep and waking up here, utterly bewildered. They, like Eldon, are imprisoned in this wretched place. Surrounding the metal bed are various bizarre devices, their purposes unknown. Suddenly, a decrepit television across from them crackles to life. After a moment of distortion, the screen reveals a terrifying figure adorned with a white mask. Hello, players. I wish to engage you in a game. Choose your fate, life or death. Chapter 21. The Sinful Judgment Game. Welcome to Hell. The eerie visage of the mechanical puppet Billy materializes upon the television screen. The 4 players, ensnared within this grim setting, turn their gaze towards him, erupting in a cacophony of curses. Damn you, you twisted abomination. Stop your theatrics and release me at once. You perverted old fool. Dare you step forward and face me in a contest of strength? Mr. John Kramer, we have never wronged you. Surely, you can express yourself without resorting to this madness. The mechanical puppet, however, remains impervious to their vitriol, its emotionless, red-lit ocular sensors fixated upon them in silence. Beside the television, an hourglass counts down the moments, its fine grains of sand cascading slowly. After a brief interlude, the insults gradually subside. The puppet finally speaks in a haunting tone. You have squandered 5 precious minutes. Nevertheless, considering this as your inaugural foray into the game, I shall exercise leniency this time. Its laughter resonates with an unsettling mechanical timbre, reminiscent of grinding gears, for it is indeed a creation of the Jigsaw. As you can see, this is my meticulously crafted paradise, with each trap designed in accordance with your myriad transgressions. The puppet activates a switch, and in an instant, the metallic beds restraining the players emit a series of spine-chilling sounds. It then addresses the player named Ollie. I heard you mention that you procured 2 women from the underbelly of society. Is that correct? Upon hearing this, Ollie is momentarily taken aback. What's the deal? Do you want to join in? If you fancy it, just say so. When I get out, I can send you 2 as well. No need to scare me like this. Such brazen remarks and the audacity to equate others with his own base tendencies provoke a surge of murderous intent on the otherwise inscrutable face of Jigsaw, who observes from the shadows. What a despicable individual. The puppet relays Jigsaw's disdain with a tone laced with fury. To commodify living beings for forced transactions is utterly grotesque. For a man of moral integrity who detests wickedness, this behavior is nothing short of madness. At that moment, however, something peculiar occurs with Ollie's lower half. Damn it, are all you Ollie folks this depraved? Even an old man can elicit such a response. The player named Rayla scoffs in disdain. No, I'm straight. I only like women. Ollie is genuinely bewildered, desperately attempting to extinguish the fire within him. Yet, instead of abating, the flames intensify, becoming increasingly pronounced. The effect is more potent than any blue pill he has ever consumed. Wait a minute, old man, did you drug me? The player of the game, relying on past experiences, finally discerned the reason behind the ominous situation. Before he could utter a curse, the mechanism above him abruptly activated. It was a circular saw, with a diameter of half a meter, its edges lined with sharp barbs. The machine buzzed ominously, spinning at high speed and gradually descending towards the player's groin. "You old fool, what are you doing?" The player stammered in terror. At last, the matter at hand was revealed. A chilling laughter emanated from the television screen. Everyone possesses an internal scale to judge good and evil. As I previously mentioned, I intend to enact a simple game based on the transgressions you have committed throughout your lives. No sooner had the words left his lips than Eldon and the others were struck dumb. "Have you lost your mind? We are players engaged in a cohabitation game. Why must we play a game at your behest? Who do you think you are?" The organizer of the cohabitation game. However, at that moment, they had already fallen under the control of the Jigsaw. Despite their trepidation, they were compelled to participate in the game he had devised. Subsequently, the mechanisms for Eldon and the others activated in unison. Above the players Wienerella and Gulunbia, there was a device resembling a shower head, a large transparent jar filled with concentrated sulfuric acid. Additionally, next to their beds stood infusion racks, with tubes connected to the arms of all three players. The purpose of the liquid in the glass bottles remaining unclear. As for Eldon, he occupied the central position, his body ensnared in electrodes. 3 pipes from the metallic bed connected to the devices of the other 3 players. Above him hung a heavy iron plate, and beside his right hand lay an odd remote control resembling a cross. My game is not for amusement, but to cleanse your corrupted souls and to seek justice for those lives you have harmed. Jigsaw began enumerating the sins of the 4. Human trafficking, drug dealing, indifference to the lives of others. All of these they would experience in equal measure. Following this, a mechanical puppet began to explain the rules of the game in a peculiar voice. 1. When the hourglass runs out, if at least one person survives, it'll be deemed a success, allowing them to leave unscathed. 2. Once the game commences, the player will endure the torment of the circular saw. Wienerella and Gulunbia will face the acid shower. 3. Each of the 3 players undergoing punishment will find a button beside their fingers. Pressing it will inject a hallucinogenic drug to alleviate their pain, at the cost of accelerating the damage inflicted by the instruments of torture, hastening their demise. 4. The cross-shaped remote in Eldon's hand signifies that he will assume the role of Jesus, bearing the suffering for the other 3. The 3 buttons on the crucifix remote represent the 3 tormented players. When the other 3 are unable to bear the suffering, they may call for aid from Eldon. By pressing the button, the activation of the torture devices can be halted. However, this action subjects Eldon to the torment of electrical currents from the electrodes affixed to him. Releasing the button ceases the current, yet the corresponding player continues to endure their punishment. Should Eldon disregard the distress signal, the iron spikes suspended above will gradually descend, eventually sealing their fate in death. Thus, the 4 must strategize meticulously. First, they must calculate the time until the hourglass runs out, then cooperate to minimize the cost, adjusting each other's duration of punishment. By doing so, they might all have a chance to escape alive, achieving a semblance of victory. Nevertheless, each individual will inevitably suffer, emerging from this ordeal far from unscathed. Moreover, the orchestrator of this grim game is none other than a Jigsaw, forcing the sinners to confront their own transgressions, enduring suffering as a path to redemption or demise. This is the core philosophy I adhere to. The mechanical puppet spoke slowly. Regrettably, the preparation time was too brief. Otherwise, I could have devised even more intriguing challenges for you. This game, conceived and arranged in merely 5 minutes, though somewhat rudimentary, is tailored to their own sins, merging psychological and physiological torment. It serves not only as a physical trial, but also as a profound interrogation of humanity. Welcome to my hell. Let the game commence. Chapter 22. More terrifying than demons and gods is the human heart. The circular saw emitted a chilling hum as it began its slow descent. The player, Ali, was gripped by terror. A fierce instinct for survival drove him to thrash wildly, yet he was ensnared by iron chains that firmly bound his limbs, rendering escape impossible. No, please. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead. his eyes filled with despair. Simultaneously, the shower apparatus above the heads of the players, Waynarula and Galunbia, abruptly activated. Hissing sounds echoed as concentrated sulfuric acid rained down like fine droplets. Their garments were eroded by the corrosive liquid, the fabric carbonizing, filling the air with a nauseating burnt odor. Soon after, the acid made contact with their skin, inflicting excruciating pain that felt as if it could bring them back from the brink of death. "Damn it, you're serious. It's indeed sulfuric acid," they cursed, their faces contorted in agony as they writhed on the metallic bed. In a moment of desperation, their hands inadvertently brushed against a button. Suddenly, a recollection struck them. There was a hallucinogenic drug to alleviate their suffering. Almost in unison, they pressed the switch. Instantly, the infusion bottle began to drip, sending the liquid coursing into their veins. What was once unbearable pain from the acid soon transformed into expressions of rapture. "Wow, this potion is potent. 10 times better than anything I've sold," Waynarula exclaimed, reveling in the sensation. "If we were outside, this vial would easily fetch tens of thousands of dollars." Galunbia remarked with genuine admiration. Their seasoned backgrounds as drug dealers shone through. Even in the face of death, their minds were consumed by trivial business matters. However, as the hallucinogenic drug entered their systems, the spray of sulfuric acid intensified. It was akin to a frog slowly boiling in water. The deeper they sank into this plight, the closer they drew to death. Witnessing this, the player Aiden felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He glanced at the hourglass beside the television, quickly calculating the time in his mind. His gaze then fixated on the iron spikes overhead, which loomed like the sword of Damocles, threatening to claim his life at any moment. The demise of others left Aiden unfazed. His staunch belief in Judaism was steeped in exclusivity, rooted in the notion that his people were the chosen ones. According to the extreme ideologies of Judaism, blessings were reserved for Jewish believers, and heaven was exclusively for them. In the eyes of his kin, other races were mere slaves, unworthy of sharing their fate. Even if the 3 other players met a gruesome end before him, Aiden would remain unwavering. Yet, the irony lay in the fact that Aiden was embodying the very figure rejected by Judaism, Jesus, following the rules set forth by the jigsaw. A disregard for life would undoubtedly seal his fate. At this moment, Ollie watched in horror as the cutting machine neared his groin. The effects of the potion fed by the old man were far too potent, leaving him in a state of unyielding rigidity. Buzz. The serrated circular saw drew nearer with each passing second. He could distinctly feel the gusts of wind generated by its spinning blades. His manhood was on the verge of being severed, and the Austrian player panicked completely. "Eldon, save me," he screamed in desperation. "Damn it, you idiot." Eldon roared in fury. Even the players suffering under the torment of acid, Waynarula and Galunbia, Haven T cried for help yet. "You Haven T even been hurt. What are you screaming for?" Clang. Because Eldon ignored the plea, the spiked iron panel above descended another notch. "Bastard." Eldon seethed, his murderous intent palpable. "Listen to me first." The hourglass indicated less than 10 minutes remained. "Endure for a while longer. Don't call for help unless you absolutely can't take it. Only then will I step in to share the burden." This was the optimal strategy Eldon had devised in this dire situation. "Enough of your bullshit." The Austrian player was having none of it. "It's not your balls on the line. You're sitting there unharmed, spouting nonsense. Save me, damn it now." The circular saw was now less than 10 centimeters from his groin. "Stupid fool," Eldon muttered under his breath. Reluctantly, he pressed the button bearing the Austrian player's photo. In an instant, a violent surge of electricity coursed through the electrodes. It felt like millions of ants gnawing at his flesh. Eldon convulsed violently, every muscle in his body spasming under the electric torture. Meanwhile, the saw above the Austrian player halted. He exhaled in relief. "Thanks, brother. You have to keep holding it. Don't let go, or my junk is done for." ZZZZT. ZZZZT. Eldon, writhing in agony, lasted barely 10 seconds before his grip faltered. Buzz. The saw descended again. "Eldon, you press it. Press it now." The Austrian player shrieked in terror. Grind, squelch." The spinning blade finally made contact with the rigid iron rod. In an instant, blood sprayed. The rod was whittled down to a needle. His trousers were drenched in a horrifying crimson. Eldon, I'll kill you. The Austrian player shattered. A man who had once reveled in lust now found himself stripped of his manhood forever. Humiliation and agony intertwined as he frantically slammed the button beside his right hand. A hallucinogen flooded his veins, dulling the pain, but the saw only accelerated. Clang! Clang! Two deafening crashes struck like hammers against Eldon's heart. The iron spike plate descended another 2 segments, the shadow of death gradually enveloping him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the player trapped in the corrosive acid watched helplessly as his flesh dissolved under the relentless assault, sheer terror forcing him to cry out for salvation. Eldon, forget that damned fool. Save me first. And me. Another player shrieked, his voice laced with desperation. This hallucinogen might be potent, but I don't want to die yet. Get me the hell out of here. This was the worst possible scenario for Eldon. If he hesitated any longer, the iron spikes would continue their merciless descent. By his calculations, the moment the plate fully lowered, he would be impaled in an instant. Filthy vermin. All 3 of you deserve death. Trapped in this dire predicament, Eldon placed the cross-shaped remote on the metal slab. With gritted teeth, he slammed his palm down, pressing all 3 buttons simultaneously. ZZZZT. A surge of triple-strength electricity coursed through his body. Eldon convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back, foam frothing at his mouth. The circular saw and acid spray halted momentarily. But before the players could exhale in relief, the acid resumed its agonizing downpour, and the saw resumed its gruesome work. Ah, Eldon, hold it down, damn it. Useless swine. Fuck, I can see my own bones. If you don't save me now, this acid will finish me. Clang, clang, clang. The iron spikes descended relentlessly, now perilously close to Eldon. At this moment, he was utterly consumed by despair. Go on, struggle all you want. If I die, none of you will live. With a deranged grin, Eldon hurled the cross-shaped remote into the air. Crash! It struck the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 23. The Sinner and the Juror. The death arbitration of humanity, the 3 inept allies proved utterly unreliable. Eldon's last flicker of hope was extinguished, prompting him to relinquish his futile struggles. Witnessing him discard the crucifix remote, the 3 players were momentarily stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. Soon, however, their shock morphed into rage as they unleashed a torrent of curses. You wretched Jew, are you intent on our demise? I swear, even in death, I shall not spare you. Ha! Even if we perish, it shall be you who meets your end first. In their torment, the 3 players collectively cried out to Eldon. This outcry only precipitated the relentless descent of the iron spike board. In that moment of forsaking the crucifix remote, Eldon had foreseen the predicament that now unfolded. The selfish genes embedded deep within human nature rendered the 4 unfamiliar individuals incapable of collaboration. Rather than succumbing to the frustration of those 3 foolish dogs, he chose to embrace death with equanimity, seeking to bring this ordeal to a swift conclusion. Indeed, what is more terrifying than the hearts of men? The mechanical voice of the automaton echoed mockingly from the television. Clang! At this instant, the iron spike board had descended before Eldon. He let out a sinister laugh, his visage contorted into an expression of grotesque malice. God favors his faithful. Even in death, he shall guide me to paradise. Eldon murmured softly before turning his gaze upon the 3 players, his eyes brimming with malice. I curse you sinners. In death, you shall descend into hell. Amen. With the final prayer uttered, Eldon closed his eyes. Clang! The resounding sound of the concluding chapter reverberated. The heavy iron spike board fell. In an instant, Eldon's entire being was pierced, compressed into a grotesque pulp. Blood erupted like a fountain, spilling through the crevices of the metallic bed, spreading across the floor and forming a pool of crimson. The soft sound of the hourglass grains falling echoed persistently. Approximately 7 minutes remained before the game, orchestrated by the jigsaw, would conclude. With Jesus dead, no one would bear the burden of their suffering. The torment persisted, leaving the 3 players to await their demise in silence, enveloped in agony. Life often breeds ingratitude, but not for you. Not anymore. The mechanical automaton cast a mockingly glancing towards Eldon's bed. At that moment, the desperate player, grasping at the last vestiges of hope, cried out to the television, "I was wrong, truly wrong. Please forgive me." Hardly had the words left his lips when the players, Ollie and Wayne, joined in their pleas for mercy. "Spare my life, and I would willingly serve you like a beast." Indeed, with Eldon's demise, they implored for the cessation of further innocent suffering. In that instant, their previous bravado had evaporated, replaced by sheer terror, only out a desperate plea for survival. You do not merely comprehend your wrongdoing. Rather, you are acutely aware of the impending death that awaits you. The automaton shook its head. Is it helplessness you feel? Is it anguish? At long last, you have completed the most vital piece of the puzzle of existence, that is, the instinct to survive. The flickering screen of an old television briefly illuminates the room. The automaton then shifted its tone, speaking with profound sincerity. Relying on others will never save you. Only through self-rescue can you attain redemption. Just as the innocent lives you have directly or indirectly harmed once endured this very despair. The mocking voice resonated like a death knell in the hearts of the three. Have you ever harbored even a shred of compassion for them? Have you ever spared them, even once? The automaton's voice echoed in the basement, lingering in the air. The three players, tormented by torture, were now delirious under the influence of hallucinogens, only capable of mumbling pleas for mercy. At that moment, the figure in the control room, the Jigsaw, suddenly expressed surprise. Another pair of guests had arrived. He observed the two players who appeared out of thin air on the monitor, gently swaying their wine glasses. Jesus is dead. A new Messiah will be born. Jigsaw took a sip of red wine and leisurely pressed the mechanism. At this juncture, in the presidential suite on the 12th floor, the newly arrived players hailed from Indonesia and Cambodia. Huh, the white swine of the rich nation must be fuming. The Cambodian player chuckled. He and the Indonesian player had previously received an invitation from Jigsaw. Upon reaching the 17th floor, the residents had not responded. Witnessing Jason's pursuit and the subsequent demise of the Grapeseed player, they remembered the teleportation device. Just as the Indonesian player was about to reply, suddenly, crack, crack, the floor mechanism activated, precisely locking iron shackles around their ankles. Subsequently, as the floor shifted behind them, two electric chairs emerged. Without granting the duo a moment to react, they were forcefully seated. At that moment, the mechanisms of the electric chairs were triggered, binding them tightly with iron chains. What is happening? The Indonesian player was utterly bewildered. With a violent jolt, the electric chairs began to gradually descend towards the basement. Hearing the commotion from above, the three players undergoing torture struggled to raise their heads and look up. Thud! Thud! The two electric chairs landed simultaneously. The newly arrived players scanned their surroundings in terror. At this moment, they found themselves on a high platform, perfectly positioned for the three players to observe them clearly. Meanwhile, one wall of the basement suddenly swung open. The automaton, Billy, stood on a cable car, slowly alighting on the lift platform where the Indonesian and Cambodian players were situated. Ignoring their doubts, he turned slowly, gazing down from his elevated position at the three players, who appeared to be on the brink of collapse. The game commenced anew, bearing the title judgment. He clapped his hands and gestured towards the two players strapped to the electric chair. The new rules were as follows. 1. The players from the Ink Nation and Cambodia were designated as the sinners. 2. The three players enduring the torturous fates of the chicken cutting and acid dousing were deemed the jurors. 3. The sinners possessed the right to defend themselves, choosing to either lie or confess their transgressions. 4. The jurors, through careful observation, would discern the truth. Should they identify a lie, the sinner would suffer in the electric chair, while the jurors' tortures would momentarily cease. 5. If the sinners successfully defended themselves, they would be acquitted. A misjudgment by the jurors would result in continued punishment. 6. The verdict. Guilty. They are both guilty. Before the rules could be fully articulated, the player from Aladi eagerly shouted. The automaton nodded, validating the testimony of Juror 1. In the next instant, the electric chair crackled with electricity, causing the players from the Ink Nation and Cambodia to convulse violently. Meanwhile, the Aladi player, bloody below, was pleasantly surprised to find the whirring cutting machine had halted. The players from Wei Nerui and Guluan Baya quickly joined in the accusations. These two little monkeys are clearly up to no good. I've seen him. He hails from a notorious Ink nation. Undoubtedly a human trafficker. Another trial of humanity had begun. The figure behind the curtain, the jigsaw, felt a sense of ennui. It seemed that you had yet to grasp the essence of life. He gently set down his wine glass and let out a soft chuckle. However, it is only in moments of life and death that individuals make their most authentic choices that often reveal the depths of one's soul. The jigsaw turned his gaze to the surveillance screen, where the two players, standing in for Eldon, endured the electric torture. The truth will set you free. Leaving behind a legacy and living a life worthy of remembrance is indeed a form of fortune. Two flowers bloom, each expressing its own beauty. At this moment, on the 19th floor, damn it, why won't the door open? Justin, have you forgotten to eat? Knock harder. At the elevator, the American player Kobe and the Australian player Tyler urged on. After a series of vigorous knocks from the Canadian player Justin, the door of the 19th floor resident finally swung open. Chapter 24, How Delightful. It's a compatriot. We are doomed. At the same time, the elevator doors on the other end unexpectedly halted at the 19th floor, revealing 3 players of African descent. They hailed from various nations in Africa. Earlier, they had parted ways with 4 players, Great Bud, Rishi, India Inc., and Cambodia, on the 17th floor. However, an unexpected incident occurred during the ascent of the elevator. A perplexing malfunction arose. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from outside the 18th floor, reminiscent of a fierce battle. Fortunately, luck was on their side. The emergency mechanism of the Huandu Hotel elevator activated just in time. Thus, they precariously yet safely landed on the 19th floor. Ah, there is someone here. It seems to be Kobe. Brew. What are you doing here? You 3, shut up. Now is not the time for chit-chat. Kobe retorted irritably. Then, they noticed the large door at the end of the corridor slowly creaking open. Kobe lowered his voice. They're coming. Taylor, be ready to retreat at a moment's notice if things go awry. Okay, Taylor replied, his body tense with anticipation. At that moment, Justin's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the imposing figure before him. Illustration of the compatriot is as follows. Dressed in an eye-catching blue superhero costume adorned with a red cape, the figure scrutinized Justin with a furrowed brow. The gaze was akin to that of someone observing an irritating fly. Super. Justin's mind went blank. The sense of impending doom that had once engulfed him evaporated in an instant. Unexpected fortune had graced him. He had indeed encountered a superhero capable of salvation. His lips trembled, rendering him incapable of uttering a single coherent word. Bang! The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Faintly, Justin seemed to hear muffled curses emanating from behind the door. Surely, I must have misheard. How could such a noble being as a superhero utter profanities? Wait, that fool is still alive? Kobe exclaimed in disbelief, hastily calling out, Justin, who is it behind the door? It's super. Are you trying to make me lose my mind? Did you forget your voice at home? It must be Superman, right? Taylor inquired. Yes, Justin cried joyously, tears of relief streaming down his face. Wonderful, it's Superman. We are saved. Upon hearing this, Kobe and the others rushed forward. Slap! Kobe swiftly delivered a stinging blow to Justin's face. You ignorant fool. Why didn't you say so sooner? Justin stammered, feeling utterly wronged. He had intended to speak, but upon seeing Superman, his excitement had overwhelmed him, leaving him unable to control his emotions. Moreover, Superman had closed the door the moment they met, offering him no opportunity to voice his thoughts. It is undoubtedly your cowardly demeanor that is too conspicuous. Hence the disinterest towards your worthless self. Kobe ridiculed him with a few quips, then confidently pressed the doorbell. Creak! Once more, the door to the 19th floor swung open. The figure that emerged stood tall and imposing, truly reminiscent of the superhuman described in comics. Oh wow, Superman's splendid, they exclaimed. Haha, greetings, Superman. I hail from the great continent of Africa. I am from Liberia, and my father is a chieftain. Since childhood, I've been enamored with American culture. Instantly, The three African players activated the latent talents of song and dance within their souls, chattering joyfully as they introduced themselves. Fuck. The native frowned, his brows knitting into a shape, inwardly cursing, encountering brainless fans again. Observing the three of them, Kobe felt a wave of embarrassment on their behalf, as they appeared utterly naive. Yes, they shared the same racial background, yet he was a native-born American black. In terms of social hierarchy, he was a person of the stars and stripes, distinctly above these three simpletons on the biological chain. Sometimes, the discrimination among blacks can be even more pronounced than that which they receive from whites. Greetings, Mr. Superman. I come from the world's beacon, America. Kobe proudly declared his identity, extending his dark hand in a friendly gesture. America? The native pondered, shouldn't it be America instead? He glanced at Kobe's large hand, the disdain evident in his expression. And I am not called Superman. You shall refer to me as Native. Native? This term was unfamiliar to them. Kobe and his companions exchanged glances, a wave of confusion washing over them. What exactly was amiss? Oh no. Kobe seemed to realize something, inwardly lamenting the situation. Judging by the nickname, could this version of Superman be associated with MAGA? That is, Make America Great Again, a slogan of the conservative faction. It is well known that supporters of the American conservative movement are often a group of rednecks who have never shown fondness for blacks. Is there a problem? The native raised his head, his gaze coldly surveying the six players. This haughty demeanor was akin to a dragon looking down upon ants. Ah, there's indeed a matter, Kobe quickly signaled to Taylor. Although Taylor hailed from Australia, he was at least white. To Kobe, conversing with someone from the MAGA faction, even a white person of a different nationality, seemed more effective than engaging with a local black. Thus, Taylor cleared his throat and articulated their purpose. They merely wished to express that the Illusory City Hotel felt exceedingly perilous, and according to the rules of their cohabitation game, they had visited several extraordinary characters, each time narrowly escaping with their lives. Fortunately, the heavens do not forsake those who toil earnestly. At long last, we have encountered the legendary savior, or rather, the most illustrious talent of our great nation. We implore you to assist us, foolish mortals. To their astonishment, the impatience etched upon the visage of the national representative became increasingly apparent under the watchful gazes of the crowd. His eyes, sharp as a frostbitten blade, swept disdainfully across the assembly, as if they were mere refuse. Do not squander my precious time. I have no leisure for your childish games. A cold snort escaped his nostrils. Such demeanor surpassed the expectations of Kobe and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely a semblance of friendly admonition from the national representative, who was in a relatively good mood after receiving flattery. Had it been otherwise, he would have dispatched them without hesitation. In the current moment, the audience from the United States, observing the live broadcast, shared their confusion. Is this Superman a counterfeit? How can he speak so disrespectfully? It is Superman's duty to save humanity. What is his attitude? Even if he is a knockoff, the national representative, by the very meaning of his title, should regard the United States as his homeland. Why does he refuse to aid his fellow countrymen? Is it perhaps due to racial prejudice against Kobe because he is black? Kobe and his companions echoed these sentiments. Witnessing the object of their desperate pleas preparing to depart, urgency swept over them, prompting a wave of moral coercion. If you turn a blind eye to our plight, will you not fear the ridicule that will ensue? Indeed, if you cannot even extend a helping hand in such a trivial matter, what sort of superhero are you? If you refuse to assist me, I shall take to the internet daily to berate you. Let us see how that affects you. HM, the national representative's countenance darkened ominously. Are you commanding me? Chapter 25. The most terrifying allies are those who speak without thought. The individual from the homeland articulated each word deliberately, and his icy gaze swept over the crowd. In an instant, it felt as though the temperature in the corridor plummeted to freezing point, the air seemingly suspended in time. At that moment, to Kobe and the other five, the figure before them resembled not a mere person, but a volcano on the brink of eruption. The formidable aura radiating from the Homelander was so oppressive that it left everyone gasping for breath. My apologies, that was not our intention. Taylor, a man of keen intellect, maintained his composure amidst the tension. As he offered his apology, he discreetly gestured to Kobe and the others, urging them to acquiesce quickly. Although Kobe felt a pang of resentment, he recognized that this was not the moment for bravado. "Forgive me, for I am a black man unfamiliar with the customs of your people. I implore your magnanimity not to hold it against me." He mimicked the bowing of his Japanese counterparts, bending at a 90-degree angle in a show of contrition. The other players followed suit, their seemingly sincere apologies laden with veiled hostility, underscoring terms associated with racial discrimination. However, to the exceedingly arrogant Homelander, his disdain was not limited to any one race. He equally disparaged all weaker beings. "Do not fret. I shall protect you." He flashed a signature insincere smile, adding, "but only when I deem it appropriate." With that, he slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. "Disgraceful!" Kobe spat in contempt. "I would wager he harbors a deep-seated prejudice against black individuals." His gaze instinctively shifted towards the three men from Africa. "It's your fault, you three. Do you even understand your own station? You dared to engage him. And look where it has led us. Now Superman has abandoned us." The three men exchanged glances, their heads bowed in shame. Kobe rubbed his lower back and, straightening up, muttered curses under his breath. "Damn it, the Japanese way of apologizing is unbearable. Are they all masochists? Always bowing or kneeling?" He suddenly recalled that wretched Sato, who had run away faster than a black man when confronted by Jason. "What do we do now?" Justin scratched his head, suggesting, "Shall we continue exploring upstairs?" "Not a chance," Kobe retorted angrily. "Justin, you fool, did your mother throw you away and raise the placenta instead? What if we encounter another twisted freak like the liquor girl or Jason? Who is going to protect me? You? You just cry and wet your pants." "Enough," Taylor interjected, seeking to mediate. "Our immediate priority is to descend quickly. We cannot linger here. Let us return to the fourth-floor room to regroup for a moment." However, considering their nearly depleted points, if they lacked funds for lodging the next day, they might meet the same fate as the fallen players from India. After a brief discussion among the 6 players, they came to a consensus, deciding to take the elevator to the 10th floor's leisure hall to collect a task and earn some points. They were astonished to discover that all the elevators were out of order. What a useless elevator, failing at such a crucial moment, Kobe exclaimed, pounding on the elevator doors, his agitation intensifying. "It must be the malfunction from earlier," the player from Gangbia explained, recounting their harrowing experience in the elevator. Now they were in a predicament. Taylor furrowed his brow. Without the elevator, they could not descend. The critical issue was that after searching the surroundings, they found no stairway. They were trapped on the 19th floor. "Why don't we knock on a door?" suggested the player from Libya, pointing towards the door at the end of the corridor. "We could plead, and perhaps the superhero will take us in until the elevator is repaired." "Superhero, you say?" He specifically stated he is called the Countryman. Kobe retorted, sitting down at the elevator entrance, adopting a sarcastic tone. "Look at what he said. Don't worry, I will protect you. But only at the right moment." What on earth does the right moment mean? Did his mother die in childbirth? Am I supposed to wait until the end of the world? Your child is dead, and you come to nurse him. It must be said, Kobe was exceptionally skilled at stirring the pot, coupled with the looming threat of death. Everyone was on edge, their anxiety palpable. The conversation naturally shifted to the indifferent Countryman. "I risked my life to come up here just to find him. Did you all see his attitude? TMD, who does he think he is? Does the entire universe revolve around him? Right? If it weren't for the time wasted visiting him, we might have already descended in the elevator. A cold-hearted, selfish bastard. Finally, we see his true colors. What superhero? He is less useful than toilet paper for wiping my backside." The 6 of them grew increasingly animated in their insults, particularly the 3 players from Africa, in a bid to appease Kobe, mimicked various crude gestures to ridicule the Countryman. Suddenly, BAM, the door to the 19th floor exploded open, scattering debris everywhere. Entering was the irate Countryman. "You all seem to be enjoying your little insults." The words were forced through clenched teeth, the volume piercing and jarring, causing pain in everyone's eardrums. Kobe and the other 5 turned in sheer terror. There stood the Countryman, suspended in mid-air, his red cape billowing as if caught in a fiery blaze, accentuating his twisted, furious visage. "Bro, calm down," Taylor smirked nervously. "We weren't talking about you. You must have misheard." Internally, he cursed the foolishness of Kobe and the others. The 6 players clearly had not anticipated that they were quite far from the door. Moreover, the soundproofing of the VIP floor is remarkable. How could that man, who calls himself a patriot, hear anything? Such hearing is preposterous, is it not? With a cold smirk, the patriot swiftly approached Taylor. He first pointed to his own ear, declaring, "I am not deaf. I heard every word you uttered clearly." In an instant, a sharp crack echoed, and Taylor's head was effortlessly severed, tossed carelessly to the ground. Poor Taylor, his demise was utterly unjust. He was undeniably the calmest among the 6. Yet he met such a humiliating end. This exemplifies the adage, one fears not a godlike adversary, but rather a pig-like ally. "Wait, do not act rashly," Kobe exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. He hastily shouted, "While we may have erred initially, it was unintentional on our part, and you, as a superhero combating evil, have the duty to protect us ordinary individuals. You do not possess the authority to slay the innocent." The joy he had expressed earlier was now eclipsed by sheer fear. With great power comes great responsibility? The patriot mocked with a laugh. Wrong. With great power comes greater authority. He cast a menacing gaze upon the remaining 5 players, his murderous intent boiling over, the heat radiating from his laser-like eyes making the surrounding air stifling. "I am the architect of the rules. I shall do as I please. You little bastards, perish." Chapter 26, The Elbow Strike That Caused a Crash. Let fireworks bloom, Kobe. We're doomed. This petty imitation of Superman is clearly determined to wipe us out. Kobe swallowed hard as he stared at Taylor's headless corpse, realizing that begging for mercy would be futile. There's no choice but to fight. "What the hell are you 3 idiots standing around for? He killed our brother. Don't just stand there. Avenge Taylor." Though the 3 men from the Black Continent had no idea who Taylor was and had only just met Kobe, their minds went blank in panic. As if possessed, they obeyed Kobe's command, trembling as they tightened their grips on their weapons and took shaky steps toward Homelander. Whoosh! A high-temperature beam shot out, and the outcome was predictable. The 3 men didn't even have time to react before the laser sliced them in half at the waist. Blood pooled across the ground as they writhed in agony, their screams filling the air. Motherf! A bone-chilling dread surged through Kobe. Without hesitation, he abandoned his allies and turned to flee. "Trying to run?" Homelander sneered, his heat vision locked onto Kobe's legs. Whoosh! Ah! A blood-curdling shriek tore from Kobe's throat as his thick, muscular legs were severed from his body. Flesh and bone instantly carbonized under the scorching heat, turning into charred remnants. His upper body collapsed like a broken puppet, slamming hard onto the ground. Squelch! 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 Homelander strolled leisurely, crushing the skulls of the 3 men underfoot, ending their suffering for good. "I'll fight you to the death." Half of Kobe remained, gritting through the pain as he shakily pulled a fragmentation grenade from his belt, a final, desperate act. Just as his fingers brushed the pin, Homelander materialized before him like a phantom. One hand closed around Kobe's throat, lifting him effortlessly as if he weighed nothing. Struggling was pointless. The grenade clattered to the floor. "Ha!" The laugh was a demon-esque whisper. Homelander raised his foot and lightly pressed down. Crack! The floor shattered. The grenade, jolted by the impact, flew into the air, only to land perfectly in Homelander's other hand. If perfection were rated out of 100, that move would score a 99. The last point was withheld, lest Homelander grow too proud. "Bro, listen to me." Kobe forced out the words, his voice hoarse from the chokehold. "I've admired Superman since I was a kid. You've always been the hero in my heart." Homelander paused, intrigued, eager to savor the terror in the eyes of a doomed man. But Kobe's words were faint. Mid-sentence, his arm snapped up. "Take this elbow strike." Thud! He had tried to deceive, to ambush. Yet Kobe's signature elbow strike, the move he prided himself on, landed on Homelander's face and did nothing. Even less than the sting of a mosquito, the harm inflicted could hardly be deemed significant, verging on negligible. "Who bestowed upon you the audacity to retaliate against me?" The patriotic figure tilted his head slightly, and the playful smile that once graced his lips abruptly froze. A series of sharp cracks echoed as this audacious wretch had his arm twisted into a grotesque shape. "I implore you in my life," Kobe cried out in agony, tears streaming down his face. The courage he had feigned melted away like snow under the sun. "Would you like to see fireworks?" It appeared to be a question, yet it was rather a proclamation. Under Kobe's horrified gaze, the patriot snapped his jaw with a brutal crack and forcefully stuffed a fragmentary grenade into his mouth. "Ew, sobi." Kobe's eyes widened in despair as he fervently shook his head. Bang! The patriot delivered a crushing elbow strike, shattering Kobe's face. The grenade, propelled by the impact, was inadvertently swallowed by Kobe. "It seems I neglected to pull your safety pin." The patriot shrugged his shoulders, mockingly stating, "But it matters not. As long as the heat is sufficient, the fireworks shall still bloom." Whoosh crash! The patriot seized Kobe and, like a projectile, smashed through the corridor window. The wind howled, ascending towards the heavens. "It's about time," the patriot whispered with a sinister chuckle in Kobe's ear. "It is time to put a period to your pitiful existence." No sooner had the words left his lips than he flung Kobe upwards. Half of Kobe spiraled through the air. Then, the patriot's eyes emitted two beams of searing light, precisely striking their target. Boom! The grenade within Kobe detonated simultaneously, flames soaring into the sky as he disintegrated into countless fragments. Blood and flesh scattered amidst the flames, truly resplendent like fireworks. The patriot savored the moment before suddenly glancing down at the corner of the 19th floor corridor of the Illusion City Hotel. There's still a fish that slipped through the net. His eyes penetrated through layers of buildings, locking onto Justin's location with fierce intensity. The patriot's gaze was not only capable of emitting high-temperature laser beams, but also possessed extraordinary might and X-ray vision. Furthermore, his senses, speed, and physical resilience were all of a superhuman caliber. Even from such heights, he could observe Justin's every movement with clarity, even noticing the marijuana leaf tattoo on his arm and hearing his rapid breaths and racing heartbeat. "I almost forgot about you." The corners of the patriot's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of cruel amusement. "Thinking of escaping? It wouldn't be that easy." Time rewinds to 5 minutes ago, on the 18th floor, where Fan Ma Yongzi resided. At this moment, under the anxious gaze of billions of citizens from the Dragon Country, the battle between Su Chun and Jason had reached its conclusion. Amidst the swirling smoke, the corridor lay in ruins. The horrific scene was nearly unbearable to behold. Cough, cough, Su Chun slumped against the shattered wall, utterly spent. He yearned to rise, yet every ounce of strength had ebbed away. His left leg was severed at the root, the wound a grotesque amalgamation of blood and flesh. His body bore numerous fractures, splintered bones protruding grotesquely from his skin. Blood had long since pooled upon the ground, congealed in a dark embrace. At that moment, Su Chun resembled a broken marionette, each slightest movement igniting excruciating pain that pierced his very soul. In stark contrast, Jason fared no better. His menacing form was riddled with an array of weapons and implements. A pitchfork pierced through his chest, a bayonet embedded in his abdomen, while a combat knife and an axe were lodged in his shoulders. The ground around him was littered with shattered tools and instruments. Most peculiarly, a thick, purple emotion was stuffed into Jason's mouth, resembling a club. All of these afflictions had been drawn from the military supply crate and the item chest by Su Chun. At present, his points had been entirely depleted, and his stamina was utterly exhausted, leaving him with no recourse. Thud, thud, thud. With heavy steps, Jason wheezed, his voice a low, guttural murmur. Then, with a fierce resolve, he bit through the purple emotion, swallowing it whole with a guttural gulp. He extended his large, dark hand towards Su Chun's collar. Chapter 27. The weak? The ants? The great mind, truly romantic. Roars akin to a beast echoed relentlessly through the corridor. Jason's eyes widened in fury as he glared intensely at the cunning rascal who should have perished long ago. His gaze brimmed with resentment, palpable as it enveloped Su Chun, creating an atmosphere of chilling dread. Bang! Su Chun, with great effort, raised his hand adorned with electromagnetic gauntlets and landed a punch on him, accompanied by a crackling of electricity. It struck Jason's face, barely causing a twitch in his facial muscles. After multiple recoveries from injuries, Jason seemed to have transformed into an even stronger version of himself. Su Chun then retrieved a titanium alloy baseball bat from a system space, summoning every ounce of strength to swing it mercilessly towards Jason's head. Clang! Jason slightly tilted his head, rendering the impact nearly negligible. In stark contrast, the resilient baseball bat was left dented and distorted. Crack! Jason promptly snapped Su Chun's arm, causing the bat to clatter to the ground. A pained sigh escaped Su Chun's lips as he cast a hurried glance at his system inventory. Signal booster, individual rations, a box of chocolate, multifunctional tactical flashlight, military first aid kit, quick coagulation bandage, size 43 military boots, bottled water X3, strawberry-flavored compressed biscuits X5. Oh dear, nothing of use left. Su Chun forced a smile. Then, under the astonished gazes of Jason, Yamamoto Waijur, and billions of viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, he extracted a piece of strawberry-flavored compressed biscuit and slowly began to chew. The crumbs mixed with blood trickled down his chin. With trembling resolve, he raised his right hand, intending to display an obscene gesture. Unfortunately, both his middle and ring fingers had long since broken. Thus, he pressed his thumb against his palm and offered Jason a solitary pinky finger. Is that all? He smirked tauntingly. Hiss! A collective gasp resonated from the billions watching the live stream. Meanwhile, at the end of the corridor, Yamamoto Waijur, arms crossed, chuckled sinisterly. To act knowingly against the odds. Is this your will? Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the timed mission Yamamoto Waijur's trial. Points 2,500. Ding! You have earned the admiration of Yamamoto Waijur. Points 3,500. The bond has made significant progress, successfully activating the character's trait. The severed fingers slid down Jason's forehead to his lips, where a crimson tongue unfurled to lick it before crunching it between jagged teeth with sickening snaps. Huff, buzz, huff, buzz. In this intimate face-to-face encounter, Jason's chest heaved like a broken bellows, the sound grating against the ears. In his dazed state, Su Chun seemed to see Jason's mouth twist into a grotesque grin, revealing blood-stained fangs. A smile so hideous it surpassed the ugliness of weeping. But soon, it would all be over. Keep your revolting antics for your mother to behold. Su Chun might have spat, had his face not been pulverized the next instant with a thunderous impact. His nose collapsed, teeth scattered like broken pearls, and blood gushed forth in rivulets. Jason, now utterly deranged, harbored a hatred for Su Chun beyond anyone's imagination. Death would be too merciful an end for this wretch who dared mock him repeatedly. No, he would drag this fool through excruciating torment before casting him into hell's abyss. Gah! Su Chun vomited a mouthful of foul blood laced with visceral fragments as Jason ruthlessly wrenched out one of his ribs. Thud! Jason discarded Su Chun's broken form onto the ground like refuse. The flickering dim lights painted the scene with endless dread as Jason noisily sucked the remaining flesh from the rib. Then, gripping the bare bone, he drove it into Su Chun's mouth, stirring, piercing, withdrawing, and stabbing anew in a relentless cycle, determined to reduce that mocking mouth to unrecognizable pulp. My God, have they gone mad? The audience shuddered at this brutal spectacle. Alongside their creeping horror surged white-hot outrage. Monster, if you want to kill him, just do it. Why torture Su Chun like this? I can't take this anymore. Jason, you damned bastard. Rot in hell. Everyone calm down. We're not in the game. We can't help Su Chun now. Our priority is preparing for the penalty our nation will face after his sacrifice. How tedious. Just then, Baki Hanma suddenly spoke. Is this the extent of your capability? These words were directed at Jason. Boom, boom, boom. Baki advanced with steps as steady as a mountain's foundation, each footfall carrying the weight of 1,000 June, making even the air tremble. Amid this rhythmic cadence, Jason halted his assault. Slowly, he lifted blood-drunk eyes to lock onto the muscular man, now less than 10 meters away. He noticed Baki earlier but consumed by his irrepressible hatred for Su Chun, had dismissed him. To make others submit, you must beat them until they yield completely, Baki remarked with a cavalier smirk. Yet clearly you failed. His gaze then flickered toward the corner where Su Chun lay, a mangled, barely human wreck. The young man from the Dragon Country has never yielded to you from the very beginning. He even has the audacity to nibble on biscuits in your presence. Fan Ma Yongzi's heart bursts forth with genuine laughter. Truly, how romantic. A peculiar light sparkles in Fan Ma Yongzi's eyes, and soon his laughter grows louder, akin to a powerful hurricane rampaging through the corridor, causing the overhead lights to shatter under the strain of sound waves, breaking apart with a cacophony of noise. Jason, with a grim expression, withdraws the steel fork that has pierced his chest, preparing to eliminate the bothersome man before him. Yet, thoughts of Su Chun linger deeply in his mind. He cannot allow this cunning youth to escape while he is preoccupied with his hunt. Thus, he first retrieves a length of iron chain from the corridor, binding Su Chun's right arm securely to the radiator. In this moment, Fan Ma Yongzi shows no intention of interference, continuing to mutter to himself. He views Su Chun as a weakling, merely an ant in his eyes. Yet, even ants strive to survive. Knowing full well he is not a match for you, but fighting valiantly to uphold his own convictions, unafraid of death, is indeed a poignant and sorrowful spectacle. Fan Ma Yongzi's voice gradually rises in fervor. He fights on behalf of the weak, perhaps embodying their hope. Ultimately, this strongest being on the surface inclines his head slightly towards Su Chun, declaring with solemnity, I hold him in high regard. Chapter 28. With a mere flick of my hand, I discern the limits of your prowess. Clang! Clang! Jason's veins bulged as he incessantly tugged, checking the chains for security multiple times. Only upon confirming that Su Chun had no hope of escape did he retrieve the steel fork and gradually rise. His frenzied, bloodthirsty eyes were fixed intently on Fan Ma Yongziro. This peculiar man had observed Jason's evolution from hunter to captor, then suddenly interjected with nonsensical proclamations. Not only was he a nuisance, but he also proved to be an obstacle. Particularly, the earlier provocative taunts successfully frayed Jason's already taut nerves. At that moment, his gaze towards Fan Ma Yongziro ignited with a fierce killing intent. Roar! Jason bellowed as he raised the steel fork. His arm surged with power, muscles rippling, as he hurled the fork towards Fan Ma Yongziro with formidable force. It flew straight and swift, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at the vulnerable throat. In the face of this lethal strike, Fan Ma Yongziro appeared unaffected, his demeanor as serene as a windless lake, undisturbed by the impending danger. Just as the fork was about to make contact, he slightly bent his waist, opened his mouth wide, and with astonishing precision, secured the fork's tip between his teeth. As the steel fork's iron handle trembled violently, as Fan Ma Yongziro exhaled a warm breath between his lips, the fork came to an abrupt halt. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world had been paused, the live broadcast enveloped in a brief silence. The fork's tip. Fan Ma Yongziro maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Crack! He effortlessly bit through the fork's tip, metal shards cascading from his mouth and clattering to the ground. With swift reflexes, he grasped the handle of the fork, lifting it casually. The fork felt pliable, akin to strands of pasta. He made a dismissive sound and then pinched the handle between two fingers. With an imperceptible frequency, he began to shake it violently. In a flurry of afterimages, the steel handle shattered into fragments, scattering through the air like stardust. The audience, having witnessed this spectacle, fell silent for a few seconds, only to be submerged by an uproar in the live chat. Hiss, this man possesses terrifying strength. Is he finally ready to strike? Bastard, we arrived first. Why does Lord Yongziro disregard Sato Kun and order him to confront Jason, leading him to his demise? This is treason. IP, Sakura Nation. He gave Sato Taka a chance. It was Sato Taka's inadequacy that led to his downfall. Baka. Sato Kun was clearly harmed by Su Chun. Your Long Nation bears undeniable responsibility. IP, Sakura Nation. The citizens of Sakura Nation expressed their outrage. To put it plainly, they were on the brink, unable to accept the unjust death of Sato Taka. They felt as though Sakura Nation had experienced an 8.3 magnitude earthquake. Even more intolerable was the fact that Fan Ma Yongziro, despite bearing the surname of Sakura Nation, leaned towards Su Chun from Long Nation. I shall never concede that my country's athlete is a worthless fool, an imbecile, the Yalu competition. With but a slight display of prowess, I can discern your limits within this tier. Fan Ma Yongzi's demeanor was serene, his gaze imbued with a trifling mockery and a profound certainty. He regarded Jason with the intensity of a predator surveying insignificant prey. With a roar, Jason lunged at Fan Ma Yongzi like a wild beast provoked. In the fleeting moment of proximity, his right fist, propelled by a howling wind, struck with the force of a cannonball. Bang! His iron fist collided with Fan Ma Yongzi's face, yet the latter remained unyielding, a derisive smirk still adorning his features. Your punch is equally feeble, was his assessment of Jason. In a frenzy, Jason unleashed a barrage of blows, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, Fan Ma Yongzi remained nonchalant, even bored enough to clear his ears. To him, Jason's onslaught was akin to the trivial annoyance of mosquito bites, utterly disregarded. In a fit of exasperation, Jason seized his adversary by the throat, veins bulging as he exerted relentless pressure, determined to extinguish the presence of this bothersome insect. Yet, Fan Ma Yongzi merely rolled his eyes and feigned asphyxiation, his tongue lolling out. Jason, believing his efforts were bearing fruit, prepared to intensify his assault, only to witness the muscles in Fan Ma Yongzi's neck swell with immense force, causing Jason to relinquish his grip and stumble backward several paces. Such infantile strength. Fan Ma Yongzi mocked. He resembled an ancient behemoth, standing immobile, yet exuding an indomitable aura, impervious to years of ant-like gnawing. Jason was but a presumptuous insect in this scenario. With a resounding thud, Fan Ma Yongzi's knee crashed into Jason's abdomen. The force was beyond Jason's comprehension, akin to being struck by a speeding freight truck, sending him hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings. He came to a halt only upon crashing against the far wall of the corridor, dust swirling in the air, the wall indented in the shape of a man. As Fan Ma Yongzi had proclaimed, it took merely a slight exertion to assess one's rank. The terrifying Crystal Lake Slayer, Jason, effortlessly dispatched ordinary foes as if they were mere fodder. But when faced with the seemingly celestial presence of Fan Ma Yongzi, a veritable titan, he stood no chance. It is widely acknowledged that Jason is devoid of reason, perpetually ensnared in a state of carnage. His mind operates on a rudimentary CPU, programmed solely to execute commands for slaughter, entirely ignorant of fear or retreat. As Jason rose, fragments of the wall crumbled away. His body swayed precariously, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet the madness in his eyes only intensified. Thud, thud, thud. With an obstinate determination that would not cease until his opponent perished, Jason charged once more. Confronted by his ferocious, claw-bearing stance, the man hailed as the strongest creature on earth regarded him with eyes that seemed to behold nothing more than a farcical spectacle, mere infantile flailing. Snap! Snap! At the very instant Jason's razor-sharp claws were about to strike, Baki Hama extended 2 fingers from each hand, plucking them with effortless grace, as if catching a pair of drifting autumn leaves. His wrists were seized with the unyielding grip of forged steel, rendering all of Jason's desperate thrashing utterly futile. Whoosh! With a mere flick of his wrist, Baki sent Jason hurtling through the air once more, tumbling across the ground in a series of heavy thuds before finally skidding to a halt. The sheer disparity between them was staggering. The live audience finally grasped the truth. Baki Hama's arrogance was not unfounded. His exaggerated musculature bore no resemblance to the artificial bulk of bodybuilders reliant on the so-called 9 Dragons power, a colloquialism for performance-enhancing substances like trenbolone, clenbuterol, synthol, and other anabolic agents. Cough, cough. In a damp, shadowed corner reeking of blood, Su Chun spat out a mouthful of dark crimson, speckled with fragments of his own organs. His consciousness wavered between lucidity and delirium, while unimaginable agony radiated through every fiber of his being. Barely mustering the strength to pry open his remaining right eye, The battered Su Chun struggled to regain clarity. Chapter 29, a mere fatal wound, yet unyielding Su Chun's gaze traversed, gradually honing in on the battle at the end of the corridor. The spectacle of Fanma Yangjiro comprehensively overwhelming Jason came as no surprise. Rather than a battle, it resembled a one-sided exhibition of dominance by Fanma Yangjiro. Yet, Su Chun was acutely aware that once Fanma lost interest and decided to conclude this farce, he would not extend a hand to assist her. That man inherently adhered to the most primitive law of the jungle. In his worldview, the survival of the fittest was a natural order. The elimination of the weak was merely a commonplace reality. Compassion was non-existent. He would indifferently allow Su Chun to remain trapped here, left to her own devices. Crack! Crack! Su Chun endured excruciating pain, struggling to move her right arm. Unfortunately, Jason had utilized all his limited intellect against her. Iron chains constricted her right arm tightly, coiling around it in intricate knots, fastening her to a radiator. In her severely weakened state, the scant strength remaining was utterly insufficient for escape. Despair surged like a tide. Boom! Fanma Yangjiro's fist pierced through Jason's chest, his massive hand slowly extracting a cold heart. Astonishingly, he was still alive. Witnessing Jason's tenacity reignite Fanma's previously waning interest. Immortal was he? A grin stretched across his face, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Jason, as though he had stumbled upon an intriguing plaything. For the ants, eternal life is the most dreadful form of torment. As soon as the words left his lips, Fanma Yangjiro's fingers closed. A sickening crunch echoed as Jason's heart was instantly crushed. Then came another punch, a sound as crisp as thunder, resonating violently. Jason's left arm shattered like a brittle twig, hanging limply as broken bones protruded from the flesh, blood splattering everywhere. The military knife embedded in his shoulder similarly shattered and flew apart. With a whoosh, it glimmered ominously, resembling a meteor plummeting to earth, landing precisely before Su Chun. This Su Chun momenta. Was it mere coincidence? Or had Fanma Yangjiro orchestrated this? With no time for contemplation, the instinct for survival blazed within her like an inferno. Trembling, Su Chun extended her left hand, desperately grasping the severed military knife with her remaining 4 fingers. The so-called essence, secret techniques, physical prowess, and vitality. Those creative thoughts and strategies manifested during combat, if confined only to the superficial realm of material existence, were nothing but impurities devoid of purity. Fanma Yangjiro chuckled bizarrely. Then with a rip, he wrenched Jason's arm from socket. Possessing strength without conviction was akin to a soulless shell. Smack! Fanma Yangjiro used Jason's severed limb in place of his own hand, delivering a resounding slap. Life, spanning a century, is inherently a brutal struggle. Once one enters the battlefield, one must embrace the resolve of certain death to strive for victory. Hesitation only leads to missed opportunities and ultimately defeat. The scene unfolds similarly to when Jason previously employed Su Chun's rib as an instrument of torment. At last, it is Jason's turn to endure such anguish. Struck senseless, Jason stumbles and falls to the ground, yet quickly rises again, launching what appears to be a frenzied and savage assault against the formidable Yamamoto Waijur, though it is, in truth, a feeble and exhausted effort. One must either be vanquished or rise to assert their will and carve out their own path. There exists no third option. With a resounding crack, the forceful blow shatters Jason's arm, which had been wielded as a weapon. Hey, you wretched mass of flesh, do you comprehend? Yamamoto Ihirtaons, gripping Jason's head and whispering mockingly in his ear, I'm not conversing with you. Why are you listening so intently? At these words, confusion washes over Jason as he struggles to comprehend. Is it not directed at me? Could you be speaking to suddenly? Jason awakens to a chilling realization, and his head jerks around mechanically. There, in the confines of the radiator in the corridor, the blood-soaked chains remain, still binding Su Chun's right arm. They merely confine the remains of a physical shell, yet they can never imprison a soul yearning for freedom. The loathsome little thief. Once shackled, here has he fled in a desperate bid for survival. He is gone. Jason's fury ignites. He gazes at the bloodstains that stretch from the radiator to the corner of the corridor, poised to pursue, when a sudden force grips him tightly in place. Where do you think you're going? Yamamoto, Waijur beams. The battle between men has not yet concluded. How can you flee in the midst of it? With a swift motion, Jason's head is easily removed, yet his body continues to move freely, disregarding Yamamoto, Waijur entirely, fixated solely on eliminating Su-chan, determined not to allow him to escape easily. Oh dear, to still be able to move without a head, much like a cockroach. How revolting. The tenderest creature on the surface holds Jason's head, while his other hand seizes Jason's headless body. Let me first test the limits of your endurance. Then ascertain whether your will is compelling enough. Meanwhile, Justin, the overzealous player, inadvertently missteps and plummets from the hidden staircase on the 19th floor. He screams in anguish as he tumbles, landing with his face bloodied. Not long before, Kobe and others, in their careless words, had successfully incited the wrath of their compatriots. Following a failed negotiation and witnessing the slaughter of Australian player Tyler, Justin realizes the dire situation and, without a moment's thought, turns and flees, racing down the corridor's corner with frantic urgency. Perhaps it was fate that caused him to stumble, sending him sprawling forward. He fell against the wall that concealed the hidden corridor. Justin's mind was a blank slate as he scrambled into the passage, his clothes already drenched in sweat. At that moment, his heart thundered in his chest, and he fervently prayed for divine intervention, hoping for a safe passage through this ordeal. However, just as Justin leapt down the staircase, he collided with another person. With a thud, they both tumbled to the ground, almost simultaneously. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. It was over. Justin feared that his pursuers had come. Paralyzed with terror, he dared not open his eyes, hoping it was merely a figment of his imagination. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. I only wish to survive. I implore you. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded relentlessly. Yet silence enveloped him in return. He faintly heard a soft cough. Summoning his courage, Justin opened his eyes. The sight before him filled him with dread, his eyes wide in sheer horror. The monster he had glimpsed in the stairwell lay crumpled on the ground as well. The figure, no, perhaps it should be termed half a person. Of its limbs, only a left arm and a right leg remained. Its face was grotesquely disfigured, the original features unrecognizable, obscured by a mass of blood and flesh, revealing only one bloodshot eye. More horrifying still, a gaping, bloody slit tore from its neck down to its abdomen. Intestines spilled from the wound, trailing a long crimson streak across the floor. It was as if some deranged killer had eviscerated it with bare hands. Justin could even see its heart still faintly beating. The terror lay in the fact that despite such grievous injuries, it was still alive. Brother. Justin swallowed hard, trembling as he asked, Are you all right? Not dead. Su-chan reached a hand to support his nearly severed neck, dismissing the mortal wound with a nonchalant tone. Could you help me stuff my intestines back inside? Chapter 30. Rise up and shatter the shackles of bloodline with a sudden splash. Iodine and alcohol mixed together, dousing Su-chan completely. The once dulled consciousness was sharply yanked back by the searing sensation. Brother, Justin trembled, stammering, Are you all right? In truth, he yearned to inquire, Are you still alive? Bearing such an array of fatal wounds, it was hard to conceive that a mere human, let alone a bull, could endure such agony without succumbing thrice over. Justin felt as though he were attempting to resuscitate a corpse rather than confronting a living being still clinging to vitality. At this moment, Su-chan, swathed in layers of bandages resembling a mummy, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. The mingling of alcohol, iodine, and bloodstains seeped through the wrappings, creating a strikingly vivid crimson hue upon his form, a sight that would shock anyone who beheld it. Fortunately, Su-chan managed to pry open his remaining right eye, using 4 trembling fingers to rummage through the military first aid kit, finally retrieving an antiseptic. After a moment of dry, throat convulsions, he barely swallowed it down. These medical supplies had been acquired from a previous system treasure chest. I seem to have made a mistake in the order, Justin exclaimed, tapping his head in frustration. I should have disinfected you first, then bandaged you. He felt a wave of self-reproach wash over him. The scene had been so abrupt that he had acted in a frantic, disorganized manner, instinctively following Su Chun's instructions. After all, he was accustomed to being a mere echo of others. Reflecting on his life, Justin recognized that he had always been perceived as a sycophant, a scapegoat. His personality never truly independent. Like a kite, he flew wherever others directed him, adrift when unmoored, lacking direction, perpetually following in the shadows of others. We cannot linger here. We must escape quickly, Su Chun rasped. Oh, right, I need to hurry. Justin jolted awake, hastening his steps toward the staircase in a flurry. Yet, after only a few strides, he abruptly halted. Turning around, Justin's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the upper landing of the staircase. The blood-soaked figure, resembling a mummy, was struggling to support itself on one leg, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, rising and falling repeatedly. Justin felt as though his feet were nailed to the ground. He could scarcely fathom the horrific scene Su Chun had endured. Yet, in this man from the Dragon Kingdom, he perceived a courage he had never possessed himself, unyielding, resolute, and indomitable, emanating an intrinsic spirit of defiance. It was an emotion he could scarcely articulate. Stand up, Justin murmured to himself, his body trembling violently. Stand up, at last. That battered form truly swayed and rose unsteadily to its feet. Brother, brother. Justin took a deep breath and began to run. In a state of daze, he was oblivious to when he had returned. It was as though he were being driven by some unseen force. Su Chun gazed in astonishment at this player, who had only shared a few fleeting moments. Trembling as he supported him, a conspicuous cannabis leaf tattoo adorned his arm. If memory served correctly, he hailed from Canada and associated with the notorious gang led by Kobe. Yet, remarkably, such a person still harbored goodwill, returning to assist others. Perhaps this encapsulates the complexity of human nature. In this bewildered moment, the words of Fan Ma Yongzi lingered in his ears. Had it not been for his insistence on testing Su Chun, shattering the elevator with a single punch, Su Chun might have already evaded Jason's relentless pursuit. Yet, this respite was but temporary. It was likely that Jason would soon catch the scent again, resuming his chase. Su Chun faced a high probability of capture, followed by a cruel demise. With Fan Ma Yongzi's intervention, despite enduring torturous torment akin to Jason's methods, Su Chun was ultimately granted a glimmer of hope for survival. Should he feel resentment or gratitude? Such tangled emotions resembled a knotted ball of yarn, impossible to unravel. Calming his rapid breaths, Su Chun's mind stirred as he opened the system panel. Player, Su Chun, affiliation, Dragon Nation, membership, ordinary client, room type, standard room 50, facilities, furnished, room card 404x1, skills, stealth cooling, items, signal booster, individual rations. Box of chocolates, multi-functional tactical flashlight, military boots, size 43, bottled water X3, strawberry-flavored compressed biscuits X4. Points, 6,000. Within the Bond framework, 2 avatars appeared. One was Jason, having activated 1/5 of the immortal body. The other was Fan Ma Yongzi. Caractéristique, martial intuition, passive skill possess chaque combat instant. Capable of instantly discerning an opponent's weaknesses and intentions. Can react correctly without contemplation, foreseeing the opponent's next move. This was the Bond characteristic derived from Fan Ma Yongzi. Regrettably, it was not the bloodline of Fan Ma. After all, according to the narrative of Baki, the strongest being on Earth, Fan Ma Yongzi, is not of this world. It is worth noting that creators from the island nation seem perpetually bound to the so-called bloodline theory. A society's culture reflects its essence. Just as humans struggle to conceive of the unimaginable, their national history lacks figures of heroism. Consequently, they are unable to craft a tale of grassroots rising to battle against the heavens. Nonetheless, the passive skill of martial intent intuition is equally remarkable. At the moment when Su Chun raised the military knife while being locked by Jason at the radiator on the 18th floor, it seemed as though the naked eye could penetrate the surface of the body, revealing the joints where the bones connected. It was precisely for this reason that Su Chun could sever an arm with a single stroke, thus securing his escape. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Justin paused, breathless, and suggested, "Shall we seek refuge here?" He pointed toward the hidden staircase door seamlessly integrated into the wall. Reflecting on their journey, Justin recalled encountering the woman with the split mouth on the 13th floor, and during their ascent in the elevator, he had spotted an elevator occupied by 4 players, which had just halted at the 15th floor. Among them was a player from the land of the morning calm. He remembered vividly because that timid, bespectacled fellow had once nervously sought to team up with Kobe. To this moment, no report of the Korean player's demise had reached them, indicating that they were, for the time being, safe. Perhaps the residents of the 15th floor were as amiable as Hannibal on the 11th floor or the elderly gentleman on the 12th floor. This exemplifies the so-called information cocoon. Unlike the audience, players cannot access a comprehensive view of the situation through live broadcasts. They are certainly not as prescient as Su Chun, who is aware of the character's narrative. Justin, harboring a sense of false hope, consistently placed his faith in others, naively dreaming of clinging to the strong, believing that leaning against a great tree would provide shade. The crux of the matter is that the 10 cohabiting characters symbolize 10 perilous trees, each one fraught with danger. They do not offer solace. Rather, they lead to demise. Particularly, the resident of the 15th floor embodies a childhood nightmare for countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Although Su Chun had never encountered her in person, and the system map did not display her character icon, ever since his fateful meeting with the clown, he had caught a glimpse of that dilapidated wooden door while passing the 15th floor. Coupled with the known character intelligence of the floors, the identity of the cohabiting character on the 15th floor became glaringly apparent through the process of elimination. Su Chun immediately grasped Justin by the arm, gazing into his clear yet foolish eyes, and urged, "Do not linger. Continue onward." Chapter 31. The arrival of the beautiful Chu people on the 15th floor. In this moment, the unique presidential suite on the 15th floor, reminiscent of a quaint countryside courtyard, hosts 4 players from the land of the morning calm. They are gathered around an ancient well, delighting in the refreshing sweetness of the freshly drawn well water. Splash. A basin of well water is poured over the gleaming bald head of one player. What a delightful sensation. The player bursts into hearty laughter, nonchalantly shedding his down jacket and boldly glancing at the player holding the basin. "Xiao Bian, fetch me another bucket of water." "Sure thing, brother." Bian Xiang, nervously retracting his neck, wears a facade of obsequiousness. With his short black hair and thick round glasses, he may appear somewhat scholarly in his gray suit. Yet the timidity in his demeanor betrays an underlying sleaziness. "Are you really planning to take a shower in this frigid weather?" inquires the player from the land of the morning calm, tightening his black coat. For some reason, he senses a subtle drop in the surrounding temperature. "You know nothing. The colder it gets, the more one should take cold showers. It promotes blood circulation," declares the bald player, patting his belly. "I am robust, unlike you lot, who are prone to ailments." "That is nonsense," retorts the player from the land of the morning calm, defiantly stripping down to just his underwear. He then shouts to Bian Xiang, who is busy drawing water from the well, "Xiao Bian, bring more buckets. Today, I shall show this bald-headed fellow what it means to be a real man. We are warriors by nature. We are not afraid to face even a bear." "Spare me your bravado," scoffs the bald player, lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. "The only thing you excel at is boasting. Do you dare to spar with me?" The player from the land of the morning calm challenges, his confidence swelling. Just as their quarrel escalates, and it seems a fight is imminent, Bian Xiang suddenly emits a shrill scream reminiscent of a woman's. The other 3 players turn in unison toward the source of the sound. There, by the ancient well, the water bucket has toppled over, rolling across the ground. Bian Xiang collapses to the ground, drenched. "What a fuss! What are you yelling about?" The bald player helps Bian Xiang up, only to quickly retract his hand. "You've wet your pants." "No, I haven't tea. How dare you sully my reputation?" Bian Xiang protests, his eyes wide. "What reputation? Your pants are soaked, and there's an unmistakable odor." Bian Xiang's face flushes with embarrassment, veins bulging on his forehead as he insists that is merely the result of spilled well water. He continues to mutter incomprehensible excuses. What has your nose gone numb? The men of our great cold underworld are warriors who bleed but do not weep. Provoking laughter from the crowd as the dilapidated courtyard is filled with a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a gurgling sound emanates from the ancient well. A Lithuanian player, standing by the well's edge, glances down. The water begins to churn violently, surging upwards with great force. Startled, he steps back. The water overflowing is no longer the clear and sweet liquid previously seen, but a murky yellow, muddied with sediment and exuding a foul, fishy odor. At the same time, an ethereal melody reverberates through the crumbling courtyard. When the gentleman is joyous, the lady's heart is broken. Does the moon know of my grievances? Meetings are rare. Partings are easy. The forsaken woman now laments her late regrets. The tune is bizarre, its melody so eerie it sends chills down one's spine, filled with profound sorrow, weaving its way into the ears of the onlookers. From whence does this sound arise? What strange language is being sung that is beyond comprehension? In response to the confusion of the Lithuanian player and the Twerky player, Bien Xiangye, whose previously flushed face gradually returns to a normal hue, displays a disdainful demeanor. This is a classical piece from our great cold underworld, likely the song of the beautiful woman, which speaks of a woman's unwavering loyalty to her king, comparing her deep affection to the longing for her beloved. You would never grasp its essence. Why do you boast so foolishly? Do you think I am unfamiliar with the internet? ISNT, your culture derived from the dragon-thieving nation? Bien Xiangye's demeanor shifts to one of dejection, a gray pallor enveloping his face. He mutters phrases like, "Can a gentleman's nation speak of thievery?" Asian culture originated from the Korean spirit, causing the three players, once tense, to erupt in laughter once more. Oh dear, do you not know that I've been ill for long? Soon, I will weep for you unto death. As the eerie ballad concludes, the final word death lingers hauntingly in the air. Not far away, the door of a modest house creaks open slowly. A plump woman, clad in a deep blue coarse garment, her face obscured by long hair, steps forward with delicate strides. Who is this young lady? Inquires the Twerky player, scratching his head as he sizes up the approaching figure. Indeed, her form is quite pleasing. With generous curves, she appears to be quite fertile. She must be a resident of the 15th floor. The Lithuanian player recalls the cohabiting character introduced before the game began. Her name is Chu Rinmei. Precisely. Bien Xiangye beams with delight, adjusting his glasses with his long fingernails. Nodding in affirmation, she is indeed a beauty from our Korean land. Keep blabbering, and see if I don't silence you. The atmosphere grows tense as he warns, enough already. As Bien Xiangye observed the indifference of the other three players, he let out a deep sigh, displaying an expression of profound regret. The woman approached them. The Lithuanian player furrowed his brow, expressing concern. We drank her water without a word. She must be here to blame us, right? No need to panic, replied the charming player with a devilish smile. Just watch my performance. No sooner had he spoken than he appeared clad only in his shorts, a playful grin adorning his face as he boldly approached Chu Rinmei. Hello. Beautiful, I am known as Zeus, my alias during esports competitions. You are aware of who Zeus is, are you not? The king of gods in ancient Greek mythology. Indeed, I am not merely a deity in the gaming realm. In various aspects of life, I am equally divine. As he spoke with fervor, he exaggeratedly swayed his hips. He believed that many Eastern women viewed foreign men through a heavily tinted lens, never having truly seen them without such illusions. This stereotype had even given rise to certain sayings. Moreover, with such a splendid physique on display before you, you might resist at first glance. You may even remain unmoved at the second glance. However, I doubt you can suppress your feelings for long. After all, you are destined to be mine. The charming player chuckled with confidence, certain of his success, just as he spread his arms, ready to embrace the beautiful woman. Chu Rinmei lowered her head only to slowly raise it again. The chapter 32 just escaped the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's mouth. Vengeance must be sought for the homeland. The chilling announcement of death resonated in Justin's mind like 4 thunderclaps. The players from Lithuania, the rotten player, the ear-cheating player, and the Korean player have all perished. In 10 minutes, The regions of these four nations will face targeted punishment. We hope all players take heed and avoid any complacency. Frozen in place, Justin felt his heart racing violently within his chest, beads of cold sweat uncontrollably forming on his forehead. They trickled down his cheeks, soaking into the collar of his shirt. Su Chun cast a glance over, clearly observing the slight convulsions of Justin's facial muscles, his expression marred by an unprecedented fear. "You were right," Justin stammered, his voice trembling with dread. "I just received a system message. Those four players. They're all dead?" He reflected on the moment he passed by the 15th floor. Had he not heeded Su Chun's warning and insisted on seeking refuge by knocking on the door, his name would undoubtedly have been added to the list of the deceased. As the weight of this grim realization settled upon him, Justin's gaze shifted to Su Chun, filled with growing admiration. "Which floor are we on now?" Su Chun rasped, his voice barely a whisper. The injuries inflicted by Jason were more severe than he could have imagined. If it weren't for the 1-5 undying body reward he had received in advance, he would have surely met his demise, joining the unfortunate players who had fallen at the beginning, like the hapless Indian player, and become a mere statistic in the carnage. At this moment, Su Chun's battered body was in constant agony, besieged by excruciating pain that exceeded all limits, accompanied by an incessant itch, as if countless ants were gnawing at him. This was the undying body working to mend his ravaged form. 14th floor. Justin lifted his gaze, hastily scanning the corridor sign. "Slow down. Tread lightly. We must not disturb them," Su Chun cautioned, his brow furrowed. The 14th and 13th floors housed the clown and the slit-mouthed woman. They had previously encountered the clown at this very stairwell. He had surely descended to seek out the slit-mouthed woman for a date. While the outcome of their interaction was unpredictable, it was best to avoid crossing paths with them, especially given Su Chun's precarious state, teetering on the brink of death. If they were to meet either the clown or the slit-mouthed woman, he would be at their mercy. "What in the world happened to you, brother?" Justin whispered, sensing that only through communication could he alleviate the pervasive dread clawing at his insides. Otherwise, the tension within him would surely snap, leading to an uncontrollable scream. "Being hunted," Su Chun replied curtly, weary as he closed his remaining eye, unwilling to expend any more energy. "What a coincidence. So am I." Justin, still haunted by his near-death experience, said, "You would never guess who we encountered on the 19th floor and what transpired." "The people of the motherland," Su Chun replied without hesitation, her tone resolute. She accurately pinpointed the residents of the 19th floor, deducing that it must have been Kobe and his companions who had provoked the ire of the motherland citizens, leading to their fateful encounter. It was as if she had been a witness to the events on the 19th floor itself. Justin's eyes widened in astonishment. "You can't be a Taoist from the Dragon Kingdom, can you? You've hit the nail on the head." Su Chun gently shook her head, slightly opening her bloodshot right eye. She gazed down at the steps beneath her, casting a shadow of gloom upon them. Ever since she discovered the hidden staircase in the cinema of the 10th floor, she had been discreetly gathering information. At this point, the layout of the floors inhabited by the 10 cohabiting characters was entirely clear. 11th floor, Hannibal 12th floor, Jigsaw 13th floor, the Grudge Girl 14th floor, the Joker 15th floor, Chu Renmei 16th floor. Jason, the door to the 17th floor remained firmly shut, leaving only two possibilities through the process of elimination: Freddy from A Nightmare on Elm Street or Alessa from Silent Hill. First, Alessa could be ruled out. If a player were to disturb her on the 17th floor, they would likely have been dragged into Silent Hill at the first opportunity. It was absolutely impossible to escape easily. Thus, the resident of the 17th floor must undoubtedly be Freddy. Moving higher, the 18th floor was occupied by Kenji Gage, and the 19th floor by the citizens of the motherland. Consequently, the resident of the 20th floor, which had never been visited by any player, must be Alessa without a doubt. The initial unrealistic fantasies stemming from her confrontation with Jason gradually dissipated as she personally encountered these terrifying characters and felt their madness and malice firsthand. At this moment, Su Chun longed only to escape swiftly and find a safe haven to recuperate. Ideally, she wished to safely navigate these perilous 30 days and return to the real world. That would suffice. Casting a glance at the nearly distraught Justin, she softened her tone, engaging him in conversation to alleviate his fear. They began by exchanging names, and then she inquired how he had discovered the hidden passage. Justin recounted his experience in detail. Upon hearing his story, Su Chun couldn't help but reflect on his remarkable fortune. However, Justin had not received the 500 points for discovering the hidden passage. Such exploration rewards were likely only granted to the first player to uncover them. No, wait. At that moment, a sudden flash of insight pierced through Su Chun's hazy consciousness. It seemed she had overlooked a critically important clue. Summoning her focus, she activated the system panel and perused the system messages. Notifications of player deaths were also relayed to others. Yet, Su Chun found the incessant notifications too noisy and had opted to mute them. The death list displayed the names of players alongside their respective countries. Beneath the formidable player Eldon, positioned closely is the Australian player Tyler, followed by 3 players from Africa, and finally, the American player Kobe. Kobe's demise occurred merely a minute ago. Run. Su Chun urged hastily, hurry. Huh? Justin was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, you instructed me to proceed slowly and quietly. Why the sudden urgency? The Nationals are coming to kill us. Justin, who was assisting Su Chun in quickening his pace, nearly stumbled upon hearing those words. No, it can't be. He stammered in terror. He shouldn't have noticed me, and I never spoke ill of him. It was all Kobe and the others who cursed him. That is inconsequential. Su Chun sighed. We must flee, given the vengeful nature of the Nationals. Even if you have not directly insulted him, merely being involved in the situation will taint you with the consequences. To the Nationals, that is an unforgivable transgression. Justin's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat, as he frequently glanced back in trepidation. Clinging to a flicker of hope, he trembled as he asked Su Chun, if we hide in the concealed corridor, he shouldn't be able to find us, right? At that very moment, Su Chun's passive skill, martial intuition, began to emit frantic warnings. No. Su Chun narrowed his eyes, his pupils constricting slightly. He is coming. Chapter 33. Brushing Against Death. Grasping for a sliver of hope, a thunderous roar erupted the moment Su Chun finished speaking. Raising his gaze, he witnessed several staircases above shattering violently, as if struck by artillery shells. In an instant, bricks and debris scattered in all directions, while acrid smoke and dust billowed toward them. A sharp whistling wind followed, dispersing the lingering smoke like rippling waves. Upon a landing above, a crimson cape fluttered dramatically as a figure exuding overwhelming pressure gradually emerged from the shadows. You little flea, you run quite fast, Homelander remarked coldly, his voice laced with frost, devoid of any emotion, echoing through the empty stairwell. Oh, and here's another half-dead insect, he mused with mock fascination. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. His scarlet cape billowed as he gazed down contemptuously at the 2 figures supporting each other on the steps below. The moment Homelander appeared, Justin's legs buckled, nearly collapsing beneath him. His hands trembled uncontrollably, clutching Su Chun's remaining left arm so tightly his nails nearly pierced the flesh. Overwhelmed by despair, Justin's lips parted, attempting to utter words of plea, but fear strangled his voice, leaving only incoherent, sobbing whimpers. Simultaneously, Su Chun sensed the killing intent radiating from Homelander. Passive skill, martial instinct triggered instantly. His soul remaining, I reflected Homelander's form, and within that fleeting moment, countless scenarios of confrontation flashed through his mind like a rapidly unfolding panorama. Scenario 1. Filthy fleas perish. Homelander's eyes unleashed searing laser beams. Acting on pure instinct, Su Chun twisted aside, pressing himself against the wall. But Justin, paralyzed by terror, failed to evade. The lasers swept over him, the intense heat vaporizing his body instantly, leaving only a mist of blood hanging in the air. Su Chun turned and desperately fled downstairs. Yet with only one leg remaining, he barely managed a few hops before Homelander materialized before him like a specter. A hand reached out, seizing his neck, then a sharp twist. Crack! Su Chun's head was torn free, his headless corpse collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Scenario 2. Su Chun acted decisively. The instant Homelander's lasers ignited. He leaped through the stairwell's open gap, plunging downward in an attempt to escape through the narrow shaft. His body plummeted rapidly. Martial instinct even simulated the howling wind and the unsettling sensation of freefall. Then, from above, Justin's agonized scream pierced the air. Looking up, Su Chun saw him struck by Homelander's lasers. Subsequently, the body was torn to shreds by the enraged citizens of the homeland, blood splattering everywhere. Could you escape? The citizens peered down at Su Chun, who was plummeting from the staircase, a sneer of disdain curling their lips. In an instant, a laser beam swiftly pursued, striking Su Chun squarely in the chest. Darkness enveloped him, plunging him into an abyss of nothingness. In this instance, Su Chun joined the ranks of the Alliance. Utilizing his current 6,000 points to draw from the military supply chest, he procured an array of weaponry and tools, including firearms, grenades, and Molotov cocktails. He relied on these instruments to engage in a relentless struggle. However, these were merely the trinkets from a bronze chest, proving ineffective against the superhuman strength, agility, and defense of the citizens. Su Chun's futile retaliation only succeeded in aggravating them further. The citizens first dispatched Justin, then subjected Su Chun to torturous torment reminiscent of Jason's cruelty. Only when their interest waned did they vaporize Su Chun's remaining form with a laser gaze. Various attempts at resistance were ultimately in vain. Even if he could buy some time, he would inevitably meet a brutal demise at the hands of the citizens, without exception. After yet another scene of brutal slaughter, the outline of the citizens became increasingly discernible in Su Chun's right eye. As his consciousness returned to reality, he lifted his gaze towards the ascending platform, fixating on the imperious figure of the citizen. All that had transpired felt lengthy, yet in the simulation of martial intent intuition. It had occurred in but a fleeting moment. At this juncture, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom watching the live broadcast were filled with profound concern. Many had witnessed the gruesome demise of Kobe and others at the hands of the citizens. They were acutely aware that this counterfeit Superman did not belong to the lawful good faction, but rather to the chaotic neutral or neutral evil camp. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast from the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Stick Nation, there was a growing sense of schadenfreude regarding Su Chun's plight. The culprit behind Sato Koen's demise is finally meeting his end. As the Dragon Kingdom folks would say, this is called karmic retribution. IP. Cherry Blossom, damn it. Bien Xiong. You useless waste, if you're going to die, at least don't drag us down with you. How foolish to not run when the Chu people are approaching. IP. Stick, thank goodness I emigrated to the United States long ago. Wait, no. Kobe in the U.S. is also dead. During the punishment phase, the U.S. is equally unsafe. At that moment, at the hidden stairwell on the 13th floor, Su Chun sighed, seemingly surrendering to his fate. Then, under the astonished gazes of Justin, the citizens, and the countless viewers watching the live stream, he executed an action that took everyone by surprise. He first retrieved his original mobile phone from the system space. Then, using his remaining left hand, clutched it tightly against his mouth. He then extracted a small electronic component, laboriously inserting it into the Type-C charging port of the phone. The camera zoomed in. One could distinctly observe his 4 fingers trembling slightly due to the strain of his nervousness. Su Chun fumbled for a moment before extracting a small antenna from the electronic component plugged into his phone. The attributes of this device suddenly illuminated the screen. Signal enhancer. Function. Connects to the phone for real-time game streaming. Duration, 10 minutes. This was the external connection tool Su Chun had discovered beneath the player task display in the leisure hall on the 10th floor. Xu Yi, what are you planning to do? Not only was Justin perplexed, but even the compatriots were equally bewildered. Had this fellow lost his mind? Was he contemplating taking a final selfie before his demise? If you happen to capture me, make sure to portray me handsomely. If so, I might just leave you with a complete corpse. One of the compatriots instinctively posed, his eyes gleaming with a laser-like intensity before he involuntarily paused for a moment. At that instant, under the peculiar gaze of everyone present, Su Chun activated the cohabitation app, software linked to his phone, connected to external antenna signal enhancer. receiving Blue Star base station signals. The phone screen displayed the connection signal icon. Gradually, the signal strengthened, transforming from none to 1 bar, then 2, until it reached full strength. Ding! Blue Star base station signal successfully transmitted to your phone. You can now interact with the audience in the Blue Star live broadcast while in the game world. Countdown: 9:59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds. Chapter 34. The 3 Steps of Psychological Warfare. Inviting guests, decapitation, and submission TikTok. Cold sweat trickled down Su Chun's forehead, mingling with the congealed blood and iodine, saturating the layers of bandages. The acrid scent of antiseptic intermingled with the metallic tang of blood permeated the air, a smell that was not only pungent, but also served to quicken the heartbeat. The chilling aura radiated by the man from the motherland momentarily paused in response to Su Chun's series of actions, retracting the imminent threat to eliminate the two. He squinted, intrigued, watching Su Chun with keen interest, eager to discover what this young man was truly up to. As for the theory that villains perish due to excessive verbosity, the man from the motherland held it in utter disdain. Proud as he was, no one in the world posed a threat to him. He merely sought amusement in his otherwise mundane existence. Even the struggles of an ant facing its demise offered a peculiar entertainment. At that moment, Su Chun's phone screen displayed nearly 2 billion online viewers in the live stream. Such a staggering figure. Among them were over 1 billion compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom, while the remainder hailed from countries such as the Land of the Morning Calm, the Land of the Rising Sun, and the United States. Presently, the number of surviving players visiting the cohabiting characters was alarmingly scarce. Most of the remaining players were engaged in routine tasks in the 10th floor hall. Although it appeared temporarily safe, the experience was decidedly dull and devoid of excitement. In stark contrast, the thrill of visiting characters proved far more captivating, especially for Su Chun, who had carved a path through adversity, showcasing numerous remarkable feats that naturally drew the gaze of countless onlookers, becoming the focal point of attention. Not only did he manage to survive, but he also remained composed, exhibiting a courage rarely found in ordinary individuals. Hello, fans of the live stream. Su Chun forced a smile, greeting the audience. As his words fell, the chat exploded with fervor. Su Chun, can you see me talking? Of course. He just used a signal booster, and now he can connect with us. While it's thrilling to converse with Su Chun, what good does it do? The man from the motherland is about to strike. The barrage of comments cascaded like snowflakes, filled with a multitude of questions and concerns. It is indeed useful, Su Chun thought to himself. As long as the connection in the live stream remained stable, there remained a glimmer of hope. With over 9 minutes left, it all depended on how he maneuvered through this perilous situation. This endeavor was akin to dancing on a tightrope, yet it had successfully extended his lifeline significantly. At that moment, the man from the motherland, suspended in midair, could hardly fathom that Su Chun was still at leisure to live stream, particularly as the young man deliberately aimed the camera at himself. With his extraordinary vision, the man from the motherland could clearly see the astonishing number of viewers in the live stream. Over 2 billion people, a figure so exaggerated it left him speechless. This astounding number rendered him momentarily frozen in place. The originally cold gaze flickered with a moment of bewilderment. The mind was a blank slate, clearly caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Soon after, a rare sense of panic enveloped him, rendering his entire being as stiff as if subjected to a binding curse. Ultimately, these complex emotions morphed into a profound intent to kill. His hands clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. The aura of murderous intent surged around him, causing the temperature in the corridor to plummet several degrees. He believed that Su Chun intended to expose his nefarious deeds before 2 billion people. For him, this was utterly unacceptable, more unbearable than death itself. This murderous impulse was keenly sensed by Su Chun, who understood that even the slightest misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Thus, enduring the pain, he mustered his spirits and forced a radiant smile for the camera. Friends, I can scarcely believe my eyes. Su Chun's remaining right eye was increasingly suffused with blood vessels. Look, who is that? He directed his phone towards a national figure on the stage, clearly revealing his robust physique. The greatest superhero in history, the architect of world peace. The national figure. This mindless flattery was reminiscent of the extreme adoration exhibited by fervent fans of idols. The audience was left bewildered. Even a national figure appeared equally perplexed. This was the first step of Su Chun's self-rescue plan, precisely exploiting the national figure's character weaknesses to conduct an image hijacking, a pathological vanity, an extreme reliance on public adoration, and a self-worth entirely contingent upon the evaluations of others. Narcissistic personality disorder, emotional deficiency, and emotional instability. These were the flaws and vulnerabilities of the national figure. Thanks to the signal booster, an initially dismissed prop, it unexpectedly played a crucial role at this moment. Utilizing the live broadcast to conduct an image hijacking of the national figure, he was compelled to maintain the glamorous facade of a heroic savior before the camera. After all, the national figure had always scoffed at moral coercion but was fiercely protective of his public image, allowing no room for tarnishing. Su Chun caught a glimpse of the awkward smile on the national figure's face and knew that the first step had succeeded. He then swiftly moved on to the second step, reconstructing the narrative logic, shifting the narrative contradictions. The reasons behind a national figure's pursuit were merely the result of Kobe and others instigating him, leading to Justin being caught in the crossfire, inadvertently dragging Su Chun along. Next, it was essential to skillfully employ the art of language to reinsert a predetermined narrative, to repackage the original indiscriminate killing into a heroic tale of righteousness. In plain terms, it was about reversing black and white, blurring the lines of right and wrong. This was a psychological chess game devoid of gunpowder, where neither force nor violence could be relied upon, and lives were at stake. At this moment, Su Chun raised his head, and due to overwhelming excitement, the bandages tore apart, revealing the ghastly wounds on his body. Yet, he remained oblivious to it all. His gaze towards the compatriots was filled with an almost fervent intensity. "I have heard from Justin about the earlier events. It was you who saved him." Upon hearing this, Justin beside him was momentarily taken aback. "Save? This counterfeit and brutal Superman clearly intended to kill me." The compatriots hovering on the 13th floor platform were equally astonished. "To be frank, I indeed harbored intentions to eliminate you. How did I become the victim of villainous bullying in your narrative? A heroic figure standing up for justice." However, you are not entirely mistaken. I am indeed the embodiment of justice. Am I not, Justin? Su Chun subtly conveyed a hint to him. "Ah, indeed, that is the case." Justin, drenched in nervous sweat, spoke with a quiver in his voice. "Kobe, Taylor, and the others have constantly bullied me. They seized my points and frequently assaulted and insulted me. These are the facts." The compatriots scrutinized Justin's expression, discerning that he was indeed not lying. The audience in the live stream was equally bewildered by the sudden praise exchanged between the two. What are they up to? Performing a duet? Telling jokes? If you're being threatened, just blink. They must be stunned by the compatriots. Their minds must have gone awry. Chapter 35. The overpowered giant baby is easily satisfied despite the myriad of inquiries being thrown around in the live stream. Su Chun remained oblivious, steadfastly embodying the role of a devoted patriot. The patriot shall forever be synonymous with justice. You must not defame him. His actions are born of hardship, and the underlying reasons are indeed heartwarming. Ultimately, all evil shall be brought to justice, and the people's hero, the patriot, stands triumphant. Such mindless adulation indeed caused the furrowed brow of the patriot to gradually ease. The murderous intent that once kept others at bay and threatened to erupt was slowly supplanted by a sense of pride. "Indeed, I have done just that." The patriot struck a pose before the camera, slightly raising his chin. The intense laser focus in his eyes swiftly dissipated, and his body relaxed in tandem. He even took a moment to smooth out the wrinkles in his cloak, ensuring he presented the most flawless heroic image before an audience of 2 billion. "Now, let me ask you," the patriot said, turning his gaze toward the trembling Justin. "Since I saved you, why did you not utter a single word of thanks and instead flee in terror?" He casually posed this question, though it bore a weight of scrutiny. Should Justin's response lack logic or fail to satisfy the Patriot, revealing the entire encounter as a ruse, both would find themselves doomed. Oh, I was simply too nervous at that moment. As life hung in the balance, Justin's mind raced, his intellect finally seizing the upper hand. Recognizing the Patriot's softened demeanor, he understood that Su Chun's strategy had borne fruit. Seizing the opportunity, he hastily began to explain. He spoke of the threats from Kobe and others, how he was overly anxious during their initial visit and had failed to prepare a proper gift. Furthermore, he confessed to being bullied for an extended period by Kobe's group, leaving him with psychological scars. His only thought was to escape swiftly from the tumultuous scene. I was truly foolish. How could I ever question your abilities? You, the bane of evil, the Patriot, must have dealt with those ruffians by now, correct? Justin stammered, his voice trembling as he spoke. He braced himself for the possibility that he might overstep and incite the Patriot's wrath, leading to his own demise. To his surprise, the Patriot erupted into boisterous laughter upon hearing his words. Do not worry. Those rascals will no longer have the chance to torment you. Indeed, Kobe and his cohort have either met their end beneath your feet or been turned into mere fireworks. They are thoroughly done for. If you happen to encounter them again, it would truly be akin to meeting a ghost. I am the Patriot, the embodiment of the American dream, representing all that this nation stands for. Homelander sneered contemptuously. A few worthless niggers, mere thugs, how could they possibly stand against me? The livestream audience in America was rendered speechless. Clearly, he meant to say the N-word. No doubt about it. Yes, just a racist. Fuck Homelander. So much for the American dream. You enjoyed killing those people. Maybe the America he speaks of isn't the same as ours. I'm starting to believe in parallel universes now. Exactly. Su Chun chimed in. Flattering. You're not just the embodiment of the American dream, but the dream of people worldwide. With phrases like, everyone trusts and adores you. Acts of justice need no justification. Homelander was utterly delighted, the air thick with giddy euphoria. That said, Homelander was absolutely not someone to cling to for safety. The Mercurial Zoo was like SC-Char Dinger's cat, perpetually suspended in a quantum superposition of duality and unpredictable outcomes. A deranged Homelander was most likely to harm the innocent. His mental state demanded immediate attention. Being his fan might not guarantee survival, but it could at least nudge the trajectory of his heat vision slightly. Then came the final third step, guide public opinion and cater to Zu's emotional needs. Under Su Chun's deft manipulation, the live chat's momentum shifted successfully. The astute citizens of Dragon Nation noticed that the bloodthirsty Homelander had indeed restrained his murderous intent towards Su Chun. Did he genuinely care about his image? Acting in silent unison, they flooded the screen with syrupy propaganda. Supportive comments hailed him as light of the world, hero of the people, savior. Hyperbolic to the extreme. Don't be fooled by the Dragon Nation. They're only praising you out of fear. Ipe, Sakura, Devastar Homelander. You're dumber than my toenail. IP. Hang up, damn murderer. You hate us blacks, just like those MAGA rednecks. IP. America, malicious comments scrolled as well. People from nations whose players had just suffered in-game penalties, or were about to, spewed vitriol. Their sinister intent was clear. They couldn't bear to see Dragon Nation thrive. But these hateful remarks were but specks of dust, instantly drowned in the golden tide of a billion united voices. At that moment, hidden stairwell, 13th floor. Unconsciously, Homelander had drawn near Su Chun. Gazing at the endless stream of adoration on the phone screen, his lips curled into a smirk, and he hummed softly. Ding. You've gained Homelander's favor. 2,000 points. Ding. Congratulations. Through relentless effort, you've achieved a breakthrough with Homelander, unlocking this character's bond trait. Only Su Chun could see the system panel that materialized before him, featuring the bond entry bar marked with Azu's photograph. Patriot Bond. Trait. Super Defense, 1-5. Su Chun had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. Azu, a superpowered infant, was far easier to satisfy than Vama Wajer. That said, the sense of crisis emanating from the Patriot was far more daunting than that of the gentlest creature on the surface. Had it not been for the fortuitous discovery of the signal enhancer to initiate the live broadcast, with the gaze of 2 billion citizens upon them. It was likely that both Su Chun and Justin would have met their demise by now. With a super defense of 1-5, an immortal body, and the instinct of martial intent, these three traits combined afforded Su Chun a greater chance of survival in this perilous cohabitation game. At that moment, the elated patriot finally turned his gaze towards Su Chun, noticing the grievous injuries that marred his body. "What happened to you?" the patriot inquired. Knowing his nature, Su Chun did not expect Azu to take the spotlight for him. He merely stated that he had encountered a monster by unfortunate chance. Su Chun is so pitiful, tormented so terribly by that lunatic Jason. The patriot is our hero. Surely he wouldn't stand idly by and let him suffer. "Hey, you're being too much. Our brother patriot works so hard every day to protect us. How can we trouble him with such trivial matters? Unlike me, who can only feel sorry for Gigi, but with my brother's compassionate heart. He would surely shed tears for those in need." The live chat began to sparkle with various comments, precisely striking at the patriot's soft spot. He was, after all, quite susceptible to this kind of flattery. Continuously monitoring the screen, the patriot was initially taken aback by the barrage of comments. Then, under Su Chun's astonished gaze, he seized the phone with an air of authority and promptly dialed the hotel service number of the Illusion City. "Do not worry," the patriot addressed the camera, a trademark fake smile plastered on his face. "This little guy, what was your name again?" "Su Chun." "All right, I will take care of the follow-up treatment for Su Chun." As he spoke, the patriot deliberately adjusted his posture. As a superhero, how could he allow innocent citizens to suffer? "All expenses incurred would be borne by me, the patriot." At that moment, the patriot turned slightly towards the live camera. His profile displayed flawlessly to the public, a sight that even professional photographers would find impeccable. He radiated an overwhelming sense of noble mission, a resolute commitment to aid those in distress. Chapter 36. The overbearing patriotic figure manipulated at "Well, hello, what are you up to, meow?" The service line was quickly connected, and a lazy voice tinged with nonchalance came through, belonging to a cat-eared girl. "I am a patriotic figure, and you had better listen carefully." The patriotic figure straightened his posture, and an aura of authority surrounded him, reminiscent of an emperor descending upon the realm, exuding unparalleled dominance. As soon as he finished speaking, the cat-eared girl's demeanor did a complete 180. "Oh, it is the esteemed VIP from the 19th floor. How may I assist you?" Meow, her tone had transformed as if she were a different person, switching from Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus cat to Clip cat in an instant. Su Chun pondered. Is this what they call the disparity in service quality derived from social status? That foolish cat probably mistook me for someone else. After all, I'm merely a penniless wretch in her eyes, unable to afford even a VIP membership. The patriotic figure furrowed his brow and declared with a voice like thunder, "What is the matter with your hotel?" "My good friend Su Lin, Su Chun." "Su Chun Pomti Li Gozet?" "Yes, Su Chun." His crimson cloak billowed as if it were a battle standard. "He is gravely injured. I command you to immediately arrange the finest medical team for his treatment. Money is no object. Send the bill directly to me. I order you to spare no effort in ensuring his recovery, or else." As he spoke the last words, the patriotic figure let out a heavy huff, embodying the essence of a domineering leader. One could not deny the charisma he possessed. His every movement exuded a certain charm. "Wow, brother, how handsome. Is this what a superhero looks like? I'm in love." "Brother patriotic figure, guess which part of me is giving you a thumbs up, shy?" "JPG, it's a pity I am male. Otherwise, I would definitely marry brother patriotic figure." "What a patriotic figure. Clearly, you are an ancestral talent. We pay our respects to the esteemed ancestor. Worship." JPG. At this moment, the live stream from the Dragon Kingdom was flooded with exuberant comments. Exaggerated praises and playful banter fell like snowflakes, filling the screen. A smile crept across Azu's face, barely contained. He casually draped his arm over Su Chun's shoulder, pulling him into the frame for a photo opportunity. This act elicited another wave of effusive compliments, each more unique than the last, flooding the chat. "Rest assured, my friends from the Dragon Kingdom," the patriotic figure exclaimed, his smile nearly extending to his ears. Su-chun has a matter, which means I, the patriotic figure, have a matter too. Ha 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 with me around. Ha ha, no one dares to bully him. In this moment, the patriotic figure, adored by the masses of the Dragon Kingdom, reveled in the spotlight of adoration. Oh my, this group of netizens is truly talented. Their words are so delightful. I absolutely adore them. I had never interacted with them before and thought that people from the Dragon Kingdom were all serious, rigid, and devoid of humor. But seeing them now, it's all mere rumors. This is far more intriguing than the United States. P.S. United States in the world of the boys, the sense of pride fills the heart of the homeland citizens. At this moment, they feel as though they stand atop the world. Revered by all, such a sensation is utterly intoxicating. Esteemed guest, please activate the video function on your mobile device. Then direct the camera towards Mr. Su-chun. After Meow Meow's instructions, she elaborated, we must first assess the specifics of his injuries in order to connect with a professional physician for rehabilitation treatment. Very well. The citizen of the homeland smiled with satisfaction. Following this, under Su-chun's astonished gaze, the citizen adeptly opened the video call feature and swiftly switched to a split-screen live broadcast. The angles and visual details were impeccably handled, allowing the audience in the live stream to witness Su-chun from a first-person perspective, missing not a single moment. This level of proficiency was unparalleled, surpassing even that of professional streamers and influencers. As the mobile camera was firmly fixed on Su-chun, a faint blue scanning light emanated from the screen, oscillating up and down for a brief moment. All done, Meow. Subsequently, Meow Meow presented two treatment proposals to the citizen. Option 1, basic medical team. The effectiveness is comparable to that of a top-tier hospital on Blue Star, also providing assistance with prosthetics and more. Advantages, given the citizen's supreme VIP status. No payment is required. Disadvantages, slow results, and only the most fundamental follow-up rehabilitation treatment is offered. Option 2, a star physician personally conducting the procedure. In layman's terms, a star physician refers to an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities in healing. Advantages, rapid results with significant effects. As long as the patient is alive, even with a breath left, they can ensure recovery, including the restoration of severed limbs and damaged internal organs. Disadvantages, the costs are exorbitant, akin to those of medical institutions in the United States. Without a moment's hesitation, the citizen waved assertively, declaring, of course, I want the best. Esteemed guest, would you like to review the costs first? Meow Meow cautioned, if you cannot afford the points, we may have to extract some of your. The citizen immediately interrupted. Enough with the nonsense. Just arrange it for him. Once the deal has been struck, can I possibly retract it? That is not the style of Azu. Very well, Meow. Meow Meow chuckled mischievously. For some reason, that smile struck Su-chun as particularly devious, reminiscent of a cunning scheme coming to fruition. Silence, Meow. At that moment, Su-chun suddenly heard Meow Meow's warning echo in his mind. Can this cunning cat also communicate telepathically? What nonsense! Telepathy? Have you read too many fantasy novels, Meow? This is called mental power. You'll understand once you become a VIP member, Meow. Afterward, Meow Meow threatened, you better be sensible and not jeopardize my performance otherwise. Su-chun stood, indicating that it was of no concern to him. Endowed with the indomitable essence of Jason 1-5, even in his current state of dismemberment, it is but a matter of time before Su-chun can return to her former self. Yet, the ingenuity of her compatriots from the Dragon Nation is truly remarkable. Azu, in rare spirits, mused that one should seize opportunities when they arise. Engaging a star physician necessitates prior reservation. Shall we expedite the process for our esteemed guest? Yes, expedite indeed. The citizens of the homeland found the woman with cat ears rather boisterous. Did they not see her engaging with over 2 billion fans? Oh wait, that number has surged to 30 billion. It is precisely the crowd from America, Europe, Japan, and Korea, IP addresses, whose remarks are most unpalatable. How dare they insult me as a foolish donkey? How dare they? You had better pray not across my path, or else... Meanwhile, in the corridor of the 18th floor, a series of loud knocks echoed. Jason's form was embedded into the wall, or rather, the disassembled parts of his body, limbs, head, and so forth, were grotesquely affixed to the surface as if they were pieces of a puzzle, manipulated by the whims of the formidable Bama Yangziro. So, even this heap of flesh knows pain. The strongest creature on the surface smirked. This is splendid. After all, pain is the testament of existence. With that, his ears twitched slightly. Suddenly, he shuddered. A strong presence. Bama Yangziro murmured to himself. At last, his gaze shifted, seemingly penetrating the barriers of the building, fixing upon the concealed staircase on the 13th floor, where the compatriot resided. I sense the aura of a strong one. His eyes blazed forth with two beams of golden light. Chapter 37. The conscience drowned in darkness. The withered flower of sin at this moment. The blood within Fama Yangziro surged with fervor. His eyes gleamed with a fervent intensity, akin to a ravenous beast that has finally encountered its long-sought prey. The corners of his mouth curled into a manic smile, almost resembling a grimace. His facial muscles twitched in ecstatic anticipation, as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption, unable to contain his excitement any longer. As for you, Fama Yangziro's gaze swept over Jason, embedded in the wall like a shattered puzzle, filled with disdain. If you cannot withstand my fist, then you do not even qualify to be my rival. The repeated torment of Jason failed to elicit any genuine thrill of combat for Fama Yangziro. His interest had been entirely depleted, and he regarded Jason with the same contempt one might reserve for a pile of worthless refuse. The weak have no right to speak of dreams. Fama Yangziro rolled his shoulders, producing a series of crackling sounds, because he suddenly raised his arm, aimed at the fragmented image of Jason on the wall, his muscles bulging with power. You lack even the right to survive. As the words left his lips, his fist shot forward in a sudden burst. Whoosh! His fist did not make contact. Instead, the rush of air, a phantom blade, carried the force of a mountain splitting apart, instantly shredding Jason's fragmented body into a mist of blood. Yet, the control of his strength was masterfully executed. The bloodstain remained imprinted on the wall, forming a vague silhouette, reminiscent of a haunting canvas. Should the artist Fama Yangziro be tasked with naming this creation, he would likely christen it The Lament of the Weak. Tap, tap, tap. Fama Yangziro turned astride toward the concealed staircase, each step resonating with a tremor that shook the ground, until his figure gradually faded into the shadows. The blood on the wall began to drip, echoing like a living entity, slowly writhing. The once indistinct bloodstains began to coalesce into a clearer outline. Initially, it meticulously delineated the intricate structure of human veins. Then, the strands of blood intertwined, gradually solidifying into the rudimentary form of bones. Slowly, ribs began to emerge, one after another, followed by the chest cavity, pelvis, vertebrae, and scapula, until the skull took shape. Crack, 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 thud. The bones clashed against each other, ultimately tumbling to the groove. Ultimately, in a dimly lit corner permeated by the formidable aura of Van Ma Yongzi, Jason successfully captured the elusive scent belonging to Suchan, a fragrance that had lingered in his mind and heart. With a series of crackling sounds, he dragged his half-skeletal form across the shadows, leaving deep gouges on the floor with his bony claws. His murderous intent towards Suchan far surpassed the relentless torment inflicted upon him by Van Ma Yongzi. It had morphed into an obsession. He vowed not to rest until Suchan was vanquished. On the 11th floor, a uniquely themed presidential suite awaited. The banquet hall, meticulously adorned, radiated an air of opulence. Crystal chandeliers showered the carved ceiling with resplendent light. A grand dining table, crafted entirely from solid wood, stood in the center, laden with an array of exquisite dishes. 5 players occupied intricately designed wooden chairs, their knives and forks mechanically traversing their plates as they indulged in the sumptuous feast. "Hey, do you know what's the most amusing?" began the player from Siam, breaking the silence. "First, register a shell company, then hire a bunch of online trolls to spread high-paying job advertisements, luring people to the park, or cultivate a few attractive influencers to do the same." With a crisp sound, He cut a piece of meat from the silver platter, savored it, and boasted of his glorious exploits. We collaborate splendidly with the brothers from the Madman faction, specifically targeting those naive individuals. When the men enter the park, they are first whipped, then zapped with electric batons, writhing and rolling on the floor like maggots. It's utterly entertaining. As for the women, he chuckled, the pretty ones are offered to the boss first. Once the boss grows weary of them, they are left for us. Comply or vanish without a trace. There are no other options. At that moment, a player from a Madman faction interjected, shaking his head. What you do is child's play. Our boss prefers to douse fingers in boiling water. When the fingers rot, we scrape them with a knife, and if that fails, we pour more boiling water. He took a bite of sausage, which bore a striking resemblance to a finger, and continued to make it easier for their families to send money. We directly video call the parents of these victims. Right in front of them, we set up a fire and burn it. The Madman players savored a piece of charred meat. Oh, you should see how their parents break down and kneel, begging for mercy. It's truly delightful. He clinked glasses with the Siamese player, and as they laughed heartily, tears streamed down their cheeks. At this juncture, the player from the funeral faction spoke up. You two are making money too slowly. The quickest way to amass wealth is through gambling. Let a few bet collectors lure them into play, losing everything and begging for pity. The most amusing part is when, in front of the gamblers, I showcase my tragic girl act. Then I lend them money, and they will kneel and thank me profusely. The Mexican player, savoring his lamb liver and lamb lungs, suddenly spoke up. Fast money. Can it compare to trafficking? Do you know how we deal with moles? First, we inject them with amphetamines, so they stay awake as their skulls are drilled through. Then we peel off their skin. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the skewers of grilled chicken skin on the table, and his voice choked. No, none of you forget it. The Haitian player, an older black man, shook his head at the lavish delicacies on his plate. Money, vulgar. Cannibalism, filling. His words were clipped. He shoved a fried pork kidney into his mouth and forced it down his throat. The atmosphere at the table was eerily surreal. These 5 players, ostensibly sharing their glorious exploits and laughing wildly, wore expressions of sheer terror, their faces twisted in fear, tears and mucus streaming down. Clap, clap. Hannibal, seated at the head of the table, lightly applauded. Like Pavlov's dogs, the 5 malevolent players fell silent instantly, thoroughly conditioned. Ah, our guests have shared such riveting tales. He raised his glass, the wine within shimmering like fresh blood under the light. Greed lures us into the abyss. Sin gathers us here to feast upon the delicacy we call conscience. His toast was delivered with chilling elegance. Finally, to damnation, slowly rising, his lips curled into a deepening smirk. We have wallowed in darkness for years, finding no path back, nor any desire to return. Such is our shared destiny. To destiny, to destiny, to destiny, the other players echoed, raising their glasses. Red wine trickled from their lips, staining the pristine tablecloth in vivid crimson splashes, like wilting, withered blossoms of sin. The scene is roughly illustrated as follows. P.S. Just got home from the trip, slept until now, and realized this chapter was blocked. Had to revise it to get it released. Lastly, gratitude to BookFan 20,240,403,397 dB for the 15,000 coin tip. Chapter 38. Fan Ma Yongzi. The patriotic individual? Merely a buffoon. Ha ha. Indeed, I shall safeguard each and every one of you. Should the opportunity arise, even the safety of the Dragon Nation shall be my charge. Under my protection, you all can live in peace. At this moment, within the 13th floor stairwell, the patriotic individual animatedly engaged with his phone screen, reveling in the moment. Upon noticing the disparagement from his detractors in the live chat, a fleeting glimmer of severity crossed his gaze. You must trust that all my endeavors are for this world. For each of you, the so-called scandals are but fabrications from those with ulterior motives. Having uttered these words, the patriotic individual glanced at the billions of citizens of the Dragon Nation fervently showing their support, a satisfied smile resurfacing upon his face. With so many of you backing me, it affirms that I am on the right path. Those who oppose me are my adversaries. Their resistance only further validates my cause. His voice resonated with fervor. They remain oblivious to the true dangers that lurk. Only I am worthy of being your guardian. The singular figure who can provide you solace amidst the darkness. So do not be swayed by misleading rhetoric. With his textbook-like public relations speech concluded, the patriotic individual affectionately draped his arm around Su Chun's shoulders, his demeanor increasingly noble and upright. Meanwhile, Justin, perpetually relegated to the background, found himself on the brink of exasperation, his mouth agape with a torrent of grievances. However, each time his gaze met the patriotic individual's haughty visage, he found himself rendered speechless, resorting to frequent glances towards Su Chun for silent assistance. At this juncture, Su Chun, firmly held by the patriotic individual, managed to muster a bashful smile for the camera. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the anxious Justin and subtly shook her head, signaling him to remain silent. After all, Azu was in high spirits, lost in an inescapable reverie. Any untimely action could potentially provoke unforeseen repercussions, especially as the duration for the signal booster dwindled. Once the connection between the phone and the Blue Star base station was severed, the live broadcast would abruptly cease. It remained uncertain whether the patriotic individual, deprived of the attention of billions, would direct his ire towards the two of them. After all, this notorious giant of the internet was well known for his capricious temperament. Regrettably, Justin was a man. If only he were a nursing woman. A simple offering of facial cleanser might significantly enhance his goodwill. Su Chun discreetly observed the patriotic individual's emotions, simultaneously racking her brain for a means of escape. The live chat was a frenzy of activity. Unbeknownst to the cause, numerous viewers from Blue Star surged into the Dragon Nation's live stream, pushing the online count perilously close to 40 billion. Aside from the relentless barrage of insults from detractors hailing from the United States, Sakura, and the Stick Nation, which irked Azu somewhat, the rest remained largely favorable. Particularly among the citizens of the Dragon Nation, many have joined the cult of exaggerated praise. Some have even engaged in fierce debates with the detractors for the sake of their homeland. This fervor only deepens his infatuation, leading him to muse, if only the people of America could be as amusing and endearing as those from the Dragon Nation. However, just as the citizens were enthusiastically engaging with the camera, a sudden sound of footsteps shattered the seemingly harmonious atmosphere. Thud, thud, thud. Each step resounded like a heavy bell, causing the entire staircase to tremble. This familiar sound of footsteps, accompanied by a frenzied warning from his martial intent intuition, signaled an unwelcome arrival. Su Chun's expression abruptly stiffened. Who? Noticing his tense demeanor, Justin felt a surge of anxiety. It was someone he least wished to encounter. Su Chun's worst fears had materialized. The newcomer bore ill intentions, and those with such a demeanor rarely came with goodwill. Given this individual's disposition, a confrontation with the citizens of the Dragon Nation was inevitable. When two tigers contend, one is bound to be injured. The outcome of their clash was uncertain, but it was certain that innocent bystanders would suffer the consequences. At that moment, the citizen of the Dragon Nation, who had been jovially conversing in front of the live stream, had clearly sensed the approach of danger. The encroaching threat felt to him like a mere breeze, trivial and inconsequential. He continued to respond to his fans' questions, speaking with unbridled enthusiasm. With a voice that echoed like an owl in the night, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The entire corridor quaked, dust and debris cascading down as if an earthquake had struck. A towering figure, resembling a mountain in stature, slowly descended the stairs. His eyes, akin to bronze bells, burned with intensity, akin to a fierce tiger poised to pounce. Ah, you are here too. Fan Ma Yongzhiro first glanced at Su Chun. His seemingly nonchalant words masked a rare acknowledgement of a promising junior. Su Chun nodded slightly in response. The arrival of Fan Ma Yongzhiro indicated that Jason had long since been dealt with. However, it was not a complete resolution. The undying monstrosity of Crystal Lake could not be slain, possessing an almost absurd ability to resurrect from the slightest remnants of its being. Let us hope his wrath transfers to Fan Ma Yongzhiro instead. Better he doesn't come looking for me again. Is this Jester your friend? Fan Ma Yongzhiro scoffed. Observing the two with their arms around each other, I expected to encounter a worthy adversary, yet here stands a clown from circus. The citizen of the Dragon Nation cast a fleeting glance at the muscular figure, but chose to ignore him, remaining focused on maintaining his image before the camera. This indifference only intensified Fan Ma Yongzhiro's contempt. It is only the inwardly fragile who concern themselves with the perceptions of the world. A slight twitch of his facial muscles betrayed a sardonic smile. Living under the scrutiny of others is no different from being a domesticated animal. Only by silencing the clamor of the external world can one pursue the authentic radiance of their innermost desires. He chuckled eerily, precisely stepping onto the sensitive ground of the patriotic individual. Just look at your current state, akin to a courtesan poised before a vanity mirror, preparing to entertain clients. Such a disappointment for my expectations. Crack, crack. The patriotic individual rigidly twisted his neck. The once exuberant smile instantly froze. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his body temperature surged. Yet, he became acutely aware of the multitude of eyes fixated on him in the live broadcast. To avoid shattering his carefully crafted persona, he inhaled deeply several times, forcibly suppressing his fury. My friend, it will be prudent for you to speak with more courtesy. The patriotic individual mustered a facade of insincere smiles, striving to contain the murderous impulse within. Those who dare to question me never meet a favorable fate. Fan Ma Yongzhiro deliberately elongated his tone, erupting into an even more unrestrained fit of laughter. Friend? Ha! I have never required such a burden. He seemed to hear the most ludicrous joke in existence, laughing uncontrollably. What I need is an opponent, one who can engage me in a glorious battle. Suddenly, Fan Ma Yongzhiro ceased his laughter and leapt downward with force. Boom! The stone-crafted platform shattered beneath his feet. Moreover, were you just threatening me? Fan Ma Yongzhiro cracked his neck twice, tilting his head to regard the patriotic individual, a mocking smile adorning his face. Rather than a threat, it felt more like the cowardice of the weak, cloaked in bravado. Fan Ma Yongzhiro grinned widely, his presence growing ever more formidable. If you cannot incite any exhilaration within me, then you hold no value even in your demise. Twepter kolmikumente dixen, famonantai yoncivies. The patriotic individual. Sujun, please respond if you see this. Ha ha ha. A chilling, sinister smile seeped through the gaps of the patriotic individual's teeth. He lowered his head, trembling like a leaf in the wind. This was not a quaking born of fear, but rather an inferno of rage within his chest, threatening to consume his reason, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. Do you know who I am? The patriotic individual forced out these words, strands of hair cascading over his forehead, obscuring his eyelids. Yet they could not conceal the eyes that resembled venomous blades, filled with wrath and murderous intent. Are you? Fan Ma Yongzhi casually cleared his ears. Was he a pitiable clown, living in the spotlight, masking his sorrow with a comical guise? Or perhaps a grown infant, bereft of parental love, who could only wail for a mother's meager sustenance? Unbeknownst to him, his offhand taunt struck directly at the patriotic individual's core, and they were lethal. However, I can certainly tell you who I am. Fan Ma Yongzhi crossed his arms, gazing down with haughty disdain. Listen closely. I am the strongest in the world. Fan Ma Yongzhi. The name, composed of these 5 words, lingered in the stairwell, reverberating endlessly. A confrontation of titans. The intensity of the scene was palpable. The live broadcast room was nearly suffocated by an avalanche of comments. Wow, 2 rabid dogs have finally begun to bite each other. IP, United States go, patriotic individual. Better take down that bastard Fan Ma Yongzhi. IP, Cherry Blossom, fuck. You little rascal better rephrase that. It should be Fan Ma Yongzhi slaughtering the MAGA knockoff talent. IP, United States, at this moment, the atmosphere was quite peculiar. Logically, given their backgrounds, both the patriotic individual and Fan Ma Yongzhi shared intricate ties with the United States and Cherry Blossom country. Yet, fate had played its hand cruelly. Fan Ma Yongzhi indirectly caused the demise of Cherry Blossom player Sato Takashi, while the patriotic individual turned Kobe's crash into fireworks. Currently, Cherry Blossom country had suffered a devastating earthquake, with immense casualties. The repercussions for the United States were imminent as well. Under such circumstances, the people of both nations loathed the two, wishing fervently for their mutual destruction. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. Both sides rallied support for the opposing figures. It seemed only the people of Long Country expressed concern, anxiously wondering about Su Chun's safety. Crack, crack, crack. The knuckles of the patriotic individual whitened from excessive pressure. Nonetheless, his other hand, gripping the phone, maintained a measure of restraint. After all, this was a live broadcast room with over 4 billion viewers. If he accidentally crushed his phone, the pain would likely keep him awake all night. The frail mortal could scarcely comprehend what true power entailed. The aura of the homeland surged abruptly. Before me, you are nothing. Do not dare to challenge me. Poor Azu. In a bid to attract over 4 billion admirers, he relentlessly suppresses himself even at the brink of losing control. Oh, how terrifying. Do your eyes seek to slay me? Fan Ma Yangziro's mocking smile resembled countless steel blades repeatedly scraping against the sensitive core of the homeland. Alas, you have misunderstood. The battle is not for slaughter, but to affirm one's existence. Fan Ma Yangziro slightly tilted his head, revealing an almost frenzied confidence. There exist only 2 types of individuals in this world, the strong and the weak. And I stand as the one at the pinnacle. Strong? The homeland's anger twisted into a derisive smile, a valid point indeed. This world indeed requires strong leaders, yet you are absolutely unqualified. From this moment forth, I shall make it known to all that only I can determine the course of this world. Anyone who obstructs my path shall be crushed. Oh, Fan Ma Yangziro finally stirred with vigor. Your essence remains too feeble. You know not the will embodied by the strong. With that, he moved his shoulders. The strong need not explain. They simply let their fists do the talking. Boom! What appeared to be a light punch carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, shattering the railing of the platform. My fist can obliterate all, including your so-called limits. Fan Ma Yangziro grinned, fully prepared for battle. The phone was suddenly tossed back to Su Chun. Su Lin, tend to the live stream room. The homeland's eyes glowed with a searing red light. I do not wish for the public to witness my brutality. At that moment, Su Chun longed to correct him yet again, to inform Azu, actually, my name is Su Chun. But in this tense moment, it was better to remain inconspicuous. Su Chun instinctively glanced at the remaining time on the signal booster. Countdown, 1:38, 37, 36. Whether to be grateful for the timely arrival of the strongest creature on Earther to bemoan the situation was uncertain. Hastily, he beckoned Justin, who remained foolishly rooted in place, to escape. You bastard, I wonder how many lives you have to lose. The homeland's eyes widened in fury, truly blazing with fire, as he gazed upon the 2 oncoming beams of laser light. Fan Ma Yangziro, ever vigilant, exhibited no fear, but rather a gleam of excitement. Curiously, he could have easily evaded the attack. Yet he chose not to. At the very instant the laser beams were to strike, he abruptly raised his right arm, deftly shielding his face. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 high-temperature rays struck Fan Ma Yangziro's arm. In an instant, blinding light erupted, and the scent of charred flesh permeated the air. Just so, Fan Ma Yangziro slightly turned his head, glancing at the 2 charred spots on his right arm. Beneath layers of bubbling water, grotesquely exposed flesh revealed a mass of mangled muscle tissue. The segment you occupy possesses a strength formidable enough to serve as my adversary. He grinned, bearing a set of pristine white teeth, resembling a monstrous creature impervious to pain, as he bared his fangs wide at his prey. The patriot's expression momentarily faltered. This strike, born from a tempest of rage and urgency, was potent enough to melt steel. However, the muscular figure, standing above on the elevated platform, exhibited an alarming level of physical fortitude. His muscles resembled resilient rubber, effortlessly dissipating the intense heat emanating from the laser-equipped apparatus. It merely penetrated his deep muscle layers, ultimately thwarted by bones as solid as adamantine. Have you also been injected with Compound 5? The Patriot suddenly inquired. Fan Ma Yangziro tilted his head, puzzled. What are you on about with your 5 and 6? Are you trying to set a fortunate date for your own demise? His expression dripped with derision, akin to that of one gazing upon a fool. Moreover, his elevated stance dwarfed the Patriot. At that moment, the Patriot was engulfed by a burning fury within his chest. Regardless of your identity, today, no, you shall not survive this day. Die for me. Su Chun and Justin crouched low, stealthily making their way down the staircase. Behind them, a deafening roar echoed, reminiscent of a funeral bell incessantly tolling, urging them to escape this place of turmoil. At that moment, Su Chun caught a glimpse of the remaining time on the signal booster, merely 60 seconds left. Just as he prepared to retract his phone into the system space, his peripheral vision caught sight of the live stream's chat scrolling furiously with identical messages. Su Chun, please respond. You are currently powerless to resolve this issue. We require your strength to intervene. Please respond. Respond. Chapter 40. The Patriotic People. If you have the ability, come at me, but do not harm the innocent. Su Chun's pupils slightly constricted. The barrage of messages displayed on his mobile screen inexplicably stirred a strange sensation within him. The tone of the sender seemed to be invoking a reference from the three-body problem. However, this was Blue Star, not Earth. Clearly, the literary realm did not encompass this monumental work of science fiction. Su Chun was not Yi Wenjie, and the other party could not possibly be Trisolarians. At that moment, the livestream audience noticed Su Chun's attention, and a flurry of messages rapidly followed. Su Chun, we belong to the Dragon Nation's Game Strategy Department. This is an emergency body established by the state concerning cohabitation games. Time was of the essence. The signal booster had less than a minute before it would cease to function. The other party was racing against time to relay the intelligence they had gathered to Su Chun. Despite numerous viewers with foreign IPs intentionally flooding the screen to create confusion, the coordination of the Game Strategy Department and the solidarity of billions of Dragon Nation citizens forged a vital information channel for Su Chun, allowing him to accurately obtain critical information. 1. Do not recklessly enter the room where the cohabitation characters reside. Especially themed presidential suite, priced at 10,000 points per day, allows its occupants to whimsically alter the room scene layout. All 10 cohabitation characters are nefarious individuals, and engaging them on their home turf would be exceedingly disadvantageous for you. 2. Jason was killed by Fan Ma Yongzi, but has since been resurrected. He seems to have caught your scent and is currently on the path to hunt you down. If conditions permit, please upgrade your room as soon as possible. Our analysis indicates that the ordinary room door cannot withstand Jason's assault. Moreover, upgrading your room will unlock privileges at the Illusion City Hotel, and the system's marketplace will subsequently upgrade, allowing access to more advanced weapons, items, and skills. 3. Behind the game hall in the 10th floor leisure area lies a casino. Although a few players have amassed considerable points, one must remain vigilant. 9 out of 10 bets are deceitful. Do not entertain the notion of trying your luck simply because others have taken shortcuts. We suspect that the casino harbors a colossal conspiracy, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. The senders seem to have a multitude of words they wish to convey. The remaining time on the signal booster had reached its final moments. Su Chun run, the Patriots and Fan Ma Yongzi are coming. 3, 2, 1 countdown reaches 0. Ding. Blue Star base signal has been disconnected. The live stream transformed into a static blur, abruptly severing contact with Su Chun. The signal booster remained plugged into the phone's charging port, yet the system indicated it was in a scrap state, rendered utterly useless. Booming sounds reverberated from above, intensifying ominously. This signified that the Patriots and Fan Ma Yongzi had fully unleashed their might, engaging in fierce combat at this very moment. Immediately after, a powerful shockwave surged downwards from above. Su Chun's expression changed dramatically as she hastily pulled Justin into the shadow of a load-bearing column. Almost simultaneously, a large section of the staircase, accompanied by falling bricks, collapsed like a torrential downpour, crashing heavily onto the spot where they had just stood, stirring up a choking cloud of dust. The floor cracked like a menacing spider's web. The stairwell resembled crumpled tin foil, with concrete debris cascading down, enveloped in dust. The fine particles of mud splattered onto Su Chun's face, prompting her to instinctively shield her head with her remaining left arm. Justin, too, was in a state of panic, lamenting his misfortune. Had he known better, he wouldn't have mingled with Kobe and the others, let alone venture upstairs to visit those terrifying housemates. Su Chun raised her gaze, peering through the gaps in the collapsed floor above, and vaguely discerned two humanoid figures engaged in a fierce clash. At that moment, Fan Mayang Zyro was gripping the neck of a compatriot, furiously unleashing punches with his other hand. Bang! With a final right hook, the compatriot was sent flying, crashing through a row of stair railings. Your heart quivers, you counterfeit Superman. The strongest creature on the surface grinned with a shark-like smile, mocking the audacity of claiming dominion over the world with such meager abilities. His taunts were relentless, yet the gravity on his face grew increasingly pronounced. Fan Mayang Zyro was well aware of his own strength. At present, it seemed he held the upper hand, yet he was unable to inflict any substantial harm on his opponent. This cosplay Superman, with his psychological quirks, was indeed a worthy adversary for Fan Mayang Zyro. Beyond his laser-firing eyes and ability to fly, he possessed physical defenses that could rival those of Fan Mayang Zyro. With a flourish, a bright red cape fluttered. Just as the compatriot began to rise, floating in mid-air, Fan Mayang Zyro unleashed a powerful leap from the ground, akin to a cannonball, pouncing upon him with ferocity. With the grace of a crow in flight, he crashed down upon the compatriot. Boom! Accompanied by a series of resounding explosions. The rocky staircase beneath them crumbled like thin paper. They plummeted downward, landing precisely on the floor where Su Chun stood. Though possessing the strength of a tank, the driver was, alas, a fool. Fan Mayang Zyro shook off the dust covering him, deriding the compatriot for lacking the combat skills to match his strength. You are but a mere mortal. The compatriot's eyes glowed with a molten red light, realizing he was merely a slightly sturdier ant. Daring to lecture him? However, just as he was about to unleash his laser, his pupils suddenly constricted. This was because he caught sight of Su Chun curled up near the load-bearing wall, perfectly positioned in the trajectory of the laser beam. The quivering coward beside Su Chun, huddled on the ground, clutching his head, was automatically disregarded by the compatriot. In truth, had he not noticed the smartphone in Su Chun's hand, its camera reflecting a faint glimmer, this Dragon Kingdom individual, who left a relatively good impression on him, would have been overlooked too. Whoosh! The patriot slightly bowed his head, and two beams of crimson light shot forth, yet were effortlessly evaded by the formidable Banjima Waijur. The beams, carrying a terrifying heat, passed over Su Chun's head, leaving two bottomless black holes in the thick load-bearing wall. For Su Chun, it was akin to snatching back a life from the jaws of death. The laser merely scorched the bandages entwined around his head, leaving him entirely unharmed. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The patriot abruptly flung his hand, causing his striking cape to flutter wildly, while simultaneously tilting his body slightly, standing tall and straight. Was he posing? Following this, the patriot glared fiercely, directing his gaze at Banjima Waijur, who had assumed an aggressive stance, and sternly proclaimed, "A rogue like you, who is uncontrollable, poses an immense disaster to the civilized world as long as you draw breath." Banjima Waijur was taken aback. Though the strongest creature on the surface possessed a rather unique thought process, it seemed the leaps in logic were challenging to follow in the face of the patriot's reasoning. Humanity's peace is hard-won, and social order must not be trampled upon. Yet you, what have I done? Banjima Waijur was bewildered. And you, this barbarian, seek to disrupt all of this with violence for your own selfish desires. I will never allow your nefarious schemes to succeed. As soon as the words left his mouth, the patriot swiftly darted to the vicinity of the load-bearing wall. He positioned himself in front of Su Chun, his bright red cape billowing as he adopted a protective stance. Then, with one hand on his hip and head held high, he displayed a demeanor of selflessness in the face of danger. Bring forth any challenge you possess, but do not harm the innocent populace. Ban Himai Hu. Su Jun. Justin. Chapter 41. Buying sunflower seeds for my motherland. A baseless accusation of destroying world peace was unjustly thrust upon my compatriots. Fan Mayang Zyro found himself utterly bewildered. After several moments of contemplation, he finally regained his senses. "Are you out of your mind?" he exclaimed, pressing a finger to his temple and giving it a firm poke. "If your brain is malfunctioning, seek help. Do not expect me to remedy it. What nonsense about slaughtering the world for selfish desires. What on earth does that even mean? Who has the time and energy for such absurdity? Let's speak honestly. I merely wish to engage in a straightforward duel with you. Must you speak in such nonsensical terms that I cannot comprehend?" At this moment of utter confusion, Su Chun, the first to react, adjusted her posture and tilted her phone at a 45-degree angle. She cleverly captured the defender of our homeland in heroic stature for her live broadcast. Foolish Azu, clearly unaware that the external connection had long since concluded. Nonetheless, the citizens of Blue Star could indeed witness the unfolding events through the real-time live stream of the coexistence game. Life is akin to a theatrical performance, reliant on artistry. Improvisation? I am quite capable of that too. Moreover, isn't a fool merely someone meant to be entertained? As for whether the Patriot would become enraged upon discovering that the live stream had ended, let's put it this way. Even if Su Chun were to set her phone down and patiently explain the situation, the embarrassed Azu would undoubtedly lose composure and retaliate against all witnesses who had observed his comical display. Hence, it would be wise to ride the wave of the performance and continue as is. At this juncture, upon hearing Fan Mayang Zero's insults, the Patriot, initially intent on retaliating, refrained out of concern for preserving his superhero image before the camera, only managing a disdainful snort. Indeed, a crude barbarian, revealing his true colors with a torrent of curses upon my unveiling of his scheme. The Patriot slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse of Su Chun filming, and could not help but let out a soft scoff. Surely, my recent remarks will garner me quite a few fans, he thought, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Everything was well within his control. You just cursed more vehemently than I did. Now you feign innocence. Fan Mayang Zyro began, only to notice Su Chun behind the Patriot, filming with her phone, leading to a sudden realization. What a nauseating performance. He shook his arms, blood seeping from the wounds inflicted during their encounter, the result of a probing attack by the Patriot's laser vision. As his muscles contracted sharply, the two blood holes on his right arm appeared to be filled by compressed muscle tissue, seemingly unscathed. To associate with such individuals will only dilute your purity. This statement was directed at Su Chun, yet it was misconstrued. You, the callous brute who regards human life as mere fodder, failed to comprehend the essence of heroism. The Patriot strides forward, left hand at the waist and right hand outstretched, cloak billowing majestically. Who then is the true hero? Is it you? Or perhaps me? No. A sudden glance from Azu reveals Su Chun, instinctively covering the screen of his phone, guilt-ridden. It is they. Azu casts a compassionate gaze at Su Chun. Even though they may appear insignificant and inconsequential in your eyes, they live with fervor, having once been both stubborn and fragile, yet remaining steadfast. Will you act? No matter how you scoff with disdain, look at him. The Patriot turns back, pointing at Su Chun, who, at this moment, awkwardly smiles while shielding the screen. He remains unfazed by your condescension, brushing it off with a smile. Tears well in the Patriot's eyes, in my sight. He is the true hero, so moving. Su Chun is rendered motionless with emotion, fearing that Azu might catch a glimpse of the truth on his screen. Fear not, for I am here. I shall not allow any evil to harm you. Huh? Justin, bewildered, exclaims me. Am I truly that significant in your eyes? Significant? Not at all. Screw you. What business do you have in this? Well, you are somewhat important. Had it not been for the phone's camera aimed at Azu, Justin would have likely been perforated with countless transparent holes by now. At last, the Patriot turns to the impatiently waiting Fan Mayongzi, adopting a posture of righteous indignation. He declares, "Today, I shall take him away, and I challenge anyone to impede me." Under the lens, Azu appears transformed, his utterly foolish demeanor even instilling a modicum of fear in Fan Mayongzi. After all, the gentlest creature on this earth never bullies the simple-minded. Enough. Fan Mayongzi's expression reflects revulsion, akin to viewing maggots. Combat is a pure contest of strength and skill. The theatrics of the Patriot, aimed at preserving a Fade, is a sacrilege against the essence of battle. Fan Ma Yongzi's patience finally wanes. With a roar like the wind, he launches an assault. The Patriot swiftly raises his hand to defend, deliberately positioning himself as a shield for Su Chun and Justin. He endures each strike from the formidable Fan Ma Yongzi, oblivious to the fact that his self-important display to garner followers resembles that of a circus clown in the eyes of the Blue Star livestream audience. Hey, teasing the fool is quite entertaining. What the hell? Is a fool not a person? Did not someone raise that fool? Shouldn't he be mocked? Go sell sunflower seeds for the Patriot. The expression of Lu Haizhu is depicted in an image, accompanied by the phrase, "The cunning citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, deceitful indeed." A voice from the IP Sakura exclaims, "You little devils, be silent. The interference you caused while we were providing Su Chun with information will not go unpunished." A thunderous crash resounds as concrete debris falls like fine raindrops upon Su Chun's shoulders. Nevertheless, he maintains his filming posture. To be fair, the citizens of the motherland share numerous similarities with the formidable Yamamoto Yoshiji. Both adhere to a doctrine of supremacy of strength, are profoundly self-centered, and firmly believe they possess the ability to effortlessly alter the course of the world, deserving to occupy the pinnacle of the societal pyramid. The distinction lies in their mindset. The citizens of the motherland operate under the belief that those above them are unworthy of their consideration, while those below are mere ants. They readily resort to bullying others and engage in unchecked behavior when out of the public eye. Conversely, Yamamoto Yoshiji, while categorizing individuals into the strong and the weak, embodies a more genuine reverence for strength. He does not entirely disregard the weak. Rather, he perceives the domination of the strong over the weak as a natural law. His indifference towards the weak does not translate into deliberate oppression, nor does it warrant excessive attention. As for their philosophies regarding combat, the divergence becomes even more pronounced. For the citizens of the motherland, combating evil amounts to little more than a theatrical performance. They maintain this Fade to uphold their public image, instilling awe and obedience in others, all the while satiating their lust for power. In stark contrast, Yamamoto Yoshiji believes that combat is not merely a pursuit of victory, but rather a testament to one's purity. Combat requires no justification. It simply demands the use of one's fists. He revels in the visceral impact of each blow during the fight, devoid of ulterior motives, solely aiming to showcase the zenith of his own strength. As the celestial beings clash, it is the common folk who bear the brunt of their strife. The combat between the two has escalated to an intense climax. Suddenly, a resounding explosion is heard. The staircase, unable to endure the strain, collapses once more. "This is bad. We are about to fall." Justin screams in terror as a gaping chasm opens beneath his feet. Chapter 42. What natural disaster. This is clearly an auspicious sign. In light of the elimination of Australian player Taylor, American player Kobe, Israeli player Eldon, Olidian player, and Korean player Bain Xiangya, the system will impose targeted penalties on these 13 nations. The long-awaited moment of retribution has finally arrived. On the lunar surface, an eerie silence prevails. Suddenly, the fabric of space ripples. A pair of long, graceful legs ensconced in black fishnet stockings steps forth, followed by a heart-shaped tail swaying gracefully. Once again, the demon Loli makes her entrance. When she first appeared, her alluring demeanor might have left countless individuals mesmerized. Yet at this moment, she instills terror in the hearts of billions on Blue Star. Everyone is acutely aware that this enchanting Loli, with an angelic visage and devilish figure, is fundamentally a true harbinger of death. Her level of horror far surpasses the 10 characters within the cohabitation game. While the likes of Chu Ranmei and Jason may be chilling and brutal, they remain confined within the realm of the game, distant from the populace, devoid of any visceral experience. In stark contrast, the demon Loli, as the host, glides effortlessly through reality, treating Blue Star as her plaything and unleashing calamity at will. Notably, her nonchalant demeanor, yawning lazily while indifferent to the slaughter of beings, truly epitomizes the notion of indifference of the master. At this moment, The demon lowly casts a glance at the list of penalties, her full lips slightly pouting. These pesky nuisances are truly bothersome. Why is it so difficult to take a nap? Her voice, laced with annoyance, reverberates through the live broadcast, reaching every ear. With a wave of her delicate hand, she first imposes a penalty of 10 reduction in mental resistance on the regions of the 4 players slain by Chu Renmei. For the remaining 9 nations, she adheres to the old rules, unleashing a calamity. Thus, a tsunami engulfs the Australian harbor, while wildfires ravage the land of the Americans. The 3 nations of Black Africa, Gambia, Libya, and Kenya, suffer the most severe drought in history, with the earth cracking and rivers running dry. Israel, Olid, and the nations of Jalunbai and Wyneria face sandstorms, earthquakes, torrential rains, and floods, respectively. It is worth noting that the aforementioned 4 players met their demise at the hands of the Jigsaw Killer. Since the demise of Eldon, who portrayed Jesus, even with the introduction of 2 new messiahs from Indonesia and Cambodia, as scapegoats, the 3 players who transitioned to jury members at the onset of Jigsaw's new round of judgment games ultimately could not evade the decree of death. In the countries of Blue Star facing punishment, the affluent and powerful have long fled, leaving the suffering to the destitute commoners. Presently, nations have tightened border controls, refusing to accept any citizens attempting to flee. The self-proclaimed beacon of the world, the United States, exhibits particularly delicate reactions. Faced with the raging wildfires illuminating half the sky in California, rescue efforts are astonishingly sluggish. The reason? The Smith commissioners are elated to discover that the areas ravaged by the fires perfectly coincide with the proposed high-speed rail route. The Capitol giants, sensing the scent of blood, immediately dialed the congressional phone. The gleaming blades are handed to the impoverished. Is truly a sin. What natural disaster! This is clearly an omen of prosperity. The wildfires have scorched the land, rendering it nearly worthless. The savings from demolition costs. How delightful it is to bestow upon the esteemed authorities. If you do not take it, and I do not take it, how shall Commissioner Smith acquire it? If Commissioner Smith refrains, how will Congressman George proceed? Their lips are laden with doctrines, yet their hearts are steeped in commerce. Amidst the intertwining laughter of greed, capital colludes with power, swiftly determining the course of events. The streetlights stand dim. Do you know who ought to be hung upon them? They stand on Wall Street, brandishing their umbrellas, yet I cannot see clearly. A pot of oil cannot rescue the victims. It will only deepen their suffering. My America has its own circumstances. Let the common folk endure hardship. Let the blame rest upon the shoulders of the leaders. It is tragic. If this continues, humanity may indeed face its end. The citizens of the Dragon Nation are filled with concern as they witness the plight of various nations. This is no mere exaggeration. After all, the game of coexistence has descended upon Blue Planet, and within merely half a day, 41 nations have suffered. In contrast, the country of the Styx, the land of the deceitful, and the realm of the filthy merely experienced a 10 reduction in mental resilience, with no casualties reported. Perhaps they have fared best? However, this stroke of fortune was soon shattered. First, the citizens of the Styx Nation surged into the Dragon Nation's live streams like rabid dogs, spewing insults and inciting hatred. Initially dismissed as a farce, their antics soon felt increasingly unsettling. The Styx people collectively lost their sanity, their behavior becoming wildly erratic. And this was merely online. In reality, the streets of the Styx Nation erupted into chaos, with inexplicable marches and protests. Many clamored for retribution against the family of Bian Xiangye. The slogans shouted were utterly absurd. It was not the death of Bian Xiangye that triggered the Styx people's wrath, but rather, when faced with the beauty of the Chu people, Bian Xiangye was paralyzed with fear, kneeling in supplication. The Styx people viewed this as a disgrace to their national pride, demanding that Bian Xiangye's parents offer apologies. What does this have to do with his parents? They seem to believe in failing to teach is the father's fault. If Bian Xiangye's parents had not given birth to him, would the Styx Nation be so humiliated? Goodness, have they lost their minds? An even more outrageous scene unfolded. Bian Xiangye's parents genuinely believed themselves guilty and leapt from heights, soaring into oblivion. Below in the community, a throng of Styx citizens danced around the bodies. What lies behind all of this? Is it a degradation of morality or a distortion of humanity? Shortly thereafter, the filthy, the deceitful, and the shameful began to wreak havoc. Even the slightest triviality could incite violent confrontations. Everyone became extraordinary, both superhuman and superwoman. They devised all manner of extreme acts. Mental resilience, it turns out, refers to the suppression of emotions, reason, leading to cognitive disarray, lowering psychological defenses. Perhaps this could be termed a man-made disaster. I have heard that Florida does not tolerate idleness. One may choose not to live, but one cannot exist without purpose. Now it seems, Florida has fallen to the 5th position on the activity rankings. Each person tends to their own doorstep, indifferent to the frost on others' roofs, regardless of how their citizens fare. One should be more concerned about Sue Chun. At this moment, the stairwell of the 12th floor resembled a desolate battlefield. Two formidable opponents clashed fiercely as they descended, leaving devastation in their wake, akin to the aftermath of an earthquake. The building swayed precariously, and under the intense tremors, the staircase upon which Sue Chun and Justin stood began to creak ominously, slowly collapsing towards an unfathomable abyss below. The rumbling intensified, the vibrations growing ever stronger. Justin struggled to maintain his balance, uncontrollably plummeting downward. In a moment of panic, he flailed his arms, fortuitously grasping the jagged edge of the crumbling structure. In an instant, Sue Chun was caught up in the chaos as well. The silver lining: he did not plunge directly into the abyss, but rather crash-landed onto a precariously angled concrete slab. The unfortunate news: exposed rebar jutted out like deadly spikes, precisely aligning with his landing spot. With a sickening thud, Sue Chun fell heavily onto the concrete. The hearts of the citizens of Longhua, witnessing this scene, tightened with renewed anxiety. Chapter 43. A Dual Redemption. Under the gaze of the Jigsaw. Help me. Justin hung precariously, his legs swinging and trembling uncontrollably. The jagged stones lacerated his palms, crimson blood splattering down the abyss, eliciting not a single echo. In comparison to the terror enveloping him, this pain was almost negligible. Should he fall from such heights, Justin would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end, reduced to a mere pulp. Crack! Crack! The edges of the stones, under strain, began to fissure ominously, threatening to shatter at any moment. Once more, he felt the chilling embrace of death, his teeth chattering in fear. To the left of his precarious position, the collapsed wall revealed a direct line to the presidential suite on the 12th floor. At that moment, the newly installed hidden camera at the door flickered twice. In a concealed monitoring room, the Jigsaw manipulated the console with his creased fingers, adjusting the lens to zoom in. In an instant, Justin's desperate struggle at the precipice of life and death was vividly displayed on the computer screen. He gazed for a moment, his thin lips parting as he mused. Most people take life for granted, squandering it in the monotony of daily existence, never truly appreciating its value. With that, he gently swirled his wine glass before taking a sip. The rich liquid unfurled on his tongue, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Subsequently, Jigsaw's gaze shifted to another screen, which illuminated a hellish underground game room. Eldon was crushed beneath iron spikes, his bloodied remains indistinguishable. A saw had mutilated the lower half of a player named Ollie, his eyes wide open in eternal terror. The player known as Sulin, once a man, was now unrecognizable, his form corroded into a grotesque skeleton by potent acid. The metallic bed soaked in repulsive filth. As for the player from Cambodia, though he had narrowly escaped death, he found himself ensnared in a fate worse than death. In this trial of torment, both criminals were subjected to the electric chair repeatedly, their minds shattered, reduced to drooling imbeciles. Only when the shadow of death looms do you come to realize that life is a precious gift to be cherished. Jigsaw savored another sip of red wine, his solitary figure elongated in the dim light, reminiscent of a demon that feasts on despair, relishing the souls of others. Suddenly, his expression hardened. His previously unfocused gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. He noticed Justin's left arm gripping the stone, the glaring marijuana leaf tattoo glaring back at him. Another parasite. His disdain was palpable. In this world, everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. Jigsaw's lips curled into a cold, humorless smile. Once the soul has fallen, even if the body remains, the gates of hell have already swung wide open for you. The red wine swirled violently in the glass, its scarlet hue resembling a flame, eagerly seeking to incinerate the traitorous soul. Crack! Crack! The fissures at the edges of the stones spread rapidly. Justin was utterly consumed by panic. Struggling to extend his right hand for stability, he only exacerbated the crumbling of the bricks. His heart pounded like thunder. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his strength waned little by little. Tears streamed down his face, leaving two soiled trails on his cheeks. Justin's vision blurred, and he could only faintly discern the bricks raining down from above. Boom! 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 Below, the fierce battle between the Patriots and the formidable Vanma Yongziro raged on. Each side locked in a relentless clash. Every strike resonated like an explosion, reverberating through the entire building, shaking it to its core. The burdened structure could no longer withstand the pressure, large chunks of plaster peeling away. Justin's fingers slipped gradually from the bricks. As he gazed into the abyss gazed back at him. The terror at this moment soared to its zenith. No, please, no. Justin sobbed hoarsely. I cannot die yet. I promised my mother to live well. I have yet to fulfill that promise. Bang! A piece of debris fell heavily. The already spider-webbed edge finally gave way. Shattering completely. In an instant, Justin lost his balance and plummeted into the abyss, the shadow of death enveloping him entirely. In this critical moment, a bloodied hand seized his flailing arm with a fierce grip. The bloodied hand was entwined in layers of bandages, caked in thick, dark blood. Due to the intensity of the grip, the bandages tore, revealing gaping wounds where flesh was turned inside out, and in some places, stark white bones were exposed. Hold on. A voice, raspy and laced with profound fatigue, came from above. Lifting his gaze, he saw that it was Su Chun who held on to him. Drip, drip. Strands of hair clung to his forehead, cold sweat trickling down his arm, mingling with blood, cascading onto Justin's face in a gruesome amalgam. He appeared to be enduring unimaginable agony. Suguyu. Justin gasped in astonishment, catching sight of the two broken rebar protruding from Su Chun's back. The exposed ends were coated in flesh and scattered with bits of internal organs. Su Chun, already grievously injured, now looked as if half his body had been brutally torn apart. You, my friend, are quite fortunate. Su Chun coughed up a mouthful of tainted blood, weakly continuing. But my luck seems to have always been rather dismal. Justin felt a tumultuous mix of deep guilt, profound gratitude for the life-saving intervention, and an inescapable sense of self-reproach. Suddenly, the swaying wine glass came to an abrupt halt, splashing some liquid that inadvertently landed on the surveillance screen. The vertical saw paused momentarily, then the operator began to strike the controls rapidly, zooming in the camera and adjusting the resolution to its highest setting. The image locked onto the edge of the collapsing platform, where Su Chun was laboriously dragging Justin to safety. The wounds continued to ooze blood, soaking the bandages in crimson. Yet the four remaining fingers held on steadfastly. The figure of the jigsaw, with furrowed brows and deep-set lines, appears to harbor emotions that are elusive to others. Compassion is a noble sentiment, yet when dispensed blindly, it becomes a desecration of justice. He leans forward, slowly extending his hand to gently wipe the wine stains from the computer screen. The point of contact coincides with the pallid, bloodless cheek of Su Chun. This delicate gesture resembles the act of touching something foreign and incomprehensible. Perhaps it is only when life is under threat that the most adept at masquerade reveal their true selves. Selfishness, cowardice, bravery, sacrifice, all are laid bare. After licking the wine from his fingers, he squints slightly. True redemption does not arise from external forgiveness, but from an awakening within. Jigsaw reclines in the metal chair, the cold sensation mirroring the reality of his soul. Only by confronting sin amid suffering can one attain redemption through self-reliance. He gazes at Su Chun on the screen, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. while what appears to be a benevolent rescue is, in truth, an indulgence of evil. For Jigsaw, the indiscriminate shedding of cheap sympathy, much like the recently spilled red wine, seems rich yet is ultimately superficial, merely a faint stain on the verge of drying. Ah, the complexity of human nature. A sigh escapes his lips. The wine in the glass swirls like a tumultuous sea of blood, agitated by the slightest motion. In moments of comfort, greed and indifference are laid bare. In times of peril, all masks fall away. He raises the glass to his face, the flickering, enigmatic light casting shadows. Jigsaw's profound gaze pierces through the crimson liquid, landing upon Su-chan. The transparent glass resembles a magical mirror, distorting the figure on the screen. At times elongated, at times warped, myriad forms and variations unfold within the wine. The deep red hue disperses, intertwining elusive shadows that obscure Su-chan's true visage. Good and evil, beauty and ugliness, lie like treasures hidden in the secret corners of a labyrinth. Jigsaw sets down the glass, massaging his furrowed brow. How might I discover the key to unlock this treasure chest? He fixates on Su-chan, unblinking. His low voice resonates like a whisper emerging from the depths of his soul. The long-dormant heart seems to ignite with a fervent flame. Chapter 44. The Joker and the Lipless Woman Superman. Please send reinforcements. Thud. A small yellow ball inadvertently rolled to the ground. What on earth are those raucous miscreants outside clamoring about? The Joker, poised to pierce the lipless woman's tongue, angrily exclaimed, "What a dreadful hotel. The soundproofing is atrocious." The incessant vibrations repeatedly disrupted his efforts. This was already the second ball to fall to the floor. At this moment, the lipless woman had been transformed into a visage that pleased the Joker. Her face adorned with clown makeup, her hair styled into twin ponytails and dyed a vivid red. A small red ball was affixed to her nose. Additionally, various piercings decorated her ears, head, abdomen, and other areas, all embellished with small balls. Gazing into the mirror, the lipless woman examined her reflection, hesitantly suggesting, "Perhaps we should reconsider this." The extravagant appearance was not only ludicrous, but also rather awkward. No, no, no. The Joker shook his head vigorously, then retrieved the last remaining blue ball from the tray. "Darling, we won't pick up the one that fell. We're just one tongue piercing away from completion. Be a good girl." His tone carried a hint of regret. After all, with the lipless woman's wide mouth, she could easily accommodate 3 tongue piercings. By the way, remember to call me darling from now on. It sounds so endearing. The Joker tugged at the corners of her mouth, pulling it back to her ears. Then, as he picked up the pliers, he skillfully grasped her tongue. Just then, another violent tremor shook the room. Fortunately, the Joker was prepared. He stumbled slightly, but seamlessly transitioned into a waltz. One arm encircled the lipless woman's waist while the other held the pliers steadily. As they danced, the tugging on her tongue caused a slight ache. The lipless woman shivered, but stifled any sound. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Joker swayed to the rhythm of the vibrations. With unwavering focus, he skillfully executed his task, occasionally tilting his head back in silly laughter. This was a unique kind of romance. Few were fortunate enough to have a darling like her. With a gaze filled with affection, the Joker's PUA techniques flourished. At last, the tongue piercing was secured and tightened. Successfully installed, he released the pliers and exhaled a sigh of relief. "All done. Darling, you did wonderfully." The lipless woman's voice was slightly muffled as she forced a smile. He gazed contentedly at his creation. "You look much more appealing now, just like Harley Quinn." The lipless woman's eyes suddenly glinted with a dangerous spark. "Who is Harley Quinn?" "She is mine." The Joker hesitated momentarily, tapping his chin thoughtfully, feigning deep contemplation. It seems difficult to define that kind of relationship at times. "Toys." "Toys?" "Yes, toys." The Joker was quite pleased with this terminology. The Enchantress, who had initially felt a twinge of jealousy, was equally satisfied. After all, who would take a toy too seriously? Yet, she remained unaware that, in the Joker's eyes, she too was merely an amusing toy. "Well then, it is time for us to wreak some havoc on the streets." The Joker stretched lazily. Applying makeup on the Enchantress and fastening her attire consumed considerable time. leaving him quite restless. Creak, the door swung open. The outside world lay in utter disarray, as if it had been ravaged by a colossal beast. The walls were riddled with cracks, and the corridor had collapsed, strewn with broken bricks and debris. Wow, how lively it is! The Joker felt a surge of excitement. He had thought the previous commotion was merely his neighbors indulging in a raucous affair, which had made him feel somewhat insecure. Yet that was not the case. Thus, he instantly regained his confidence. It turned out there was a spectacle to behold. The Joker attentively listened to the rumbling sounds, discerning that they originated from downstairs. Just as he was about to take the elevator down to join the fray, he noticed the elevator doors were askew. The elevator was out of order. It seemed they would have to take the stairs instead. Consequently, the duo turned towards the stairwell, which bore even greater signs of destruction. Nearly all the steps had collapsed, creating gaping voids from top to bottom. Concrete blocks, wooden planks, and wires lay scattered haphazardly. The Joker observed closely, noticing two small holes shot through the indented wall. He reached out to touch them, still warm to the touch. Such intense radiation. A strong sense of déjà vu washed over him. Superman? The Joker's eyes lit up, almost bursting with excitement. How delightful it was to encounter an old acquaintance during his holiday at this hotel. Alas, if only Batman had come, it would have been even more entertaining. Who are they? The Enchantress inquired. My arch-nemesis, the Joker cackled, just as he was about to elaborate. His ears perked up suddenly. He then lowered his gaze, peering down through the holes. His eyes scanned the crumbling structure, where four rats seemed to be searching for something. However, due to the fierce battle between two formidable foes, he could only hear the continuous reverberation of thunderous sounds. Darling, what's wrong? Nothing. I must have misheard. The Joker replied, clearing his ears and dismissing the matter. Shall we leap down? No. The Joker shook his head slightly. It was not yet time. He needed to prepare first. He was a man who thrived on chaos and mischief. Though his actions were often erratic, he was by no means a fool. If it truly was Superman, dealing with him would prove quite challenging. It is nearly impossible for the two of them to withstand the pressure alone. Thus, we must broaden our circle of acquaintances. The Joker cast a glance at the large hole above the stairwell, letting out a sinister chuckle, and suggested, let's pay a visit to our neighbors. He then raised his right hand and deftly triggered a mechanism. Whoosh! A rope shot forth from his sleeve, expertly ensnaring the remnants of the building on the 15th floor. Darling, let us proceed, he beckoned. The lady with the split mouth nestled against him like a fragile bird, securely held in his embrace. Together, they ascended the rope. At this moment, on the edge of the shattered platform on the 12th floor, they have departed, sighed Su-chan, who had been concealed behind the rubble, finally releasing a breath of relief. Who are they? Justin trembled as he rose. Having endured several crises, he was on the verge of succumbing to PTSD. It must be the Joker, or perhaps Chu Renmei. Su-chan was uncertain of the identities lurking above. Yet, guided by his martial intent, he sensed an imminent danger. Acting swiftly, he signaled Justin to adjust his vantage point, ensuring they remained unnoticed. However, the threat had not subsided. In the final moments of the external connection, the game strategy department of the Dragon Kingdom had warned Su-chan. Jason is approaching. The specter lingered ominously. Su-chan's right eye, suffused with blood, glinted with murderous intent. Dignity resides solely upon the edge of a blade. Truth exists only within the range of cannon fire. Rather than succumbing to fear and anxiety, it is far better to confront Jason with ferocity. With this thought in mind, Su-chan summoned the system's marketplace, preparing to open a treasure chest. Chapter 45. Hunting and Counterhunting. The Ghoul's Last Supper. Su-chan first opened 10 military supply chests. A series of radiant flashes illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by the system's prompt. You have obtained tactical belt, climbing rope, flashbang X1, magnetic adhesive trap, mini drone, tactical dagger, carbon fiber gloves, night vision goggles, tool pliers, pulse grenade. Next came 10 item chests. You have obtained stamina recovery potion, high-strength adhesive, 1L, portable sleeping bag, plastic raincoat, high-energy compressed biscuit, miniature telescope, multi-functional hook, inferior inflatable doll X1, windproof lighter, a pack of cigarettes. It appeared that something peculiar had slipped in. An inferior inflatable doll? How bizarre. Thankfully, the contents of the chests were automatically stored in the system space. If they had been pulled out, it would have been utterly mortifying. However, the 1-star stamina recovery potion was quite commendable. Gulping it down, Su Chun felt a wave of warmth spread from his stomach throughout his entire body. The weakness that had rendered him barely able to stand dissipated in an instant. The effect surpassed that of consuming 10 cans of Red Bull in one breath. Feeling a resurgence of vitality within him, Su Chun smacked his lips in satisfaction. He then retrieved a cigarette, igniting it with a windproof lighter, inhaling deeply and exhaling several smoke rings. Unexpectedly, Justin shook his head at the cigarette Su Chun offered. I plan to quit, he said, instinctively tugging down his sleeve to conceal the marijuana leaf tattoo on his left arm. Su Chun pauset momentia. Choosing not to press the matter further. With 6,000 points remaining, he gazed at the skill chest in the system hall. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to open another 10 military supply chests with guaranteed rewards. You have obtained Medical Nano Repair Patches X3, Landmine, Miniature Animal Trap, Mechanical Steel Claw, Alloy Longsword, Tactical Vest, Molotov Cocktail, Nepalese Knife, Military Compass, Thickened Purple Mood. Another 1-star treasure. Su Chun promptly examined its attributes. Medical Nano Repair Patch, star level. Characteristics, composed of billions of nanoscale repair units, capable of rapidly restoring damaged human tissue. Usage, for external application, simply adhere to the wound. For someone as grievously injured as Su Chun, who would draw tears even from the King of Hell, such an efficient medical item was precisely what he needed. As for the last item, the thickened purple mood, Su Chun chose to disregard it entirely. Regrettably, there were only 3 nano repair patches, and the multitude of his critical wounds rendered this a mere drop in the bucket. Good steel must be used wisely. With a determined grit, Su Chun tore away the bandage. The wrappings had adhered painfully to his wounds, pulling away several blood clots and causing fresh crimson blood to flow anew. Beads of sweat formed instantly on his forehead, yet he merely let out a muffled groan. Beneath the absence of bandages, Su Chun cast her gaze downward, confronting the harrowing wounds that marred her body. From her neck to her navel, multiple grotesque lacerations tore through her flesh, revealing glimpses of her thoracic organs through the gaping slits. The sight was akin to a gruesome disembowelment. Fortunately, prior to this, Su Chun had used bandages to tie off her intestines, preventing any further spilling of innards. A rather inconvenient ordeal, indeed. With a sharp exhale, she yanked out 2 steel rods that had pierced her during her recent fall. The formidable super defense of her homeland had undeniably enhanced her physical resilience, rendering her nearly impervious to conventional weaponry. However, these 2 rods had found their way through the unprotected area of her thorax, one embedding itself at the edge of her lung and the other piercing her spleen. Additionally, her heart bore multiple wounds. Had it not been for her undying body, such injuries would have been sufficient to claim the lives of 3 individuals. Su Chun extended a medical nano-repair patch to Justin, requesting his assistance in applying it to assess its efficacy. Upon witnessing the extent of Su Chun's injuries, Justin's complexion drained of color, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Under Su Chun's urging, he steeled himself against his fear, trembling as he inserted the patch into her chest cavity, applying it to her lung, spleen, and heart. The moment it made contact, the patch dissolved into a myriad of tiny black dots, and the damaged organs began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Su Chun's previously pallid visage gradually regained a hint of rosy vitality, as if she had snatched life back from the jaws of death. Fortune seemed to shift in her favor. Perhaps it was time to explore the skill treasure chest. Miss, you have acquired the skill, Combat, Mastery. The system's notification echoed in her mind, flooding her consciousness with the intricacies of combat. A martial art. When combined with stealthy advance, martial intuition, her undying body, and super defense, she might not best a formidable opponent like Yamamoto. But against a character of more human proportions like Hannibal or Saw, in a straightforward one-on-one scenario devoid of cunning and firearms, she would undoubtedly hold the advantage. With 4 000 points remaining. Su Chun pondered whether to continue opening treasure chests. The Dragon Country Game Strategy Department advised her to wait until the crisis had subsided, suggesting she upgrade her membership and secure a luxurious suite. The daily rental cost remained uncertain, yet it was assuredly higher than that of the standard room. She also needed to consider the procurement of sustenance and water for survival. At that moment, a sudden alert from martial intuition jolted her senses. The familiarity of the sensation struck her. Even from a distance, she could discern the profound desire for slaughter emanating from another, coupled with a palpable hatred directed squarely at her. Jason, the ghoul has finally arrived. Su Chun squinted slightly, swiftly examining the weapons and items in his system inventory, his mind racing to devise a counter-hunting trap specifically for Jason. Fear, resentment, and anger. These emotions were merely fleeting thoughts. On the 11th floor, in the presidential suite, the banquet hall, Hannibal circled the dining table leisurely, his fingers gliding across the napes of 5 guests. Your weeping at this moment is not born of pain, but rather a painful awakening to your own reality. The crystalline chandelier cast its luminous glow upon the wretched forms of the 5 players, hailing from Myanmar, Siam, the Philippines, Mexico, and the depths of the sea. Some had severed fingers, others lost their legs, their skins flayed, and their organs excised. The exquisite dishes they had just indulged in were derived from themselves. Essentially, humanity is but a collection of elegant ghouls. Our genetic adaptation to prion diseases serves as evidence that our ancestors once engaged in cannibalism millennia ago. Hannibal turned to gaze at the unfinished masterpiece hanging on the wall, titled The Last Supper. Regrettably, due to insufficient materials, it currently only sketched a rough outline. Hunger remains an age-old dilemma that plagues mankind. Hannibal reached out to caress the canvas, savoring its exquisite texture. Only in the face of hunger do all desires and distractions fade away. In that moment, what remains in your hearts is a singular, pure dream. Hannibal abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, fixating on the terrified faces of the 5, and enunciated each word. Feast. P.S. I can hardly endure this review process. It often results in arbitrary deletions and modifications. If you notice any areas that lack coherence or connection, please feel free to catch the bugs and remind me. Chapter 46. A skilled hunter often appears as prey, wouldn't you agree? Hannibal raised his goblet and elegantly sipped. The vintage 1982 Lawfight dribbled slightly down the corner of his mouth. He then leisurely retrieved a handkerchief from his breast pocket, wiping away the crimson stain that had formed. Not only was he a connoisseur of exquisite cuisine, but he also possessed an extraordinary flair as a mixologist. Indeed, it is a profound truth. You are truly a remarkable philosopher. The 5 players responded in a tone tinged with desperation. In truth, their limited understanding rendered them incapable of grasping the morbidly neurotic musings of this older gentleman. Their compliance was born purely out of fear, a self-reproach for having unwittingly fallen into the clutches of this deranged individual. At that moment, the lower bodies of the 5 were in a state of numbness. The Filipino player fared even worse, having lost both legs. The banquet hall was suffused with a pungent metallic scent. Nevertheless, each of the 5 was swathed in medical bandages, their wounds meticulously stitched and treated by Hannibal, who had also administered blood transfusions. It was evident that he had no intention of killing them. Instead, he seemed to be nurturing livestock, viewing them as readily available ingredients. "How was the meal today?" Hannibal inquired, casting his gaze toward the dining table. The previously artfully arranged dishes had been nearly depleted, particularly the silver plates before the 5, which were devoid of even a drop of sauce. Quite delectable. They gritted their teeth, suppressing the turmoil within their stomachs, battling the urge to retch. They consumed parts of themselves or their companions, witnessing firsthand the gruesome process of Hannibal's cutting and cooking. Such a horrifying experience was unbearable, even for the players hailing from the depths of the ocean. Each morsel swallowed reverberated with a shudder from the depths of their souls, fear shadowing their every move. Receiving accolades, Hannibal smiled and nodded. Sin is the finest seasoning. This is the essence of dining. Suddenly, a violent tremor emanated from the ground. The lights flickered, and the crystal chandelier swayed incessantly. Hannibal furrowed his brow. He was a man who cherished tranquility. Yet, the building had been shaking persistently, escalating in intensity. If it had been any other floor, it would have long been reduced to rubble by the likes of the countryman and the formidable Yamamoto. As Hannibal's attention drifted elsewhere, the Burmese and Siamese players seated on either side of the long table exchanged furtive glances. Their proximity to Hannibal, coupled with their formidable nature, rendered them unwilling to be mere lambs for slaughter, destined to be consumed by this accursed white man. The two exchanged resolute glances, and in the fleeting moment of agreement, they grasped their steak knives, unleashing their force almost simultaneously. The player with a twisted mind aimed his remaining left hand, wielding the knife, at Hannibal's waist. The Siamese player lunged towards Hannibal's heart. Their movements were swift and perfectly synchronized. However, Hannibal's reflexes were even swifter. It was as if he had anticipated their actions. With astonishing speed, he raised the oyster fork in his right hand, precisely countering the blade aimed at him. Meanwhile, his left hand, adorned with a ruby ring, expanded unexpectedly, transforming into a crimson shield that effectively thwarted the Siamese player's lethal strike. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of countless rehearsals, exuding a natural grace. A sudden thrust. The Burmese player's left hand was firmly pinned to the table. Simultaneously, Hannibal tossed the goblet to his right hand, while the ring shield on his left hand exerted tremendous force. Crack! The Siamese player's hand, which clutched the knife, was instantly crushed. Their screams pierced the air. Yet under Hannibal's cold gaze, they were compelled to silence their cries. The other three players stood frozen, unable to fathom how this seemingly cunning and easily overpowered old white man possessed such remarkable combat prowess. He not only outsmarted them, but also subdued them physically. A true assassin would savor the pain. Hannibal seized the left hand of the twisted-minded player, refusing to extract the oyster fork but instead applying pressure to drag it, causing the player's hand to tear away from the fork through sheer force. Pearls are beautiful, yet they originate from grit, enveloped by a substance known as nacre secreted by oysters, gradually forming over time. Hannibal held the player's left hand against the rim of the goblet, blood dripping down to mix with the unfinished lawfight, creating a more intense crimson hue. A delicate endeavor of suffering, regrettably lacking in artistry. Hannibal surveyed his surroundings, shaking his head slightly. If you refuse to become pearls, you shall remain mere grains of sand. He raised the goblet and drank deeply, ignoring the pleas for mercy from the five players. Silence enveloped the space. As Hannibal's words fell, they immediately ceased their whimpering. Just moments ago, you hailed me as a philosopher, correct? Allow me to impart one final lesson. Hannibal offered a gentle smile. A skilled hunter often appears in the guise of his prey. His laughter reverberated ominously in the ears of the five players, resonating with a chilling foreboding. Crack, crack, crack. The jarring sound of bones grinding against each other echoed through the 12-story staircase, teetering on the brink of collapse. A sinister figure gradually approached, none other than the resurrected Jason. In the present day, he remains in that terrifying skeletal form, yet his lower half has sprouted new bony legs. Remarkably, he can recover from a mere mist of blood in a short span of time, a testament to the extraordinary nature of his undying body. Creak, creak. The skull's head slightly turns, as if searching for something. At this moment, a thin layer of muscle tissue has restored his visage. One eye socket is hollow, while the other has grown a new eyeball. The newly revived, fleshy nose incessantly twitches. Suddenly, Jason's single eye sharpens with focus. He has finally caught a whiff of his prey. The scent belonging to Su Chun is intensely palpable upon the broken platform below. Without a moment's hesitation, Jason leaps from the edge of the gaping hole. Splash! He lands securely upon the platform, his gaze instantly locking onto a shadowy corner where rubble has accumulated. There! A vague silhouette flickers in and out of sight. Even the most skillful hiding cannot escape the relentless pursuit of Jason, akin to a bloodhound on the hunt. That potent scent of blood has utterly betrayed Su Chun's location. Creak, creak. Jason strides closer, extending his bony hand to grasp Su Chun by the neck, effortlessly lifting him. As murderous intent surges within him, Jason suddenly senses something amiss. The weight is astonishingly light. Peering intently, he realizes that this figure is not Su Chun at all. Or perhaps it is not human in the slightest. It is a crudely crafted, inflatable doll. Its surface is smeared with thick, blackened blood, a remnant of Su Chun himself. It is this very scent that has deceived Jason's extraordinarily keen sense of smell. Moreover, it appears that the doll's mouth is stuffed with something. What could it be? As Jason tightens his grip slightly, the shoddy inflatable doll emits a crude sound, and the object lodged within its mouth, a flashbang, detonates in an instant. A blinding light bursts forth, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day, instantly dazzling Jason's solitary eye. Chapter 47. The Counterattack Against Jason. The Jigsaw transitions to the arcane. Hannibal relishes culinary delights. A flashbang detonates at close range. Jason's newly sprouted, delicate eyes throb in excruciating pain. A blow-up doll falls with a thud to the ground. In a fit of madness, Jason's body writhes uncontrollably. As he stumbles, it seems he has stepped upon something. Suddenly, boom! A landmine, strategically planted by Su Chun, detonates, shaking the entire platform with its formidable force. The explosion obliterates the lower half of Jason's skeletal form, scattering bone fragments in every direction. The shockwave sends Jason tumbling, his bony claws flailing wildly. Smoke and dust swirl around as he teeters on the brink of falling from the platform, when an overwhelming force of suction engulfs him. The magnetic trap, affixed to the wall, activates successfully. This powerful pull acts like an invisible hand, yanking Jason's remains and the surrounding debris towards it. Crack! Crunch! The shattered stones and metal shards viciously pummel Jason's dismembered body. Subsequently, the remnants of the blown-up doll, its shoddy head intact, collide squarely with Jason's face. The sound device, evidently embedded within the doll's head, miraculously remains unscathed. The more Jason shakes his head in fury, the more he inadvertently engages the device, causing the doll to emit a cacophony of absurd sounds. At this moment, suspended in mid-air within the stairwell of the 11th floor, a rope is tightly secured to a protruding section of the wall. Below the rope, Su Chun and Justin dangle precariously, their bodies swaying. He must be dead, right? Justin's knuckles turn white as he grips the rope with all his might. The trap has been successfully triggered. Surely, we are safe now? He glances down at Su Chun, his eyes filled with hope. Not dead. Su Chun's expression is serene as he slowly lowers his binoculars. He is curled up inside a compact sleeping bag, which is tightly bound to the rope, allowing him to conserve energy and maneuver with his remaining left hand. Su Chun first dons the night vision device, then retrieves a miniature drone, a pulse grenade, and a Molotov cocktail from his system space. Not long ago, his martial intent had sensed Jason's overwhelming murderous intent. Without hesitation, Su Chun utilized the available tools to set up a simple trap on the upper platform. As anticipated, the mindless Jason triggers the trap. Yet, Su Chun is acutely aware that this undead monstrosity, which defies the laws of energy conservation, can be defeated but never truly eradicated. Moreover, this affair cannot conclude peacefully. Su Chun, harboring a deep-seated animosity, seems to have found himself on Jason's hit list. Instead of seeking vengeance against the relentless Fama Wei-Jur, Jason chooses to pursue him. What kind of logic is this? Is it the soft fruit that bears the brunt of the squeeze? Very well, let us engage in this dance. Su Chun tore off the bandages from his body, meticulously securing the Molotov cocktail and pulse grenade onto the drone to ensure they wouldn't detach mid-flight. He checked the timing once more. With a crisp flick, the lighter ignited the fuse of the incendiary device. The flickering flames cast shifting shadows across his resolute face, painting it in an eerie chiaroscuro. Buzz, under Su Chun's deft control, the drone soared nimbly toward the ruined platform on the 12th floor. The remote screen gradually revealed Jason's contorted figure, firmly pinned to the wall by a magnetic trap. Yet, his relentless thrashing suggested imminent escape. Jason. The drone hovered before him as Su Chun smirked at the screen, his lips curling with icy mockery. "Bye, Jason." Almost the instant the words left his lips, the fuse burned out. The Molotov exploded first. Whoosh! A violent blaze erupted, illuminating the dim platform like a sudden sunrise. Then, the pulse grenade detonated in succession. Boom! Far more devastating than a conventional mine, the deafening blast sent shockwaves rippling through the space. Flames scattered like meteors, while the concussive force shattered everything in its path. Bricks, steel beams, all reduced to fragments. A roaring inferno consumed Jason's skeletal remains, scattering charred bones and debris like macabre rain. Clatter. One arm bone plummeted straight onto the 12th floor corridor. This spectacle was witnessed in perfect clarity by Jigsaw, who had been silently observing from the surveillance room. Hidden in the shadows, his eyes gleamed with sudden intrigue. Now, this is a rare specimen. A freely mobile skeleton? Unheard of. The old man, a staunch advocate of physics, found himself intrigued enough to delve into the occult. Snatching up his walkie-talkie, Jigsaw barked an order to his mechanical puppet. "Billy, retrieve that bone." "Understood, master." Deep in the basement, Billy ascended swiftly via the lift, arriving at the presidential suites parlor. The doll pushed open the door, collected Jason's severed arm bone, and retreated. Meanwhile, in the 11th floor banquet hall, Hannibal Lecter, midway through arranging his cutlery, paused at the distant explosion. Displeasure flickered in his eyes. Local gangs truly lack manners. Not only had they disrupted his meal, they'd also interfered with his ingredient preparation. Even Hannibal's impeccable composure was fraying. "I'll step out for a moment." Adjusting his cuffs, he addressed the dining table. No response came from the 5 surviving players, of course. Their vocal cords had long since been excised. Creak. Frowning, Hannibal pushed open the door. The corridor before him was a web of fissures. For a man of his fastidiousness, the sight was nothing short of grating. At that moment, Yu Guang suddenly caught sight of a flickering glimmer at the end of the corridor. Hannibal approached, and, as he discerned that it was a leg bone, his eyes sparkled with unexpected delight. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon an unforeseen treasure. He bent down, cautiously picking up the leg bone and scrutinizing it meticulously. The overall contour was impressive, revealing that its former owner must have been an imposing and robust figure. The remnants of flesh and blood clung to the surface, slightly charred. From Hannibal's seasoned perspective, it had been perfectly roasted to a medium doneness. A unique aroma wafted through the air, wafting tendrils that infiltrated his nostrils, stimulating his palate and igniting the appetite of this connoisseur. He brought the leg bone closer to his lips, taking a delicate bite and savoring the texture. A wondrous sensation spread across his tongue. The succulent tenderness mingled with an unusual charred fragrance, releasing an unprecedented, delightful flavor. A look of satisfaction began to surface on Hannibal's face. This taste was unlike any ingredient he had ever encountered, infused with an essence of rebirth and liberation. It was precisely the primordial flavor of life that Hannibal had long sought after. Exquisite. He reveled in the experience, genuinely captivated. Just as he prepared for another taste, he suddenly noticed that at the fracture of the leg bone, tiny flesh buds were slowly writhing. From a medical perspective, this indicated the body's response to injury, where cells began to divide and proliferate to repair damaged tissue, a process of granulation. Yet, this leg bone was evidently detached from any living entity, and under normal circumstances, such a self-healing reaction would be impossible. This phenomenon surpassed Hannibal's comprehension. He toyed with it, as if he had discovered a new world. A peculiar smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. A thought lingered in his mind, echoing back. Perhaps this was a divine blessing bestowed upon him. A wellspring of inspiration surging within him. Chapter 48. The unparalleled ruthlessness of Su Chun. The pseudo-form of fully functional limbs at this moment, Su Chun swung down the rope, landing on the precarious platform below. The stairwell had nearly collapsed into ruins, attributed to the battle between Fanmai Yongzi and the Nationals. This area, a makeshift platform composed of misaligned bricks and stones, was situated somewhere between the 11th and 10th floors. Justin sat nearby, panting heavily, a glimmer of excitement evident in his expression. "That was incredible, my friend." You just resembled a superhero from the movies, actually managing to slay that monster. Although Su Chun was the protagonist of the ordeal, Justin felt like a mere supporting character. Yet, it was the first significant achievement of his life. Without Su Chun, he likely would have met his demise long ago. Taking a moment to recuperate, Su Chun retrieved his phone and dialed the front desk of the Huandu Hotel. He had managed to secure a complimentary session with a star physician from the Nationals. Reflecting on the situation, he considered how the audience from Longhua had so seamlessly collaborated with him in deceiving the Nationals. Perhaps this was orchestrated by the game strategy department of Longhua. In such circumstances, many would be at a loss, as they did not possess the knowledge of the cohabitation character's background like Su Chun did. Otherwise, even with their cleverness, any misstep could provoke the wrath of the Nationals, leading to dire consequences for Su Chun. Only with official intervention, accurately grasping the characteristics of the Nationals, could a well-organized and disciplined collaboration achieve such results. The call was quickly answered, and a soft, sweet voice emanated from the receiver, instantly recognizable as that of the most amiable of the three beast-eared girls at the front desk. "Mr. Su, I just inquired for you. The star physician will arrive at the hotel by tonight at the earliest." Tonight? Su Chun furrowed his brow. Besides his serious injuries, he was in a semi-conscious state. The tremors continued to resonate from below. Both the Nationals and Fama Yongzi possessed the strength to raise and rebuild the Huandu Hotel, considering they were engaged in combat. By tonight, the hotel might have been toppled several times over. I might not even survive until tonight. Su Chun inquired further, "Could you send rescue personnel?" After all, the current location was rather enclosed, with the Joker and the lady with the split mouth still active above. Taking the detour up posed considerable danger. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, but our rescue service is only available to hotel members." "Then I shall become a member right now." "Certainly. Please proceed to the front desk to complete the necessary formalities." "Su Chun, the elevator is broken, and the stairwell has collapsed. I am trapped here. How am I supposed to get there now?" The rabbit-eared girl spoke apologetically. "I truly apologize, Mr. Su. This is our hotel policy. I cannot amend it." Su Chun pressed again. "Are you not going to intervene in the fight between the Nationals and Fama Yongzi?" The exchange of skills between those two distinguished guests is beyond our purview. Of course, this is not merely due to their esteemed VIP status. Even with ordinary patrons, we are reluctant to intervene, as our hotel, Huandu, places great emphasis on customer privacy. One could say that being obstinate leads to a deadlock. Nevertheless, seeking assistance from others is less effective than relying on oneself. I hung up the phone. Su Chun's gaze flickered. The implication of the rabbit-eared girl was clear. Even if players were to engage in mutual slaughter, Huandu Hotel would remain indifferent. Upon reflection, all 10 cohabiting characters are guests. Their acts of killing other players go unpunished. Su Chun ambushed Jason using traps, and still, the hotel management did not intervene. The cohabitation game is far more perilous than one might imagine. It is even conceivable that in the future, should a player find themselves short on points, they might resort to underhanded means against others in a bid for self-preservation, potentially leading to fatal outcomes. What shall be done next? Justin remains as indecisive as ever, lacking initiative in times of trouble. Su Chun surveyed the surroundings. It would be prudent for Justin to clear the rubble and excavate an opening, which should lead to the leisure hall below. Then, she examined her injuries. Her left eye remained impaired, but with the gradual activation of her undying body, new flesh was beginning to sprout. Currently, with missing limbs, her mobility was significantly hampered. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chun retrieved all the weapons and items from her system space. First, she used a dagger to excavate the mangled flesh from her severed right arm. Subsequently, she inserted a thickened version of the purple mood into the wound. To be fair, this item is indeed quite substantial, making it a suitable temporary substitute for an arm. She then bound it with bandages and applied a powerful adhesive for reinforcement. Click! The mechanical claw was affixed to the purple mood, perfectly aligning, thus completing the creation of a brand new arm. As for the incomplete left leg, the length of the alloy long sword was just right. Su Chun gripped the dagger tightly, meticulously excavating the fragments of bone from the break in her left leg, her teeth grinding audibly. The scene was exceedingly brutal. Not only was Justin, who was nearby moving stones, left in shock, but even the viewers in the live stream gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, this person is ruthless." Taking a deep breath several times, Su Chun grasped the sword sheath firmly and forcefully inserted the sword's hilt into the gap of her left leg's bone. The hilt, being rigid, was far more painful than the semi-soft purple mood. Fortunately, it was forcefully wedged in place. The oval sword guard fit snugly against the bone, though it felt somewhat loose. Walking was manageable, but if she were to run, it might dislodge. Thus, Su Chun's gaze fell upon a small animal trap. After prying it open, she positioned it at the junction where the sword hilt connected to the bone of her severed leg. Click! The trap instantly clamped down, ensuring that no matter the struggle, it would remain secure. Brother Justin was utterly taken aback. In truth, there was no need for such alarm. If you find yourself unable to move, I can carry you. Moreover, it would be prudent for us to remain here for the time being. The danger appears minimal. Abandon those fanciful notions. Su Chun, enduring pain, struggled to rise. Blood dripped from the sheath, pooling into a dark crimson puddle upon the ground. Prepare, let us fight. Su Chun attempted to take 2 steps, his prosthetic limb, fashioned from alloy, proving exceedingly unwieldy. After affixing a size 43 military boot to the tip of the sheath and filling it with a potent adhesive, he waited a minute for it to solidify. It conformed snugly to his foot, allowing for a far more fluid gait than before. Brother, what now? Has your intestine protruded again? Oh, the earlier commotion inadvertently severed the bandage binding your intestines. Shall I assist you in tucking it back in? Just focus on your duties as a miner, Su Chun said, handing him a Nepalese dagger and a pair of carbon fiber gloves. Use this to dig. He again shoved his intestines back into his abdomen. Then, he lowered his gaze to the scattered tools. First, he donned a tactical vest, applying the remaining adhesive liberally. This ensured the vest clung tightly to his chest and back, temporarily sealing the gaping cavity created by Jason, thus preventing his intestines from spilling forth. Finally, Su Chun slipped into a plastic raincoat, securing it with a tactical belt, and equipped night vision goggles over his eyes. At this moment, he appeared no different from an able-bodied individual. Chapter 49. The Jester teases Chu Renmei. Your approaching figure stirs my restless soul, the corridor on the 15th floor of Phantom Capital Hotel. The Jester carried the slit-mouthed woman in a princess carry, dancing with leisurely steps toward the presidential suite. Yahoo, our neighbor here has quite the taste, he remarked, eyeing the decaying wooden door before him. Rustic Chinese style, yet oddly chic. With a shrill, piercing laugh, the Jester deduced from the decor that the suite's owner must be amiable, perhaps even a potential friend. But now, he faced a dilemma. Etiquette dictates we should knock first. No? Indeed, the slit-mouthed woman nodded. But darling, my hands are full holding you. I can't knock. Then put me down. No, the Jester shook his head vigorously before gazing intently at the woman in his arms. Sweetheart, you're my precious. How could I bear to let you go? At these words, the slit-mouthed woman bashfully nestled deeper into his embrace. When she lifted her head, her grotesque maw split open, releasing a foul stench. Don't speak, kiss me. The Jester mirrored her grin, browning teeth exposed, before leaning in for a deep, passionate kiss. Darling. You should brush your teeth. Just teasing. I adore this very flavor. Exquisite. The Jester licked the drool from his lips. Like pepper, bold and piquant. Oh, the slit-mouthed woman is blushing. Then, the Jester adjusted his grip, gauging his beloved's weight before pivoting sideways, aligning her head with the door. Since my hands are occupied, my dear, you'll have to knock for me. Thud. He used her as a battering ram against the wood. Anyone home? Thud. If you're in, open up. If not, I'll keep knocking with another forceful impact. Bang. Bang. Crack. The latch splintered and the door swung open. Dazed from the blows, the slit-mouthed woman barely regained her senses before the Jester unceremoniously dropped her to the floor. Quit dawdling. Let's greet our neighbor. Urged onward. She rubbed her head and obediently followed. After all, neither operated on normal logic. Perhaps, in her twisted heart, this treatment was bliss proof of being cherished and needed, her deepest longing fulfilled. Inside, the suite remained a dilapidated rural courtyard, reeking of decay and blood. The source of the putrid stench emanated from the four grotesquely entwined corpses beside the ancient well. The esports player Zeus from Ukraine remained clad only in his underwear. Yet his thighs had been violently thrust into the mouths of two gamers, Turtle and Literal, suffocating them to death. Their lips were torn asunder, flesh flayed open, necks grotesquely distended. His thighs had punctured through their abdomens, exposing veins and trachea amidst gushing blood. Meanwhile, the Korean player Byun Singyeop was contorted into a twisted, mangled spiral, as if forcibly crammed into the Ukrainian player's gaping maw, rupturing his ribcage. Shattered bones pierced through skin, organs spilling forth, blood mingling with the dirt. A macabre tableau, as though painted by the brushstrokes of hell itself. Wow! The Joker gasped, not in horror, but in rapture. Such boundless imagination, such a masterpiece. This is art. He pranced around the corpses in gleeful admiration, pausing now and then to scrutinize their ghastly, distorted faces. Though they do seem rather displeased. From her trench coat, Kukase Kana withdrew her enormous scissors. Snip, snip! In an instant, the corners of Byun, Turtle, and Literal's mouths were slit into grotesque grins. There! Now they're as beautiful as I am, she crooned, her own ghastly smile stretching wide. But then, the wooden doors of the courtyard's houses exploded outward, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy. Who are you? The words dripped with venom. The ancient well bubbled violently, spewing forth murky water as the ground trembled beneath them. The heavens wept yellow rain, the earth mourned in unison. As the water drenched the weeds, they writhed and elongated, transforming into countless strands of inky black hair, lashing outward like serpents. Splat! The four fused corpses burst apart in a shower of gore. Blood arced like fireworks, bones and viscera scattering amidst the spectral downpour. Amidst the writhing black tresses, the true form of Chor Oimui emerged at last. Wah, wah, wah. The Joker shrieked in ecstasy. Such atmosphere, such soul. You're the one I've been searching for. Answer, me. The undulating hair parted, revealing Chor Oimui's deathly pale visage. Her blank white eyes radiated an otherworldly chill. Lovely lady of the East, the Joker bowed theatrically, you may call me. The Joker. He then gestured toward Kukase Kana, who was greedily lapping up the raining blood with her jagged maw. And this is my honey. We've come to befriend you. Note, honey, a term of endearment for a beloved. This place was Chor Oimui's domain, saturated with the weight of the dead. In addition to having slain 4 players, resentment lingers unrelentingly. Even though the Joker and the lipless woman had not partaken of the cursed well water, Chu Rinmei can still manifest herself at this moment. The Joker, witnessing the horrifying visage of Chu Rinmei, feels no fear. Rather, he approaches her with his signature manic grin, step by step. My dear beauty, you are undoubtedly the most characterful, the most unique, and the most imaginatively splendid artist I have ever encountered. Oh, it is solely because of your beauty, baby. As he speaks, the Joker applies lipstick to enhance his appearance, spritzing himself with breath freshener. Your approach ignites within me a fervor I have never known, for I have developed a crush on you. The lipless woman, observing the Joker's antics, feels a surge of jealousy within her. She clicks her oversized scissors ominously, yet refrains from interrupting. After all, she is a well-mannered lady. When a man is engaged in conversation, it is best for a woman to remain silent. Oh, baby. At this moment, the Joker stands before Chu Rinmei, arms outstretched, as if to embrace her. One more glance at you, and I shall explode, drawn nearer, and I feel myself melting. I simply wish to claim you as my own, baby. However, Chu Rinmei, confronted with the Joker's corny declarations of affection, remains unmoved. In fact, she is thoroughly infuriated. You have a wife and still dare to provoke me? You heartless scoundrel. Chu Rinmei shrieks with venomous rage. The atmosphere around her thickens with resentment, coalescing into a dark mist. Once a celebrated performer of Cantonese opera, she had shared a deep love with her husband. Yet, for the sake of greed, he heartlessly schemed against her, falsely accusing her of infidelity, which led to her demise at the hands of enraged villagers, leaving her corpse to rot in desolation. The lingering malice transformed her into a vengeful spirit. It can be said that the Joker's recent performance has struck a sensitive chord, evoking her painful memories. Nevertheless, the whimsically unorthodox Joker continues unabated. Oh, my darling, I am now beyond redemption. Ah, am I truly driven mad by you? I was never this way, yet you have altered me into something peculiar. No matter how I deny it, I must confess, all of this is solely because you are so extraordinarily beautiful. Baby, suddenly, a thunderous rumble erupts. In an instant, the already dilapidated courtyard witnesses its walls peeling away, the ground fissuring further, and the ancient well's cursed waters surging forth once more, accompanied by a foul stench that surges towards the Joker. Beauty. I shall show you what true beauty is. Chapter 50. Unscientific Biology. When the ghostly back opens, everyone must retreat. On the 10th floor, within the leisure hall, the supermarket's ceiling lights flickered erratically, pulsating with tremors. Rows of shelves swayed precariously, causing merchandise to tumble down. What are you staring at? A harsh reprimand disrupted the daze of the female player from the White Goose Nation, who stood idly before the shelves. At that moment, she had donned the uniform of a supermarket employee. Turning towards the voice, she beheld the rotund manager striding towards her. I did not hire you to laze about. Get to work, the manager bellowed, his voice echoing. Huh? Irina, the player from the White Goose Nation, quivered slightly, then pointed towards the violently shaking ceiling. Manager, it seems there is going to be an earthquake. What does that have to do with you? The manager glared at her menacingly, his jowls quaking. Even if the world were to end, you are still required to work. But no but. The manager's forehead bulged with veins. If you dare to be absent, I will not grant you a single point. I won tea. Irina, filled with anxiety, felt that remaining there was perilous, and even blamed the cohabitation game for selecting her. After all, she was merely an ordinary university student who had yet to endure the harshness of society. With a heavy heart, Irina spoke, I just miss home a little. Though her family was not affluent, her parents adored her. A child nurtured in love. She found it challenging to engage in a dangerous cohabitation game. Even playing Tetris would be beyond her. I just miss home a little, the plump manager mimicked her in a sarcastic tone, his expression shifting abruptly. I'm not your parents. When you are here, you must set aside that little princess temper. Entering the workforce means confronting reality. If you refuse to work, there are plenty who will. Even those who sell themselves must greet customers with a smile, even during their monthly cycles. Want to leave? Fine, I'll blacklist you from the marketplace. And we'll see who dares to employ you afterward. The manager's tirade struck her like a barrage, leaving Irina feeling despondent. She bit her lip and quietly mumbled an apology. After all, she had only applied for a part-time position on the task board, and it was merely a matter of minutes before her shift would conclude. Aside from Irina, there were 30 or so other players in the leisure hall, each busily engaged in their work. Some were cleaners, others were salespeople, and some had even taken on roles as bathing technicians. After all, this task earned points the fastest. At that moment, a more violent tremor erupted from above. The chandelier swayed ominously, creaking under pressure. Merchandise cascaded from the shelves. Suddenly, a resounding crash. A large hole tore open in the ceiling. The building began to collapse, and debris rained down like a tempest. The plump manager, who had just turned to leave, was struck by falling rocks, his fate uncertain. Irina stumbled and fell, fortunate to be at a safe distance from the collapse, and emerged unscathed amidst the swirling dust and debris. She raised her gaze to behold a man of exaggerated musculature, seemingly grasping a figure resembling a superhero. Like an armored tank, he crashed through row upon row of merchandise shelves, barreling towards the jewelry store across the mall. With a resounding crash, the display case shattered, sending shards of diamonds cascading upon the face of the Patriot, igniting his ferocity. Get away! The Patriot fumed, pivoting fiercely to deliver a powerful punch to the chest of Yamamoto Kyojiro. Fueled by rage, the mightiest being on Earth staggered back several meters before regaining his footing. Your fist weeps, yearning to be broken by me, Yamamoto spat out a mouthful of blood, grinning maniacally. Indeed, the Patriot proved to be a formidable adversary, inflicting injuries upon even Yamamoto. Yet, the concepts of fear and retreat were foreign to his lexicon. The more powerful his opponent, the more exhilarated he became. The art of combat, as he understood it, lay in maintaining a smile while taking lives, a supreme homage to existence itself. With a deep inhalation, Yamamoto expanded his chest, drawing in multiple currents of air as if they were tangible. Just as the Patriot began to rise, Yamamoto unleashed a deafening battle roar. Roar. The formidable sound wave shattered the jewelry store's bulletproof glass, sending fragments flying in all directions. Player from Byril has perished. Player from Hungary has perished. These two unfortunate souls, employed within the jewelry store, had narrowly escaped Yamamoto's initial onslaught, but could not withstand the force of his roar. Their eardrums ruptured, and their cardiovascular systems collapsed. In that moment, the Patriot experienced a resonating buzz in his ears. Possessing superhuman senses, he could even detect heartbeats from 5 kilometers away. Logically, he should have been most affected by that thunderous roar. However, endowed with extraordinary physiology, his regenerative cells swiftly mended the damaged eardrum, restoring it in an instant. He chuckled darkly, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he concentrated his heated gaze. Do you know the sound of a human skull exploding under laser vision? It resembles grapes in a microwave. Oh! Yamamoto picked up a handful of diamonds and crushed them into powder with ease. He retorted mockingly, when violence is measured by data, you are merely a product of the assembly line. Veins bulging at his temples, the Patriot bellowed. When I extract your spine, he floated in mid-air, his tattered cloak billowing fiercely, resembling a true deity. A deity, perhaps. Fan Ma Yongziro stepped back into a defensive stance, the intricate patterns on his exposed back swelling ominously. As the muscles twisted and contorted, they formed the visage of a demonic face. When the demon's back revealed itself, all would scatter. I exist to prove that humanity can transcend all gods. Fan Ma Yongziro's countenance was ghastly. As he maneuvered his arms, currents of air coalesced, subtly sketching the form of a Tai Chi diagram before him. Dissipate, force. He exhaled softly. At that moment, the Tai Chi diagram gradually took shape, nearly solidifying into reality. Simultaneously, the scorching thermal rays of the adversary were already descending. As the radiant golden laser was on the verge of striking Yongziro's chest, the demonic face on his back suddenly twisted into a sinister grin. The high-temperature beam bizarrely warped just centimeters from his skin, akin to plunging into a deep pool. Although Fan Ma Yongziro could effortlessly evade it, he chose not to do so. Instead, he sought to completely shatter the arrogance of this ludicrous performer beneath the pride of his opponent's attack. At this moment, Fan Ma Yongziro's demonic back trembled. This was his interpretation of the physical extremity of dissipating force derived from Tai Chi's Jin. The demon's back continued to amplify, its eyes illuminating like a circuit board. The surrounding air formed countless vortices. This was a turbulent layer of air he created through microscopic muscle tremors, causing the laser beam to refract. At that instant, the opponent's pupils constricted. To refract a superheated plasma beam with flesh and blood? Was this even scientific? Thus, he resolutely intensified his assault, vowing to reduce this bothersome muscular brute to a mere puddle of blood. Chapter 51. The False Gods and Beasts, Primal Violence vs. Industrial superpowers. The intense heat surpassed the limits of air refraction with a series of hissing sounds. Even the dissipation power of Fan Ma Yongziro was gradually reaching its critical overload. With a resounding crash, Fan Ma's feet shattered the ground by nearly half a meter, his calves nearly sinking into the floor. Subsequently, the Taiji diagram formed by his swinging arms began to transmit the intensifying thermal rays into the foundation. The concrete, enveloping the steel reinforcements, melted into molten iron in an instant. By harnessing the energy transformation rate, he converted heat into kinetic energy, causing geological deformation. However, this clever tactic merely evidenced Fan Ma's current state of extreme discomfort. His rapidly moving arms displayed carbonized skin, peeling away, yet the muscle fibers beneath, thanks to the activation of his demon's back, rapidly regenerated. Is this all you've got? Vanma taunted again, his copper bell-like eyes flickering twice. The Patriot remained silent, merely intensifying his efforts. Under the continuous high-power focus, the laser beam's power surged to a level capable of melting vibranium. With a tearing sound, Vanma's newly formed skin carbonized once more. Based on the current conditions, it was estimated that in about 10 seconds, the laser beam would completely breach his Taiji dissipation defense. When you become a roasted pig, I promise to devour you down to the last morsel. The Patriot cackled maniacally. The unceasing laser caused pain in his eyes. The tears streaming from his eye sockets were rapidly evaporated by the heat, leaving wisps of smoke trailing. Yet, as long as he could eliminate this abominably evolved cherry blossom hybrid, everything would be worth it. Perhaps you should focus on protecting yourself, Vanma declared, slowly moving forward on the molten foundation beneath him. Soon, I shall crush your neck. I hope your blood is not as foul as your personality. As soon as the words left his mouth, the muscles of his demon's back contracted instantaneously, the deep muscle groups expanding and restructuring like a hydraulic pump. The laser beams emitted from the Patriot's eyes were partially refracted into rainbow-colored shards by the trembling muscles, while another portion was drawn into the ground by the dissipation power, resulting in small geysers of molten rock. The resulting collision pressure EFF with a resounding thud, the carbonized pectoral epidermis struck the visage of the nation, scattering flesh and blood into the eyes. Under the interference of biological tissue, the nation's denizens were compelled to briefly shut their eyes and adjust their focus. At this moment, the ghastly patterns on the back of Hanma Weijer surged once more. Treading upon the waves of molten steel, he propelled himself into the air, abruptly lunging forward. A knee strike first collided with the abdomen of the nation's representative. As the artificial deity howled in agony, the mightiest creature on the surface had already sunk its fangs into his throat. Teeth pierced through the nation's tough neck, embedding themselves in the carotid artery. Crimson blood gushed forth, and Hanma Weijer savored the taste of blood. Spitting disdainfully, he remarked, "Your blood reeks, tasting no different than that of a soft-shell shrimp. I shall end you." As the nation's representative roared in fury, disbelief flickered in his eyes. A mere mortal had truly inflicted harm upon a deity? Hanma Weijer seized the nation's neck with a dragon-slaying grip, his arm asserting, "Your muscles are lamenting. They know not how to fight. Lies do not wound, but the truth is a sharp blade." The counterfeit Superman possessed multiple superpowers. Not only could he soar with remarkable agility, but his eyes could also emit lethal laser beams. Should he engage in combat in an open area, it would only be a matter of time before Hanma Weijer fell victim to the nation's tactics. However, this battle took place within the confines of the Illusion City Hotel, where Hanma Weijer held a strategic advantage. Furthermore, with close quarters, he initiated joint locks to restrict the nation's aerial capabilities, forcing the fight into the realm of Hanma Weijer's expertise in close combat. The nation's shortcomings in martial prowess became glaringly apparent. "Release me, you bastard." The nation's representative's eyes bled, a consequence of his overloaded laser vision. "I am a god. You are not even worthy to lick my boots, yet you dare to draw my blood." The nation's champion soared into the air, rolling and crashing against surrounding structures, attempting to shake off the burden clinging to him. With a tremendous crash, the two collided like meteors, shattering walls. The adjacent clothing store left in utter disarray. "Damn it, those two brutes are coming. Run." Yet, amidst the struggle between the nation and Hanma Weijer, two hapless players were tragically crushed into a pulp. Ruadian player has perished. Shala player has perished. Your martial skills are but primitive relics in the face of my absolute might. No matter how the nation's representative flailed, he could not break free from Hanma Weijer's grasp. He clung on like an unyielding adhesive. Enraged, the nation seethed. "I will dismantle your bones, piece by piece." To fashion a Lego toy, did a laboratory mouse dare to speak of power? Hanma Weijer scoffed, tightening his grip with relentless force, continually applying the chokehold. "Cool me. Let me witness whether this pseudo-deity will lose control." The two individuals charged recklessly, leaving devastation in their wake. Walls crumbled, glass shattered, and merchandise strewn across the floor. The leisure hall, once alive with players, erupted into chaos, panic gripping them as screams echoed incessantly. Ignoring their tasks, they fled in all directions. Is that not Superman? The French player, eyes wide with disbelief, beheld a scene beyond comprehension. A muscular man rhythmically moving atop Superman. Was he? Just then, a laser beam pierced through his chest. Alas, is even thought forbidden? The French player collapsed to the ground, disheartened. LGBT is a bonus. Why the anger? He had clearly not anticipated that, even from hundreds of meters away, his compatriots could hear his whispered musings. Zing! Another laser beam struck, leaving behind only a charred corpse. French player has perished. The leisure hall hosted merely 30 players, a mere fraction compared to the 4 billion viewers in Su Chun's live stream. The compatriots showed no disdain for maintaining a facade. Bang! 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 The two continued their fierce struggle. Shops and hall activated their defensive mechanisms. Heavy iron doors crashing down. Those who sensed impending doom and fled beforehand were left dumbfounded. Damn, if the store had such equipment, why was it not mentioned sooner? What was the point of my escape? Zing, zing, zing. Ugandan player has perished. Tunisian player has perished. Bulgarian player has perished. Chapter 52. The hatred value continues to rise. The frantic Chu Rinmei. Chapter 53. Alariso awakens. Silent Hill arrival. Chapter 54. The manifest world, the reflective realm, and the shadows of the dark side. Chapter 55. The trial of inner demons and the clutch of left-behind children. Chapter 56. Breaking the cocoon. The echo of courage. Su Chun, how could you resort to violence? Look at how you've beaten that little beast to such an extent that even his own father can hardly recognize him. Inside the teacher's office, a rotund, middle-aged homeroom teacher was glaring at Su Chun, her voice piercing the air with shrill reprimands. Under the distorted perceptions of the outer world memory corridor, she morphed into a terrifying creature with the head of a pig and the body of a human. Yet, when she turned to face the three bullies, her demeanor shifted dramatically, reminiscent of a Sichuan opera face-changing performance, especially towards the overweight boy, whom Su Chun had dubbed the little beast. Her expression transformed into one of exaggerated concern, as though she were reuniting with a long-lost son. Does your face still hurt? It aches. The chubby boy feigned pain, theatrically cradling his bruised face, seizing the moment to cast a provocative glance at Su Chun. The teacher will take you out for a look later. You wouldn't want to be left with any lasting ailments, she cooed soothingly. Once again, she pivoted back to Su Chun, seamlessly switching to a cutting tone. You heartless brat. Did he provoke you? Why on earth did you beat him to such a state? Meanwhile, the lanky monkey and the tall boy behind the chubby one were left to languish in silence. This was not some peculiar theory of like attracts like. If memory serves, the homeroom teacher had always been in a perpetual state of menopause. Not only did the students fear her, but even her husband could no longer endure her temperament and left her long ago. Wasn't it them who bullied me? Su Jun spoke slow, his gaze calmly sweeping over the three bruised bullies, who bore the marks of his bold purple mood. Nonsense. The teacher erupted in fury, her facial flab trembling violently. They are such good children, always sensible. Unlike you, who is utterly uncultured. Stop pretending, she sneered. Redefining good children and sensible is absurd. Those three spend class time either dozing off or sneaking glances at their phones. And in your eyes, they are high-quality young beings? Such blatant favoritism was articulated with an air of refreshing nonchalance. What Su Chun had struggled to comprehend back then now became clear through the lens of his current understanding. The chubby boy's father seemed to be a contractor, perpetually indulging in a life of debauchery, leaving his mother to succumb to despair. The widowed homeroom teacher, likely in pursuit of a wealthy suitor, occasionally sent flirtatious messages. They were demanding money from me, Su Chun thought, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. I was merely acting in self-defense. Oh, so you understand self-defense now? The plump teacher retorted sarcastically. You can hardly recognize a few characters at your age, and yet you want to lecture me on the law? Well then, let me ask you, who witnessed this? Are there any eyewitnesses? Should I summon the entire class to interrogate them? The teacher's imperious tone left no room for dissent. Soon, several students were summoned to the office. Under her guidance, and amidst the menacing glares of 3 bullies, they echoed in unison. It was Su Chun who struck first. The indifference of onlookers served as accomplices to the tormentors. Su Chun fixed his gaze upon those classmates who pointed fingers at him, the mockery on his face intensifying. They too had been victimized by the likes of the chubby ones. Yet, driven by cowardice and a betrayal of conscience, each fabricated lie laid a foundation for the wicked. After all, good people never harm others. They deserve to be threatened with a gun. When lambs testify for wolves, the courtroom becomes a slaughterhouse. What words remain for you now? The homeroom teacher, brimming with self-satisfaction, wore a countenance that was utterly revolting. Did you hear? They all claim you bully others while feigning innocence. With her nose held high, she disdainfully scoffed. Miscreants emerge from impoverished lands. With such malice at a tender age, you will inevitably end up in prison. Go stand outside. The scene shifted to Su Chun, standing alone in a fog-laden corridor. Passing students and teachers cast peculiar glances his way. This was a reflection of Su Chun's past reality. Old scars were reopened, like a fate stamped upon his soul. The malice that pierced him in his youth now pressed against his heart, still causing pain. The fireflies swirling around him took on a menacing form once more. Under their glow, the mist distorted Su Chun's visage. What truly seared his soul was not the spiritual manifestation of Alicia, but rather the innocence marinated in tears from his youth. In stark contrast to Su Chun's current torment. Behind the door of the office, the chubby ones chatted jovially. Faintly, the homeroom teacher's sycophantic tone could be heard, subtly inquiring about the chubby one's father. Just then, a figure appeared before Su Chun. Clad in a tattered cotton coat, his yellow rubber shoes caked in mud, it was none other than Su Chun's father. Vivid memories surfaced from years past when the homeroom teacher deliberately made life difficult for Su Chun, fully aware of the long distance from home to school, yet incessantly demanding parental presence. With no alternative, his father had borrowed a neighbor's bicycle, enduring a bumpy ride to arrive, weary and travel-worn. Normally reticent, his father now looked at Su Chun, his eyes filled with sorrow. Yet, he spoke not a word, merely clutching a tattered burlap sack and cautiously pushing open the office door. "Greetings, teacher. My child is thoughtless and has caused you trouble. I brought you some freshly picked apples from the mountains. They're all washed. Please have a taste." The homeroom teacher cast a dismissive glance, immediately revealing her disdain. "You, as a parent, must discipline your son. Otherwise, people might think he was raised without a father," she continued, "and refrain from bringing such local products next time. The school has regulations. If other teachers see this, they might think I have accepted some favor from your family." Though she spoke thus, she selected the largest, reddest apple and took a hearty bite, like a greedy pig relishing its feast. "Bah, this wretched apple is pockmarked and still sour." As he smacked his lips, he did not forget to hand a piece to the chubby boy. In truth, that bag of apples was a treasure for Su Chun's impoverished family back in the day. His parents never allowed themselves to indulge. The incident involving your son is a matter of considerable weight. It can be perceived as both significant and trivial. The homeroom teacher, with a smirk that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious, cast a glance at Su Chun's farmer father. "How do you think it should be addressed?" "It would be best to minimize the matter." Immediately, the chubby boy shamelessly chimed in. "Teacher, he hurt me like this. He must compensate me, or this will not end." At that moment, Su Chun bit his lip tightly, waves of anguish surging within him. The fireflies gradually morphed into monstrous figures. Flickering with an eerie glow, the outer world was encroaching upon his soul. In those bygone days, the family could hardly muster a satisfactory compensation. Moreover, the chubby boy's father, a foreman, was not blind and had little regard for the overweight and menopausal homeroom teacher. Thus, she vented her frustration on Su Chun, often seeking out reasons to admonish him and instruct him to reflect at home. This was a manipulation of the educational system's loopholes. Unless a student was exceedingly troublesome, schools could not expel them easily. The homeroom teacher exploited this method, deliberately targeting students she found displeasing. As a result, Su Chun's grades plummeted. leading to his eventual dropout and premature entry into society. Bang! At that moment, the office door was violently kicked open, under the astonished gazes of everyone present. Su Chun charged straight towards the homeroom teacher. Respect is never bestowed by mere profession. You, a wretched creature, do you not relish this? Taste this flavor. Su Chun's right arm rose high, and he forcefully thrust a thickened purple sentiment into her gaping maw. Boom! Her grotesque head exploded violently. Son, what are you doing? I am merely testing my own purity, Su Chun replied with an air of affected sophistication. What once felt like the weight of the world, the blizzards of yore, were merely the flakes of destiny shaken off his shoulders. Now, Su Chun's task was to cleanse these impurities. Oh, and you three, do not think you can escape either. With a sinister grin, Su Chun turned and charged at the trio of bullies. The thickened purple sentiment swung like a bat, fueled by years of emerging from the shadows of timidness born from bullying. This moment, all dissipates into nothingness. Chapter 57. The Filthy World, the Lament of Suffering. The Onslaught of Alicia. Child, the vegetables are about to be ready. Hurry and bring me a plate. Not that one. Fetch the elongated plate designated for fish. How foolish can you be? Have you chopped the celery yet? The guests have already asked 3 times for this dish. Prepare it quickly. Oh dear, what you've cut is celery. Are you not from the countryside? You don't even recognize celery? Remember, the slender variety is the regular celery, while the thicker one is Western celery. In the outer world, within the memory corridor, the third segment of shadowy projections unfolds. The scene depicts Su Chun's initial foray into society, laboring in the kitchen of a restaurant. The ferocious flames lick the bottom of the pots, and the iron wok billows with steaming heat. Even with the exhaust fan working at full capacity, the pervasive odor of cooking oil remains pungent. The cacophony of clattering pots and pans assaults the senses. In the cramped, stifling kitchen, every individual resembles a wound-up machine, tirelessly engaged in their tasks. With a sudden slip, Su Chun, lost in the memory projection, inadvertently slices his right index finger with a kitchen knife. Yet, he pays it no heed. From his perspective, it merely amounts to a minor nick on the head of the thickened purple mood. However, to the others in the kitchen, blood pours profusely from his right hand. Hey, this kid has cut his hand. What? The head chef, busy at the stove, glances back momentarily. This little brat can't do anything. Such clumsy hands. Why don't you just chop off your head instead? He curses while stirring the wok, plating the food, and wiping the sweat from his brow with a soiled apron. Old 3, take over for a moment. I'm going to check on that kid. Don't let him bleed out here. The chef shouts. He rummages through a drawer for a Band-Aid and calls out to Su Chun. Why are you standing there posing? Hurry up and come here. You're such a lazy child. Actually, I'm fine. Find my foot. That's quite a gash. Just looking at it frightens me. What nonsense are you spouting? You little brat. Su Chun gazes at the several Band-Aids plastered on the purple mood, feeling somewhat speechless. How is that? Now you understand pain and discomfort, don't you? The head chef lights a cigarette and continues. This is the consequence of not studying properly. Weigh it for yourself. Which is heavier? A pen for studying or a pot for carrying? Inhaling and exhaling smoke, he imparts wisdom from experience. Naturally, the pen is heavier. What? The chef suddenly stands, scrutinizing Su Chun. Are you being stubborn? If you're so confident, why not prove it? All right, Su Chun retorts, still being defiant. Huh? You think you can handle it? Well, today I'm going to teach you a lesson. The chef bellows, Old 3, let this kid take your station. He claims he wants to show me what he can do. As soon as he finishes speaking, the rest of the kitchen staff cast him peculiar glances, followed by a chorus of laughter. With poor knife skills, one still aspires to cook? Perhaps you've indulged in too much laxative. Yet, I have been working at this restaurant for 2 years and have yet to master the art of cooking. Ah, that's merely your incompetence. If only you could persuade your mentor to bend a few rules, he might just share some of his culinary secrets with you. I've certainly treated him to plenty of drinks, yet he remains tight-lipped. You understand nothing. Have you ever read White Deer Plain? Do you know how the deer and horse lad learned his craft? Amidst the laughter, Su Chun stood calmly by the stove. He picked up the spatula and lightly tapped the rim of the pan before expertly pouring out the residual oil, then swiftly grabbed a cloth to clean the bottom of the pan with precision. The crowd, once amused, fell momentarily silent. "Damn it," the head chef exclaimed. "You fool. Why did you pour out the oil? It was still hot enough to continue cooking. That is perfectly good cooking oil. You think it's filthy? I think it's expensive. Besides, it's not for me to consume." Su Chun glanced at the frozen, fresh mandarin fish on the counter. Ordered by a guest, destined to become the renowned squirrel fish, a dish demanding exceptional knife skills and precise timing. Any misstep would ruin its flavor. "Don't mess with that fish. There are hardly any left in the fridge." The head chef's warning was cut short. Su Chun placed the fish on the cutting board and swiftly sliced it into evenly shaped diamond patterns. He then placed it in a bowl, adding salt, cooking wine, and ginger scallion juice before coating it in a layer of starch. Meanwhile, the oil in the pan reached the perfect temperature. Su Chun lowered the fish into the oil, which immediately formed a golden, crispy crust. He then prepared the sauce and poured it into the pan, stirring gently. Ultimately, a delectable squirrel fish was plated. The head chef, skeptical yet intrigued, picked up chopsticks and took a bite. "What the hell? Where did you learn this? The flavor is extraordinary." Su Chun chuckled softly. "The pen is light, the mind is heavy, the pot is not light, and the heart is clear. It's nothing but familiarity through practice." Years of not being able to afford takeout meant he had to cook for himself, experience gleaned from years of navigating society. The shadows of the third phase seemed simpler than anticipated. However, just then, the scene before him shifted once more. This time, Su Chun was no longer the participant, but an observer, witnessing a mirrored world, a trajectory of historical truths. Perhaps it was Su Chun's remarkably stable mental state that triggered a new trick from the psychologically twisted Alicia. Memories of youth entering society flashed by like rapidly flipped pages of an old photo album. The initial arrogance of a novice, subdued by the harsh realities of life. In the dead of winter, scrubbing dishes in the restaurant's back kitchen, his frostbitten hands wondered how many dishes he would have to wash to taste the very meals others had grown weary of. As I entered the factory, I toiled late into the night, reluctant to take a taxi, and instead found myself walking alone along the desolate streets. My cramped and filthy rented room awaited me. Outside, the rain poured incessantly, while I, Su Chun, lay curled beneath the moldy bedding, fever soaring to 40 degrees, my thoughts consumed by the impending rent due next month. "Mother, Manager Wong has deducted my wages again. I merely broke a bowl, and he withheld half a month's pay." In those early days, I would hide in the restroom, clutching my scorching phone, weeping in silence. "My child." The sounds of the bustling street reached my ears, mingling with my mother's sighs. "Our lives are of little worth. We must endure. What choice do we have in our poverty? In this society, we must swallow our pride and act submissively. Finding a job these days is no easy feat." "Ah, is that the city management coming? Son, continue with this job for now, and if it doesn't work out, I'll find another for you." With a choked voice, the youth ended the call. Fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped marks of blood. Once, he felt utterly helpless. A complex expression crossed Su Chun's face. Though he had dropped out early and possessed a modest education, he understood one undeniable truth at such a young age. No one speaks for us, the impoverished. Suddenly, the reflections of the past before him shattered like a spider's web. The fireflies surrounding him exploded, transforming into a cascade of stardust that fell upon Su Chun, laden with endless resentment, beckoning him towards the abyss. Ashes drifted down, and it seemed as though a charred right hand burst through the mirror's surface, grasping his collar, relentlessly interrogating him. "Behold, this is the true you. This is the authentic world. No one pities you. No one cares. Are you in pain? Do you harbor hatred?" In the boundless void, the sound of dragging chains echoed, and the heavens oozed an indescribable substance, forming grotesquely contorted faces that screamed in agony. "Listen, hear it. This is the requiem that belongs to you." In the depths of despair, Su Chun sensed a searing fingertip brushing against his eyelid. "Let me help you remove the filter and truly see this filthy world." Was she Alicia? Chapter 58, The Torturous Interaction. The reflection of Alicia's life in an instant, amidst the ashes, as searing heat surged forth, igniting a fierce conflagration. The flames twisted and curled, transforming everything around Su Chun into a sea of fire. The distorted faces of the heavens morphed incessantly, grotesque mouths dripping with foul blood, emitting soul-piercing screams. Suddenly, Su Chun felt as though a pair of tiny hands had pushed him from behind, and he fell into the inferno. The profound darkness surged forth, completely engulfing him. Cough! Cough! Su Chun slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself in a dilapidated bedroom. The room was suffused with a rancid odor, and the dim, flickering light cast eerie shadows. Furthermore, his entire being seemed to have shrunk several sizes, as if he had regressed to his childhood. Even his gender had altered. Su Chun glanced at the standing mirror positioned in the room. Reflected within was the image of a frail little girl, clad in a faded, old garment, the neckline revealing her emaciated collarbones. Her skin bore a sickly pallor, as white as paper, and her slender arms were marred with a myriad of scars, both fresh and old. I have transformed into Alicia. No, this is still an illusion of the outer world. Just as Su Chun pondered, the door to the room was abruptly kicked open, and a frenzied woman burst in. She was none other than Alicia's mother, Daria. She hastily approached Su Chun, discarding the hair dye tools she held onto the bed. Her expression conveyed a certain madness. First, she tore the towel from her neck and roughly wrapped it around Su Chun's throat, tightening it with force. Su Chun instincto stuga lao, only to realize that his current strength was exceedingly feeble. The more he resisted, the tighter Daria bounded, to the point where he could scarcely breathe. Stay still. Mommy is going to dye your hair, Daria chuckled maniacally. If the dye stains your clothes, it won't wash out easily. As she mixed the dye, she muttered, Your black hair brings misfortune, thus desecrating the divine. Once dyed a brilliant gold, you shall become pure. Daria grasped a strand of Su Chun's hair with a comb, yanking at the scalp, and began to apply the dye forcefully from the roots. Her grip was immense, her hands vigorously massaging the hair. Though it was an illusion, the pain felt all too real. Su Chun could even sense his body trembling and his eyes reddening, a deep-seated fear surging within his soul. I seemed to be experiencing Alicia's past. This process was one he could neither resist nor alter, until his hair was coated in a patchy, mottled gold. Daria then snatched a piece of tattered cloth and wrapped it around haphazardly. Following this, she neurotically caressed Su Chun's cheek, her eyes glimmering with a frenzied light. Good child, wait patiently for the blessings of the divine to descend. When that time comes, you shall no longer be regarded as a heretic, but as a saint of our sect. Dahlia's visage gradually dissolved into ethereal shadows. The scene then seamlessly transitioned to the school that Alicia once attended. In this moment, Su Chun found herself cornered in an alley by a group of children. You monster! Why do you still exist? They jeered. Ah, you've dyed your hair. A sickly yellow, like excrement. Go die, you freak. You are forbidden from coming to school again. If we see you, we will strike you. The faces of the half-grown children were twisted in disdain as they hurled insults. They then picked up stones from the ground and mercilessly pelted her. Su Chun's frail body curled against the wall, desperately trying to evade the deluge of assaults. Bang! A sharp stone struck her forehead, blood gushing forth, trickling down her youthful cheeks and pooling onto the filthy ground, leaving a small dark crimson stain. A sigh of sorrow escaped Su Chun's heart. Alicia, born with a unique ability, it had become the source of her endless torment. The malevolent cult of Silent Hill regarded her as a desecration and a curse upon the divine. Her existence, incongruous with the absurd definitions of purity dictated by doctrine, rendered her a monster in the eyes of those around her. The bullying she endured at school echoed the traumas of Su Chun's past. Upon returning home, she faced the psychological grip of her mother. After all, Dahlia was a fervent devotee of the Silent Hill cult. She imposed her interpretation of divine will upon Alicia, often inflicting brutal physical abuse. Tick-tick, blood continued to seep from her forehead, each drop cascading into her eyes. Su Chun's vision was engulfed in a thick, scarlet haze, as if the world were steeped in this sanguine deluge. Instinctively, she raised her trembling hand toward the corner of her eye. The moment her fingertips grazed the blood, searing pain surged through her. The blood spread across her palm, revealing not merely dark crimson stains, but horrifying burn marks that marred her skin. The scene swiftly shifted. Crackle, crackle. Flames surged, as if demons were howling. At this moment, Su Chun was bound to a stake, surrounded by a pyre of burning wood. She struggled desperately, weeping to Dahlia, who stood a short distance away. "Mama, I was wrong. I promise to listen to you from now on. Please forgive me. It hurts so badly, so badly. Let me go, Mama, Mama." The girl's anguished cries were drowned by the roar of the flames. The crowd nearby stood by, indifferent and observant. The only response to her cries was a suffocating silence, until her voice grew hoarse. The firelight illuminated her youthful, despairing face as the flames severed her bonds, causing her to slowly collapse onto the ground, curling into a ball. This was the horrific blaze that plunged Alicia into an abyss of unending suffering. She was ensnared within a searing prison, flames caressing her body, her skin scorched. Emitting a hissing sound, the helpless wails pierced Su Chun's soul like a multitude of daggers. Amidst a cacophony of frenzied delight, Dahlia stood surrounded by equally deranged devotees. "Congratulations, Dahlia. Your daughter is to be offered to the divine. This is the utmost honor. How unfortunate that my two sons do not meet the criteria. Were they to be offered to the great deity, I would surely be favored. The revelation of the divine is not something a fool like you can fathom. You are committing blasphemy." "No, I dare not." Excitement bordering on madness radiated from everyone's faces. Then, hand in hand, they encircled the burning pyre, chanting an obscure and bizarre hymn. "As night descends, stars fill the sky. The prosperous era has vanished. The apocalypse is upon us. In his name, we herald a new epoch. When he returns, darkness will shroud the earth. Ignorant beings, rulers of all existence, humanity bows low, and the gods tremble. The starlight gleams, the radiance sears. This is our new world." The malevolent cult brings ruin. At this moment, Su Chun's consciousness floated in the ether, loathing the frenzied beings clad in black robes below. In the flickering firelight, their shadows stretched to grotesque lengths, twisting and writhing as if they were demons crawling forth from the depths of hell. Chapter 59. The Resonance of Trauma. The Psychological Game Between Su Chun and Alessa. Chapter 60. Hatred, letting go, following one's own path, navigating through this life. Regretless even in death. Chapter 61. Demon? Your purity is far too low. Chapter 62. The Sin of Feeding. The Corruption of the Raven. Chapter 63. The Meme of Maternal Love, shattering the darkness, accompanied by a series of chilling, eerie cries. The enormous raven circled high above, occasionally swooping low, stirring an ominous current of air. Yet the surrounding crowd continued their conversations, oblivious to this bizarre scene, as if separated by an invisible veil. It appeared as though a superior being from another dimension gazed down upon this little world, surveying all within it. At this moment, the young man, consumed by indignation, resolutely turned on his heel and strode away. "Where are you going, my son?" A pang of anxiety seized the mother's heart as she hastily brushed off the dust from her clothes and hurried after him. "It's getting dark, and you haven't had dinner yet. We have some instant noodles at home. I could buy you a few eggs to cook. Would that be all right?" she called out, breathless. However, Yu Chun, blinded by his anger, paid no heed to her pleas. His steps quickened, resembling a desperate flight from a pitiful existence that felt akin to a quagmire. "Son, slow down. Your mother is getting old and cannot keep up. Please wait for me." The mother's voice trembled with a hint of tears, her exhaustion evident as she leaned against her waist. Soon after, she collapsed onto the ground, vigorously rubbing her slightly limping left foot, a remnant of an old injury from her days of pedaling a tricycle. What had begun as a minor ailment had transformed into a chronic affliction, as she had refrained from seeking medical attention to save money for a new outfit for Yu Chun. Day by day, this small sacrifice had compounded into an enduring malady. Raising her gaze, she stared blankly at her son's receding figure, tears streaming down her cheeks. Regardless of the past, present, or future, time, space, and boundaries faded into insignificance. A child is eternally a mother's entire world, her sole motivation for enduring life. Once he had been a little shadow, inseparable, and calling her mama with a sweet, innocent voice. Now, the resolute manner in which he departed felt alien, sending waves of panic through her heart. Son, the mother sat numbly upon the filthy ground, her gaze fixed on the increasingly indistinct silhouette, her heart tightening with each passing moment. She could not discern when their exchanges had dwindled to mere daily complaints from her and heartbreaking silence from him. Those moments she had overlooked pierced her heart like sharp thorns, spreading pain throughout her body, rendering her breathless. At this moment, the wrinkles on her face seemed to deepen, her hands reaching out towards Yu Chun's retreating form, as if attempting to seize something, yet grasping only emptiness. Meanwhile, Yu Chun, hastening away, found his form gradually contorted under the encroaching shadows. The raven, embodied by Alessa, emitted an eerie cackle, flapping its wings in excitement, continuously circling around him. Yes, precisely, it exclaimed. Your sins are the delectable sustenance that nourishes my darkness. His eyes glimmered with a profound darkness, and his greedy beak opened wide, devouring the strands of starlight that emanated from Su Chun. With each bite, his feathers grew increasingly dark and lustrous. Descend into darkness, hypocrite, the cawing of the raven, enveloped by rolling black clouds beneath the leaden sky, became increasingly jubilant. So, yet this cry from a mother, filled with poignant lament, shattered the clouds like thunder. Su Chun trembled violently, his bloodshot eyes regaining a semblance of clarity. His footsteps halted abruptly. He slowly turned his head towards the source of the voice. The fury etched upon his face gradually dissipating, replaced by a flicker of confusion. His mother struggled to rise from the ground, limping towards Su Chun. She gazed at his stubborn little face, marred by tear stains. If you do not wish to stay by your mother's side, it may be better for you to return home and nurture your spirit. The way she gasped for breath resembled an old, leaky bellows. She extended her withered hand, meticulously wiping the grease stains from Su Chun's collar. Then she carefully retracted it, slowly reaching in her pocket to retrieve a repeatedly folded plastic bag. This plastic bag served as her wallet. The outer layer was crumpled promotional paper from the supermarket, encasing coins and several medical records bound by a rubber band. She rummaged through and produced a large white rabbit milk candy, unwrapping it and presenting it to Su Chun as if hoping to ease the tension. Su Chun, clutching his throbbing head, stood there, dazed and at a loss. In this state of bewilderment, he followed his mother to the bus stop. Take this small change for the bus, and keep your money too. Buy something nice when you get home. Remember to keep an eye on your father. Don't let him drink too much. The low-quality plastic left indelible marks on her palm. As she fished out the money, the plastic bag contained a foil wrapper from anti-hypertensive medication, with exposed pills sticking to the notes. It's my inadequacy that has deprived you of a good life, causing you to suffer. A sharp pang pierced Su Chun's heart. The white rabbit milk candy in his mouth, under the melting bitterness of his saliva, began to yield a hint of sweetness, dispersing the gloom within his heart. Son, the bus is here. Quickly, get on and find a seat. His mother grasped him, reminiscent of a protective lioness, pushing through the encroaching crowd. Not long after, Su Chun sat on the bus, gazing out the window at his mother waving goodbye. Mom. Su Chun's lips moved silently, his voice barely a whisper. As he slowly turned his head away, tears fell silently. At that moment, the starlight that had been devoured by the raven erupted uncontrollably from its beak. No matter how hard it tried to suppress it, it could not be contained. The flecks of starlight transformed into fireflies, swiftly descending and encircling him for a brief moment before diving back into his being. With each strand of starlight returning, Su Chun's eyes sparkled ever more brightly. His dazed spirit gradually regained its vitality under this nurturing. Boom, caw, 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 the darkened heavens. As mother gazed and waved farewell to the departing bus, witnessed the heavy, oppressive clouds parting invisibly, beginning to dissipate gradually. In that fleeting moment, the clouds were lifted, revealing the sun. As the sunlight cascaded down, the once dreary world began to regain its vibrancy. Why? The raven, a manifestation of Alicia, had its feathers standing on end in fury, resembling a burning mass of black flames. It fixated intently on the bus stop, where its mother, with a face full of affection, waved goodbye, unleashing deafening roars. This was a dark projection born from the depths of Su Chun's heart, a manifestation of negative emotions. According to Alicia's will, this would serve as the catalyst propelling Su Chun into the abyss. Yet, at the final moment, the dark projection she had created turned against her. This was an emotion Alicia had never truly experienced, one that was difficult to comprehend. It bore no hatred or pain as nourishment. Even wrapped in dark emotions externally, the core within remained pure and fervent. Like a beacon in the darkness, it dispelled the profound gloom. Why can't I possess such love? She yearned for it all. She envied it all. Simultaneously, she resented it all. Su Jun, you cannot escape. The raven pursued the bus, shrieking wildly, its eyes flickering with a distorted light. Chapter 64. The Essence of Father and Mother. Never to be abandoned, a piercing cry of agony reverberated within the somewhat cramped confines of the bus. At this moment, Su Chun felt as though his mind was being torn asunder, waves of pain crashing over him relentlessly. In a daze, he lowered his gaze to the crumpled bills clutched tightly in his hand. As the sunlight streamed in through the window, it gradually blurred, transforming into a pile of ashes that exuded an eerie aura. Su Chun blinked rapidly, and when he focused again, the money had reverted to its original form. Was it merely an illusion? For reasons unknown, a profound sense of unease surged from the depths of his heart, swiftly enveloping his entire being. His consciousness felt ensnared by a thick veil of fog. Fragmented memories seemed deliberately concealed, making it challenging to piece together coherent thoughts. Su Chun clutched his head tightly with both hands. Ultimately, in his desperate attempts to recall, a vague outline surfaced in his mind. What is wrong with this young man? Surely, he must be gravely ill. We should keep our distance. The other passengers cast peculiar glances in his direction. Alicia? Su Chun enunciated the name with great effort, squeezing it through gritted teeth. However, when he raised his head to survey his surroundings, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. The passengers' faces fluctuated between normalcy and grotesque distortion. Black seams split the corners of their eyes, while iron clips held their mouths in a fixed, sinister smile reminiscent of the uncanny valley. He chuckled derisively, nearly falling for your ruse. Are you unwell? The young woman seated beside him furrowed her brow. Do I know you? Stop pretending. Su Chun suddenly seized her by the neck, his eyes bloodshot. It's all a fa-ade, all of it. He shrieked in a frenzy. Suddenly, the bus came to a screeching halt. The driver hastily pulled over to the side of the road and shouted back at Su Chun, "Get off my bus and stop causing a scene." Other passengers echoed his sentiments, clamoring for him to leave. What are you pretending for? Su Chun Gaka Maniak Ali. With a sickening crack, the young woman's neck snapped instantly, her body crumpling to the floor beside him. A wave of terror swept through the passengers, and chaos erupted in the bus. Murder, murder! Call the police, quick! This guy must be insane. Run, he is coming. The passengers scrambled out of the bus in a frenzy. Su Chun followed suit, constantly turning his head, his eyes frantically searching for something. Suddenly, his pupils dilated sharply as he caught sight of a petite, dark-haired girl amidst the throng. She stood there quietly, exuding an aura that starkly contrasted with her surroundings. Yet when her gaze met Su Chun's, her lips slowly curled into a sinister smile. In that instant, Su Chun's fury ignited. Alicia, at long last, I have found you. Su Chunjia cackled, rushing forward without a moment's hesitation. At this moment, he finally discerned that he remained ensnared in the surface world. The process of overcoming this challenge is daunting. It magnifies the fears within one's heart infinitely, consuming individuals with endless illusions. Conversely, is straightforward. As long as one's inner strength is robust and one's psyche flawless, one will not be ensnared by these deceptive facades. However, due to Su Chunjia's extraordinary abilities, Alicia personally intervened. She first hypnotized Su Chunjia's consciousness and then meticulously crafted a nearly indistinguishable mirror world. Yet, these sinister tactics proved ineffective against Su Chunjia. To break free, he must locate Alicia's physical form. Otherwise, he would be eternally trapped here. Suddenly, a car came barreling towards him with a deafening crash. The wheels violently crushed Su Chuanjia's left leg. The sound of bones fracturing echoed, and blood gushed forth, instantly staining the pavement crimson. The driver, panic-stricken, flung open the car door, his face ashen and lips trembling. Just as he was about to speak, Su Chuanjia struggled to his feet, limping towards the commercial street. The excruciating pain in his left leg felt achingly real, yet he pressed on, snatching a watermelon knife from a nearby fruit stand as he passed. Want to escape? Su Chuanjia grimaced through the agony, uttering a cold scoff. There's no way out for you. Dragging his bloodied left leg, he pursued the direction of the dark-haired little girl with relentless determination. From Su Chuanjia's perspective, the little girl in the distance alternated between resembling Alicia and transforming into a colossal raven. However, to the onlookers, it appeared as though a deranged individual, limping with a watermelon knife, was wildly rampaging through the commercial street. Witnesses screamed and fled in terror, some hastily retrieving their phones to call the police. In an instant, the entire commercial street descended into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, the distant wail of sirens grew louder. Yet Su Chuanjia seemed oblivious, trailing the little girl into a department store. He swiftly dispatched 2 security guards who attempted to obstruct his path. Ultimately, he cornered the girl in a candy shop. Su Chuanjia fixed his gaze on the box of chocolates in her hands, and then let out a cackling laugh. Well, you have made a choice. Su Chuanjia's mouth watered as he took each step, the blood seeping from his left leg, leaving a trail of deep crimson stains on the ground. The chocolates must be delectable, right? And don't forget the 2 strawberry-flavored biscuits. He spoke the gentlest words while executing the most ruthless actions. Su Chuanjia crouched down, slowly pressing the watermelon knife against the little girl's neck. The blade rested against her delicate, pale skin. With the slightest force, he could slice through her throat. Brother, what are you going to do? The dark-haired girl, around 8 or 9 years old, stammered, her rosy lips quivering. Her small hands clutched the box of chocolates tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain. Darling, stop pretending, Su Chun said, leaning forward to gaze deeply into her bright, innocent eyes. I know that kindness still resides in your heart. You are not a killer. I cannot do anything to you, so please do not torment me. We bear no animosity, especially since I offered you chocolate. This chocolate was purchased by me, the little girl responded softly. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the air as a group of law enforcement officers rushed in, weapons drawn, encircling Su Chun. Lower your weapons, remain calm, and do not harm innocent civilians. Su Chun felt speechless, exasperated by the little actress's antics. She was being utterly tedious. Why must you force my hand? With a swift motion, the sharp blade pressed against the little girl's neck, causing a thin line of crimson to appear. In that instant, a middle-aged woman, her clothes faded from wear, emerged defiantly despite the officer's shouts. Mom? Su Chun stood frozen for a few seconds, watching his mother plead with tears streaming down her face, turning to him with heartfelt desperation. At that moment, a dark flicker appeared in the girl's eyes. The fog clouding Su Chun's mind deepened, distorting his very soul. Mom. His brow furrowed slowly. Son, I'm here. His mother trembled, imploring him. I know you're feeling upset, but you are a good child. Please do not do anything foolish. I beg you. Mom, I can't distinguish between right and wrong. Su Chun interrupted bluntly, then posed a question. I have but one inquiry. Go ahead, son. Your mother will listen. If I recall correctly, the bus has already traveled several stops. Su Chun pressed, clutching his throbbing temples, biting his tongue until blood spilled forth, granting him a moment of clarity. How could you appear so swiftly from several miles away? His mother fell into a state of confusion. Ah, now I understand. Su Chun suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. The fault lies within my eyes. He extended 2 fingers toward his left eye. This eye had yet to be restored by the undying body. It was this eye that perpetually fed him illusions, deceiving his perception. With a swift motion, he gouged out his left eye, eliciting gasps of horror from the onlookers. He then turned to face the little girl, her dark hair shrouded in ashes, her form shifting through various states. A provocative smile curled at the corners of Su Chun's mouth. Blood of my blood cannot be forsaken. Thus I shall consume it. Smack, smack. It's surprisingly strawberry-flavored. Chapter 65. The entry ticket to Silent Hill, the Archangel's emblem. The left eye, now a grotesque manifestation, had inexplicably transformed from the strawberry-flavored compressed biscuit that Su Chun had previously gifted to Alicia. A sickly sweet froth of blood churned in Su Chun's throat. The crystalline strawberry essence, crushed between his teeth, erupted with an eerie, tingling sensation. The images perceived by his right eye distorted violently. In an instant, the cacophony of sirens and chaos shattered like fragile bubbles under an overwhelming force. The entire scene morphed into a canvas consumed by flames, dissolving into a swirling mist of ashes. As he glanced back, he beheld the dark-haired girl, who suddenly conjured a biscuit in her hand. The crisp sound of her biting into it resonated like a signal of a fractured reality. The minute scar on her neck fissured abruptly, the intricate cracks sprawling towards her collarbone. And Alicia's essence tore away from her human guise like a venomous butterfly shedding its cocoon. Your eyes possess a certain sweetness. She licked the sugary glaze from her fingertips, her gaze fixating on Su Chun's vacant left eye socket, her words laced with double entendre. In the next moment, a shadow stirred behind her. Alicia sat upon a throne woven from countless thorns. A box of chocolates nestled between her legs. Supporting her delicate chin with her hand, she tilted her head, suddenly bursting into laughter. To combat illusions with self-harm is akin to smearing a crucifix with menstrual blood. The thorny throne elevated her closer to Su Chun. Alicia leaned towards his ravaged eye socket, her breath crystallizing in the air. You truly are foolish, yet alluring. Their eyes locked, and a faint, enigmatic smile graced her lips. You are unique. So unique that I cannot bear to forsake you as my plaything. Alicia's voice was ethereal and haunting. Su Chun's heart raced, but before he could respond, Alicia abruptly split apart. With a thunderous clap, a massive raven erupted from her chest, its wings sweeping through the air, turning concrete and steel into pale remnants. As the entire commercial street collapsed into the gullet of some monstrous entity. Following this, a series of cracking sounds echoed. The world before him fragmented once more. The lingering illusions dissolving like snow under the sun. Ding! You have gained Alicia's favor. Points 6,000. Ding! Congratulations. Through relentless effort, you have made a breakthrough with Alicia, successfully activating the bond characteristic of this character. Ding! You have received the invitation from Alicia, a supreme VIP pass for the 20th floor, due to the suite being eroded by some form of divine essence. The invitation from Alicia has been altered by the system to entry ticket to Silent Hill. Players from Long Country, please take note. You have entered Silent Hill, discovered the hidden instance of the bond character Alicia. Points 2,500. Please note, during the exploration of the instance, the system will grant corresponding points based on the player's completion level. The persistent system notifications gradually restored Su Chun's clarity. The moment he opened his eyes, he realized he was not in the Huando Hotel, but rather on a modest hill located on the outskirts of a small town. The dense, inky fog still lingered, permeating the air with a sense of dampness and decay. Yet, Su Chun felt no discomfort whatsoever. The barriers that had once ensnared him in confusion had now vanished without a trace. Where's this? Su Chun pondered with uncertainty. In the distance, the small town appeared dilapidated, its streets winding. This was Silent Hill. He hastily checked the recent system message. The cohabitation role could provide players with an invitation letter, a fact he had already learned from Jigsaw. However, upon reaching Alessa, it seemed the presidential suite had been corrupted by a so-called divine essence, transforming it into Silent Hill. This indicated that the cohabitation game had not only summoned Alessa, but had also inadvertently brought along her Silent Hill. Su Chun took a deep breath and then glanced at the invitation letter given by Alessa. Silent Hill entrance ticket. Function upon use. Players can open a Silent Hill teleportation portal at any time. Special note. This entrance ticket can be used an unlimited number of times, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. After entering the Silent Hill instance, players must also wait 24 hours to exit. Additionally, on the system bond page, besides Jason, Hama, Wyger, and Patriots, there is now a new bond character, Alessa Gillespie bond. Traits: mental resistance, thorn curse. These two traits were peculiar, differing from the Jason, immortal, and Patriots. Super defense, which were marked with fractions, 1-5. Instead, they were denoted with stars, similar to Su Chun's acquired skill stealth. Perhaps this was related to Alessa's half-human, half-divine state. The system struggled to scan her upper limits, unable to summarize it with fractions, so it opted to indicate the strength of these two traits with star ratings for clarity. Thorns. Su Chun exhaled softly. In an instant, the earth surged like boiling waves. Two thorns, as thick as an adult's arm and covered in sharp spikes, erupted from the soil. Under Su Chun's mental command, the thorns moved with agility, wrapping tightly around a nearby tree and constricting forcefully. Creak, creak. The sound of friction echoed incessantly as the tree, thicker than a waist, bore deep marks from the constriction. Just then, a voice unexpectedly resonated from the mountaintop. Come here. The voice was ethereal and distant, yet hauntingly familiar. Alessa, is she calling me? Su Chun questioned with suspicion. What trick are you playing this time? Because of your presence. Those damned wretches in Silent Hill are about to discover my whereabouts. Alessa replied, her annoyance unmasked. Who are they? Su Chun pressed for answers. Noisome. Do not keep me waiting. HM. Why does it feel as though you too are a riddle? Could it be that the realm of Silent Hill is not entirely under Alessa's dominion? Are there adversaries that even she finds formidable? Su Chun, filled with uncertainty, strides toward the summit. As she advances, the fog thickens, enveloping her in a serene silence, with only the sound of her footsteps to accompany her. Crack! The sole of her boot crunches upon a segment of exposed bone. At the pinnacle, a few towering, gnarled trees twist their branches in grotesque shapes. An ancient, long-abandoned relic emerges amidst the skeletal trees, reminiscent of a tribe of Native Americans. In the central area of the ruins, behind the altar, stands a vividly lifelike statue of a raven deity. Even more astonishing is the fact that its chest is pierced by a massive, rusted iron cross, as if nailed down with unyielding force. The outstretched wings of the raven statue seem to be in a cursed state, resembling a fallen angel imprisoned in this desolate place. As the dense fog swirls, the distant visage of Silent Hill Town flickers in and out of view. The soaring spire of the church entwines with a totem pole of enigmatic hues, distinct in style, yet eerily coexisting. Welcome to the habitat of the silent spirits. Alessa's voice resonates from all directions. As her words fade, the mist immediately dissipates. She treads barefoot upon the rough stones, each step imbued with a peculiar rhythm. Buzzing, the raven statue trembles violently. The altar's surface illuminates with sacred patterns. It is an intricate design composed of the four elements: water, fire, earth, and air, enhanced by the fifth element, ether. Ding! A game notification echoes in Su Chun's mind. Silent Hill Instance Exploration Reward. Sacred Site of Native American Religion. Points 1500. Silent Hill Instance Exploration Reward. Archangel Emblem. Points 1000. P.S. The Archangel Emblem is also referred to as the seventh seal of Velan Metatron's seal. Chapter 66. Legendary Quest, Raven Divinity. The Bird of Victory's prayer, the system's prompt, instantly evoked Su Chun's memories of playing the Silent Hill series years ago. The Archangel Sigil. Originating from Jewish mythology, it represents Metatron, the archangel known as the celestial scribe who records all events between heaven and earth, also revered as the Chancellor of Heaven. The magic circle forming beneath Alessa's feet was far from sinister. It radiated sacred brilliance. Possessing exorcising and subduing properties, it was effective regardless of the target's nature, be it good or evil. However, its immense power placed an overwhelming burden on the user. Yet, Alessa wielded it with effortless mastery, even deploying multiple Archangel sigils across various locations in Silent Hill. This alone revealed the unimaginable strength of her spiritual prowess. So, you already know of this, Alessa murmured, her dark, fathomless eyes gliding towards Su Chun with an enigmatic half-smile. A lazy chuckle escaped her lips. That saves me the trouble of explaining. Her delicate fingers, slender as spring onions, slowly unfurled, revealing a cube of sacred luminescence resting in her palm. In moments, the once palm-sized cube expanded into a structure large enough to cradle several people. This was the materialized form of the Archangel's sigil, the core of the magic circle. Now, everything Alessa had done was in pursuit of vengeance. Her targets? Not just the malevolent cult, but also the very deity they worshipped, the source of her endless suffering. Once all the Archangel sigils were deployed and activated, every monster, believer, and eldritch horror across Silent Hill's dual realities would be utterly annihilated. The curse that had imprisoned Alessa for over 30 years would dissolve into nothingness. But if you do this, you'll die too, Su-chan said, his expression conflicted. A bitter smile curved Alessa's lips as she tilted her head slightly, gazing into the distance. I was abandoned long ago. This grotesque world holds nothing worth clinging to. As her words faded, a surge of black demonic flames erupted around her, swiftly coalescing into the visage of a fiend. Slowly, she turned toward the raven idol, its chest impaled by a rusted crucifix. Ravens, beautiful creatures, she mused. In Norse mythology, Odin's twin ravens soar across the world each day, observing and listening, then returning to whisper all they've witnessed into the All-Father's ears, granting him omniscience. Yet, ravens also herald war and death. Her gaze swept across the desolate settlement before returning to the idol. In the myths of the Native Americans, the raven is a being of compassion and wisdom. It restored order to the world through cunning means. It stole fire from the gods to gift humanity with light. But to me, Alessa's clear eyes locked on Su-chan as she leaned forward slightly, her voice tinged with longing. The raven is the bird that prays for victory. Will you become my raven? Would you be willing to become my beacon of hope and assist me in achieving victory? The air around us seemed to solidify in anticipation. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered the legendary quest, Purification. Quest summary. Upon accepting this quest, with Alicia's assistance, you shall be bestowed the Raven Divinity. Simultaneously, your allegiance shall be bound to Alicia. Do you accept this quest? Su-chan pondered for a few moments. Gazing into the girl's eyes, filled with hope, he nodded resolutely. Ding! The legendary quest, Purification, has been accepted. Excellent. I have not misjudged the individual. Alicia's lips curled into a smile, radiant as a swallow. However, the demon, coalescing in malevolent flames, shook its head repeatedly. Humph, he merely covets the benefits therein. There's an ancient saying in the East, those not of my kin will have different hearts. One must remain vigilant. It is too rash to entrust the raven to him so easily. Who else could I trust if not him? Alicia's furrowed brow soon relaxed. Moreover, I have discerned his true nature. He is far from the filthy and ignorant souls I have encountered before. Subsequently, at Alicia's gesture, Su-chan stepped slowly toward the altar, unsheathed a dagger from his waist, and made a cut across his wrist. As his blood seeped into the altar's recess, the demon of flame reluctantly surged toward the base of the altar, commencing the sacrificial rite. The blood spread, blooming into a crimson flower, and the once dull altar was suddenly awash with an eerie red glow. Crack, crack, crack. The pupils of the raven statue abruptly split into a cross-shaped opening. Those rusted feathers began to shed, revealing the shining, jet-black plumage beneath. Raven divinity is beginning to infuse. Progress 1:8:15. This was the process of bestowing the raven divinity. Su-chan gazed at the swirling flames and wondered, is your name indeed Samuel? The flame paused momentarily before scoffing derisively. I never imagined that the rumors concocted by that wretched Dahlia years ago would still ensnare fools today. As it spoke, a dusty secret was unveiled. Years ago, Dahlia, fearful that Alicia had obtained the Archangel's emblem, knew that if such news spread, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest within the church. To stabilize the situation, she concealed the emblem as the Samuel emblem. What seemed a foolish act of laying mines was, in fact, entangled in intricate relationships. For Silent Hill was not a monolith. Factions thrived and conflicts abounded. Dahlia was the leader of the saintly faction. She believed that through a special ritual, the god could be housed within a qualified saint, enabling the birth of the god. Opposing her was the Mother faction, which aimed to cultivate sorcerers to fulfill the 21 holy sacraments and bring forth the Holy Mother. They regard the followers of the Holy Maiden as heretics. The Holy Maiden bore a divine being. So, what does that mean the enchanting harlot you summoned has become our Holy Mother? To religious zealots, heresy is deemed a far graver sin than that of paganism. Furthermore, there exists the Divine Envoy sect, which venerates angels to reconcile the animosity between factions while gradually amassing power. In addition, there are various smaller sects that worship the Red God and the Yellow God, along with the 4 prominent families that share deep connections to the Silent Hill cult. This truly reflects the notion that a small temple may harbor great malevolence, akin to shallow waters teeming with turtles. The demonic flames transformed Su Chun's blood on her wrist into a crimson mist before turning her gaze towards the nearby Alicia. Remember, this body has never been tainted by any demon. You may perceive me as the divinity of Alicia, corrupted by the malevolent god. As for the name, it is merely a designation. Call me whatever you wish. Samuel will suffice, if that pleases you. Ah, so you are not an enemy. Rather, you are an ally. How foolish I was to suggest you kneel and beg for mercy. Su Chun felt a twinge of embarrassment. The demonic flames surged wildly, and the wings of the Raven God statue trembled gently. At the moment of its complete activation, the entire mountain suddenly reverberated with a thunderous roar. Subsequently, it swiftly shrank in size, transforming into a shadow that shot towards Su Chun like an arrow released from a bow. Progress of Raven God Essence Infusion, 58, 69, 87. The progress bar began to accelerate. Yet the raven that had entered Su Chun's body started to struggle desperately, a tearing pain emanating from the depths of her soul. At that moment, Alicia's skirt fluttered without wind. The archangel emblem on the altar's surface abruptly activated, morphing into invisible shackles that were firmly imprinted upon Su Chun. Just as Su Chun was about to receive the essence of the Raven God, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The inverted cross atop the distant church spire suddenly erupted with a scarlet beam of light. The blinding radiance soared into the heavens, piercing through layers of mist, and directed itself towards the altar atop the mountain. Following this, the rusted cross embedded in the raven's chest emitted a sinister aura. Su Chun cried out in pain as her blood instantaneously boiled, countless feather-like veins swelling beneath her skin. Progress of Raven God Essence Infusion, 95. Ding. Warning. Abnormal energy interference detected. Progress has stalled. Chapter 67. Confrontation between mother and daughter. Offering to the evil god a few hours prior. Alicia awoke at the moment the tangible world descended. At that time, all players within the Illusory City Hotel, along with several cohabiting characters, were ensnared by the mist and drawn into the illusions of the tangible realm. Simultaneously, the live broadcast from Blue Star came to an abrupt halt. The originally clear and fluid streaming abruptly froze, only to be ruthlessly enveloped by a flurry of blinding static. What is happening? What has transpired? Could it be a system malfunction? Goodness, this cannot be. After all, this is the technology of an advanced civilization, and it falters at such a critical moment. A cacophony erupted among the billions of global citizens. However, despite their incessant refreshing of the page, the live screen remained unresponsive, leaving them only to observe one another's comments in the chat. Anxiety and unease spread like a plague, until a system notification appeared in the most prominent position on the screen, due to interference from energies of different dimensions. The cohabitation game and Blue Star live broadcast signals are experiencing severe disruption and are undergoing urgent maintenance. Such a perfunctory announcement not only failed to soothe the populace, but rather ignited a fervor among the masses. The interference from different dimensional energies. It must be related to the resident Alicia on the 20th floor. Indeed, the timing aligns perfectly. It's all because of Van Ma Yongzi's brawl with the compatriots. not only causing collateral damage and the demise of numerous players, but also rousing Alicia from her slumber. Goodness, is this little girl's morning wrath too fierce? She flips the table at the slightest disagreement. Terrifying. The citizens buzzed with speculation. In the following hour or two, the static screen continuously displayed gruesome death reports. Player from Ghana has died. Player from Sudan has died. Player from Basie has died. The unknown terror is always far more chilling than the bloodshed witnessed firsthand. A suffocating panic rapidly spread to every corner of the world. Meanwhile, on the surface of the moon, the demon Loli made her return. With a flick of her small hand, calamity descended upon all nations of the fallen players. In an instant, global chaos ensued and the death toll soared. Yet, there were some with dark psyches, laughing maniacally like mad dogs. Die, let them all perish. After all, I've grown tired of living. I'm but a worthless life. Dying alongside the wealthy and powerful is worth it. Death is the most equitable affair in the world. It is a fate from which none of us can escape. The cohabitation game merely accelerates this inevitable step. Why do you weep? Time will not pause for the will of any individual. Approximately 3 hours later, a system message unexpectedly appeared. System has corrected the influence of the Silent Hill dimension. Blue Star live broadcast signal has been restored. In the wake of astonishment, countless citizens hastily accessed the live stream. At this moment, the illusory city hotel was shrouded in layers of mist. According to the system's prompt, they realized that this Alicia had unleashed the effects of the outer world, drawing everyone into a kind of illusory realm. Consequently, the audience marveled at the terrifying power of the raven-haired little girl. Look, Su-chan is still alive. Of course, if he were dead, our Dragon Kingdom would have already faced calamity. No, what I mean is, it seems that the place Su-chan is in is not the Illusion City Hotel. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were momentarily stunned. They quickly began to observe Su-chan's current state. Silent Hill Instance Entry Ticket, Alicia's Bond Reward, Legendary Quest, Purification. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, the nations of the world. What on earth happened during those 3 disconnected hours? Su-chan is actually with Alicia. Their relationship seems rather ambiguous. Incredible. He secretly conquered Alicia behind our backs. This is simply an epic twist. Soon after, the audience witnessed the dialogue between the two atop the hill at the tribal altar. Moreover, Su-chan was receiving the divine essence of the Raven God from Alicia. Damn it. Why do all the good things happen to him? The Dragon Kingdom is definitely cheating. Haha. Don't be hasty. Be careful not to rejoice too soon. Perhaps Su-chan will die shortly. It seemed as though this curse upon such beings had come to fruition. In a critical moment, a crimson beam emitted from the Silent Hill church severely backfired upon Su-chan. With a sudden burst, Su-chan could no longer contain the wild power within him, and a trickle of crimson blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. As his consciousness sank into oblivion and he fell unconscious, Alicia extended her delicate arm, cradling him as if guarding a precious treasure. The infusion of the Raven God's essence was abruptly interrupted. At this moment, Alicia's exquisitely beautiful face was enveloped in an unprecedented frost. The Archangel's emblem continued to function desperately, attempting to soothe the raging essence of the Raven God. Yet, that rusted cross, like a parasite, had also imprinted itself upon Su-chan's chest during the infusion ritual, incessantly releasing an insidious, aggressive power that wildly tainted the originally pure essence of the Raven God. Anger, akin to a long-suppressed volcano, finally erupted within Alicia's heart. She gazed into the distance at the small town. Amidst the mist, the totem atop the church spire flickered with eerie light. Gradually, a phantasmal figure began to materialize. The outline, once vague, became increasingly distinct. Ultimately, through Alicia's nearly uncontrollable gaze, it slowly coalesced into a figure she both loved and hated. It's you. Alicia's reason nearly unraveled. How could you still be alive? This figure was none other than her mother, Dahlia. My daughter, are you surprised to see me? Dahlia's voice was ethereal, laced with a hint of mockery, echoing across the Silent Hill. The divine has yet to be born. And how could a mother, as a priestess of the Holy Maiden sect, ever choose to perish? Ah, my dear, you are my child. Your little schemes have long been anticipated by me. Daria cast her gaze upon Su Chun's chest, where the crucifix pierced through, the raven writhing in agony. This was once a deity worshipped by the indigenous people of the Silent Hill region. However, with the invasion of the cult that venerates the malevolent god, a cleansing of the natives was carried out, adhering to the fine traditions of America. Subsequently, this sacrificial crucifix was employed to bind the raven deity. What was intended as a precautionary measure has unexpectedly proven useful today. The lingering spirits refuse to dissipate. Alessa's gaze was frigid. A mother like you, why do you not descend into hell? Alas, my foolish daughter, I am aiding you, so that you may fulfill the duties of the Holy Maiden and allow the great god to return to the mortal realm. In a mere flash, Daria descended from afar upon the indigenous tribe. From her elevated position, she looked down upon Su Chun, cradled in Alessa's arms, and with a sinister smile remarked, "Do you not sense it? How perfectly this Eastern man serves as a gift for you? A gift." Enraged, Alessa laughed bitterly. "You merely wish to exploit him as a sacrifice for the resurrection of the malevolent god." Chapter 68. The Saintess, the Divine Embryo, and the Nightmare Demon. Offering? Let's not speak so harshly. Dahlia chuckled softly, concealing her mouth, for this was her supreme honor. Moreover, Su Chun, yes, that was indeed his name, was it not? A pure longing flickered in Dahlia's eyes. His soul, so unblemished, was undoubtedly worthy of becoming my son-in-law. All the spectators witnessing this scene were left utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? A mother-in-law gazing at her son-in-law, becoming increasingly satisfied? Yet, judging by the furious expression on Alicia's face, it seemed the situation was far from simple. Deluded, Alicia shouted in anger, her entire being suddenly erupting with powerful black flames. Then, an endless shower of sparks coalesced into the image of a blood-red fallen angel. Its visage was strikingly similar to Alicia herself. Dahlia gasped in delight, exclaiming, "Truly, you are my daughter. You have not only mastered the Archangel's emblem, but have also elevated your divinity to this extraordinary level." She sighed in lamentation. Had you not excessively suppressed the divine embryo, the deity would have likely descended long ago, but it is not too late. Dahlia's gaze fell upon Su Chun, and she smiled enigmatically. With the assistance of this Eastern man, we can surely expedite the maturation of the divine embryo, allowing our God to descend in the most perfect state. Alicia remained silent, merely focusing on activating the Archangel's emblem, which continued to swell. "Do not be overly agitated. Be cautious not to disturb the embryo," Dahlia said, unperturbed, still speaking with a cheerful demeanor. "Mother is the one who loves you most in this world and supports your freedom and love. Besides, you are already 40. If you do not wed soon, it may be too late." Her tone was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "It is I who have made you a revered saintess. It is I who have defied the odds to personally conduct the ceremony, allowing the divine embryo to bless your being. You ought to be grateful to your mother." Dahlia implored earnestly, "Do you not yearn for the arrival of the god? Do you not wish for this decaying world to embrace true salvation?" This seemed like the darkest and most absurd joke in existence. Alicia's eyes blazed with fury. "What you deem salvation is to transform the world into hell, turning everyone into the minions of the evil gods. You are mistaken." Dahlia shook her head. "You do not comprehend. You fail to grasp the greatness of the god. Only the god can bring forth true order and everlasting happiness. According to the unique creation records of the Silent Hill doctrine, humanity once existed before the gods and was immortal. Yet, due to their incessant struggles and mutual hatred, they were caught in a cycle of relentless killing, unable to die, and gradually fell into despair amidst such suffering, until a man and a woman prayed to the sun. The man offered a snake in pursuit of redemption, while the woman presented a reed in search of joy. Their supplications birthed the god. Upon the god's birth, day and night were created, allowing humanity to measure time. Once again, humanity's immortality was snatched away, leaving only the specter of death. Subsequently, A multitude of lesser deities and angels were fashioned to guide mankind, outlining a path to redemption that endowed existence with meaning. The divine crafted a paradise that satisfied all, yet even his strength waned. In his final moments, he exhaled a breath of promise, vowing to return. The various factions of the Silent Hill cult, though embroiled in incessant conflict, shared a core belief: the longing for the divine's return. At this moment, Dahlia continued her incessant whispers. However, Alicia had lost all patience to listen. "I await the cool down of my ultimate ability. Will you await?" In a state of unconsciousness, Su Chun endured unimaginable torment. Alicia abruptly lifted her head. A blazing inferno blotted out even the sanguine moon. "I shall say this for the last time." Alicia clutched Su Chun tightly, enunciating each word. "Dahlia, you shall not lay a finger on him." The grand sigil of the archangel swelled with power, completing its final charge. A deafening hum resonated through the cosmos. A radiant cube, emanating divine light, erupted in a brilliance akin to a miniature sun, illuminating all of Silent Hill. Following this, an intricately complex and colossal magical array unfurled. Centering around the archangel's sigil, ancient and enigmatic runes danced within the array, pulsating with a disquieting energy. This power was sacred, pure, potent, and boundless, far beyond Dahlia's capacity to contend. It is no exaggeration to assert that, even without harnessing the sigil's might, Alicia's formidable mental prowess alone could utterly overwhelm Dahlia. Yet, at this moment, Dahlia maintained her audacious demeanor, her eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of a plan well executed, as if all was under her control. A chilling laughter echoed, serpentine and sinister. Dahlia regarded Alicia with keen interest. More precisely, she was not observing Alicia, nor Su Chun, nor the archangel's sigil, nor the raven ensnared in struggle. Instead, her gaze fixated upon the ever-present, rusted cross. "Oh, foolish daughter, after all these years, you remain so naive. Behold the surprise that Mother has prepared for you." With that declaration, the air crackled with portent. A sound, reminiscent of grinding bones, filled the atmosphere ominously. The cross, shrouded in a sanguine glow, reached its peak of aberration at that moment, heralding its ultimate eruption. The rusted metal shattered, splintering into countless decayed fragments that fell like autumn leaves. In its place arose a creature of unspeakable malevolence. With the body of a man and the horns of a ram, it sprouted wings of darkness. It was known as the Nightmare Demon. Note, according to the setting of the first installment of Silent Hill, the entity is actually referred to as the Dream Seducer. But for the sake of convenience in passing reviews, it has been renamed to the Nightmare Demon. Over 30 years ago, under the leadership of Daria, the sect of the Holy Maidens sought numerous young girls to perform a divine summoning ritual. Unfortunately, all their attempts ended in failure. It was not until they chose Daria's own daughter, Alessa, that a glimmer of hope emerged. Alas, just as the ritual reached its critical juncture, it was abruptly interrupted due to Alessa's unwillingness to cooperate. However, the endeavor was not entirely fruitless. Firstly, Alessa was irrevocably transformed into an incubator of divinity, known as the womb of the god. Secondly, the fading divinity summoned forth this horned demon. It feeds on human essence, terror, and nightmares, and possesses the uncanny ability to resurrect multiple times. Thus, it is aptly named the Nightmare Demon. At this moment, the Nightmare Demon let out a seductive roar, finally breaking free from the shackles of the cross, descending in its entirety. Caught off guard, the young man, Su Chun, cradled in Alessa's arms, was snatched away by the Nightmare Demon. Ah, the sweet flavor of the Nightmare Demon extended its crimson tongue, languidly caressing Su Chun's cheek. Oh, the rich essence! Remarkably, he is still a fledgling, such a magnificent soul. I cannot endure this. I yearn for him so dearly. Daria fell silent for a moment before sternly rebuking. Control yourself. Do not lose your composure here. This man belongs to my daughter. Do not even think of taking him. Now, let us proceed with the task at hand. Chapter 69, A Caution Against the Mouse? Alicia's Complete Liberation. Do not ruin my son-in-law. Dahlia's tone carried a warning, laced with a hint of trepidation regarding the nature of the nightmare demon. After all, Su Chun was an indispensable component of her intricate plan, and any misstep was intolerable. Humph, how utterly dull, the nightmare demon murmured, casting a displeased glance at Dahlia. Subsequently, its otherworldly eyes turned to Alicia, who smiled with a silvery grin, tightening her embrace around Su Chun. The two ample forms before her seemed to almost envelop him entirely. Dahlia. Alicia's ice-blue eyes blazed with fury. You ought to address me as mother. Dahlia's tone abruptly turned frosty, the facade of gentleness evaporating in an instant. All that a mother does is for Silent Hill, for you, for our shared future. You should feel honored to partake in this grand scheme to cleanse the world and redeem all beings. This is the innate value of your existence as the fetus of the divine. Dahlia proclaimed with fervent enthusiasm. The day of divine descent will be the moment of salvation. And you, my daughter, shall become the great virgin. What discontent could you possibly harbor? At this moment, the nightmare demon stealthily commenced its actions. An enigmatic wave surged around it, intangible and imperceptible to the naked eye. This was the innate ability of the nightmare demon, to silently invade the mental realm of its target and weave a phantasmagoric dream. Yet before Alicia, it felt somewhat like a display of skill before an expert. After all, the nightmare demon was merely a creation of the divine, possessing only a fragment of the vast powers of the deity. In contrast, Alicia served as the vessel for the divine soul, the singular hope for the deity's descent into the world and the reformation of existence. To some extent, Alicia could even be regarded as a part of the divine itself, far beyond the influence of an insignificant derivative. Buzz, like the tolling of an ancient bell, the entire altar trembled in an instant. Centered around the levitating archangel seal, brilliant beams of holy light erupted forth. Soon after, an immensely vast, sacred magic circle rapidly expanded beneath Alicia's feet, visibly growing at an astonishing pace. Each rune shimmered with dazzling brilliance, emitting waves of energy that made one's heart race. Like a flood breaching its dam, it surged from the center of the magic circle, instantly filling every corner of the hills. You all shall perish, Alicia declared ominously. In an instant, the dreamlike waves woven by the nightmare demon dissipated into nothingness. Your spiritual power can completely command the archangel seal. The nightmare demon hastily retreated, its crimson eyes betraying an unusual panic. Damn, Dahlia, you never mentioned this to me before. The archangel seal possessed potent exorcism and demon subjugation powers, a veritable bane for the nightmare demon. Why the panic? Dahlia remained unshaken, her voice dripping with venom. Don't forget, my son-in-law is still in your grasp. Her words struck like a thunderbolt. Ah, so this too was part of your scheme? The nightmare demon glanced down at Su Chun cradled in her arms, her lips curling into a sultry smile. See, little dove, your beloved now dances in the palm of my hand. Her crimson tongue slithered across Su Chun's cheek in a vulgar caress before turning to Alessa with a taunt. The slightest pressure from me, and this pretty young master shall perish like morning dew. You dare. Behind Alessa, the dark flame avatar of the saintess roared in unison with her fury. Through countless illusions woven in the surface world, she had come to cherish Su Chun, this extraordinary man, more than any other. Their bond had deepened when she bestowed upon him the divine essence of the raven. Now, faced with the demon's provocation, Alessa clenched her jaw so hard her pearly teeth nearly drew blood from her lips. For a moment, she hesitated, like one who fears smashing the vase to catch the rat. Angry? The nightmare demon cackled, her scarlet eyes alight with manic glee. Don't fret, darling. I've saved the best for last. Suddenly, she bent over Su Chun and inhaled sharply, a grotesque suction that siphoned his vital essence into her maw. His body went limp in her embrace, his life force flickering like a guttering candle. Such exquisite vitality. Truly intoxicating, the demon moaned in ecstasy. Stop, Dahlia snapped. His spirit is reserved for my daughter, the seed to nurture a godling. There's barely enough to go around, and you dare steal a share? Fool! The nightmare demon spat. Your daughter's mental fortitude is too strong. The silver dream weave I crafted for her can't penetrate. How else to pry open her defenses without motivation? She licked her lips with relish. Be a good girl, little sister. I promise the dream I'll spin for you and your sweetheart will be unforgettable. You will. D. Alessa's wrath ignited, but not as the demon had anticipated. No Klitsch D surrender for the hostage's sake. No self-sacrifice to worsen the stakes. Alessa chose annihilation. In an instant, the Archangel's seal unleashed a spear of holy light. What? Both demon and cultist froze. Whoosh! The scarlet miasma around the nightmare demon tore like paper before the radiance. The strike was surgical, precision honed to spare Su Chun, protected as he was by the same divine sigils that could neutralize their shared power. In a moment, the holy light enveloped. The nightmare creature barely had time to utter a cry before it vanished into thin air. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, who had been intently observing this scene, were equally dumbfounded. What the hell, it died just like that? I thought it was a formidable boss. Alessa is the true ultimate boss, and her decisive actions are indeed the correct approach to rescuing hostages. Wait, look, that nightmare creature seems not to be dead. Only a few seconds had passed. The crimson mist that had continuously enveloped Su Chun suddenly coalesced into the form of the nightmare creature. Useless, little girl, you cannot kill me. The nightmare creature taunted with a mocking smile. She, too, possessed the ability to resurrect. Imagine a demon akin to Jason, yet more powerful, standing before you. Would you not feel panic? Especially since her traits are similar to those of a succubus, capable of draining the very life from you. Would you not be afraid? Foolish girl, surrender your resistance and accept your fate, Dahlia continued to tempt. Fate? Ha! A resolute glint flickered in Alessa's ice-blue eyes. That is your fate, not mine. The moment her words fell, Alessa slowly closed her eyes. Her petite form began to surge with a terrifying wave of power, akin to a volcano erupting. This time, there was no hesitation, no restraint, only an unreserved and complete liberation. Chapter 70. The Conflict of Three Divinities. The Dream of the Jigsaw. The Blue Star livestream is experiencing intense interference from abnormal energy. The system is currently detecting. Detection results are as follows. Player Su Chun from Longhua is simultaneously affected by the Raven Divinity, Nightmare Demon Divinity, and Alicia Divinity, in addition to the restrictions imposed by the Archangel emblem. The Longhua livestream is similarly impacted. The system is undergoing emergency repairs. Another repair? The global audience is once again in an uproar. However, this time, it is solely due to the extraordinary circumstances surrounding Su Chun, who has temporarily severed the Longhua livestream, while broadcasts from other nations remain unaffected. Other players are still laboring diligently for their points, while Su Chun has ascended to discussions concerning divinity. The disparity between individuals is indeed more pronounced than that between man and dog. The one, for billion citizens of Longhua are filled with anxiety. The good news, Su Chun is still alive, and Longhua is spared for punishment. The bad news, no one knows the state of Su Chun at present. According to the system, Su Chun is likely in a quantum superposition state, reminiscent of SC Char Dinger's cat. Unfriendly nations, such as Yinghua and Bangzi, are reveling in this spectacle, while the citizens of Longhua have ceased to indulge them, responding with a chorus of sharp retorts, creating a cacophony of noise. On the other side, the Game Strategy Department, established urgently by Longhua in response to the cohabitation game, is meticulously analyzing the live stream playback frame by frame. Alicia is fully activating the Archangel emblem, and the sacred light instantly engulfs everything around. After a moment of blinding daylight, the system announcement appears, temporarily severing the signal of the Longhua livestream. At present, the global landscape is undergoing significant transformation. The peril facing Longhua does not lie beyond its borders, but within the so-called cohabitation game, embodied in the character Su Chun. What are your thoughts? The minister inquired, surveying the room. Though internally unsettled, he maintained a facade of calm. As a decision-maker, it is imperative to prevent the spread of such panic. If they display even a hint of anxiety, the entire nation will succumb to turmoil. If the members of the game strategy department were to panic, the entire country would spiral into chaos. I believe Su-Chun will be fine, 1-8 offered. Among the 10 primary cohabitation characters, aside from the enigmatic resident of the 17th floor, Freddy, who is yet to make an appearance, all others have shown themselves. Alicia undoubtedly belongs to the T0 tier of the version. The first echelon includes the compatriot, Famai Yongzi. The second echelon consists of Jason, Chu Renmei, the Joker, and Jigsaw. The third echelon is comprised of Slit-Mouthed Woman and Hannibal. As for why Jigsaw ranks higher than Slit-Mouthed Woman, it is because he cannot be perceived through the lens of an ordinary person. He is a cunning and calculating game planner, adept at utilizing traps. Slit-Mouthed Woman merely possesses a terrifying appearance and lacks the immortality of Jason. If one were to compete at the Illusory City Hotel. According to the analysis from the game's strategic division, the entity known as the Slit-Mouthed Woman would likely perish without ever encountering the visage of the Jigsaw. Alicia harbors grand expectations for Su-Chun. While the concept of divinity is perceived as a potential for ascendance to godhood, which can be colloquially understood as divine essence, the aide adjusted his spectacles and continued. Alicia is willing to bestow upon Su-Chun the Raven's divinity, and Daria also requires Su-Chun as a progenitor, or rather, a son-in-law. In any case, it is all in pursuit of nurturing the fetus of God to facilitate the descent of the divine. In summary, regardless of the faction, Su-Chun will not be allowed to come to harm, and I assure you of this. Upon hearing these words, the minister nodded. Although he felt a surge of anxiety within, the aide's remarks served to stabilize their spirits. The adept warrior does not seek fame from their valor. Thus, we must also prepare ourselves accordingly. The minister pondered for a moment before issuing a series of commands. This was a precautionary measure to avert Su-Chun's demise and the consequent repercussions for the Dragon Kingdom. The impending calamity must be contained to the smallest possible extent. Furthermore, such misfortune must not recur a second time. This exemplifies the style of the Dragon Kingdom's decision-makers. Suddenly, the acrid scent of disinfectant invaded the nostrils, accompanied by the flickering light of aging fluorescent tubes above. Where am I? At this moment, Jigsaw surveyed his surroundings, only to realize he was ensconced in a distorted, warped hospital corridor. At the far end lay an emergency room. This, memories long buried, surged forth, and Jigsaw recognized the place. It was unmistakably the scene from years past when his wife was brutally slain by an addict, desperately fighting for her life in the emergency room. Creak. The sound of the door hinges broke the silence with an unsettling resonance. A doctor emerged from the emergency room. Are you a relative of Jill Kramer? Note: in the United States, women adopt their husband's surnames upon marriage. Yes, I am her husband, John Kramer. Jigsaw's voice was dry and hoarse as he urgently inquired. Doctor, how is my wife? Is she all right? The doctor shook his head, devoid of any expression, his gaze lacking sympathy. In a tone that was cold and mechanical, he stated, I regret to inform you that we did everything we could. The patient has passed away. Jigsaw felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. No, this cannot be. My wife. No, this is a dream. This is my dream. For my wife has long since departed. After a bout of frenzied murmuring, Jigsaw gradually regained his composure. If this is merely a dream, then there is nothing to fear. It is but a replay of the tormenting nightmare that has haunted me for years. In any case, I have grown accustomed to it. Is it truly a dream? The doctor offered a bizarre smile. Without further ado, he dragged the vertical saw to the emergency room, abruptly tearing away the bedsheet to reveal his wife's lifeless body, pale from excessive blood loss. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, gripping his arm tightly with one hand. John, I am in so much pain. It hurts terribly. She shrieked, her voice a haunting wail. With her other hand, she plunged into her pelvis, extracting a bloodied embryo. Our child, Billy, is gone. He never had the chance to see this world, to open his eyes. He is dead, dead, dead. John, struck as if by lightning, jolted awake. Panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat, he murmured what is happening. At that moment, a gentle female voice emanated from beside the bed. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she rose and embraced him. Did you have another nightmare? You. John's eyes widened in disbelief. No, this cannot be. Perhaps he was indeed witnessing a ghost. The woman before him was his wife, who was supposed to be dead. Jill. His voice was hoarse as he reached out, trembling, to caress her face. The warmth he felt in his palm was undeniably real, unlike any illusion or dream. Of course it's me, my dear. Who else would it be? Jill smiled tenderly. Then, with a playful frown, she scolded him for his wandering hands. Stop it. Billy is still awake. It wouldn't be good for him to hear. No sooner had she spoken than the door burst open with a loud bang. Hey, I was wondering why you both were making it hard for me to sleep. Turns out you want to sneak around and do bad things. A little boy in cartoon pajamas bounced into the room. Hee, but I actually want a little brother, so you two better get to work. Why you are? John stood frozen, tears streaming down his cheeks. Billy? My son. P.S. Dear friends, I have discovered an issue. If you encounter a message stating that book coins cannot be used for subscriptions and suggesting a membership, it means that the QQ Reading app has exceeded its monthly quota for book coins and has imposed a restriction. This is quite exasperating. I have faced this situation as well. Solution. In the QQ Reading app, navigate to the My page, scroll to the bottom, and select Help and Feedback. Click on Online Customer Service to explain the situation and request a restoration of the book coin subscription feature. If the customer service representative provides irrelevant responses, firmly insist on the necessity of resolving the issue. This way, you will receive a text message the following day informing you that your purchase permissions have been restored. Chapter 71. No matter how exquisite the imitation, it will always be an imitation. The following day, John awoke, beset by an inexplicable sense of discomfort. It was not the jarring fright of a nightmare, but rather a sensation akin to emerging from a viscous syrup. Sluggish. The room that greeted his eyes was simply yet warmly adorned, both familiar and foreign. The yellowing photo wall bore images that had never existed in his memories. His youthful wife beamed beside him, and their tender son, taking his first wobbly steps, clumsily lunged into his embrace. In the park, sunlight cascaded gently upon them as the family of three joyfully picnicked together. The densely packed photographs captured countless moments of warmth and happiness. Memories felt as though they had been forcibly altered, jarringly inserting images that should not have been present. Warmth? Happiness? The corners of John's mouth subtly tightened into a cold, straight line. He walked slowly toward the photo wall, his fingertips lightly brushing against Jill's radiant smile. He could feel the delicate texture of the photographic paper, even detecting the scarcely perceptible signs that were left by time. John, you're awake? The door swung open, revealing Jill, who approached with a steaming cup of coffee. I ground this especially for you. Give it a taste. How does it fare? Her face adorned with an immaculate, gentle smile, her eyes still radiated that intoxicating concern and affection. Just as he remembered, she was exquisitely thoughtful and tender. John's cold gaze narrowed slightly, like the most precise optical scanner, meticulously surveying every inch of his wife's face. The curve of her smile, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, even the direction of each strand of hair mirrored the Jill he cherished deep within his memories. Yet, the more perfect she appeared, the more suspicious it became. What about Billy? John did not reach for the cup of coffee, his tone as calm as a placid surface, as if he were casually inquiring about mundane matters. He asked, playing with his blocks in the living room. Jill replied cheerfully. Speaking of which, he was exceptionally well-behaved this morning. Not only did he dress himself, but he even helped me set the table. What a considerate little guy. John remained silent, suppressing his inner turmoil as he made his way to the living room. There stood the small figure, still clad in those familiar overalls, engrossed in a pile of blocks, swiftly constructing a crooked yet distinctly recognizable castle. Billy seemed to sense John's gaze, looking up with delight. Daddy, do you think my castle looks good? His innocent smile was enough to melt even the hardest of hearts. Yet, John remained mute. John? Jill noticed the peculiarity in his demeanor, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Billy is seeking your praise. Don't be so stoic, it might hurt him. John slowly nodded. Billy, my son, you've done remarkably well. Upon hearing this, little Billy bounced over, arms wide open, ready to embrace his father. I have undoubtedly inherited your talent. As I grow up, I too aspire to become an engineer. Indeed, the figure known as Jigsaw was momentarily engulfed by a shadow of anguish. He turned to his wife beside him, his voice laden with gravity. Jill, do you believe this is merely a dream? Jill's hand trembled slightly around her cup, her smile faltering for a brief moment. John, have you yet to awaken from your slumber? She jested. Is our home so blissful that it has induced a sense of unreality within you? Home. Jigsaw echoed the word, seemingly ensnared in a reverie. He first embraced his wife, then tenderly ruffled their son's small head. The sensation was strikingly authentic. Yet what of it? No matter how intricately crafted, a counterfeit remains a counterfeit. A creation so flawless it seems almost lifelike, resembling a doll meticulously fashioned solely to please him. But our child has long since perished. Lost within your womb, he never saw the light of day, not even reaching 8 months. Daddy, are you telling stories? Billy looked up, his innocent eyes blinking. You took me to the park to play on the slide yesterday. Oh, and the swing. You pushed me so high. And I want to play again. Suddenly, Jigsaw's mind was flooded with this memory. John, his wife, sensed the shift, gripping his wrist tightly. Are you recalling that incident from years past? In an instant, a scene incongruent with his memories began to surface. The addict who once harmed his wife. Jigsaw had intervened in time, subduing him. Swift medical attention had saved her life, but their son was born prematurely as a result. Both wife and son survived, and Billy, nurtured with utmost care, had compensated for his early deficiencies, now thriving in health. Everything mirrored the beautiful future Jigsaw had once envisioned. If only it were true. Alas, lies are ultimately lies, and no matter how artfully disguised, they cannot conceal their inherent falsehood. It must be that sudden, enveloping fog that has caused this. Jigsaw murmured to himself, Daddy, what are you saying? Do you not like Billy anymore? Billy's sweet voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor of sorrow. Of course not. His wife patiently reassured him, perhaps Daddy had a nightmare last night, which is why he is feeling down. So, Billy, your task today is to cheer up Daddy. Enough. Huh? What? Both wife and son were taken aback. I said enough. Jigsaw's voice intensified, cutting through the air once more. Jill, Billy, there is no need to continue this charade. I must concede, your mimicry is indeed remarkable. Your appearances, voices, and expressions are so convincingly alike that they could easily deceive those lost in reminiscence and fantasy. Fools! Your dear father is ultimately still your dear father. With the essence of Jigsaw and his formidable psychological fortitude, he perceived the illusory deceptions of the external world, remaining unfooled by their allure. He paused, his icy gaze surveying his surroundings, ultimately resting once more upon the terrified visage of Billy. How unfortunate, dear child, that your object of imitation is Billy. My son Billy, you shall never truly comprehend him, nor can you ever emulate him. For what you attempt to imitate is but a phantom residing in my memories, an empty shell, a desire that never truly existed. His tone grew increasingly sharp, akin to the edge of a frostbitten blade, piercing the very core of the illusion. A counterfeit can never replace the genuine article. An apparition will always remain just that, an illusion, incapable of becoming reality. Jigsaw mused. Perhaps all that lies before me is merely a trick orchestrated by the game of cohabitation, or perhaps it pertains to the abilities of a certain individual. In any case, something is undoubtedly amiss. How might I extricate myself from this place? John, my wife is enraged. Billy has always been well-behaved, and we love him dearly. Do not project your negative emotions onto your family. If this continues, I shall take Billy back to my mother's house. Chapter 72. The Deceased Mr. John. Truly transformed into the Jigsaw. Return home? The Jigsaw shook his head slightly. Very well, my dear Jill, why don't you return and show me? Furthermore, Billy has long since perished, never having had the chance to glimpse this world. The Jigsaw's tone remained calm, yet was imbued with an undeniable resolution. And you, my wife, you too have met your end, slain by a drug addict, a life extinguished twice. Pain etched across the Jigsaw's visage. This is not home, Jill. This is merely a false prison, a web of beautiful memories woven into a lie. As his words fell, the Jigsaw suddenly swung his hand. knocking the coffee cup from his wife's grasp. Crash! The cup tumbled onto the carpet, producing a sharp, shattering sound. Then, as if something else had fractured, a sound echoed. The walls corroded, their surfaces peeling away. The flames in the fireplace extinguished abruptly, the orange glow vanishing entirely, leaving behind a void of desolate ashes. The rich aroma of coffee was supplanted by the acrid scent of disinfectant. A faint metallic tang of blood began to silently pervade the air. The once cozy home, the cherished memories, shattered like a fragile mirror, revealing the cruel reality hidden beneath. John Kramer, you heartless scoundrel. His wife's face contorted into a grotesque mask. Her features warped and twisted. Her light blue dress became tattered and stained with blood, wrapped tightly around her like a shroud. Her originally gentle voice turned sharp and piercing, akin to the wails of a vengeful spirit. After all our struggles to reunite as a family, why must you destroy it all? Are you truly so callous as to deny me even a semblance of happiness? Simultaneously, their innocent son Billy morphed into a figure with cold eyes and a sinister smile, resembling a specter from the depths of hell. Daddy! The apparition of Billy opened his mouth, unleashing questions that pierced the very soul of the Jigsaw. Why do you not love me? Why did you abandon me and Mom? Fleeing alone? Why won't you stay with us forever? Forever. The tender voice incessantly echoed the word forever, binding the Jigsaw's soul like an incantation, evoking feelings of powerlessness and despair. He yearned to sink, to relinquish all resistance, and plummet into an even deeper, darker underworld. In that moment, waves of unprecedented guilt assailed the Jigsaw's resolve. Yet, even amidst this profound darkness, a powerful rationale deep within him began to flicker back to life, like a star igniting in the cold night. You eagerly await my decision, do you not? The Jigsaw spoke slowly, his gaze regaining its original icy edge. In other words, to shatter this illusory nightmare, one must sever the chains of their inner demons. The blade that severs the demons of the heart is neither emotion nor evasion, but rather reason. The figure known as the Jigsaw gently clasped his wife's cold, rigid hand with his distinctly knuckled fingers. His fingertips grazed the dull wedding ring adorning her ring finger. No matter how splendid the dream, it can never conceal the brutality of reality. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the contorted figure of Jill and the ominous Billy. His tone remained calm, yet it carried an imperceptible hint of resignation. I once languished in suffering, yearning for redemption. I admit, deep within my soul, I long for a beautiful conclusion, for a warm home, and above all, for you to return to my side. Jigsaw sighed. Indeed, I am grateful to you for allowing me to once again experience this illusory warmth. For a fleeting moment, I began to cherish those beautiful images. However, in contrast, I yearn more to break free from this deceptive prison and return to the challenging realm of reality. He chuckled softly. At this moment, he was no longer John Kramer, but rather the dreaded Jigsaw. True redemption does not reside in false happiness, but in confronting pain, in the face of adversity, in the depths of darkness. At the pinnacle of despair, to strive with all one's might. To survive. As his words fell, a corner of the illusion collapsed once more. A faintly revealed gap displayed a corner of the Illusion Hotel. From within emerged a doll, similar in height to his son, Billy. Master, master, I have finally found you. The mechanical doll Billy bounced over to Jigsaw. Is he also named Billy? The distorted visage of his wife gazed at the doll dressed in a black suit and adorned with a pure white ceramic mask. You dare to substitute my Billy with this thing? The illusory wife spiraled into complete madness, her features twisting into a grotesque amalgamation, resembling a melting wax figure. John Kramer, you are an irredeemable, cold-blooded monster. Do you even possess a heart? Are you still human? You pitiful wretch, you shall never attain true happiness. You will forever dwell in pain and solitude. Forever, forever. The frenzied accusations of the illusory wife grew increasingly venomous, attempting to shatter the last bastion of his inner sanctum. A substitute? Jigsaw remained remarkably composed. In fact, a faint smirk of derision graced his lips. Jill, you are mistaken. Billy can never be replaced. Whether the living Billy or the deceased Billy, they are both irreplaceable. They eternally occupy a singular, unassailable space within my heart. Jigsaw spoke slowly, his tone as calm as if discussing a trivial matter. There was not a ripple of emotion, only an icy detachment that penetrated to the marrow. The game I have created may be twisted and cruel, yet its ultimate purpose remains to instill a profound appreciation for life, even amidst the depths of a nightmare. I shall not relinquish my pursuit of life's meaning, and it is not a mere substitute. The Jigsaw raised his hand, caressing the head of the mechanized puppet, Billy, with a hint of pride akin to an artist admiring his masterpiece. It is my creation, an extension of my will. As for your notion of happiness? The corners of Jigsaw's mouth curled into a deeper, sardonic smile, and a chilling glimmer flickered in his eyes. Jill, do you believe I still care for that ephemeral, illusory mirage? That which is founded upon lies and deception, utterly devoid of significance. A mere bubble? That which only the feeble would indulge in. A narcotic? Huh. Jigsaw scoffed, declaring, Jill, I am no longer the frail John Kramer. I am Jigsaw, and Jigsaw requires no happiness. Why seek his design is trial, is to ensure that those who fail to cherish life pay the price. In this game, at the moment his words fell, the coldness in Jigsaw's gaze reached an apex. Billy, Jigsaw whispered once more. Father? The illusory son responded, dazed. I do not call for you, my child. Jigsaw gently shook his head. Master? Yes, I speak of you. Jigsaw nodded, then coldly extended his hand, pointing towards the illusion not far ahead. Proceed. Kill my son. Yes, master. Billy obeys your every command. Chapter 73. The Breakthrough, the Illusion of the Hotel, and the Advanced Automaton. Please no. Father, no. The illusion of Billy emitted a terrified scream. John, have you lost your mind? The illusion of his wife shouted in a frenzy. I have instructed you to address me as Jigsaw. At that moment, Jigsaw's heart was as unyielding as ancient ice, devoid of any tremor or excess emotion. The command for slaughter had already been issued. He merely gazed expressionlessly at the mechanical puppet Billy, advancing step by step towards his own son. Then, with a cold mechanical arm, he unhesitatingly reached out and grasped the illusion of Billy by the throat. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones reverberated. The play on the illusion of Billy's face instantly froze. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed, ultimately fading into a profound silence. The small body convulsed weakly a few times before collapsing to the ground like a shattered doll. The illusion of Billy was dead. He perished at the hands of the automaton Billy, under the command of his own father. No, Billy, John Kramer, I will kill you. I will kill you. The wife let out a heart-wrenching wail, resembling a madwoman, recklessly lunging towards Jigsaw. However, she was merely an illusion, a manifestation of the torment within Jigsaw's heart. A haunting specter, her power appeared minuscule, absurd, and impotent before the ironclad rationality. She could only curse in helpless fury. You are a demon, a cold-blooded butcher. How could you? How could you even spare your own son? Are you even human? To what extent must you be cruel before you relent? Each cry became more piercing, each word more frantic. Nevertheless, Jigsaw remained disturbingly calm. I'm sorry, Jill. Jigsaw whispered softly, his tone icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He slowly raised his hand, gently caressing his wife's face as one might tenderly touch a lover's. His fingertips traced her distorted visage, ultimately resting upon her throat. Crack! Another sound of shattering bones resounded. The resentment on his wife's face instantly froze, and the light in her gaze dissipated. With the vanishing of the illusion, the grotesque and distorted realm of illusion also faded silently, as if erased by an eraser. Shadows danced, colors peeled away. The warm living room, the yellowed photo wall, the flickering flames in the hearth, the rich aroma of coffee, the laughter of his wife and child. Everything, like fragile bubbles, disintegrated in an instant. Darkness once again enveloped all. Jigsaw and the automaton Billy found themselves once more in the familiar gloom. A damp, chilling breath washed over them, while the air still hung heavy with the inexplicable, lingering, dense fog. Beneath his feet lay the cold and unyielding ground. He had returned to the Illusion City Hotel, back to his presidential suite on the 12th floor and to the underground surveillance room. The Jigsaw, as he is known, slowly opened his eyes, yet within their depths, no trace of confusion or anguish remained. And instead was a resilience akin to tempered steel, cold, sharp, and serene. A subtle smile graced his lips, forming a signature arc. Fragile emotions were merely impurities in the fabric of life, hindrances on the path to truth. Only by casting aside all superfluous feelings could one maintain absolute calm and rationality, thereby discerning the reality beneath the surface. This, indeed, encapsulated the essence of existence. His smile remained as ever, yet it seemed to carry an almost imperceptible release. It was neither the joy of escaping pain nor the self-satisfaction of conquering inner demons, but rather a sense of relief that arose from having endured a meticulously cruel trial. At that moment, the Jigsaw poured himself a glass of champagne to celebrate his victory, then seated himself before the surveillance screen, adjusting the angle. The display vividly reflected the scene outside the presidential suite, seemingly more chaotic than before. The fog had enveloped him in illusion. The ceiling had collapsed substantially, debris littering the ground, blocking the corridor as if it were a post-earthquake ruin. Besides the thick mist, the acrid scent of battle lingered in the air. Amidst the wreckage, a figure caught the Jigsaw's attention. It was a male hotel staff member clad in the standard uniform. Was it a corpse? He lay motionless amidst the rubble, his posture stiff and unnatural. The Jigsaw maneuvered the surveillance camera, gradually zooming in. The image sharpened. The staff member's face came into view, a youthful and handsome visage, with finely crafted features and smooth skin, resembling a meticulously sculpted doll. Yet upon closer examination, a hint of unnatural rigidity and a lack of the spark of humanity in his gaze became evident. The Jigsaw's gaze ultimately settled on the exposed arm of the staff member. There, the skin exhibited an unnatural metallic sheen, with intricate mechanical patterns faintly visible beneath the surface. An automaton, the Jigsaw murmured to himself, a note of barely perceptible astonishment in his tone. He immediately recognized that this was not a genuine human being, but rather a more advanced doll, a true marvel of high technology. It resembled the lifelike androids depicted in certain science fiction films. In comparison, his own mechanical puppet, Billy, seemed like a crude toy from a bygone era. The Illusion City Hotel indeed concealed technology beyond imagination. Excitement sparkled in the Jigsaw's eyes. This was an exceptional subject for research. If the technology behind this advanced puppet could be deciphered, it might significantly enhance Billy and perhaps even perfect my game. A bold notion gradually took shape in his mind. Billy, the Jigsaw called out. The mechanical puppet, which had been standing silently to the side, immediately approached with a somewhat stiff gait. "Master, please instruct me." Billy's voice remained devoid of any emotional inflection. "Bring me that," Jigsaw commanded, pointing at the corpse of the attendant displayed on the monitor. "As you wish, master." Without hesitation, Billy obeyed the command and turned toward the door of the monitoring room. However, as he reached the entrance, he found his path obstructed by a pile of rubble. With a clattering sound, Billy attempted to push the debris aside, but the heavy stones did not budge. Alas! Upon noticing the commotion, Jigsaw ascended via the lift mechanism. He soon retrieved some tools and handed them to Billy. "Hurry and clear this away." "Understood, master." Thud, thud, thud. The dull thumping echoed through the empty corridor. Together, they worked diligently, clearing the obstacles piece by piece. The rubble was not excessively thick, yet it required considerable effort to remove. At last, through the combined endeavors of Jigsaw and Billy, a narrow passage had been cleared, barely wide enough to pass through. Chapter 74. The boomerang strikes Yamamoto. Moments later, Billy returned to the suite, cradling the lifeless body of the waitress. "Well done, Billy." Jigsaw nodded in satisfaction. Eagerly, he crouched down to meticulously examine the exquisite corpse of this high-end doll. His fingers grazed the doll's delicate visage. The chill of the metallic surface transmitted through his fingertips. Such exquisite craftsmanship. The level of realism achieved here surpasses the technological capabilities of earthly civilization. To the discerning eye, the intricacies reveal themselves, while the untrained merely observe in awe. Jigsaw was thoroughly impressed, feeling a twinge of inadequacy. He carefully scrutinized this advanced creation. Soon, he discovered a concealed metal latch at the back of the doll's head. A gentle tug elicited a soft click, and the metallic shell at the rear opened, unveiling a complex internal mechanism and a softly glowing milky white crystal. Is this the brain of the doll? A flicker of confusion crossed Jigsaw's eyes. The structure of this crystal was starkly different from that of a human brain. It resembled a highly integrated synthetic biological chip. Remarkable. How did I not realize they were all artificial beings? Jigsaw murmured to himself, his excitement mounting. The technology behind the brains of such advanced dolls was beyond his current comprehension. However, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. In the basement, two individuals had survived the judgment game, players from a nation of Maienshan, hailing from the village of Jinpu. Although they had managed to preserve their lives, they were rendered as mere husks, tortured by the electric chair, slumped in their cells, drooling and uttering incoherent babble. Though the brains of these high-end dolls could not be deciphered, perhaps the human brain could serve as a fitting substitute. A cold smile curved Jigsaw's lips. It would be a case of repurposing waste. Their minds might yet prove useful. Billy, Jigsaw called once more. Master, please give your instructions. Take this treasure back to the laboratory. I wish to study it thoroughly, Jigsaw commanded, gesturing toward the waitress's corpse on the floor. As you wish, Master, Billy replied, bending to lift the body, his movements somewhat stiff yet remarkably steady. Just as Jigsaw prepared to close the door, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the window overlooking the corridor. Through the fog-shrouded glass, he discerned a peculiar dark vortex appearing in the distant sky. At its center, it seemed to connect to another unknown realm, continuously swallowing the surrounding mist. This aura? Jigsaw exclaimed in astonishment. It bears a striking resemblance to the aftermath of my illusion. No, it is not merely similar. It is identical. The Jigsaw's gaze sharpened as he stood at the threshold, observing the swirling mass of darkness. A chilling hiss and a low hum reverberated, as if some terrifying presence had been startled, rapidly pulling at the surrounding mist, emitting a disquieting resonance. Deep within the fog, a formidable silhouette emerged, faint yet palpable, exuding an oppressive aura akin to that of a colossal, nightmarish beast, wild and untamed. This figure, if memory served correctly, was known as Banma Waijur. In an instant, Jigsaw recognized the shadow. Long before he had modified the presidential suite, he had commanded Billy to discreetly install surveillance on the nearby floors. Naturally, he had been aware of the intense battle between Banma Waijur and the forces of his homeland. Was the illusion of the outer world still expanding? Jigsaw furrowed his brow, rapidly analyzing the situation. He could distinctly sense a potent resonance emanating from the very core of that misty vortex, saturated with agony, struggle, and unending sorrow. At this moment, Banma Waijur was ensnared in the painful, dark mirror of the outer world, oblivious to everything around him. Indeed, Jigsaw was not well versed in the martial artist's past, but through the phenomenon of spiritual resonance, he could vaguely perceive fragments of the tumultuous experience Banma Waijur was undergoing. Like a torn canvas slowly unfurling in his mind. The illusionary space of Banma Waijur. On a rainy night, cold droplets pounded against the dilapidated eaves, producing a monotonous, dreary sound. The scene before him was one of utter desolation. In the wilderness, amidst the aftermath of battle, a robust figure trembled slightly, ostensibly indifferent. Yet deep within, he was stifling a sorrowful whimper. Banma Waijur. Even with his face obscured, Jigsaw instantly recognized that silhouette. Beyond the ferocious waves of power transmitted through the resonance, there was an overwhelming pain, like a toxin corroding the marrow of his bones. It slowly eroded the heart of this formidable warrior, leaving him unable to find solace, trapped in the mire of illusion. The illusion grew clearer. The rain-soaked night became increasingly somber and oppressive. A flash of lightning cleaved the dark sky, momentarily illuminating the abyss. In that fleeting brightness, Jigsaw finally discerned the full visage of the illusion, as well as the outline of the woman whom Banma Waijur gazed upon from a short distance. In the frigid rain, her hair was disheveled, Her frail form sprawled on the ground. Clad in a simple, pale blue suit, the fabric clung to her, drenched, accentuating her delicate curves. Zhu Zijiangzu, Bama Weizhi's wife. Through the resonance, Jigsaw came to know her identity. It was akin to the inexplicable fragments of memories he himself had encountered within the illusion. Profoundly enigmatic, Jigsaw felt as though he could see Banma Weizhi within the illusion, staring at his wife, who lay helpless in the rain. His expression was grotesquely contorted, muscles taut and veins bulging, as he struggled to suppress a tempest of emotions. Jiangzhu, Fanma Yangziro longed to reach out. Yet he was ensnared by invisible shackles, merely standing there, feigning indifference in his gaze. Then, the visions began to fragment. Like fleeting glimpses, disjointed scenes flashed before him. The youthful Fanma Yangziro, brimming with vigor, unexpectedly caught the eye of the affluent heiress, Zhu Zhejiangzhu, at a grand ball. After their marriage, Zhu Zhejiangzhu, devoted to supporting her husband, vowed to sacrifice everything for him, even declaring that she would not hesitate to relinquish her own son. Soon, however, these memories would meet their tragic conclusion. A tempestuous night of rain, thunder, and lightning. It was in this very moment that Fanma Yangziro's son, Fanma Renya, dared to challenge him. In the ensuing battle, Fanma Renya was effortlessly defeated, just as he prepared to enact a paternal betrayal. Intending to slay his own son, the maternal instincts of Zhu Zhejiangzhu were finally awakened, as she struck Fanma Yangziro in a fit of rage. Instinctively, in the heat of battle, he responded with a deadly embrace towards his wife. Zhu Zhejiangzhu perished. Was this boy truly worth it? Fanma Yangziro murmured to himself, his gaze complexly fixed on the ground, where his wife lay beside their son, eternally asleep, still so beautiful, like a hauntingly exquisite flower blooming in the stormy night. Pain engulfed him like a tidal wave. The vision ultimately froze at this moment. A silent wail reverberated, lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. The tormenting illusion of having mistakenly slain his beloved wife. The gaze of the Jigsaw reflected calmness. He could empathize with Fanma Yangziro's anguish. After all, to personally take the life of one's dearest is an unbearable agony for anyone capable of feeling. However, understanding does not equate to approval. In the eyes of Jigsaw, Fanma Yangziro's descent into despair remained a manifestation of weakness. To echo Fanma Yangziro's own sentiments regarding himself, at this moment, he lacked purity. Chapter 75. The facade of existence. The fragile emotions of existence ultimately serve as mere impurities within the tapestry of life. Jigsaw silently recited the truths he held dear. He possessed the rationality to sever all emotional ties, resolutely slaying the illusions of his wife and child, thereby liberating himself from falsehood and returning to reality. In stark contrast, Kanemoto Yujiro evidently failed to achieve this. This warrior, who relentlessly sought the pinnacle of strength, ultimately succumbed to the emotions concealed deep within his heart. Such a tragic display of power. A faint smirk of derision graced Jigsaw's lips, his gaze tinged with a barely perceptible disappointment. He had once believed that Kanemoto Yujiro would be a player worth anticipating. Yet now, it appeared that this formidable figure was merely an ordinary man, endowed with a powerful physique but shackled by his emotions. Nevertheless, Kanemoto Yujiro's downfall held some value for Jigsaw. The illusion seemed to envelop the entire hotel. Jigsaw turned once more towards the swirling mist at the end of the corridor. Through prior observations, he had come to surmise that the mastermind behind this illusion likely resided on the 20th floor, Alicia. The ability to conjure such a vast, authentic, and resonant mirror world suggested that the young girl possessed an extraordinary, almost miraculous power. Jigsaw stood resolutely before the door of the presidential suite on the 12th floor. His eyes were deep and unfathomable, akin to two ancient wells. Crisis and opportunity have always existed as two sides of the same coin, intertwined and coexistent. Perhaps I should seek an ally. He resolved to harness the strength of this beast trapped in a quagmire. It was a gamble fraught with risk and reward. Yet Jigsaw had never feared danger. What troubled him most was the stagnation of meaningless inertia. Thus, he commanded the robotic puppet, Billy, to make contact. Alas, it was a failure, for Billy was merely a machine, devoid of humanity and, more importantly, emotion. It was inherently immune to the illusions that preyed upon the darkness within the human soul. It seemed that the task would fall to him alone. Jigsaw shook his head slightly, yet an exhilarating eagerness surged within him. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped forward, resolutely advancing towards the end of the corridor. The swirling mist loomed like the gaping maw of an abyss, exuding a disquieting allure. He could distinctly feel his spirit being gently drawn into the vortex. Yet, he offered no resistance. Rather, he quickened his pace and leaped. Whoosh! Jigsaw lunged through the window, decisively plunging into the void. In the fleeting moment before his consciousness was entirely engulfed by the illusion's vortex, a singular thought resonated within Jigsaw's mind. The beast, possessing only a formidable exterior, was destined to become a pawn in my grand design. In the desolate wilderness, under a relentless downpour, an atmosphere of desolation prevails. Raindrops incessantly pummel the battered ground, instilling a chilling sensation that seeps deep into one's bones. The figure known as Shu Jin slowly opens his eyes. The scene before him is no different from what he observed externally, yet the experience is far more vivid. He swiftly focuses his gaze on the heart of the illusion, where, amidst the muck of a quagmire, stands a formidable silhouette, Fan Ma Yongzi. The raw, untamed energy radiating from him is akin to the flickering lights of the night, utterly undeniable. Indeed, he appears to be in a most disheveled state. A faint smirk graces Shu Jin's lips, and a barely perceptible hint of derision flickers in his eyes. Emotions merely cloud rationality, softening the resolve of the strong. In this moment of suffering, Fan Ma Yongzi undoubtedly serves as a splendid testament to Shu Jin's belief in emotional futility. Let us observe whether this beast possesses the potential for taming. Although Shu Jin perceives Fan Ma Yongzi's emotions as worthless impurities, this does not hinder him from viewing the man as a formidable strength as a tool to be utilized. Fan Ma Yongzi. Shu Jin slows his pace, ultimately halting a few meters away. It seems you have encountered some trouble. Within the illusion, the once statue-like Fan Ma Yongzi, disturbed by the external commotion, slowly turns his head. Who are you? He inquires, looking down upon this uninvited guest. A passerby, replies Shu Jin, his expression neutral. A passerby who does not wish to witness the strong succumb to weakness. Weakness? Fan Ma Yongzi contemplates the term, finding it a ludicrous assessment. He has always been the one to judge others. Now, someone dares to label him as weak? His towering physique exudes an overwhelming presence, akin to a mountain. Even within the illusion, even as his mind falters, he still embodies the unique arrogance of the strongest creature on earth. Are you here to mock me? Fan Ma Yongzi's muscles tense, emitting a perilous aura reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt, as if he might suddenly lash out and tear this presumptuous passerby to shreds. I have come to offer you an opportunity, Shu Jin states, undeterred, his tone remaining calm. An opportunity to escape your suffering. What a laughable act of charity. Fan Ma Yongzi scoffs, his eyes filled with disdain. I do not require assistance from a weakling like you. His voice resonates like thunder. Simultaneously, the rationality represented by the fireflies surrounding him begins to twist and distort. Yet, Shu Jin captures every detail with clarity. Not needed? A slight smirk plays at the corner of Shu Jin's mouth. Perhaps you are merely afraid to acknowledge your current weakness, deceiving yourself. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere thickens. S. heart wavered for a moment. Suddenly, his wife, lying on the ground, performed a miraculous recovery and sprang to her feet. Do not believe him. Do not be deceived. Ihid, I am your wife. I am the one you cherish most. Are you truly going to abandon me? Zhu Xiang's piercing accusations clung to Wei Zhi like a relentless curse, ensnaring his heart and mind. When I married you, my family opposed it vehemently. They claimed you were merely a brutish warrior, incapable of bringing me happiness. Her visage contorted, tears cascading like broken pearls. But what of me? I disregarded it all. I adored your strength. I revered everything about you. For you, Zhu Xiang has sacrificed everything. My youth, my pride, my life. And you, how have you repaid me? You have killed me with your own hands. Each word pierced Wai-Jur's nerves like a dagger. His robust form trembled slightly, and the once impenetrable expression on his face showed signs of fracture. Even one as formidable as Wai-Jur could not withstand the bitter inquiries of his deceased wife without faltering. Are you still acting? At that moment, the cold voice of Jigsaw echoed once more. A pitiful illusion, a clumsy performance. A mocking smile crept upon Jigsaw's lips as he stepped forward, his gaze piercing, locking onto Wai-Jur's trembling pupils. You should emulate me. Eliminate this false apparition of your wife. Liberate yourself from the shackles of your inner demons, and embrace the true power of reason. If you desire, I can assist you. P.S. I have encountered an issue. If you receive a notification stating that you cannot subscribe due to insufficient book currency and are prompted to become a member, it means that the QQ Reading app has restricted your usage of book currency for the month. This is quite frustrating, as I have faced this situation as well. Solution: in the QQ Reading app, navigate to the bottom of the My page, select Help and Feedback. Click on Online Customer Service, explain the situation, and request the restoration of the book currency subscription feature. If the customer service agent offers irrelevant responses, firmly insist on the necessity of resolution. This way, you will receive a text the following day indicating that your purchase privileges have been restored. Chapter 76, Return to Gotham. Joker, Batman declares he will not strike you. Laughter reverberated as the Joker surveyed the familiar city before him. In the distance, the piercing screams of women intermingled with the sharp crack of gunfire, reminiscent of Gotham's eternal soundtrack. Crime, violence, fear, the same old routine played for years. Gotham remains this decayed, depraved place, unchanged in the slightest. A flicker of near boredom danced in the Joker's eyes. In the past, this chaotic scene would have sent his blood boiling. Today, however, it felt as dull as chewing wax, failing to spark even a modicum of interest. Why do I feel so listless? The Joker murmured softly, a hint of fatigue seeping into his tone, one he had not even recognized himself. He yearned for a deeper chaos, a more creative madness, a force capable of utterly upending this moribund world. As if in response to his innermost thoughts, the pandemonium throughout the city abruptly escalated. Thugs rampaged through the streets, crowds screamed and scattered, bank towers crumbled, and burning banknotes rained from the sky. Yet, to the Joker, all this still appeared mundane, devoid of soul. It was far too formulaic, far too contrived. Beyond, openly displaying his disappointment. Chaos was not merely destruction and disorder. It required art. Just as the Joker found himself disinterested, a dark figure tore through the night sky, descending with sudden force. Oh, is this not enough chaos for you? I believe your artistry deserves imprisonment. The black cloak billowed like the wings of a bat. Batman descended from above, his iconic suit appearing even more imposing under the shadow of a frenzied Gotham. Beneath the mask, a pair of piercing eyes shone like cold stars. Locking onto the Joker, "Batsy!" exclaimed the once listless Joker, suddenly energized as if fueled by a stimulant. "You've finally decided to grace us with your presence. I thought you were going to miss my art exhibition." Gotham cannot afford to lose the Joker, just as the West cannot forsake Jerusalem. Similarly, the Joker cannot lose his arch-nemesis, Batman, akin to Hubei's reliance on beef noodle soup. "Gracing us with your presence?" Batman's lips curled slightly. "Gotham does not require your art, but rather order." As soon as the words left his mouth, Batman was already in motion. The dark figure darted like a specter, instantly closing the distance between them, delivering a fierce punch aimed directly at the Joker's face. "Oh, are you so eager to strike?" The Joker cackled, twisting his body in a bizarre manner. "You remain as dull as ever, always so straightforward, devoid of any surprise." The chaotic streets of Gotham transformed into a battleground for the two. Even amidst such intense combat, the Joker maintained his signature maniacal grin. "Batsy, you truly are as weak as ever. Decades have passed, and you have shown no improvement. It is quite disappointing." He laughed maniacally, evading Batman's attacks with a playful demeanor. occasionally seizing fleeting moments to counterattack. Though his strikes seemed erratic, they invariably found their mark in unexpected vulnerabilities, compelling Batman to divert his focus for defense. The battle escalated into a fierce confrontation. However, the Joker's moments of glee were fleeting. Amidst the chaos, Batman seized a minuscule opening, striking with the swiftness of lightning, a powerful punch that landed squarely in the Joker's abdomen. The Joker's laughter abruptly ceased, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Coughing, he clutched his stomach, a crimson trickle escaping the corner of his mouth. "Ah, Batman, your blows are as merciless as ever." Batman offered him no respite, closing the distance once more. Like a vice, his hand gripped the Joker's throat. The sensation of suffocation washed over the Joker, his smile vanishing entirely, replaced by an exaggerated expression of pain. He struggled, flailing his arms in a futile attempt to pry apart Batman's iron grip, only to discover it was all in vain. "It is over, Joker." Batman's voice remained icy. "Devoid of emotion, your chaos ends here." The outcome appeared predestined. Once more, the Joker found himself apprehended by Batman, confined within the formidable walls of Arkham Asylum. Yet, for the Joker, this was merely a script he had long anticipated. The prison of Arkham was to him as insubstantial as air. He entered and exited at will, as effortlessly as one might stroll through their own garden. Indeed, mere hours later, the alarms outside reverberated through the air. "Haha, boss, we're here to rescue you." A throng of the Joker's fervent followers surged into the asylum like a tidal wave, engaging in a near-suicidal frenzy to orchestrate a prison break. They shouted the Joker's name, charging headlong into the guards' defenses like moths drawn to a flame. Chaos once again descended upon Arkham. Vacation's over. The Joker donned sunglasses. Seizing the moment while the guards were overwhelmed, he swaggered through the main entrance of Arkham Asylum, reclaiming his freedom amidst the tumult. Gotham remained as chaotic as ever, and the Joker continued to embody the very essence of disorder. In the days that followed, it was a relentless cycle. The Joker relentlessly orchestrated various criminal escapades, bank heists, jewel thefts, and even more outrageous and nefarious acts. He reveled in staging one chaotic spectacle after another upon Gotham's stage. Meanwhile, Batman dutifully fulfilled his role as the guardian of order, thwarting the Joker's crimes time and again, capturing him repeatedly. Once again, the clown witnessed his escape from incarceration. A relentless cycle of capture, jailbreak, crime, recapture, and yet another escape. An interminable loop. Gradually, ennui began to envelop him. The repetitive and uninspired game grew wearisome, leaving him fatigued and devoid of excitement. He engaged in this charade with Batman as one might clock in for work, yet within, a stillness akin to stagnant water prevailed, stirring not a single ripple. He had even begun to feel lethargic about the notion of escape. To him, the confines of Arkham felt less like a prison and more akin to a modest, albeit sparse, single-room apartment. Here, he could ponder in tranquility, create freely, and even await Batman's visits. Time passed, and at long last, Arkham Asylum's cell welcomed an unexpected visitor. The clown. Batman stood at the threshold of the cell. Yet this time, there appeared to be an almost imperceptible complexity of emotions. The clown lifted his gaze, his face adorned with that signature grin, but deep within his eyes lay a hint of fatigue, perhaps even weariness. Chapter 77. Gotham needs free air. Batman, you have finally arrived. The Joker drawled lazily, a hint of nonchalance in his tone. "I thought you had forgotten about your old friend." Batman disregarded the taunt and spoke with a calm voice that bore an undercurrent of pride, perhaps an invitation. "Gotham has not witnessed a significant crime wave in quite some time. Under my vigilant watch, Gotham is steadily moving towards order and stability. I wish for you to witness what Gotham could become in the absence of your chaos." With that, Batman gestured for the guard to unlock the cell door. He turned and walked away, leaving only his silhouette behind, accompanied by a tantalizing statement that echoed through the empty corridor. "Follow me. Let me show you the beauty of order." The Joker was momentarily taken aback. As he watched Batman's retreating figure, the smile on his face began to freeze. The beauty of order? Nonsense. Without me, Gotham would simply be a dull, lifeless city. Yet, despite his words, an inexplicable sense of doubt began to stir within him. During this period of isolation, he had found himself contemplating the meaning of life. Could it be that all his actions had truly been devoid of significance? The clash of ideologies unfolded silently as the Joker followed Batman out of Arkham Asylum. The glaring sunlight caused him to squint slightly. They boarded the Batmobile. Outside, Gotham City appeared pristine and orderly. Streets were immaculate, skyscrapers stood in neat rows, and vehicles moved along the roads with remarkable discipline. Even the air was imbued with a soothing sense of tranquility. Everything seemed so harmonious, so beautiful. Gotham had never felt so normal. Unfortunately, there is no free air, the Joker remarked, his lips curling in disdain. Freedom must be built upon the foundation of law. Suddenly, the Batmobile came to a halt. Do you see, Joker? Batman turned to him. This is the power of order. This is the Gotham I have long sought to protect. The Joker surveyed his surroundings, his expression growing complex and inscrutable. Order? He chuckled softly, his tone low and devoid of clear emotion. It is indeed rather beautiful. Batman appeared oblivious to the Joker's subtle inflection and continued, as long as you assure me that you will cease your destructive ways, I can offer you an opportunity, a chance to start anew. Oh, are you attempting to play the role of the prodigal son returning home? The Joker found the notion utterly laughable, a broad grin stretching across his face. His laughter grew louder, more maniacal. Batman, you are truly naive. Do you believe that order can genuinely foster beauty? Are you certain that Gotham truly requires order? The Joker abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, his tone dripping with mockery. You are mistaken, Batman. Gravely mistaken. Gotham does not require order. What Gotham truly needs is chaos. This is the very essence of Gotham. Order is merely a deceptive fabric woven by those self-righteous champions of justice. No. The Joker shook his head vigorously. Perhaps it could be said that there has never existed such a thing as order in this world. All of this is merely a means for you to enslave the masses and suppress human nature. With order, the elite can more conveniently amass wealth, allowing you and your descendants to indulge in a life of luxury. His voice thundered across the calm skies of Gotham, instantaneously shattering the facade of false harmony. The meticulously organized streets trembled slightly, and the once joyous citizens found their smiles abruptly frozen. You. Batman's expression shifted, his keen eyes locking onto the Joker, his voice rising in anger. Do not be obstinate. Huh, Batman, the truly obstinate one is you. The Joker erupted into a frenzied laugh once more. You forever dwell within the lies you have spun, just as you are accustomed to being served at meals and to the adoration of the citizens of Gotham. Yet, you deliberately neglect to mention the Wayne Enterprises exploitation of Gotham and the vampiric drain on all of us. In that moment, the Joker fully rediscovered himself, reevaluating the very nature of chaos. It was not merely destruction, but a wellspring of creation. To dismantle everything and rebuild anew. That is the higher order. The order that Batman represents, while striving to maintain stability in Gotham, is fundamentally a rigid, oppressive false order that stifles humanity. True order must arise from chaos. Just as I have stated, with a sudden clap, the Joker alighted from the vehicle, laughing maniacally. What Gotham truly requires is the air of freedom. You are utterly incorrigible. Batman bellowed, his aura surging forth like an arrow loose from its bow as he propelled himself from the Batmobile. Since you remain unyielding, do not blame me for being impolite. However, this time, the Joker did not evade as before. He stood tall, facing Batman's assault head-on, his eyes igniting with a fervent madness. Come on, Batman. Let me use chaos. Perhaps it could be termed as tumult? Let me utterly obliterate your hypocritical facade. The Joker assumed no combat stance. Instead, he spread his arms wide, casting his head back in a thunderous, earth-shaking laugh. Ha. His laughter swept through Gotham like a tempest, dismantling every semblance of order in its wake. The once clean and orderly streets transformed into a chaotic mess, littered with debris. The towering skyscrapers began to warp and twist, teetering as if they were melting candles. Vehicles careened wildly, resulting in a cascade of collisions. The citizens, gripped by panic, screamed and fled in every direction like headless flies. They shoved and trampled one another. Order had vanished entirely, devolving into a chaotic throng of rabble. Gotham, once a bastion of order, crumbled under the manic laughter of the Joker. In this moment, Batman found himself ensnared, his movements sluggish and clumsy, as if mired in quicksand. How could this be? This was inconceivable. Batman gazed in disbelief at the unfolding chaos before him. Order? It is you, Bateman, who is the deluded one. With a mocking smile, the Joker taunted, I have long proclaimed that order is but a deceitful illusion. True power emanates from chaos. He raised his hand, gently caressing Batman's mask. I owe you my gratitude, little bat. The Joker's tone was soft yet laced with a chilling madness. It is you who has allowed me to truly grasp the essence of chaos. To express my thanks, I shall utilize your order to create my greatest masterpiece. With that, the Joker spread his arms wide, as if embracing the utter disarray of Gotham, a world ruled by him. The remnants of order began to disintegrate. The illusory facade of Gotham welcomed the genuine chaos. The surrounding scene shattered like a fragmented mirror, crumbling piece by piece. Chapter 78. Sweetheart, allow me to help you reclaim your confidence. At this moment, the Jester stood at the epicenter of collapse, experiencing an elevation of his own will. Clarity dawned upon him like the sun breaking through the clouds. His understanding of the meaning of life had reached unprecedented heights. He was no longer merely a creator of chaos, but the very embodiment of it. He could be a mad philosopher, a street artist, a true monarch. However, the disintegration of the illusion came to a halt at the final juncture. Although the surrounding light had dimmed, it had not entirely vanished. That veil of mist still ensnared the Jester. It seemed as though something crucial was still missing. Was there a decisive final push required? Is it not yet over? The Jester furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings, pondering what could still be lacking. Could it be the defeat of Batman? He glanced down at his feet. At this moment, Batman appeared disheveled, yet was still futilely struggling. I have vanquished him numerous times. This is hardly novel. The Jester shook his head, dismissing this notion. Could it be the creation of an even greater chaotic art for Gotham? Yet this was already perfect. Adding more would only be superfluous. The Jester fell into contemplation once more, gazing down at the Batman beneath his feet. Suddenly, a spark of brilliance illuminated his mind. An unprecedentedly insane thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. I have attained enlightenment. The Jester abruptly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with an unparalleled manic glow. The highest form of art, transcending all chaos. Let the most profane act complete my final ascension. He prepared to. Ex-Batman. In this most frenzied, most taboo, and most disorder-defying manner, he sought to complete the last piece of his artistic puzzle, fully breaking free from the constraints of the outer world illusion. Once the mad thought took root, it spread through the Jester's heart like a wildfire, becoming utterly uncontrollable. What are you planning to do? Batman panicked completely. I warn you, do not act recklessly. At worst, I shall refrain from striking you in the future. Dummy, dumb. The Jester cackled maniacally. This Japanese phrase was something he had learned from the Lady of the Split Mouth. He bent down, seizing Batman's cape, his face adorned with an unprecedentedly deranged grin. Like a fervent devotee about to perform a sacred rite. Be good now, Batman. I shall take you to Dueling. Stop, you bastard. Stop this at once. In the next moment, the illusion crumbled entirely. The Jester abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself back in the illusory Capitol Hotel, within the suite of the exquisite Chu Renmei on the 15th floor. The familiar rural courtyard scene surrounded him. The ancient well still stood, yet Chu Renmei was nowhere to be seen. The mist was dense. Not far away, there lay a swirling vortex of darkness. What an exhilarating experience. The Joker licked his lips. Batman, indeed, is quite alluring. Alas, it is but a mere illusion. How splendid it would be if it were real. This is a tale I could boast about for a lifetime. His face still bore the remnants of an excited flush when, suddenly, A wave of familiar anguish surged from the dark vortex, penetrating the Joker's consciousness. Strawberry cookies. Strawberry cookies, are you there? I crave strawberry cookies. This was the voice of the slit-mouthed woman. The term strawberry cookies served as a safe word between the Joker and her. Huh? My sweet darling. The Joker was momentarily taken aback. Trouble had indeed found him. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped directly into the dark vortex, into the illusionary realm where the slit-mouthed woman resided. Endless mirrors layered upon one another, ensnaring her within a labyrinthine embrace. Yet, the reflections did not reveal her true visage. Instead, they displayed countless grotesque and repulsive faces. Some bore mouths torn to the roots of their ears, exposing crimson gums. Others had skin that was rotting, oozing pus and blood, emanating a nauseating stench. Ugly creature, ugly creature, ugly creature. A cacophony of piercing laughter erupted. Look at your face. It is hideously revolting. Ha ha ha. Is this the grotesque attempting to become beautiful? Truly laughable. Away with you. You repugnant toad, do not tarnish our sight. The derisive voices acted like invisible daggers, mercilessly tormenting her nerves. She fled, but there was nowhere to escape. She hid, yet no refuge could be found. No, do not look at me. I am not a hideous creature. I merely wish to become beautiful. I only desire to be beautiful. She covered her face, curling up in agony deep within the mirrored maze. The illusion cruelly magnified the slit-mouthed woman's inner fears, anxiety over her appearance, an obsession with beauty and ugliness. The more she yearned for beauty, the more the illusion dragged her into the abyss of despair. She relived the torment of her failed cosmetic surgeries, repeatedly hearing the mocking laughter of those around her. Time and again, she struggled against the relentless despair. The illusion even conjured a perfect facade. At the deepest point of the mirrored maze, a colossal mirror emerged. At that moment, it reflected a woman of unparalleled beauty. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisite, resembling the most flawless of artworks. With every smile and frown, she exuded a captivating allure. That was the perfect slit-mouthed woman, the visage she had always longed for. However, the more beautiful the illusion, the more it accentuated her current ugliness, intensifying her suffering. Why? Why can I not possess such beauty? Why must I be condemned to this hideous form? I refuse to accept it. I refuse. The woman in the split mouth let out a desperate scream. The stark contrast, akin to flames eagerly consuming oil, ignited the deep-seated jealousy and resentment within her. Why? Why do they possess beauty? Why must I endure this ugliness? This world is unjust. The twisted visage of the woman in the split mouth was filled with frenzied hatred. I shall annihilate everything. I will make everyone suffer as I do. I will transform this world into a hell as ugly as I am. Just as her psyche was on the verge of collapsing, about to descend into the inner world, a voice suddenly echoed through the mirrored labyrinth. My sweet darling, where are you? Quickly tell, darling, who has wronged you? The familiar voice, laced with mockery and teasing, belonged to the clown. The woman in the split mouth abruptly lifted her head, her once hollow and despondent eyes now sparkling with surprise. Clown? Is it truly you? Of course, it is me, my little darling. The dark vortex twisted, and the clown's slow chapter 79, breaking the impasse, the chaotic and frantic beauty. The Joker adeptly picked up foundation, eyeshadow, and lipstick, beginning to apply them to her face. In no time, the Harley Quinn-style makeup was complete. What do you think? My sweet darling? Do you adore this new look? The Joker stepped back, tilting her head to admire the masterpiece. The lady with the split mouth raised her hand, caressing her face, her fingertips brushing against the crimson lips, feeling an unprecedented power quietly blossoming within her. You have long been shackled by the mundane notion of beauty, blinded by the superficial definitions imposed by those shallow individuals. The Joker extended her arms, gently wrapping them around the lady's shoulders, a beguiling smile playing at the corners of her mouth. True beauty has never been uniform. It is beyond the comprehension of the banal. It is unique, exceptional, capable of shattering all rules and subverting all orders. Beauty. The Joker paused, her tone suddenly rising to a fervent pitch. Your split mouth may be seen as a flaw by others, but to me, it is the most extraordinary piece of art. You should not conform to the aesthetic of others, nor should you be bound by those tedious conventions. Her voice reverberated like thunder in the lady's ears. "Que défini? Beauty?" she murmured, as if savoring each word spoken by the Joker. "Indeed, redefine beauty." The Joker suddenly grasped the lady's hand, her eyes gleaming with madness. "My sweet darling, you possess such unique beauty. Why endure suffering? You should feel proud, exalted. You ought to let the entire world witness your beauty, to make those who mock you scream and wail." The incendiary words instantly ignited the flames deep within the lady's heart, rekindling the once cold and desolate ember. The haze of confusion began to dissipate, replaced by an unprecedented frenzy. Why must I relentlessly pursue the beauty defined by the mundane? Why suffer to conform to others' aesthetic standards? Beauty should be defined by oneself. Chaos is the force that shatters all rigid rules. The Joker laughed joyfully. "Let there be a riot. Let everyone become like you. Let you become the avant-garde standard of this world." "I understand now," the lady with the split mouth murmured, slowly raising her head to survey the mirror images that mocked her. In the next moment, she abruptly withdrew a large pair of scissors from her coat. The Joker clapped with excitement. "Excellent, very spirited. Use your scissors to sever their mouths. Let our art blossom in the land of cherry blossoms." At that moment, the phantoms continued their incessant mockery. "Look, that ugly creature has returned. She must have drunk too much Fukushima water to end up like this. Ugh, truly disgusting. Stay away from her, lest you become infected with misfortune." The ones destined for misfortune are indeed you. The slit-mouthed woman, with her gaping maw, cackled ominously. "Ha ha, soon you shall all be as beautiful as I am." With a swift snip, she ruthlessly cut open the mouth of an illusion. The scissors danced, glinting ominously, blood splattering everywhere. "Ah!" Agonizing screams echoed in chorus. The slit-mouthed woman transformed into a cosmetic surgeon, wielding her large scissors to alter the spectral figures. "A demon. She is a demon. Do not approach, you monstrous fiend." "Ah, I was wrong. I now find you beautiful. Spare me." Pleas for mercy and howls of despair intertwined, composing a bloody symphony. "My darling, you are simply magnificent. Yes, this is how it should be done. This is true art." The clown, in a manic frenzy, directed the scene, reveling in the slit-mouthed woman's masterpiece, dancing with excitement. Under the encouragement of the spiritual mentor, the slit-mouthed woman became increasingly unrestrained. Blood stained her garments, and the scissors in her hand became crimson, rendering her akin to a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. Soon, through their combined efforts, the entire mirrored labyrinth was suffused with an endless crimson hue. Every silhouette transformed into a reimagined work of art. Now, they all possessed her beauty, faces adorned with mouths torn to the ears, revealing vivid red gums and teeth in a grotesque grin. Those who had their mouths cut open by the slit-mouthed woman appeared to be infected by some virulent plague, frantically tearing their own and others' mouths apart. In this illusory realm, beauty had been redefined, buzzing, as the entire populace of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom morphed into slit-mouthed beings. The illusion began to quake violently. The mirror shattered, the city crumbled, and everything collapsed into oblivion. The clown observed the unfolding chaos with satisfaction, grinning widely. "Well done. You have fully grasped the essence of my chaotic art. Darling, thank you for helping me rediscover myself." The voice of the slit-mouthed woman remained hoarse, yet imbued with strength. "You're too kind." The clown embraced her waist, proclaiming, "This is merely the beginning of our artistry. A vast world awaits our transformation." As the words fell, the surrounding illusions shattered completely, dissolving into countless fragments. On the 15th floor, in Chu Rinmei's presidential suite, a familiar rural courtyard scene, the ancient well stood deep and tranquil. Chu Rinmei was still nowhere to be found, as if she had never existed. The mist gradually receded, and the dark vortex in the corner collapsed. The clown, hand in hand with the rejuvenated, slit-mouthed woman, returned as a sovereign. "Oh, we are back." The clown stretched lazily, reflecting on the exhilarating journey of artistic expression. At this moment, the slit-mouthed woman raised her hand to caress her cheek, a genuine smile curving her lips, emanating from the depths of her soul. The once hollow, insecure confusion had vanished entirely. In its place arose a profound confidence, madness, and a steadfast recognition of her unique beauty. The feeling is quite pleasant. Although her smile still carries an unsettling quality, it possesses a unique charm in the eyes of the Joker. Of course, the Joker licked his lips in contemplation. Hey, do you know how I shattered the illusion? Soon, I shall regale you with tales of how I dealt with my nemesis, Batman. Oh, yes, indeed. The lady with the split mouth nodded emphatically, then glanced around. Oddly enough, the woman named Chu Ranmei is nowhere to be found. The Joker pondered as well. Through his keen observation, he deduced that the illusion was linked to the dark vortex within the mist. However, the fog in the room had dissipated, and the vortex was non-existent. He distinctly remembered Chu Ranmei retreating into the ancient well at the last moment. Had she successfully evaded the encroachment of illusion? Hey, beauty, are you there? The Joker leaned over the edge of the well, peering down. The well was dry, devoid of a single drop of water. How could such a living being, oh no, a ghost, simply vanish? Are you still searching for her? The lady with the split mouth, aside from feeling jealous, harbored some concern. That woman is formidable, and it seems we cannot overpower her. Hey, you don't understand. The Joker stood at the edge of the well, striking a diving pose. Not even Batman can thwart me. Even if she is a ghost, I must reclaim my honor. With that declaration, he leaped into the well without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 80. The reason for the lamb's silence. Young Hannibal. What is happening? A sudden chill enveloped Hannibal, jolting him awake. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the dilapidated wooden walls riddled with the scars of time, the chilling wind howling and creaking ominously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Inside the room, the light was dim. A meager campfire flickered weakly, crackling softly. Beside him, a petite figure huddled close. Misha. Hannibal's eyes widened in disbelief. Moreover, he realized that he had returned to his childhood. This was the hunting lodge where he had once sought refuge. A rare expression of anguish crossed Hannibal's face. Brother, Misha whispered softly, her voice barely audible. Cold. Misha is so cold and so hungry. The long-sealed gates of memory burst open like a flood, completely engulfing Hannibal. The dark years of his childhood, too painful to recall, unfurled before him like a canvas stained with blood. The ravages of war had reduced the once opulent estate of the Lecter family, a symbol of their glory, to mere ruins. His parents had perished, sacrificing themselves to protect Hannibal and Misha. To escape the turmoil, the siblings had wandered through hardship, ultimately finding refuge in this desolate forest, hidden within this decrepit hunting lodge. As for what followed, it was the shadow Hannibal least wished to remember. It was the very origin of his cannibalistic tendencies. Oh no! Hannibal suddenly realized something, struggling to pull his sister to her feet. Misha, we must flee. We must leave this place at once. Bang! A thunderous crash resounded as the rotting wooden door was violently kicked open from outside. A group of unwelcome intruders, swept in by the cold wind, stormed into the hunting lodge. Found it! It was indeed hidden here. The leader, a towering figure with a bushy beard, grinned with yellowed teeth, his expression betraying a fierce and avaricious nature. TSK, what tender little cubs we have here. Following closely behind the burly man, the others bore grotesque visages, embodying the primal, savage instincts birthed from war. They resembled a pack of bloodthirsty hyenas, their greedy gazes fixated on the corner of the lodge where two trembling younglings cowered. Just look at this delicate flesh. It will surely fetch a handsome price. After all, they are from the illustrious Lecter family, undoubtedly of noble lineage. With the war dragging on, they must have amassed quite a fortune, right? If they are wise, they will hand over their valuables. Perhaps the gentleman will show mercy and spare their lives. Enough chatter, bind them directly. At the rough command of their leader, several henchmen stepped forward. They were all deserters from the battlefield. Upon hearing that the signs of the Lecter family were lurking nearby, they sought to make a quick profit. Hannibal gently pulled Misha behind him, shielding her with his own body. You may find yourselves disappointed. In his youthful days, Hannibal's voice, though still innocent, bore an unusual tranquility. The Lecter family had perished. Your information is outdated. The deserters were taken aback. What does that mean? A burly man inquired gruffly, a hint of unease creeping into his tone. Literally, Hannibal replied with a calm demeanor. The deserters exchanged glances, their expressions freezing instantaneously. Damn it! What a false alarm! The burly man spat vehemently, cursing his misfortune. Boss, what shall we do now? A sharp-nosed deserter whispered. Ha! The burly man sneered, his gaze flitting between Hannibal and Misha as though appraising two commodities. Lacking funds, one might as well seize a person. A noble child could fetch a handsome price. Exactly. Let us sell him. I've heard the gentlemen in town have a penchant for such wares. The price of a young boy surpasses that of a young girl. The deserters erupted into greedy laughter. Little brat, behave yourself. The burly man threatened menacingly, saliva splattering across Hannibal's face. Let go of my brother. You wicked men. Release him. Misha screamed, lunging towards the burly man, biting at his leg. Ouch! The little wench dares to bite me. The burly man, taken aback, kicked Misha in the stomach. MMM. Misha emitted a muffled grunt, her small form flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Misha! Hannibal's eyes widened in anguish, nearly suffocating with worry. He struggled desperately, but his youthful body was no match for the brute. Beast! I shall slaughter you. Hannibal seethed, each word forced through clenched teeth. Hey, little brat, you got some guts. The burly man, thoroughly enraged, swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap to Hannibal's face. Crack! The sharp sound echoed as Hannibal's vision blurred, his head ringing, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Brother! Misha struggled to rise, stumbling toward Hannibal. Little girl, don't rush. Your turn will come soon. The sharp-nosed deserter seized Misha by her hair, yanking her back. Monkey, don't move. The burly man barked, warning that a damaged commodity would not fetch a good price. I know. The monkey grinned foolishly, intent on teaching the little girl a lesson. Otherwise, she wouldn't behave. Bastard. Hannibal fought to open his eyes, his vision hazy, only able to hear his sister's heart-wrenching cries. No. Hannibal let out a desperate roar, summoning every ounce of strength to break free from the burly man's grasp. But it was futile, utterly useless. He was like an ant pinched in a giant's hand. No matter how he struggled, he could not alter his fate. Behave yourself. The burly man, losing patience, slammed Hannibal to the ground, then bound his hands and feet tightly with a coarse hemp rope. Release me. Hannibal's voice was hoarse beyond recognition. Waste of effort, brat. Your home is gone anyway. I'm doing you a favor by selling you to a decent family. You should be thanking me. The burly man sneered, binding Hannibal and Misha to separate wooden posts inside the hunting cabin alongside the other deserters. The following days were a descent into hell for Hannibal. Blizzards sealed the mountains, trapping the deserters within the cabin. Supplies dwindled. Hunger, like a pack of ravenous wolves, gnawed at their sanity. Damn it, we're starving. If we don't eat something soon, we'll all die here. There's still those two brats inside. What if we use the girl? The nobles in the city have had their fill of her kind. A young lord would fetch a higher price. Done. And so, on a storm-lashed night, they turned their monstrous hands toward Misha. Bound to the post, Hannibal could only watch. He heard Misha's screams, saw the deserters' grotesque grins, smelled the iron tang of blood saturating the air. In that moment, the terror of their domination returned to him, and the humiliation of witnessing his sister reduced to mere livestock. No, Hannibal's howl of anguish was laced with unfathomable hatred. This was no mere memory. It was a wound that would never heal. The agony of that night haunted him like a relentless nightmare, persisting even decades later. Outside, in the snow-laden darkness, fireflies flickered unnaturally before warping into grotesque shapes. A sign Hannibal's sanity was unraveling. Chapter 81. The reenactment of Purgatory. A blood-stained aria, endless darkness enveloped him, akin to viscous ink, intent on consuming Hannibal entirely. Yet he felt no fear. The suffocating sensation clung to him like a shadow, but he had long grown accustomed to it. The anguish of the flesh had rendered him numb, while the torment of the mind. Ah, merely an appetizer. It was all too familiar, far too familiar. This high-definition remake of a nightmare had been replayed countless times in his dreams over the years. He felt like an audience member, compelled to sit in a theater, witnessing the same tragedy unfold again and again. The only distinction this time was that he was one of the performers. Gradually, Hannibal relinquished his resistance. He closed his eyes, allowing the darkness to envelop him. It was not surrender, but acceptance. Time lost meaning, until a series of soft, rhythmic sounds stirred him from the chaos. That sound, so gentle, so slow, so deliberate, it resembled something being chewed. Hannibal slowly opened his eyes, his parched orbs adjusting to the dimness before him. He beheld a campfire, its flickering light casting eerie shadows upon faces that were half human, half phantom. Beneath the firelight, food glistened with a sinister sheen. The air was thick with the scent of flesh, a fragrance with which Hannibal was all too familiar. A wave of nausea surged within him, but he suppressed the urge to retch. It was not fear that held him back, but disdain. He refused to show any weakness in the presence of such base creatures. "Awake, little cub!" A gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. The leader of the deserters, a burly man, grinned, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained yellow teeth, his eyes flashing with cruel mockery. "Care for a bite?" He waved the object in his hand before Hannibal. "This is what your sister left for you." The man deliberately emphasized the word sister, relishing the expression on Hannibal's face at that moment. Hannibal remained silent, his gaze unsettlingly calm. "What is the matter? Afraid to eat?" The brute, noticing Hannibal's lack of reaction, grew bored and sneered. "Aren't you fond of your sister? She asked right here. Why not partake?" He leaned closer to Hannibal, nearly brushing against his nose. "Eat. If you do, you shall be forever united with her." What do they call it in more artistic terms? Ah, yes, the original soup and the original ingredients? Or was it the unity of thought? A lackey chimed in. "No, it should be called the unity of intent." "Yes, you two siblings united in intent." The deserters erupted in laughter. Hannibal's visage darkened, and he subtly turned his head, evading the piece of bone. This minute gesture ignited the brute's fury. "You little wretch, are you refusing my generosity?" He seized Hannibal's chin with force, compelling him to open his mouth. "Eat. Swallow it down." Hannibal struggled desperately, but his youthful frame was no match for the burly man. Waves of nausea and suffocation washed over him. He felt the urge to vomit, yet the robust man had his throat firmly gripped. "Cough, cough." Hannibal erupted into a violent fit of coughing, feeling as though his lungs were on the brink of bursting. The towering figure laughed heartily. "How does it feel, little cub? Quite delicious, isn't it?" Hannibal remained silent, his gaze fixed on the man, filled with an intensity of hatred. No, it was more than mere hatred. It was disdain, like a deity looking down upon a swarm of insignificant ants. The burly man felt a shiver run down his spine under Hannibal's piercing stare, instinctively taking a step back. That gaze was cold and profound, entirely unbecoming of a child. It resembled a cornered beast driven to desperation. "You, what kind of eyes are those? You little brat." He bellowed in a fit of anger and embarrassment. Hannibal still said nothing, slowly closing his eyes. He was gathering strength, biding his time. Although his frail, young body was pitiable, his soul was that of a connoisseur far superior to them in stature. Perhaps it could be said that the arrival of these deserters would give rise to the future Hannibal, an elegant gourmet who would leave an indelible mark on the Western world. Even in dire straits, he would not yield. "Boss, this little brat is not right." The monkey muttered softly. "What are you afraid of? A mere whelp. Can he really turn the tides?" Though the burly man spoke with bravado, unease crept into his heart. "But, shut up," he interrupted impatiently. "Quickly tie this brat up. It's a rare day without snow. Let us make our descent now." "Understood, boss," the monkey replied, signaling the others to prepare to knock Hannibal unconscious before taking him away. "Behave yourself, little cub, or you'll regret it on the way." Just then, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted from outside. The entire cabin shook violently. "What is happening?" the deserters exclaimed in alarm. Turning to look outside, Hannibal suddenly opened his eyes. A glimmer of hope flickered within them. "Brother, it's bad. They are Soviet tanks." One of the deserters shouted in terror. Damn it, run. What about the little cub? You can take him if you want. I'm out of here. The burly man was the first to flee. The other deserters, disregarding Hannibal, hastily followed suit. When Hannibal awoke again, he found himself lying on a military cot, covered with a thick blanket. You're awake? A gentle voice resonated in his ear. Hannibal turned his head and beheld a man clad in military attire, standing by the bedside with a look of concern etched upon his face. Where am I? Hannibal rasped. You are in the Soviet battlefield hospital. The man replied. It was I who brought you back from the cabin. You have been unconscious for 3 days and nights and have finally awakened. Hannibal gazed silently at the man in uniform, a flicker of long-buried nostalgia surfacing within the depths of his eyes. What's your name? The man inquired. Hannibal. Hannibal Lecter. Lecter? The man paused momentarily. Are you a scion of the esteemed Lecter family? Hannibal nodded with a complexity of emotions. I see, the man sighed. War is indeed brutal. He hesitated before asking, and your family? Hannibal remained silent, uncertain of how to respond, reluctant to revisit the painful memories. I apologize. I should not have asked that question. It's all right. Hannibal shook his head, then pressed, by the way, could you tell me your name? The man appeared taken aback, yet upon sensing Hannibal's emotional intensity, he smiled lightly. Soldier. Soldier? Yes, soldier. He ruffled Hannibal's hair. I have other duties to attend to, so I must be off. Rest well. I shall arrange for someone to escort you from here. He believed he had finally escaped that nightmare, imagining that upon awakening, he might return to his home in America, perhaps to the presidential suite of the Mirage Hotel. Yet he was mistaken. When Hannibal awoke once more, he found himself back at the very beginning. The nightmare had not ended. It seemed to have entered a cycle, playing out once again. Chapter 82. Lamb? Wolf? We are the hunters, and you are the prey. At this moment, the hunting lodge. No! Hannibal screamed in despair, like a beast trapped in a bloodied snare. He struggled with all his might, yet the coarse hemp rope coiled around him like venomous serpents, tightening with each passing moment, threatening to shatter his bones. Hannibal could only watch helplessly as Misha was dragged away by that grotesque creature with a sharp beak and monkey-like features, listening to her heart-wrenching cries, gradually fading into the distance. Brother, save me, brother. Each syllable pierced Hannibal's heart like a dagger, tearing his soul apart and grinding it to dust. Let go, my sister. Hannibal exerted every ounce of strength, squeezing out a few words from the depths of his throat. But his voice was too feeble, drowned out by the mocking laughter of the deserters, who paid him no mind. Little brat, take care of yourself first. The burly man sneered, placing a foot upon Hannibal's chest. Crack! Hannibal heard a faint, brittle sound, the sound of bones fracturing. Agonizing pain surged over him like a relentless tide, instantly engulfing him. Darkness clouded his vision, and he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness. Yet, he cannot. He must not faint. He needed to witness, to remember, to etch everything happening before him deeply into his mind, carving it into the very depths of his soul. He craved vengeance. Snowflakes fell thickly, as if to conceal all the evils of this world. The hunting lodge flickered with firelight, casting shadows of grotesque figures. The deserters sat around the campfire, indulging in their feast. The air was thick with the scent of blood and an indescribable aroma of roasted flesh. Everything returned to the beginning. Hannibal was bound to a wooden post, his eyes wide open, unwavering in his gaze. He stared intently at the deserters, his expression devoid of fear or despair. Only a chilling hatred. What are you staring at? Brat? One of the deserters, noticing Hannibal's gaze, snarled. Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Hannibal paid him no heed. He simply observed quietly. He was savoring this tragic spectacle of humanity. He relished this exquisite torment. This little brat. Could it be that he has been scared senseless? The deserter nicknamed Monkey approached Hannibal, crouching before him, speaking in a disturbingly twisted tone. What do you think, shall we? Let him have a taste? He pointed at the roasting. Go ahead, just don't let this brat starve. We need to keep him around for a good price, otherwise this trip will have been for naught. Come, little brat, eat. Eat. For heaven's sake, eat. A wave of intense nausea surged within Hannibal, and he could no longer contain himself, violently retching. He expelled all that his stomach could release, until only the bitter bile remained. The deserters roared with laughter. "Oh, little brat, can't you endure this?" They jeered. "Indeed, you are but a fledgling, unacquainted with the world." After all, she was the cherished daughter of the Lecter family, an immensely valuable being. An inescapable darkness descended once more. Hannibal felt as though he was plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. "Brother, brother." The familiar voice roused Hannibal from the depths of obscurity. Slowly, he opened his eyes to behold a familiar visage. It was Misha. "It is I, brother." Misha whispered softly, a faint smile gracing her face. "Brother, why do you endure such torment?" "I." Hannibal opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. "Brother, look into my eyes," Misha suddenly commanded. Instinctively, Hannibal gazed into her eyes. What eyes they were! Clear and luminous, yet profoundly shadowed. The siblings' gazes intertwined. In that instant, Hannibal felt as though he were being drawn into a vortex, a whirlpool of memories, emotions, fears, and despair. He beheld scenes of the siblings frolicking in the estate. He heard the loving warmth of their parents' gentle admonitions. He endured the ravages of war, the destruction of their home, and the tragic demise of kin. He experienced the harrowing journey of escape, clinging to one another in the face of hunger. He suffered through the invasion of deserters, as they stormed their dwelling and threatened Misha. "No." Hannibal abruptly closed his eyes, daring not to witness further. "Brother, why do you evade?" Misha reproached. "Open your eyes and behold me, and also the true essence of yourself." Hannibal obeyed the voice and opened his eyes. At that moment, Misha's garments were gradually stained with blood. Wounds emerged upon her form, until flesh was torn asunder, revealing mere skeletal remains. "Brother, this is my true visage now." Misha's voice, like that of a demon risen from the depths of hell, hissed, "I loathe those brutes, I detest this world. Yet, my greatest hatred is reserved for you. Do not inquire why, for you already know the reason." Misha's voice grew increasingly shrill. Hannibal was engulfed in agony. Explanation? Apology? Even after all these years, he bore the burden of unresolved guilt. How could he possibly offer solace to his sister? "Do you recall the games we played in our youth?" Misha floated gracefully before Hannibal, her delicate, bony hands cradling his face. "In truth, we were merely characters in a game. Some played the hunter, others the prey. Some portrayed kings, while others were subjects. But have you ever pondered, what if we chose not to adhere to the rules of the game? We can either shatter the rules of the game or become the architects of the game itself." Misha's voice grew fainter, yet each word resonated with a profound tremor in Hannibal's soul. "We are the hunters, and they are merely the prey. Brother, are you prepared?" Misha dissipated into the void, leaving Hannibal standing alone in the boundless darkness. He slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, it seemed as if two clusters of ethereal blue flames were ablaze. "Embrace the darkness. Seize your destiny." His voice was deep, as if in response. "I am ready." At this moment, Hannibal underwent his rebirth. No longer the silent lamb of yore, but rather the final piece of the puzzle of his life, a truly complete form, the master of fate, a genuine sovereign of the game. The scene shifted once more. Hannibal found himself back in the dilapidated hunting lodge. Yet this time it was different. He was utterly alone. However, Hannibal knew that his sister had not departed. She existed within the depths of his soul. She had become a part of him. Bang! The familiar thunderous sound echoed. The rickety wooden door was kicked open from the outside. The deserters burst in, swept along by the raging snowstorm. They found him, indeed, hidden away here. Hey, weren't there supposed to be two siblings? Why is there only this little brat? I don't understand. Perhaps he is hiding? Never mind. Let us bind this little one first. The heir of the Lecter family, TSK, TSK. Surely he is worth a considerable sum. Chapter 83. The Breakthrough. The gourmet with discriminating taste, Hannibal. Oh, is that so? Hannibal observed them quietly, the corners of his mouth curving upward into an enigmatic arc. His gaze was frigid, imbued with an ineffable allure of danger. Well, the little brat possesses quite the audacity. There is no need for idle chatter. Bind him first. However, before the words could fully escape, The fleeing soldiers suddenly widened their eyes in astonishment. Hannibal slowly rose to his feet. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of his bones echoed crisply, reminiscent of ice shattering on a winter night. In an instant, his stature surged. His musculature sculpted to perfection, both powerful and devoid of bulk. His facial features were sharply defined, his expression indifferent, emanating an aura of unspeakable peril. In mere seconds, Hannibal transformed from a child of 7 or 8 into a tall, elegant middle-aged man, exuding an unmistakable aura of danger. The slumbering demon had awakened. Why you? The burly man was utterly flabbergasted, stammering incoherently. The other soldiers stood frozen, as if they had encountered a specter. Boss, what on earth is happening? The soldier nicknamed Monkey, with his sharp features, asked in a trembling voice. How should I know? The burly man bellowed, striving to regain his composure, though a barely detectable tremor laced his voice. This is just a trick. Charge at him. Eliminate him. Despite the fear gnawing at their hearts, they pressed forward towards Hannibal at the command of the burly man. It is time to conclude this. Hannibal spoke slowly, akin to a sovereign passing judgment upon a horde of insignificant insects. Snap! The sharp sound of a finger snap resonated in the desolate cabin. In the next moment, the weapons in the soldiers' hands abruptly snapped in two. This is impossible. He is not human. He is a monster. He is undoubtedly a monster. As the soldiers sensed the impending doom and sought to flee, they found the cabin door suddenly slammed shut. What was once a door that could be easily kicked down now stood as formidable as a fortified wall. After all, the illusory realm of the outer world stemmed from the darkest recesses of Hannibal's soul. At this moment, he had awakened to the realization that within this realm of the psyche, he was the sole sovereign. Now it is my turn. A chilling smile graced Hannibal's lips, his eyes gleaming with a sanguine light. He advanced toward the fleeing soldiers, each step deliberate and steady. With every footfall, it felt as if he were treading upon their very hearts, inducing a sensation of suffocation. Do tell me, do you relish gourmet cuisine? I. The soldier known as Monkey trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. It appears that, at present, your appetite has waned. What I cherish most is you all. With that, Hannibal launched a fierce offensive, showcasing an array of exquisite skills in a breathtaking display. The piercing screams reverberated throughout the small cabin, lingering endlessly. The wails rose and fell like a haunting melody. The roles of hunter and prey had irrevocably shifted. They could scarcely fathom that this seemingly innocuous little creature would suddenly transform into a harbinger of death. What followed was a massacre, a one-sided, brutal yet aesthetically mesmerizing slaughter. Hannibal resembled an elegant reaper, harvesting the lives of those fleeing soldiers. He wielded neither gun nor knife. He simply used his bare hands to rend them apart. One by one, in an instant, the cabin morphed into a veritable hell on earth. Now, it is your turn, Hannibal said, gazing at the last surviving brute. No, please don't kill me. The man crumbled entirely, kneeling before Hannibal, bowing in desperate supplication. I was wrong. I should not have coveted wealth and set my sights on the Lecter family. I beg you, spare me, spare you? Hannibal retorted with biting mockery. Did you spare Misha? Crack. The tormentor of my nightmares for so many years was about to meet its end. Crack. But I cannot afford to let you go so easily. Hannibal smiled benignly. For all that came before it shaped the man I am today. Having returned, I must repay you in kind. First, Hannibal crushed the brute's jaw, silencing his tiresome pleas for mercy. Then, he treated them as they had treated Misha, yet the process bore an even greater aesthetic quality. After all, so many years had passed, and he had evolved from an innocent young apprentice into a seasoned connoisseur. The banquet table was laden with a feast titled Revenge. Misha, we have become the hunters, Hannibal said gently, a satisfied smile gradually illuminating his face. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse Misha once more. She stood before him, her smile radiant, her eyes brimming with praise. No, it was not merely an illusion. Misha had truly appeared. She approached Hannibal, gazing into her brother's eyes, her expression one of triumphant revenge. Brother, you have done it, Misha whispered, her voice a heavenly melody. Hannibal reached out, longing to caress her visage. Yet her figure began to fade, dissolving into nothingness. Buzzing, the surrounding space twisted violently, reminiscent of shattering glass or some unseen force collapsing. The dilapidated hunting cabin gradually vanished, the bodies of the fleeing soldiers turning to ashes, swept away by the wind. The facade of the world crumbled. Hannibal had succeeded in breaking the cycle. At this moment, in the banquet hall of the presidential suite on the 11th floor, a faint trace of blood lingered in the air, a taste of the past. Hannibal approached the wine cabinet, retrieved a bottle of red wine, and selected an elegant goblet. The liquid swirled gently within the glass, releasing an intoxicating aroma. He lifted the goblet, offering a subtle nod to the air. To the past, he murmured, before consuming the wine in one swift motion. The chilling liquid coursed down his throat, igniting a fleeting sting. Yet, a satisfied smile graced Hannibal's visage. The past had drawn to a close, while the future was merely commencing. It was likely the result of this eerie fog. They had all succumbed to some form of illusion. With the skill level of those 5 players, it was inconceivable that they could triumph over themselves as Hannibal had. They would inevitably descend into the underworld, leading to their demise. Waste must be discarded. He muttered softly, his tone tinged with indifference. The fate of those players held no significance for him. And this hotel mirage seemed to possess everything one could desire. A smirk danced at the corners of Hannibal's mouth, crafting a whimsical curve. He had grown weary of inferior ingredients. Only the finest fare could satiate his elevated palate. His gaze fell upon a silver cloche on the kitchen countertop. Upon lifting it, he discovered a leg bone, recently acquired with little effort. The owner's name was none other than Jason Voorhees. P.S. My friends, there was no other option. This chapter has undergone so many revisions that it is scarcely recognizable. Some details I leave to your imagination. Chapter 84. Do not fear, Patriot. Uncle Hannibal comes to your aid. What a pity. Hannibal shook his head, his gaze falling upon the partially roasted leg bone of Jason. The regret stemmed from the fact that after Chu Chuan's counterattack against Jason, Hannibal, unable to resist, consumed the entire leg bone. However, Jason's unique characteristic of immortality allowed the bone to continue growing granulation tissue, albeit at a pace significantly slower than before. Could this be attributed to the fog? Hannibal furrowed his brow, reaching out to gently caress the leg bone, a peculiar light flashing in his eyes. This vitality is truly captivating, he murmured as if pondering something. A soup? Or perhaps marrow? No, one must not kill the hen that lays the eggs. Hannibal was acutely aware that insatiable greed would only ruin this rare delicacy. At that moment, Hannibal suddenly sensed a surge of intense, chaotic mental waves. It was akin to a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread outward. It resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption, harboring cataclysmic power. Hannibal abruptly drew back the curtain, gazing outside. The dark vortex spun rapidly. His pupils constricted slightly. Within the vortex, the dense fog seemed to envelop an intriguing presence. Hannibal set aside Jason's leg bone and stood before the window, observing intently. The fog swirled and gradually outlined the figure of a man, clad in a blue bodysuit with a red cape. A superhero, perhaps? Oh no, from the 5 useless miscreants, players, he should be referred to as Patriot. At that moment, the Patriot had his eyes tightly shut, resembling a wounded kitten curled up in pain, struggling unconsciously. With the perceptive insight of a seasoned psychologist, Hannibal discerned that the Patriot's mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. He seemed to be experiencing some horrific ordeal. After all, in this era, the concept of superheroes had become commonplace. Yet, a being like the Patriot, embodying both strength and fragility, justice and malevolence, was indeed a rarity. In an instant, the dark vortex surged forth with fragmented memories of the Patriot. It resembled fast-forwarded scenes from an old film, akin to disjointed video clips replaying incessantly. Hannibal beheld a dimly lit laboratory, a frail boy huddled in a corner, surrounded by cold instruments and expressionless researchers in white coats. A test subject? Water Corporation? I have never heard of it. It must be akin to me, hailing from different dimensions of America. Hannibal analyzed in his mind. Following that, more fragments of memory emerged. Driven by his professional instincts, Hannibal began to sketch a psychological portrait of the patriot, a repressed, distorted yearning for love, intertwined with an acute fear of abandonment. This powerful man, revered by countless individuals as a deity, conceals a fragile soul deep within. A tragic superhero, or perhaps a supervillain? Hannibal observes with a mix of fascination and schadenfreude. Yet, what pervades more is exhilaration. How intriguing, Hannibal murmurs to himself, as if beholding an unpolished gem, or catching a glimpse of a delectable dish. Suddenly, a bold idea strikes him. Perhaps I could offer him assistance? Hannibal gazes out at the swirling mist beyond the window, the playful smile at the corner of his lips becoming increasingly pronounced. He calmly adjusts his collar, then unfastens the window, gauging the distance between the dark vortex and his suite. The patient is already prepared, and the doctor is ready to make his rounds. In the realm of the Homelanders, under the harsh white light, the cold metallic floor reflects a blinding glare. The acrid scent of antiseptic pervades the air, rendering it suffocating. Hannibal surveys his surroundings. Here lies the laboratory of the Water Corporation, the very site where the nightmares of the Homelanders commenced. Quite a pleasant environment, he muses. In the center of the room, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy huddles in the corner, trembling. He clutches a worn-out teddy bear tightly, incessantly murmuring, "Mommy, where are you? I'm so scared. Is anyone there to save me?" That is the young Homelanders. Hannibal approaches slowly, standing before the little Homelanders, observing in silence. Yet, the boy seems oblivious to his presence. Hannibal ponders thoughtfully, quickly discerning that, as an outsider, he is yet to be fully embraced by this illusion. However, he can feel his body gradually solidifying. It is merely a matter of time before he merges into this fantasy. As for the little Homelanders before him, he represents the innermost, most vulnerable, and helpless aspect of the Homelander's consciousness. Quite intriguing, Hannibal's lips curl into a slight smile as he appears to have found his entry point. Creak! Just then, the laboratory door swings open. A man clad in a white coat enters, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze cold and detached. He looks at the little Homelanders as though appraising a valuable commodity. "Number 7, come here," the man commands in a frigid tone, void of any warmth. The little Homelander's body jerks violently. He lifts his head in terror, his eyes filled with loathing, hatred, and a hint of fear directed at the man in the white coat. "No, I don't want to," he pleads softly, desperately recoiling. "Come here. That is an order." The man in the white coat raises his voice, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The little Homelanders trembles even more fiercely, clutching the teddy bear as if it were his sole anchor. "No, I don't want to. I want my mother," he cries out, tears streaming down his face. Slap. The man in the white coat delivered a sharp slap across the face of the young compatriot. "Silence. You have no mother. You are merely an experiment, a tool. Come here." He seized the young compatriot's arm, lifting him from the ground as if he were a mere chick. "Let go of me." The young compatriot struggled desperately, kicking his legs wildly and crying out. Yet, his strength was far too feeble to escape the white-coated man's grasp. The laboratory housed a colossal, intimidating apparatus. "Let us commence today's experiment." The man in the white coat spoke coldly, pressing the young compatriot onto the device and reaching for the switch. A crackling sound filled the air as the current surged. The young compatriot's body convulsed violently, his face contorting in sheer agony, followed by a piercing scream. "Ah! Ah! What a pitiful child!" Hannibal's voice suddenly emerged, laced with mockery and pity. The man in the white coat whirled around to see a man clad in an exquisite suit, a playful smile dancing on his lips as if he were savoring a captivating performance. "Who the hell are you?" the white-coated man bellowed, reaching for the gun at his waist. "Do not be alarmed," Hannibal replied with a smirk. "I am merely here to observe, and to lend a hand to this unfortunate little patient. Look how he suffers under your care." Before he could finish his sentence, Hannibal surged forward, swiftly subduing the white-coated man. "What do you intend to do?" The white-coated man threatened. "This is Water Company. Whatever you plan, think carefully about the consequences." Hannibal scoffed. "Everything you have done to this child is utterly worthless. I shall grant him liberation. With that, he exerted force, and with a sharp crack, he snapped the white-coated man's neck. Rising to his feet, Hannibal casually turned off the apparatus. Child, how do you feel? Who are you? The young compatriot, still shaken, glanced at the fallen figure of the white-coated man, feeling a flicker of satisfaction. You may call me Dr. Hannibal, he smiled gently, a physician who will free you from your confusion. Free from confusion? The young compatriot asked, bewildered. Indeed, Hannibal affirmed with conviction. I shall transform you into a god, a true deity. Chapter 85. The mist lifts, and Freddy from Nightmare Street strikes. Time had lost all significance for those ensnared in the illusion, becoming an ethereal concept. The Illusion City Hotel still stood resolutely in the night, resembling a voracious collector, cherishing the shattered souls within its confines. Suddenly, the dense fog enveloping the hotel surged violently, dissipating like the receding tide. This unusual phenomenon did not escape the notice of the viewers in the Blue Star livestream. By heavens, the fog has lifted. Look, someone is emerging. Could it be that Alicia has gained divine powers? No, in some areas, the mist has yet to clear, aside from the players. Several other characters remain hidden, such as Bonma Weijer, Jigsaw, the Patriot, and Hannibal. For the people of Dragon Country, the primary concern was undoubtedly the condition of Su-chan. At this moment, the garden of the Illusion City Hotel lay in disarray. The once meticulously trimmed lawn was pockmarked and uneven. The plants were wilted, exuding a foul stench of decay. The air still carried a faint metallic scent of blood, mingled with a hint of charred remnants. Su-chan lay amidst this desolation, akin to a forsaken corpse. His body was smeared with blood, his garments in tatters, revealing ghastly wounds. A charred gash on his chest pulsed with a peculiar energy, reminiscent of both divine light and a curse. It bore the mark of the Archangel's insignia. In that moment, Su-chan's condition was dire, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Yet he still clung to life. Time slipped away, and Su-chan's fingers twitched slightly. Gradually, he opened his eyes. A violent cough erupted, sending shockwaves through his wounds, the searing pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Am I back? His voice was hoarse as he strained to recall the events that had transpired, but his mind was a chaotic haze, fragmented images flashing before him. Alicia, the Raven's divinity. Dahlia, the nightmare demon, the Archangel's insignia, and the endless darkness. Did I succeed? Su-chan attempted to summon the power within him, only to find it ensnared, as if shackled by some unseen force. He then summoned his attributes panel to assess his condition. Player, Su-chan, special status. Archangel insignia subdue, demons debuff. Skills, bond sealed. Affiliation, Dragon Country. Membership, regular client. Room type, standard room, 50. Facilities, furnished, room card for 4x1. Skills, sealed stealth. Martial arts, free fighting, mastered. Items, individual ration pack, multifunctional tactical flashlight, bottled water X2, tool pliers, military compass, small telescope, multifunctional hook, high-energy compressed biscuits, windproof lighter. Pack of cigarettes. The skills and bond attributes displayed on the panel had all turned gray, rendering them unusable. Moreover, he faintly sensed a surge of divinity raging within his body. The raven sealed by the Archangel's emblem seemed to be on the brink of death, much like Su-chan himself. Su-chan's complexion was pale as he struggled to rise, step by step, toward the hotel lobby. Each staggered step drained him of his remaining strength. At last, he ascended the elevator and returned to his room, 404. With a heavy thud, Su-chan collapsed onto the bed, the tautness of his nerves finally loosening. In the span of a single day, he had endured a series of life and death trials. At that moment, he felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. As for other matters, Su-chan had no inclination to ponder them now. He merely yearned for a peaceful slumber. His eyelids grew increasingly heavy. Just as he was on the verge of falling asleep, he seemed to glimpse a shadow. 1, 2. Freddy is coming to get you. Clad in a red and green striped sweater, topped with a hat, his face marred by burn scars. 3, 4. You better lock the door tight. His hands adorned with sharp steel claws. 5, 6. Keep your cross close. Standing ominously by the bed, grinning wickedly. 7, 8. Best stay awake. What the hell? Freddy from A Nightmare on Elm Street. This figure had been elusive since the game began. After all, he thrived on nightmares. Could it be that Alicia's dream realm had no bearing on him? Had he been waiting here for me all along? 9, 10, he is back again. Ha, little one, are you ready for a nightmare? Freddy grinned, a smile that could drive a child to tears. He raised his steel claws, lunging toward Su Chun's head. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Freddy's motion halted, and his figure vanished in an instant. Su Chun jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. Bang, bang, bang. Another knock resounded. Who is it? Su Chun croaked, his voice hoarse. Truth be told, he was relieved that someone had come to rouse him. Currently, Su Chun's skills and bond attributes were sealed, compounded by his severe injuries. If he were to succumb to Freddy's nightmare, it would undoubtedly spell his doom. Room service, Mr. Su is sweet. Cheerful voice rang out from the other side of the door. Is it the bunny-eared girl? Come in. Creak. The door swung open. 3 figures entered. The bunny-eared girl, the cat-eared girl, and the sly fox. Well, the mischievous feline, with her ever-insufferable tone, gazed in astonishment at Su Chun, who lay on the bed, nearly unrecognizable as a human. You truly are a hard one to kill, she exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Su Chun retorted with barely restrained annoyance. If you've come to mock me, you can leave. Huh? Very well then, the cat grinned slyly. I shall take that as your refusal of the Star Physician's treatment. Huh? Su Chun was taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had previously availed himself of complimentary medical services from his homeland. No, hurry, give me treatment, he stammered. Ah, so you're Su Chun, Mr. Su? A new figure entered from outside, a woman of statuesque elegance, with fair skin and voluptuous curves. Her hair cascaded in tendrils of blue, reminiscent of tentacles, and she donned an eccentric water blue gown, its flared hem resembling jelly. This is Miss Jaime, the sly fox introduced. She is a star physician we specifically hired for your treatment. After speaking, the sly fox cast a penetrating glance at Su Chun, particularly noting the grand angelic emblem upon his chest and the sealed raven beside it, which caused her pupils to dilate in surprise. Do not mind my peculiar appearance, the star physician Jaime said with a gentle smile. After all, I am a slime by nature, and a healing-type slime at that. Approaching Su Chun's bedside, her tentacle-like blue hair unceremoniously grasped him. Do not be anxious. Relax. I shall commence your treatment immediately. Chapter 86. The blessing of Azumi, the renowned physician, Jaime, observed as Su Chun let out a soft hum, his brow furrowed in contemplation. It was not pain, per se. Rather, it was an odd sensation, an indescribable tingle that coursed through his body like an electric current. The cerulean tendrils, akin to flowing silk, gently enveloped Su Chun's form. Their surface shimmered faintly, reminiscent of bioluminescent creatures in the deep sea. They were soft and elastic, undulating like jelly. The liquid they secreted exuded a subtle fragrance, and upon contact with his wounds, the charred skin began to sizzle, visibly mending at an astonishing rate. The fractured bones emitted faint cracking sounds as they gradually realigned. How marvelous, Su Chun mused inwardly, feeling as though he were submerged in a hot spring or perhaps being attended to by countless gentle hands. A sensation of indescribable comfort enveloping him. Yet, simultaneously, there lingered a peculiar feeling of vulnerability, as if he were being toyed with. This method of treatment was undeniably stimulating, akin to indulging in an extravagant spa service, an experience that would overwhelm any ordinary individual. Please relax and do not be tense, Jaime spoke, her voice laced with a subtle allure, as if capable of soothing all anxieties and unease. Every motion she made was imbued with exquisite skill, precisely stimulating Su Chun's nerves to deliver an unparalleled sense of comfort. However, I'm unable to temporarily lift the seals within your body. Huh? Su Chun blinked in surprise. Jaime nodded, explaining, within you reside 2 immensely powerful forces that are in conflict and repulsion, severely impairing your bodily functions. This is due to the Archangel's emblem and the Raven God's essence. Furthermore, the interference from that maddened old hag, Dahlia, has resulted in a divine fusion at an astonishing 99, stuck at the final hurdle. Dr. Jaime, could you perhaps restrain these tendrils a little? Su-chan asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. He was ensnared by a multitude of octopus-like appendages, particularly as they wriggled restlessly up and down. Oh, this is merely a standard part of the treatment, Jaime responded with a slight smile. Yet, Su-chan distinctly noticed that the cerulean tendrils seemed to writhe with even greater enthusiasm. How do you feel now? She inquired, her smile gentle. Still holding up? Su-chan's lips twitched. Truly, as a star-rated physician, her methods were exceptional. The healing process bore no trace of agony. Rather, it was remarkably pleasant. Had a person with a weaker constitution undergone the same treatment, they might have ascended to the heavens on the spot. As Su-chan moved his body, he felt significantly lighter. Just then, the sly fox approached him, extending her finger to gently poke at the Archangel's emblem on his chest. This tattoo is quite unique, she remarked with a beaming smile. Is it the token of affection bestowed upon you by Alicia? Su-chan chose not to respond, subconsciously wishing to conceal himself. Yet his body remained ensnared by the tendrils of Hui, rendering him immobile. The flimsy fox shrugged, remarking, after all, a weakling like you surviving that ordeal could only be attributed to Alicia's leniency. I can conceive of no other possibility. You are mistaken, Su-chan retorted, casting a sidelong glance at her. I easily shattered the illusory realm of the heart demon in the surface world. It was merely at the final juncture that complications arose. Oh, that explains much. The flimsy fox observed the lethargic raven tattoo beneath the Archangel emblem. To bestow such elevated divinity upon you. It seems your relationship with Alicia has reached a significant breakthrough. The flimsy fox paused, her tone shifting to one of gravity. What exactly is your relationship with Alicia? Why does she extend her assistance to you? Noticing Su-chan's prolonged silence, the flimsy fox raised an eyebrow. No matter. This is, after all, your private matter, and you are entitled to your silence. TCH. The cat scoffed. I suspect this fellow is merely employing sweet words to deceive unsuspecting maidens. Not likely. The rabbit shook her head. The guest on the 20th floor is quite complex. She wouldn't be so easily swayed. I believe this reflects Mr. Su's capabilities. 3 women, a theatrical performance. Furthermore, there were now 4 women in the mix. Yet Su-chan chose not to elucidate further. After all, the nature of his relationship with Alicia could scarcely be encapsulated in a few sentences. Each flower blooms in its own fashion. As the fog gradually dissipated, some players previously trapped in the surface world fortuitously escaped the illusion. A statistic from the livestream audience revealed, originally 100 players from various nations, now merely 20 remained. 70 to 80 players had perished, indicating that 70 to 80 countries would face targeted penalties from the system. And this was merely the first day of the cohabitation game. A collective wail echoed across the globe. Responsible nations urgently issued statements to soothe public sentiment, though with little effect. After all, the truth speaks volumes. Countless individuals were displaced, and many lives were lost. The entire Blue Star was shrouded in a pall of desolation. At the hall of the Illusionary City Hotel, several fortunate survivors bore ashen faces, trembling as if they had just emerged from the gates of hell. How terrifying! What sins did I commit in my past life to merit such torment from the divine? This game is utterly unfit for human play. Damn it, I curse its entire lineage. To survive another day is a blessing, yet, alas, my points are dwindling. I must earn more, lest I cannot afford the lodging fee, and death shall await once more. Meanwhile, in the garden of the Illusionary City Hotel, Justin awoke with a start. Given his temperament, he should never have escaped the illusory realm of the surface world. Yet, due to the clash between Alicia and the nightmarish demon causing a system crash, he was afforded the same chance as the other fortunate souls to reclaim his life. Justin slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Having survived a calamity, he felt as if he had just endured a harrowing nightmare. Where is Brother Su-chan? Justin glanced around, but did not see Su-chan. However, he had an inexplicable feeling that the man from the Dragon Kingdom, who continually created miracles despite being an ordinary mortal, was undoubtedly still alive. After pondering for a moment, Justin resolved to search for his elder brother, Su-chun. He first scoured the garden to no avail, then took the elevator to the 4th floor where the players resided. If memory served him correctly, Su-chun should reside in room 404. He took a deep breath, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. No response. Knock, knock, knock. Justin knocked a few more times, yet still received no reply. How strange. Could it be that Brother Su was not home? Justin scratched his head in confusion. Meanwhile, inside room 404, Hoimi was still conducting her spa treatment services. Su-chun comfortably squinted his eyes. As for the commotion outside, it was silenced by a soundproof spell cast by the cunning fox. After all, the treatment provided by a star-level physician required tranquility, and given Hoimi's temperament, she particularly despised interruptions. As for Justin's visit, the cunning fox had already sensed it, casting a disdainful glance towards the door, her lips curling into a sneer. A mere insect, not worth my concern, she mused silently, then redirected her attention back to Su-chun. She had an inkling that this seemingly ordinary man concealed some sort of secret, a secret that thrilled her. P.S. Chapter 83 has been restricted and is currently undergoing revision. It is expected to be released today. Chapter 87. A penny can spell Justin's doom. Outside room 404 in the 3rd floor restaurant kitchen. After knocking on the door fruitlessly for some time, Justin let out a heavy sigh and returned to his own room. He felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the bed. Phew, I've finally escaped. He exhaled, his heart still racing from the harrowing experience within the illusory realm. It was a nightmare, no, more terrifying than a mere nightmare. He vowed never to endure such an ordeal again. Summoning his resolve, Justin initially intended to take a shower and enjoy a restful sleep. However, when he turned on the faucet, he was met with an unexpected revelation. No water. No, it wasn't a lack of water, but rather a deficiency of points. The tap water in the Illusion Hotel was, astonishingly, for sale. What the hell? What kind of scam is this? Justin couldn't help but curse. He recalled the foolishness of exhausting his points by questioning the demonic lowly at the game's commencement, as well as being deceived by Kobe, which made him want to slap himself in frustration. Yet, considering that Kobe, who always bullied him, had met his demise at the hands of the locals, Justin felt a slight alleviation of his spirits. Player, Justin, affiliation, Canada, points, 0. Justin stared at the system panel for a long time, his expression gradually morphing into despair. It was over, utterly over. Panic surged through him as he remembered witnessing a player from India being eliminated by the hotel staff for failing to pay his bill. He had no desire to share that unfortunate fate. I must find a way to earn some points. Justin abruptly stood up, resolved to venture out and test his luck. He took the elevator up to the 10th floor leisure hall, a hub where players could acquire tasks and purchase goods. However, upon arriving at the task screen, he was dismayed to find it displaying nothing but a single message. Rest period. Tasks will refresh tomorrow at 8 o'clock a.m. Are you kidding me? Justin nearly choked on his frustration. This was utterly outrageous. With no money to his name and uncertain of when the hotel would demand payment, he feared they would require the bill first thing in the morning. If he returned at 8 to claim a task, he might find himself obliterated for overdue fees before he could even complete a task to earn points. Moreover, his only ally, the older brother Su-chun, was not home, leaving him with no one to turn to for assistance or to borrow points. Justin was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, pacing in circles. He noticed a few remaining players in the hall. Gritting his teeth, he approached one of them and, mustering his courage, said, "Brother, could you lend me some points? I promise to pay you back tomorrow. Get lost." The player replied without looking up, his tone dripping with impatience. Justin encountered a setback, but did not concede defeat. He approached another player. "Beautiful lady, could you lend me some points? Get lost. Don't bother me." The female player retorted with evident disdain. Subsequently, he inquired with several more players, only to receive the same dismissive response. No one was willing to lend him points. After all, in this cohabitation game, points represented one's lifeline. Who would assist him when they were not even acquaintances? Some even mocked him. "Oh, weren't you hanging out with Kobe before? Don't Americans have plenty of points? Go borrow from him." Yet, Kobe and the others were deceased. That's not my concern. Get lost. I barely have any points myself. You think I'd lend you some? Look at yourself. Do you think you're worth a mere 100 points? Listening to their scornful remarks, Justin's expression shifted from pale to flushed. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails almost dug into his flesh. He yearned to retort, to vent his frustrations, but loathed his own cowardice even more. He feared that a moment of impulsiveness might bring him further misfortune. At this moment, every shop on the 10th floor had closed for the night. Even if he sought work, there were no avenues available. Could it be? Am I truly destined to perish? Justin was lost in despair. You might try your luck on the 3rd floor, a kind-hearted female player suggested. The 3rd floor is a restaurant, open day and night. If you speak with them properly, you should be able to earn enough for tomorrow's lodging tonight. Huh? Justin paused for a moment, then hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He glanced back at the young woman as he rushed towards the elevator. Irina, the female player from the White Goose Nation, shook her head slightly. Then, after ensuring no one was paying attention, she discreetly checked her system's item space. Inside lay a corpse, that of her rather harsh former manager from her previous job. A line of information appeared. Advanced puppet, status, malfunctioning, damaged, description, capable of perfectly following commands and executing them in a human-like manner. Configured functions, mall management, expert, personality, overbearing, skilled at exploiting employees, capable of maximizing work efficiency with minimal compensation. Note, to upgrade additional functions, please use points to expand. Indeed, this corpulent manager was a mechanized puppet, an advanced android. If it weren't for the fierce battle between the Nationals and the formidable Yamamoto, which caused the ceiling to collapse and expose his internal wiring, she might have never discovered his true nature. Is this considered theft? Irina murmured to herself. After all, this manager was an employee of the Illusion City Hotel. Would she face punishment if discovered? Irina fell into deep contemplation. The 3rd floor of the Illusion City Hotel housed a sizable public dining hall. A chilling breeze swept through the air. The restaurant lay desolate, the hour deep into the night, devoid of patrons. Only a few lights flickered in the direction of the kitchen. Faintly, the sound of chopping echoed through the air. With a heart full of trepidation, Justin stepped toward the kitchen. Under the dim light, the greasy floor was strewn with various unidentifiable chunks of meat. The air was thick with a heavy sense of oil, blood, and an indescribable stench. He cautiously navigated the obstacles littering the ground, venturing deeper into the kitchen. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull, rhythmic chopping sounds drew Justin's attention. Following the noise, he beheld a towering half-orc, its head resembling that of a wolf, standing before an enormous cutting board, wielding an exaggeratedly large cleaver with which it relentlessly hacked at the meat. The blade was taller than a human, gleaming ominously, clearly a weapon of no ordinary caliber. The wolf-headed figure donned a greasy chef's uniform, its exposed arms bulging with muscles, veins prominent, exuding explosive strength. Yet, rather than resembling a wolf, it bore a closer resemblance to an anthropomorphic husky, eliciting an involuntary chuckle from Justin. He dared not provoke such a formidable being and swiftly averted his gaze. In another corner of the kitchen, a mandrill clutched a piece of rotten meat, gnawing at it with fervor. Mustering his courage, Justin inquired, "Are you still hiring here?" Chapter 88. Hell's Kitchen. The butcher, a wolf-headed man, paid no heed to him and continued to chop the meat with relentless fervor. The sound of the chopping board echoed like a death knell, each strike more insistent than the last. Justin felt his heart racing, nearly leaping into his throat. He swallowed hard, steeling himself, and called out once more, "Excuse me." "Hey!" At that moment, the mandrill set down the putrid flesh in his hands. He lifted his head, glaring at Justin with eyes as round as brass bells, filled with disdain. "You come here looking for work?" His voice was rough and gruff. "Igrigadis." Justin stammered, feeling his legs quiver beneath him. "With that puny frame of yours? Can you handle it?" The mandrill grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. "I can," Justin hastily asserted. "I'm not afraid of dirt or hard work. I just want to earn some points. I can do anything. Spare me the chatter." The mandrill spat dismissively. "You need to speak to the butcher." "The butcher?" Justin paused, momentarily taken aback. He then followed the mandrill's gesture and beheld an even more rotund figure beside the mountain of meat. It was a half-orc with the head of a wild boar. grotesquely corpulent, towering nearly 2 meters even while seated. He puffed on a pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke. Perched atop his head was a tall chef's hat, emblazoned with the ominous words, "The Butcher." Indeed, it was not a typographical error. It was the butcher, not the head chef. The smoke he exhaled bizarrely coalesced into anguished faces in the air, creating a surreal spectacle. Summoning his courage, Justin tiptoed closer. "Good day, chef, I wish to." "We have no work you can handle." The boar-headed butcher interrupted him coldly before he could finish. "I." Justin opened his mouth, grappling with the dreadful thought of being killed if he failed to earn points tonight. He found himself begging desperately. The butcher remained unmoved, barely casting a glance in his direction. Standing before him felt akin to confronting an elephant, the oppressive weight of the moment almost unbearable. Suddenly, Justin dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Please, I truly need the points. I may not possess any skills, but I can endure hardship. I just want a job to earn some points." This scene caused the wolf-headed chef, who had been chopping vegetables not far off, to pause and observe with a smirk. "Oh, playing the sympathy card, are we?" The mandrill, equally disdainful, scoffed. "This Hell's Kitchen is no charity. Your sob story won't help you here." Meanwhile, the audience watching Justin's live stream found his plight utterly pathetic. Useless Justin, kneeling before a pig-headed butcher for points. What a disgrace to our great Mada. This fellow is nothing but a harbinger of doom. I've realized that anyone who associates with him meets a dismal fate. Kobe was brought to his demise by this very person. Nonsense. Didn't Su-Chun from Longwood team up with him as well? And isn't he just fine? That's because Su-Chun has a strong constitution, but even he faced near-death experiences. Didn't he? Kobe and his companions weren't so fortunate. You can't say that. Sacrificing dignity for survival isn't a humiliation, especially considering that if Justin were to perish, our esteemed institution would also suffer misfortune. Old pig, I suggest we just accept this young man. The werewolf chef chuckled, envisioning a day when meat would be scarce and this lad could serve as a substitute ingredient. With that thought, he even licked his lips, sending a shiver down Justin's spine. He longed to flee, to escape this perilous situation. Yet, aside from the restaurant kitchen, which remained open, all other establishments had closed their doors. If he wished to earn points, this was his final opportunity. Never mind. The gravekeeper tapped his smoking pipe thoughtfully. He first addressed the mandrill. "Monkey, have you cleaned the stove, fryer, and exhaust fan?" "Ah, not yet." "Really? Didn't I tell you yesterday? Are my words mere nonsense to you?" "Oh, truly not." The mandrill hurried over, ingratiatingly massaging the gravekeeper's back. "With so many players arriving today, I thought our kitchen would be quite busy, so I went ahead to prepare ingredients for Old Wolf. Curse it, I can't believe not a single person came to eat. What a waste of effort." After a brief exchange, the chef glanced at Justin, who was still kneeling on the ground. He remained silent, but the mandrill took it upon himself to speak. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Didn't you hear the gravekeeper say there are still tasks to be completed?" "Huh." Justin realized what was happening and quickly nodded in agreement. "Oh, and don't forget to empty the slop bucket as well," the mandrill added. "It all must be done before dawn." Is there any compensation?" Justin cautiously inquired. "Compensation?" The mandrill scoffed. "Don't push your luck. Just tell us whether you're in or not." Justin fell silent. He understood he had no room for negotiation. Besides, having any job at all was already a stroke of luck. As for how many points he could earn, that would depend on the gravekeeper's mood. "I'll do it." Justin gritted his teeth. "At least you're perceptive." The mandrill nodded with satisfaction. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get to work." "Yes." Justin quickly responded, lowering his head and diligently starting his tasks. In room 404, the healing process for Hoi Mi extended for quite some time. When the final strand of azure tentacle retracted from Su-Chun's body, his injuries were entirely healed, as if he had been reborn. Once desolate, the right arm and left leg have now regenerated into a complete form. The skin is fair, the contours graceful, surpassing even the original limbs in perfection. Su-Chun rises and attempts to move, finding his hands and feet agile and free of discomfort. "How remarkable!" Su-Chun exclaims in awe. Even the previously damaged eye has returned to its pristine state. At last, he is a complete human figure, no longer a mere half. Su-Chun expresses his heartfelt gratitude. You are too kind. After all, I am merely fulfilling my duties for compensation, replies Jaime with a slight smile, though it is not you who bears the cost. Hey, it is all my credit. The cat-eared girl sways her tail, for it was she who negotiated when deceiving Azu, marking it as her achievement. Sujun, Injit, Ingui. If Azu cannot afford the points, what will you demand from him? While the roommates hold the status of supreme VIPs, the points are likely scarce, with daily expenses primarily covered through the privileges of their elite status. During their previous conversation, the cat had mentioned that the service of a star-level physician from their homeland had exceeded the privileges of a supreme guest, necessitating Azu to provide some other things in exchange. You need not concern yourself with such matters. The cat retorts fiercely, mind your own affairs, little minnow. She gazes at Su-chan with a hint of disdain, particularly upon noticing the bulky purple mood light that had been removed from the bed, causing her entire demeanor to sour. Chapter 89. Rule Changes Demon Roulette. After the departure of the three beast-eared maidens and Hoimi, Su-chan rolled out of bed, stretching his newly grown arms and thighs. The treatment from the star physician had rejuvenated him, rendering him as fresh as a newly minted creation. However, due to the influence of the Archangel's emblem, his skills and bond attributes remained sealed, leaving even Hoimi at a loss. Contemplating this, Su-chan once again cursed Dahlia's ancestors to the 8th generation. How unfortunate it was for Alessa to have such a mother. With 15,000 points at his disposal, Su-chan closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. If he could draw some useful weapons or items, he would at least have a measure of self-defense. This sum was merely the fruits of a single day's endeavors. For other players struggling to make ends meet, such an amount was unimaginably vast. Yet, Su-chan deemed it all worthwhile. At that moment, Su-chan opened the system store page, hesitating between opening a treasure chest now or waiting until tomorrow to upgrade to a luxury suite. On one hand, the specifications of a luxury suite surpassed those of an ordinary one. On the other hand, upgrading the suite would elevate the military supply chest, skill chest, and item chest from bronze to silver level, yielding superior items. Just then, his phone chimed, and a notification from the cohabitation app popped up. Su-chan frowned and clicked it, switching to live broadcast mode. This had occurred once before, when the Indian player was the first to be eliminated, prompting targeted punishments for their nation, serving as a warning to others. Buzzing. The surface of the moon rippled. A diminutive, enchanting figure appeared on screen. With purple hair flowing as if caressed by an unseen wind and devilish horns paired with bewitching eyes, she was the very embodiment of succubus. Ah, little minnows of Blue Star, good evening. The demoness lazily waved her hand, her voice sweet yet laced with sarcasm. TSK, I can hardly be bothered to criticize you. The game has only just begun, and out of 100 players, 82 have already met their demise, while the remaining 18 are cowering in their hotels. Truly pathetic. I feel embarrassed for you. The camera shifted, revealing the calamities faced by various nations on Blue Star, their suffering beyond comprehension. The demoness licked her crimson lips. Grinning mischievously, 82 worthless souls have perished, and their nations have followed suit. Volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, earthquakes. Oh dear, my hands ache from clearing away so much useless trash. You all keep pushing me to work faster. I simply wish to enjoy a peaceful sleep. Her words ignited a frenzy in the Blue Star live chat. This despicable demon. She slaughters so many and still speaks so mockingly. IP, France bro, calm down, don't provoke her. IP, Australia, damn it. We have today, but not tomorrow. Why should we fear her? Before I die, I want to have my say. It was evident that the demoness could see these messages. However, the anticipated fury and bloodshed did not materialize. Rather, for one such as her, the impotent roars of the insignificant were merely expressions of futile rage. Alas, with such a high elimination rate, I find myself almost embarrassed. The demonic lowly tilted her head, feigning a distressed demeanor. Yet, with an insufficient number of players, supplementation is essential. A foreboding sensation suddenly enveloped the global populace. At noon tomorrow, I shall select another batch of players to enter the game. She paused, her smile growing increasingly sinister. I had previously been remiss. Sending only one player from each nation is exceedingly unbalanced. One must also consider the nation's size and overall strength, ensuring fairness for the powerful countries of Blue Star. Does she mean that for countries with substantial populations, vast territories, and formidable power, several players will be dispatched to compete? Fairness? What nonsense! If one player dies, we all suffer the consequences. If several perish, will it not spell the end of our nation? This wretched creature, capable of annihilating worlds, insists on devising a game for our amusement. It truly brings me to tears. The global populace's mental state crumbled. Even the most optimistic among them could not withstand such torment. Indeed, many despairingly chose to embrace the purple sand. Alas, the demonic lowly sighed in an unusually exaggerated manner. In truth, I am the one who wishes for your survival the most. It bears a semblance of, I torment you for your own good. Is it merely a facade of compassion? Or is there a deeper significance? She stretched, yawning, her curves barely concealed beneath her fitted leather attire. Very well. I shall take a beauty sleep. You may wallow in your despair. Farewell. As her words faded, she waved her hand nonchalantly, stepping into a purple portal and vanishing in an instant. At this moment, within the Fantasy City Hotel, nearly every player wore a grim expression. In the kitchen on the third floor, Justin nearly dropped the cloth from his hands. Hey, you lazy yellow-haired monkey. Are you slacking off? The silverback baboon, having noticed, turned to chastise him. If you don't want to work, then scram. Don't waste my time here. Justin hurriedly apologized, then resumed diligently wiping down the greasy stove. On the 10th floor, in the leisure lounge. The casino. It's over, all is lost. Ivanov, a male player from the Goose Coup players and demons take turns to strike, with the option to shoot either at their adversary or themselves. Should a player shoot themselves with a blank, their opponent forfeits their next turn. However, if it is a live round, their health diminishes by 1 point. Conversely, when shooting at the opponent, a blank inflicts no harm, while a live round reduces the adversary's health by 1 point. The game continues until one player's health reaches 0, signifying the end of the contest. In addition, there are various items imbued with special effects available for use, such as magnifying glasses, cigarettes, handcuffs, beer, handsaws, reversers, and disposable phones. Unfortunately for Ivanov, his luck is rather poor. He begins with an empty chamber aimed squarely at his opponent. Now, the shotgun has fallen into the hands of the Demon Brother. There is no need for panic. Opposite him, the Demon Brother reveals only his enormous skeletal head and hands, with the rest of his form shrouded in a shadowy silhouette. Your physical condition is woefully inadequate, with a mere point of health remaining. The Demon Brother grins widely, exposing a set of sharp, disordered fangs, his expression one of mockery. I shall strike your head, ending your suffering in an instant. With a snap, the shotgun is loaded, aimed directly at Ivanov's head. Chapter 90. The Gambler's Unescapable Descent. The Sudden Assault of Chu Renmei. Wait, I concede. Ivanov exclaimed urgently. I can forfeit my points to you, just don't shoot. That is not an option. The Demon Brother replied mockingly. Once the game commences, there is no exit. Ivanov struggled to rise, only to find himself inexplicably immobilized by a mysterious force. The cold barrel of the gun was aimed at his forehead, and in despair, he closed his eyes. Bang! The gunfire erupted, yet the anticipated searing pain did not ensue. He opened his eyes to see smoke curling from the Demon Brother's gun. A blank? Ivanov's voice quivered, tinged with a flicker of relief. Now it's your turn. The Demon Brother thrust the shotgun towards him. Oh, and do not forget to utilize an item. For a novice, I would recommend the magnifying glass. The magnifying glass allows one to inspect whether the current bullet in the chamber is live or a blank. Ivanov heeded the advice, picking up the magnifying glass and aiming it at the chamber. Through the lens, he discerned the color of the next bullet. It was a crimson live round. Crack! The magnifying glass shattered upon use. Since it was a live round, Ivanov boldly employed the handsaw to sever the barrel. The handsaw doubles the damage of the next bullet. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted as the Demon Brother's chest burst forth with a spray of crimson. The scarlet liquid splattered across the gambling table, and he lurched backward but quickly steadied himself. Indeed, it appears you have grasped the nuances of the game. the demon brother remarked, still mocking. You have depleted 2 of my health points, leaving me with 1 remaining. Now, it was the demon brother's turn. Unfortunately for him, it was yet another blank. Your luck is commendable, he chuckled. Ivanov gradually found his footing and, without hesitation, employed another item against the demon brother. Handcuffs render the opponent unable to act for their next turn. In other words, Ivanov could fire 2 consecutive shots. Bang! The first shot, another blank. 1 more to go. The demon brother reminded, his confidence unwavering despite being handcuffed. If this shot is not live, the next one will assuredly be. In other words, if he did not perish, Ivanov would undoubtedly meet his end. Ivanov's finger rested on the trigger. He understood that this might be his final opportunity. Bang! Another shot rang out, striking the demon brother's head, brains and blood erupting in a grotesque spray. Ivanov stood frozen, gazing at the fallen figure of the demon brother, his chest heaving violently. Did I win? Indeed, you have triumphed. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered. The demon brother, who should have perished, abruptly rose. Congratulations, young man. Your points have doubled. As soon as the words were spoken, the score on the counter surged from 250 to 6, 500 points in an instant. Ivanov's eyes widened in disbelief. Should I continue? No, I shall refrain. Ivanov, sensing the opportunity, cautiously inquired, if I choose not to play anymore, may I leave? Of course, the devilish figure grinned. This is a fair and just casino, not a den of thieves. You have every right to make your own decisions. You're always welcome to return and play again. There will never be a next time, Ivanov thought to himself, hastily rising and fleeing the Devil's Roulette gaming hall as if escaping from a nightmare. Outside the casino, in the gaming hall, Ivanov leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his heart pounding like a drum, his hands still trembling. Yet, a blissful smile adorned his face. Did I win? Did I truly win? Gazing at the striking 500 points on the system panel, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction washed over him. With these points, I can comfortably navigate a month in the cohabitation game without worrying about my score. I am still a bit hungry. I shall treat myself to a nice meal later. I've heard others say that the characters in the cohabitation game can be quite terrifying. For safety's sake, it seems I ought to upgrade my suite and open some treasure chests for items. His thoughts drifted far away, envisioning the myriad possibilities of the future. Meanwhile, in the Devil's Roulette gaming hall, the devil murmured to himself, humans, always driven by desire, ultimately march towards their own destruction. The silhouette of the devil stretched in the dim light, as if the boundless darkness obscured all illumination. The moment of desire's fulfillment is also the moment of reckoning. Mischief sparkled in his eyes as he extended a sharp claw, gently caressing the shotgun, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Oh, humans, you cannot escape. On the 4th floor of the Illusion Hotel, room 404. After the devilish Loli's live stream concluded, Su-chan put away his phone and sat on the bed in deep contemplation for a long while. Finally, he sighed softly. Then he rose and made his way to the bathroom, preparing to take a shower, rather than cleansing himself of grime. It was more a means to relax the taut strings of his mind. Otherwise, he might truly descend into a state of madness. Turning on the faucet, murky water gushed forth, unusually cloudy, even mingled with some sediment. This tap water also consumed points, yet its cleanliness left much to be desired. The yellowish, cold wastewater washed over Su-chan's body, the scent tinged with a hint of decay. Top, top, top. Faint, damp footsteps echoed outside the door. Yet the sound was drowned by the cascading water from the showerhead. After washing for a while, Su-chan found himself increasingly agitated. Some of the sediment even dripped into his eyes. Su-chan's vision blurred as he extended his hand, desperately seeking a towel. At last, he grasped the rough fabric of the towel, yet an unsettling sensation enveloped him. It felt as though the towel was not simply taken from a rack, but rather, it was being handed to him by someone. Suddenly, the temperature in the bathroom plummeted, causing Su-chan to shiver. Faintly, he thought he heard a woman's murmurs. As he wiped his cheeks with the towel, erasing the sand that had inadvertently entered his eyes, he glanced down at the floor, and a pale woman's face emerged, faintly shimmering on the water's surface. In the next instant, Every hair on his body stood on end. Warning, high energy ahead. 3, 2, 1 in the mirror. There stood a woman, clad in a flowing blue gown. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her face was alarmingly pale, her eyes devoid of color, and her mouth was agape, twisted into a ghastly grin. Chu Renmei, caught off guard, Su Chun was utterly terrified. Damn it, how did she end up here? The heavens tremble, the earth quakes. My home harbors a night-wailing spirit. The haunting melody, laden with endless resentment, pierced the heart. In the mirror, Chu Renmei's throat emitted a chilling cackle. Her dark hair surged like a tide. Su Chun hastily sidestepped, fleeing from the bathroom and locking the door behind him. Bang! 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 The door shook violently. Her hair slithered through the crack, coiling around Su Chun like a serpent. At that moment, sweat beaded on his forehead, and the room echoed with the sound of his heavy breathing. Chapter 91. A counterattack from the abyss, hardcore exorcism. The sound of pounding echoed as Su Chun's heart raced. His gaze fixed upon the wooden bathroom door. Dark hair writhed like a mass of serpents, slithering through the crack and heading straight for his ankles. Chu Renmei. A chill ran down Su Chun's spine as his mind raced to analyze the situation. There must be a reason for her sudden intrusion. The threat posed by Chu Renmei likely stemmed from two possibilities. Either he had unwittingly trespassed into her domain, or he had come into contact with the cursed well water. The bathwater was tainted. A sudden realization struck Su Chun as he recalled the murky, foul-smelling water from his shower. It was even more contaminated than the tap water he had initially tried. Could it be that Chu Renmei had insidiously infiltrated the water source of the fantasy hotel with well water, thus precipitating this lethal threat? During his shower, he had inadvertently fallen victim. Damn it! The abilities of these malevolent spirits were truly insidious. Su Chun cursed under his breath. Currently, his skills and bonds were sealed by the Archangel's emblem, leaving him with only the physical capabilities of an ordinary person. Faced with this malevolent force, he was akin to a spellcaster without mana, forced to rely solely on his physical resilience. Bang! 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 The bathroom door trembled as if on the verge of splintering. An increasing mass of dark hair surged forth like a breached dam, flooding the air with an ominous chill that caused the temperature to plummet, leaving him shivering. The hair wrapped around Su Chun's ankles, icy and piercing, as if attempting to drag his soul into the depths of a hellish abyss. Drawing his tactical dagger, Su Chun struck, but the blade merely grazed the hair, which remained unyielding, tightening its grip instead. Chu Renmei was largely immune to physical damage, rendering his efforts futile. He needed to flee. Gritting his teeth, Su Chun prepared to escape, but the hair clung to his ankles like iron chains. He pulled with all his might, but could not budge an inch. The livestream audience was equally astonished. What the hell? Su Chun has caught the attention of Chu Renmei again? For heaven's sake, can't this damned cohabitation game leave him alone? Stop tormenting him already. Chinese horror is truly deadly. I remember the last 4 players were brutally slaughtered by Chu Renmei. I'm getting goosebumps. Hang in there, Su Chun. Meanwhile, other surviving players gradually arrived at the 4th floor corridor. Damn this cohabitation game. I'm terrified out of my wits. I'm starving. Are you planning to buy food with points? Let's split the costs. You buy, and I'll transfer you some points for half. Are you kidding? The points aren't even enough to cover the room fees. Let us just drink some tap water to stave off hunger. Survival through starvation. Alas, our luck is truly wretched. They returned to their rooms, turning on the tap and gulping down the water. Some players, in an effort to conserve points, even insisted on splitting the cost of the tap water. This water tastes so strange, like it's been tainted by corpses, absolutely disgusting. Alas, the insidious consumption is insufficient. It compels us to expend our points for mere water. They remain oblivious to the fact that the water source has transformed into a deadly trap, all unwittingly triggering the curse of Chu Renmei. The aura of death quietly disperses. Room 404. At this very moment, Su Chun finds himself ensnared by dark hair, unable to move, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He swiftly opens the system marketplace. Sealed by the Archangel's emblem, the skills drawn cannot be utilized, and the skill chest is rendered useless. Ding! 10 consecutive draws from the military supply chest completed. You have obtained Grenade X1, military first aid kit, gas mask, signal flare, military rations. Ding! 10 consecutive draws from the item chest completed. You have obtained Exorcism Talisman, temporary barrier, smoke grenade X2, rusty hammer scythe. Exorcism Talisman summons flames of sorcery to scorch spirit entities. Temporary barrier. Construct a wall to block for 5 minutes. Su-chun's eyes glimmer with hope. Grasping the exorcism talisman, he rubs his fingers, igniting the flames of sorcery. The talisman blazes with an orange-red glow, and he swiftly throws it at his ankle. The dark hair sizzling as it burns. Chu Renmei emits a pained growl, her hair loosening for a fleeting moment. A prime opportunity. Su-chun suddenly breaks free and dashes toward the door. Behind him, the wooden bathroom door splinters with a crack. Chu Renmei revela la terrifying visage, her pallid skin rolling back her eyes. Oh dear, you shall perish. Black blood drips from the corner of her mouth, a palpable malice pressing down upon him. Su-chun decisively hurls the item. Temporary barrier. Whoosh! A stone wall erupts, obstructing the entrance. Seizing the moment, he bolts from the room and sprints into the corridor. Behind the wall, Chu Renmei growls, her dark hair piercing through, shattering the stone barrier with a resounding crash. She teleports out in a flash, her speed uncanny. The wall couldn't hold her. Chu Renmei's wall hack is utterly insufferable. Run, don't look back. That ghastly face is enough to haunt my nights. The citizens of Longhua are fraught with anxiety. At this moment, Su-chun bursts into the corridor, his breath ragged. A chilling wind howls behind him as Chu Renmei relentlessly pursues. Gritting his teeth, he opens the item chest once more, risking a 30 consecutive draw. You have obtained Protective Amulet, reduces spiritual damage by 10, Basic Acceleration Potion, Inferior Invisibility Potion, grants invisibility for 1 minute. Inferior Exorcism Bell, temporarily disperses spirits, effect random. Simple Trap, 50 liters of sulfuric acid. Heaven has bestowed favor. This stroke of luck is rather fortuitous. Ding ding. Su-chun first shakes the inferior exorcism bell, momentarily stunning Chu Renmei. Seizing the opportunity, he throws a smoke grenade in the grenade. The smoke billows, obscuring visibility, and the grenade detonates with a thunderous roar. Immediately after, Su-chun consumes the acceleration and invisibility potions. As he becomes invisible, his speed intensifies. He also dons the protective amulet. You cannot escape. In a fleeting moment, under the influence of various props, Chu Renmei temporarily lost track of Su-chun's whereabouts. Her murderous intent dispersed as she turned to pounce on other targets, directing her wrath towards the players in the other rooms, tainted by the cursed well water. What on earth is this? Don't come any closer. Anguished cries echoed through several rooms in rapid succession. Su-chun's heart raced like a drum, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly made his way to the concealed staircase, descending to the first floor. At this moment, the grand hall lay desolate. The 3 beast-eared girls had likely finished their shifts and returned to rest. The dim yellow lights flickered, casting a stifling silence. Su-chun reached the garden within the Illusion City Hotel, wiped the sweat from his brow, and his mind raced. Chu Renmei could pursue him at any moment. The talismans and props could only delay her. He needed to find a way to break the curse. Only by severing the source of the curse could he evade Chu Renmei's lethal intent. Su-chun recalled the characteristics of Chu Renmei. Being tainted by the well water meant the curse had deeply infiltrated her being and must be eradicated entirely. None of the props contained a means to dispel the curse. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, his gaze landed upon the 50-liter barrel of sulfuric acid. Could this work? Su-chun's eyes hardened with determination. With a resounding crash, he retrieved the large barrel of sulfuric acid. My goodness, sulfuric acid? Has this man lost his mind? Exclaimed an onlooker. This is too extreme. Su-gu, or rather, Su-yi, you've just recovered your health. Another voice chimed in. When life hangs by a thread, there is no choice. If I manage to turn the tide, I will shout my praises. Su-chun took a deep breath, preparing to sever the curse connection with Chu Renmei using this audacious method. Chapter 92. Is it always like this? In the heart of the garden, the effects of the beginner's acceleration potion and the inferior invisibility potion had just faded. The dim yellow streetlight cast a shadow on Su Chun's resolute profile as he fixated on the 50-liter barrel of sulfuric acid before him. The noxious liquid glistening ominously under the light. With a steely gaze, Su Chun gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Here goes nothing." He then removed his tactical vest, soaked it in sulfuric acid, and carefully wiped it across his arm. The skin sizzled, smoke instantly rising, flesh becoming a grotesque mess. The pain akin to 1,000 needles piercing his bones. Su Chun clenched his jaw, enduring the agony in silence. His recently healed body cracked anew, blood mingling with acid as it trickled down, causing veins on his forehead to throb painfully. In this same world, contrasting scenes unfolded. Some struggled in despair for survival, while others reveled in delight. On the third floor, in the dining hall, Ivanov, a player from Goose Country, sat at a table, indulging himself heartily. Earning points at the casino was a breeze, despite the fact that the last round of the demon roulette nearly cost him his life. Nonetheless, the rewards were substantial. His points had climbed to 500, ample for a lavish treat. He ordered a steak, accompanied by a glass of red wine. This is the quintessential way to enjoy a cohabitation game, he mused, slicing into the steak and savoring each bite. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Justin in the kitchen, toiling away with a grimy visage. Ivanov scoffed. Some people are destined to live like beasts. As for me, I am a man favored by the goddess of fortune. In truth, Ivanov belonged to the same destitute class in reality, often facing hunger. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is a simple feat, but the reverse is profoundly challenging. Now that he had tasted the thrill of quick earnings, it would likely be difficult for him to find peace in the future. Not far away, in the kitchen, Justin, covered in grease, was cleaning out the drainage, his stomach grumbling incessantly. He cast a glance at Ivanov, his face filled with envy. "Slacking off again, are we?" The imposing baboon, smoking a cigarette, shouted. "If I catch you slacking again, don't say a word. Just scram." Yes, my apologies," Justin humbly replied, bowing his head in silence and working even faster. Upon hearing this, Ivanov took a sip of his wine and mocked. "This is what an inept waste looks like. How could he possibly compare to me?" On the fourth floor, in a guest room, a dark-skinned man from Africa was strangled by black hair, struggling briefly before falling silent. At that moment, Chu Runmei had already slaughtered several individuals, her pale, ghastly face twisted into a malevolent grin. Suddenly, sensing the weakening of Su Chun's curse, her expression shifted in an instant. "What is happening? No, I must eliminate that brat first." She seethed with resentment towards Su Chun, her burned hair a stark reminder of her fury. It must be said, when it comes to inciting hatred, Su Chun is a top-tier tank. With that, Chu Runmei swiftly pierced through the walls, descending rapidly. Her hair flowed like a tidal wave, heading straight for the garden of the Illusion City Hotel. At this moment, Su Chun's skin was nearly corroded by sulfuric acid. The excruciating pain compelled him to emit low growls. Suddenly, a chilling wind howled, and Chu Runmei appeared in an instant. Beneath her dark hair, her figure appeared somewhat ethereal, as if part of the curse had been diminished by the acid. Yet, the curse had not entirely dissipated. Damn, she arrived so swiftly? Su Chunti gritted his teeth, recalling that he had immersed himself in well water while bathing, inadvertently ingesting some, allowing the contamination to seep into his body. Merely wiping the sulfuric acid from his surface seemed insufficient. "Oh, my dear sir, how leisurely you are. Bathing in the garden?" Chu Runmei mocked with a sinister grin. The ghost-repelling bell jingled as she pressed her head. In a sudden frenzy, Su Chunni seized the sulfuric acid and splashed it onto his face. The agony caused his skin to spasm, leaving him bloodied and mangled. Some acid trickled into his eyes, blinding him with pain. Seeking death indeed, Chu Runmei lunged fiercely, her dark hair cascading like a net, ensnaring Su Chunni's wrist, sending the inferior ghost-repelling bell flying, where it clattered to the ground. Then, her phantom flickered, and she possessed Su Chunni's body. The talisman emitted a faint glow, but against a malevolent spirit like Chu Rinmei. It merely delayed her for a few seconds before dissipating into smoke. Huh. Su Chunyi instantaneously lost control of his own body. Chu Rinmei manipulated him from behind. Her icy feet pressed against his toes, rendering his body rigid, moving in unison like a marionette. The ghost possessed him, standing on tiptoe. Su Chunyi's mouth opened abruptly, but the sound that escaped was Chu Rinmei's piercing shriek. Did you not wish to bathe in sulfuric acid? Then do so thoroughly. An incredibly resentful voice squeezed from his throat, cold and harsh. She controlled Su Chunyi and abruptly leaped into the sulfuric acid barrel. Splash! Sulfuric acid enveloped him entirely. The searing pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his bones, skin corroded in large patches, flesh rolling. The agony made Su Chunyi's eyes nearly bulge from their sockets. Oh dear, darling, do not struggle. You wish to be disobedient, do you? Oh, perhaps you are thirsty? Hee hee. Then let us quench your thirst with something nutritious. Under Chu Rinmei's possession, she forced Su Chunyi to open his mouth, pressing down on his head, pushing it into the sulfuric acid barrel until he was completely submerged. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach felt like a furnace exploding. His throat burned as if engulfed in flames. Blood and acid spewed from the corners of his mouth. Su Chunyi's body convulsed, his consciousness fading. He forced himself to swallow, his intestines twisting as if being sliced by knives, the pain nearly rendering him unconscious. However, he suddenly realized that this torment was purging the cursed well water he had unwittingly consumed. Chu Rinmei's possession gradually diminished. At this moment, the viewers from the Dragon Country in the live stream were on the edge of their seats. Chu Rinmei, you are also from the Dragon Country. Why do you inflict such cruelty upon your compatriots? She is a ghost, brother. Ha! The bastard from the Dragon Country is finally meeting his end. Let us pop the champagne. In the depths of despair, confronted by the corrosive grasp of concentrated sulfuric acid, one teeters on the precipice of life and death. It is said that just before one meets their end, the mind revisits the kaleidoscope of past experiences. Su Chunyi, lost in a haze of consciousness, recollects the hardships of his childhood, the blows of his youth, and his mother's heart-wrenching lament. Our lives are of little worth. We must endure. He recalls the scornful jeers of those with discerning eyes. You cannot even endure the trials of study. How could you ever compare to the efforts of my forebears? Such has always been the nature of this world. You shall grow accustomed to it, you wretched pauper. But no, this cannot be the truth. Su Chunyi jolts back to reality. He attempts to open his eyes, yet his orbs have been reduced to a putrid liquid by the acid. He strives to voice his dissent, but his tongue, throat, and vocal cords are so ravaged that they are nearly bare to the bone. Has it always been thus? And therefore is it right? A sinister specter mocks him, yet he grits his teeth in defiance. As the acid sears his flesh, he refuses to capitulate to fate. In times of poverty, no one stood by him. In moments of crisis, no one came to his rescue, yet he shall never accept his destiny. No one pities him. No one cares for him, but he will not falter. His life belongs to him alone. No one shall take it from him. Su Chunyi's soul emits a fierce roar. In that instant, the dim angelic emblem emblazoned upon his chest flickers with a faint luminescence, and that which was once confined, akin to a lifeless raven, stirs its wings ever so slightly. Chapter 93. The double ghosts surround, Alicia to the rescue, and the raven's divinity at 100. Alas! The integration progress of the raven's divinity remains stuck at 99, merely a flickering ember that refuses to ignite. This feeble resistance only piqued Chu Rinmei's interest further. Her black hair, akin to venomous serpents, coiled around Su Chunyi's limbs, the icy touch penetrating to the marrow. A sinister smile stretched across her ghastly pale visage as she remarked, "So, you possess a resilient life, do you? Little tough guy, I wonder how long you can endure." With a sharp crack, the black hair tightened violently, nearly shattering Su Chunyi's bones. Blood gushed forth, sizzling as it mixed with sulfuric acid. Chu Rinmei sneered, "Struggle, go ahead. The more you resist, the more I revel in it. Your life, I shall claim. Does it hurt? Beg me, plead for mercy." Su Chunyi remained silent. Yet, in the state of possession, Chu Rinmei sensed his defiance. The roar from the depths of this man's soul seemed to wane, heralding the countdown of his life. In his final moments, Su Chun appeared to succumb to a form of slumber. This was a defense mechanism bestowed by the Creator, a merciful respite from suffering that transcended physiological limits. In an instant, all torment vanished. Su Chun found himself enveloped in a strangely warm and comforting sensation. But just then, a chilling wind swept through the garden. A deep, raspy tune echoed ominously, 3, 2, 1, Freddy is back again. Freddy's figure emerged from the shadows. His burned face contorted beneath a red and green sweater. Steel claws scraped against the walls, producing a jarring sound. Su Chun's eyes glinted with ferocity as he turned towards the barrel of acid. The sensation of returning to business was exhilarating. Last time, you narrowly escaped my nightmare. And now, well, it seems you're on the brink of death. Freddy, too, could perceive Chu Renmei's possession of Su Chun, and he cocked his head in confusion. It was utterly baffling where this young man had amassed such enmity. Get lost. Chu Renmei scowled, coldly huffing. This is none of your concern. She flung a tendril of black hair, attempting to repel Freddy, but he deftly dodged. Hey, I discovered this kid first, Freddy chuckled ominously. I, Mr. Freddy Krueger, am a man of principles. The one I have set my sights on must be slain by my hand. Before his words could settle, a powerful surge of psychic energy erupted, the manifestation of Freddy's nightmare-weaving ability. In an instant, Su Chun, Chu Renmei, the barrel of acid, and indeed the entire garden were engulfed in a distorted realm of darkness. The ground crumbled, the sky tore asunder, and the surroundings transformed into a desolate wasteland. Do you know the terror he experiences in slumber? Freddy cackled. Every nerve in his body trembles as the earth beneath him collapses. The dream has begun. Under the dual pressures, Su Chun's predicament grew increasingly perilous. Chu Renmei's resentment eroded his body, while Freddy's nightmare tugged at his very soul. His consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Is Freddy joining the fray? Two specters converging for the kill. How utterly tragic. My goodness, could Su Chun truly be facing his demise this time? Quick, look at the news. The game strategy department has issued a level 1 alert, advising residents to prepare for disaster. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, and the citizens of Longwell were engulfed in profound indignation. The atmosphere heavy with despair. Meanwhile, in a fourth-floor guest room, the players who had narrowly survived the attack by Chu Renmei huddled by the window, witnessing Su Chun's dire predicament in the garden, trembling in fear. Ivanov, a player from the Goose Nation, pressed against the window, equally bewildered. That kid from Longwa is still alive? What kind of luck is this? On the other side, Aaron, a player from the White Goose Nation, admired. He is fighting with all his might. In the nightmare space, Chu Renmei sneered. At last, you can't hold on any longer? Good. That saves me the trouble. She prepared to utterly crush Su Chun. Yet Freddy approached with a sinister grin, his steel claws slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. Mocking, this kid's soul belongs to me. Take your time with the shell, dear sister. Suddenly, an ear-piercing rending sound shattered the garden's tranquility. A rift in time and space tore open, a dense fog spilling forth from the breach, exuding a formidable sense of oppression. The fog thickened, obscuring vision. Is this Silent Hill? No way, not again. The players were on the brink of madness. They had no desire to enter that damned distorted world once more. At that moment, a pair of enchanting eyes emerged against the blood moon. He cannot perish. It was the voice of Alessa. Her figure was ethereal, still within the realm of Silent Hill. Her bare feet suspended in the air, her tattered blue dress billowing in the wind. The archangel seal in her hand radiated a brilliant golden light. The fog spreading like a tide, momentarily stalling the breath of Chu Renmei and Freddy. Thunder rumbled as the golden light surged into Su Chun's body, causing him to shudder violently. The archangel emblem on his chest blazed brilliantly, and the shadow of the raven took flight. Ding! Raven Divinity Fusion Progress 100. Congratulations to player Su Chun for becoming the first player to possess divinity. Points 50,000. Boom! Demonic flames erupted from within Su Chun. Items from the system space shot forth in a flurry. Grenade, smoke bomb, high-intensity flashlight, explosive fireworks. They disintegrated into raven feathers and black flames, swirling around him to form a vortex of fire. The barrel of sulfuric acid evaporated in the inferno. Su Chun slowly rose, his eyes ignited with Raven's divine fire. The image of the raven flapping its wings within his pupils, overwhelming the entire arena with its oppressive aura. He let out a low growl, his voice hoarse yet brimming with insatiable bloodlust. Chu Renmei, bewildered, screamed, "Impossible! How could you?" She attempted to intensify her possession, but was engulfed by the demonic flames, her black hair crackling ominously. The thorn curse binding skill surged from the ground. The black flame vines ensnared her limbs, as Su Chun let out a cold laugh and lunged forward, seizing her fading silhouette. "Now it is your turn." Su Chun clenched her hands, and the black flames surged into Chu Renmei's body. She screamed in terror as her form began to disintegrate. "No." Su Chun scoffed, declaring, "If I cannot burn you to death, I shall make your existence a living torment." Subsequently, Chu Renmei transformed into a mere shadow, imprisoned within the Archangel's emblem, her essence dwindling and unable to escape. At the other end of the Silent Hill realm, a chilling fog enveloped a forsaken chapel. Dahlia stood at the center of the ritual, gripping a tattered tome, a twisted fervor etched upon her lips. Behind her, the nuns of the Holy Maiden Order wielded bloodied blades, murmuring incantations as a circle of crimson runes gradually illuminated the ground, their radiance piercing the heavens. Above the altar, an eerie energy pulsated. "My dear daughter, you have finally emerged." Dahlia sneered. "Nightmare demon, proceed." Dahlia bellowed. Behind the blood moon of the Mirage Hotel, a shadow coalesced into form. Cackling ominously, the nightmare demon manifested, the awakening of the divine embryo imminent. "Alicia, there is no escape for you." No sooner had the words left her lips than a wave of tainted silver energy spread forth, transforming into the nightmare silver dream, hurtling towards Alicia's ethereal figure. Chapter 94. The Calm After the Storm. Alessa's benevolent avatar. During this period, Alessa was fervently channeling the Archangel Seal. Recently, she had traversed through time and space to aid Su Chun in merging with the essence of the Raven God, expending an immense amount of energy. At this moment, she found herself in a state of profound weakness. Compounding her plight was Dahlia's ritual, which summoned countless chains that constricted her limbs. Bound to a cross, Alessa was engulfed in flames, ensnared by the silver taint of the nightmarish demon, her consciousness fading into obscurity. In her ears, it seemed as though Dahlia's maniacal laughter echoed. "The womb of the divine requires the power of intent. My dear son-in-law, Su Chun is the key. My daughter, heed your mother's words and accept your fate." Meanwhile, Freddy's nightmare realm was gradually collapsing. He raised his steel claws, bewildered by the sudden influx of unfamiliar figures. "What is happening? Who are all these strangers?" Freddy retaliated with a swipe of his claws, but the attack was intercepted by a wall of demonic flames. The fire licked along the steel, searing his arm and causing him excruciating pain. "Aya!" Freddy howled in agony, desperately attempting to retreat back into the dream, only to find the dark domain being consumed by the inferno, retreating step by step. "Sujunstha!" Casting his hand with a flourish as the demonic flames transformed into a spear that lunged toward Freddy's chest. Freddy attempted to evade, but was pierced by the spear, flames seeping into his wounds and leaving him in a pitiful state. At that moment, Freddy suddenly perceived something amiss within his nightmare realm. Was it the work of the succubus? He gazed up at the blood moon, resembling the nightmarish demon, and realized that the silver dream power was even more potent than his own nightmare realm, a consequence of Dahlia's meticulous planning over many years for this very day. Thus, the nightmarish demon wielded its strength to the fullest. Under such influence, Freddy found himself uncontrollably engaging in a grotesque act. The scene was absurdly horrifying and depraved. At this instant, Su Chun's demonic flames surged within the garden, an inexplicable force welling up from within him, resonating with the altar of Silent Hill. The moment the essence of the Raven God awakened, his spirit began to intertwine with Alessa's, their consciousness clashing like lightning. The two became one. their roars echoing in unison. I refuse to accept my fate. I shall not yield. This resonance caused Su Chun's demonic flames to swell dramatically. As raven-like wings unfurled from his back, black flames igniting the air, tearing through the garden's mist, and illuminating the night sky with fiery brilliance. The remnant figure of Chu Renmei was trapped within the Archangel Seal, located at Su Chun's chest. She let out a terrified growl. What is this power? Freddy's nightmare domain crumbled completely, still cursing as he continued his grotesque act. The surviving players stood aghast, their eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Irina's voice trembled with reverence. He is like a god. Ivanov was taken aback, murmuring, is this kid really that powerful? He has even evolved. In the kitchen on the third floor, Justin, laboring like a beast, looked out the window and exclaimed with excitement, Brother Su Chun is invincible. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice choked with emotion. What does that have to do with you? The mandrill kicked him and casually drew the curtains. You truly are timid, the werewolf chef chuckled. Silence. Go about your business and don't concern yourselves with matters outside. At that moment, Dahlia sensed a mix of fury and fear. Alicia, how dare you? The nuns of the Holy Maiden sect chanted their incantations with increasing urgency. A buzzing resonated as the divine embryo within Alicia surged like a tidal wave. The aura of the nightmare demon swelled, and phantoms invaded Alicia's consciousness, attempting to drag her into the abyss. Chains tightened around her, tearing at her skin, blood dripping and staining the cross. Yet, she remained unfazed, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Chun's direction. Dark flame feathers streaked across, tearing apart the mist of the garden. Su Chun let out a low roar. Alicia, as I catch this ghost, let us see if it proves useful. As soon as the words left his lips, Alicia instinctively activated the Archangel's emblem. The imprisoned remnants of Chu Renmei's soul were forcibly summoned. Resentment transformed into a mysterious force, surging into his demonic flames. Chu Renmei cried out in terror. You dare to wield my power? Su Chun replied with a cold smirk. After you tormented me for so long, this little interest is hardly excessive. Immediately afterward, the nightmare demon's plot succeeded. In an instant, a pink mist enveloped Alicia and Su Chun's consciousness. They became utterly intertwined. Imagine as you will, discretion advised. The divine embryo. Oh, divine being! The eyes of Dahlia and the others in the Silent Hill church gleamed with fervor. They had long awaited this day. Not so easily. Alicia roared defiantly. You shall not. With her last vestige of strength, she activated the Archangel's seal, golden light piercing through the mist, resonating with Su Chun's demonic flames. The malevolent fluctuations of the divine embryo were forcibly suppressed by her goodwill. My hope cannot be destroyed here. Alicia infused her goodwill into the divine embryo, utilizing the power of Chu Renmei's remnants to accelerate its gestation. With a whoosh, the waves of the divine embryo gradually dissipated, transforming into the consciousness of an infant girl, resembling a miniature version of Alicia. She preemptively replaced the arrival of the divine. Dahlia's fury erupted. Alicia, you have destroyed my god. She swung her hand, sending a blood blade toward Alicia, only for it to be shattered by the golden light. The Holy Maiden sect disciples exclaimed in unison, Priestess, it's bad. The nightmare demon's illusion, and our boom. The incantation was broken, the ritual interrupted once more. The nightmare demon's silver dream was consumed by the twin flames of magic and light, emitting a piercing wail as it disintegrated into black mist. God, do not descend. Alicia gasped, her consciousness gradually fading. Then, she aimed at Dahlia's position, stealing her resolve. The Archangel's seal spun rapidly, and a thunderous strike descended. The altar of Silent Hill crumbled. Dahlia's desperate scream echoed no. As the lightning struck, she, along with the nuns of the Holy Maiden sect surrounding her, was transformed into mere charred remains. Dahlia had truly perished this time. Alicia also eliminated all the key members of the Holy Maiden sect, effectively severing an arm from the Church of Silent Hill. As for the nightmare demon, it too suffered a backlash and was grievously wounded. It shrieked, attempting to flee. Yet, The divine presence of the holy maiden that emerged behind Alicia merely extended its hand, capturing the minuscule creature like an ancient deity grasping an insignificant ant. Wait, I am willing to submit to you, The nightmare demon hastily pleaded for mercy, but before it could finish, it was swallowed whole by the holy maiden's divinity, instantly refined. The essence of a nightmare demon was now under Alicia's control. Once successfully digested, Alicia would wield the powers of a nightmare demon. The blood moon gradually dissipated, its crimson light fading. The mist receded as well. Just before the rift in time and space closed, Su-Chun suddenly heard Alicia's voice. She is my benevolent avatar, and I entrust her to your care. A golden sphere of light appeared in Su-Chun's hands. As the brilliance faded, it revealed a baby girl. Chapter 95. This child is a gift from me. The night was as dark as ink. The blood moon receded, leaving behind a faint, blurred red glow of the full moon. In the garden, Su-Chun gazed down at the infant girl in his arms. She opened her large, watery eyes, her delicate face as smooth and pale as a freshly shelled egg, with a hint of drool at the corner of her mouth. She was as quiet as a little angel, yet exuded an indescribable aura of spirit. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares. Su-Chun's lips twitched. Alyssa, you truly are something. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly experienced a sense of déjà vu from an internet meme. You are the most extraordinary man I have ever encountered. Your eyes shine like stars. This child is a gift for me. And then, with a swift retreat, he left. Su-Chun often felt that he had been caught in a trap. Suddenly, the infant broke into a smile, her tiny fists playfully hitting Su-Chun's chest. He was taken aback, his expression complex. Well, then he sighed. In the world of Silent Hill, the winds of chaos were fierce. Even though the storm of mother's kindness and daughter's filial piety had concluded, with Dahlia and numerous nuns perishing, the Holy Maiden faction had been largely obliterated. Yet, the Virgin faction, the Envoy faction, and various smaller sects remained. I was merely a caretaker for the infant, while Alyssa harbored the weight of the world on her shoulders, tasked with preventing the birth of the evil deity that would annihilate existence, with billions of lives across 7 continents and 4 oceans resting upon her. Alyssa was burdened. The infant blinked her eyes, seemingly able to understand Su-Chun's inner thoughts, even grasping the essence of the meme. She giggled heartily. What a laugh, suppressing his distractions. Su-Chun's raven wings suddenly unfurled. The ebony feathers glimmered with a chilling radiance under the moonlight. He soared upwards like a black streak, the wind howling around him, his hair dancing wildly. The half-open window on the 4th floor was flung open by the gust, and Su-Chun paused, retracting his wings slightly to deftly glide past the windowsill, landing steadily. With a soft sound, his raven wings transformed into black mist and dissipated. He brushed off his clothes and surveyed the dim corridor. Pushing open the door to room 404, he sat down on the bed with the infant in his arms. She was a manifestation of Alyssa's benevolent thoughts. And due to Dahlia's scheming, the nightmare demon had created a silver dream to siphon Su-Chun's essence, thus planting the seed of divinity within Alyssa, resulting in this crystallization of love. Everything that had just transpired seemed effortless, yet one misstep could have led to disastrous consequences. Thankfully, Alyssa had reacted swiftly. Had she hesitated for just a few more seconds, the deity would likely have awakened. Furthermore, the Archangel's emblem still resided upon Su-Chun's chest. Although the essence of the raven had completely merged, it was still a divine rank. Too much for a mortal body to bear. It required the Archangel's emblem to suppress it. In addition to the raven, there was an unwelcome guest imprisoned within Su-Chun. Let me out. Do you hear me? Stop pretending to be deaf. The mournful visage of Chu Run-Mei vaguely emerged, her expression filled with sorrow. Despite her struggles, she could not break the seal of the Archangel's emblem. Moreover, she was treated as a mere blood bag, with much of her spiritual energy siphoned away by Alicia. At this moment, she was in a state of utter weakness. What are you mumbling about? Su-Chun landed a punch on her ghastly visage, warning, if you utter another word, I shall end your life. Had it not been for Alicia's timely intervention, Su-Chun, previously sealed of her abilities, would have been on the brink of being slain. by Chu Renmei. Ah, young lord. Chu Renmei swiftly realized her precarious situation and transformed her ghastly expression back to a semblance of normalcy. This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, indeed. Chu Renmei's cheeks twisted in frustration, yet she managed to restrain herself. After all, she was under the same roof and had no choice but to bow her head. Su Chun could extinguish her life with but a thought. Thus, Chu Renmei began to lament, playing the emotional card, droning on for what felt like an eternity. Su Chun remained unmoved, instead opening the system store. Baby formula, 50 points, diapers, 30 points, little clothes, 50 points, and a late-night delivery fee of an additional 20 points, totaling 150 points. Truly, the hotel was a heartless establishment with exorbitant prices. However, Su Chun was currently flush with resources, especially after merging with the Raven's divinity, which had generously rewarded him with 50,000 points. Coupled with the remaining 10,000 points, he now possessed 60,000 points. Su Chun glanced at the little one lying on the bed, idly playing with her toes. He would not let the child suffer. Without hesitation, he placed the order. Oh, he also needed to purchase bottled water and a kettle. Thank you for your patronage at the Illusory City Hotel. Delivery is expected to arrive in 5 seconds. Please be patient. 5 seconds? Such swiftness? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping on the door echoed. Su Chun opened the door to find an expressionless delivery person standing outside. After handing over the takeout bag, the delivery person left without a backward glance. The Illusory City Hotel seemed to possess an internal teleportation feature. One must admit, such efficiency justified the delivery fee. Closing the door, Su Chun unwrapped the package. He clumsily dressed the little one in a diaper, followed by a cheerful outfit. Then, he boiled water, prepared the formula, and poured it into a bottle, offering it to the child. However, the little one turned her face away, her gaze fixated on Su Chun's chest. What are you looking at? Drink your milk, he coaxed. Yet, the child showed no interest in the formula. Do you wish to eat her? Su Chun belatedly realized, glancing down at the ethereal figure of Chu Renmei, imprisoned by the Archangel's emblem. Oh, the child's eyes sparkled, and her small hands reached out, resembling a greedy little kitten. Indeed, it made sense. After all, the child was of no ordinary lineage, being a heavenly spirit in her own right. How could mundane baby formula suffice as nourishment? Chu Renmei was a fierce ghost, and, as a spiritual entity, she could be repurposed as sustenance. Young man, what are you planning to do? Chu Renmei trembled with fear. I intend to deal with you. Su Jun Ziplit Gun Li. You'd best cooperate, or I shall utilize you as a Fiji cup. Chu Renmei gasped in horror. Please calm down. Her mind raced, and a sudden realization struck her. Yes, this infant is the embodiment of pure benevolence. As a vengeful spirit, if she were to consume my grievances, would it not lead to her corruption? Pleased with her own cleverness, she continued, It's all right. Su Chun raised his hand. The essence of the crow god surging forth, dark mist spilling from his fingertips, transforming into a sphere of ethereal blue flame, the crow flame. This was a new ability awakened after merging with divine essence, capable of refining grievances and purifying malevolent spirits. Stop. Young lord, please remain calm. We have other options. For instance, that grotesque creature with the steel-clawed gloves who attempted to kill you earlier. He is also a spirit. Freddy, Suchunielais Noedis. I shall capture him as well, providing you with a companion. Then you go capture him. Do not involve me. Indeed, it shall be you. The little darling kicked her legs in impatience. Then, Su Chun began to incinerate with the crow god as flame. Ah! Chu Renmei screamed, her voice tearing through the air. Stop! I beg you. She struggled violently, her grievances consumed like black smoke by the flames. Despite her desperate attempts to resist, the fire firmly subdued her. Su Chun's expression remained impassive as he intensified the flames. Soon, a fragment of grievance was stripped away, coalescing into a thumb-sized orb of pure energy, radiating a soft white light. Chu Renmei slumped like a broken toy, utterly defeated. The moment Su Chun withdrew, she quickly shrank back, striving to lessen her presence. Time had changed. Su Chun, now was overwhelmingly powerful. As he presented the thumb-sized energy to the little darling, her eyes sparkled. She grasped the orb with her tiny hands and popped it in her mouth, chewing contentedly as if it were candy, a satisfied smile gracing her face. "You truly have a discerning palate," Su Chun remarked, his brow slightly easing. Chapter 96. The Oath of Devotion to the Nation. The Flame of Legacy. The infant girl's delicate visage appeared particularly rosy under the moonlight, resembling a freshly bloomed white lotus, translucent and radiant. She contentedly suckled the pure energy of Chu Renmei, her tiny hands occasionally flailing in the air, cooing in a soft, babyish tone. "What name shall I bestow upon you?" Su Chun pondered. The Silent Hill series is an enduring intellectual property. Just the benevolent incarnations of Alessa alone number several, such as Sharon and Heather. Su Chun leaned against the headboard, wearily massaging her temples. Although the integration with the Raven's divinity was successful, her body remained in a phase of adjustment. The Archangel's emblem shimmered faintly around her chest, serving both as protection and confinement. "Which name do you prefer?" Su Chun offered the choice to the little one. Yeah. Huh." The infant's hands ceased their movements as she gazed intently at the moon outside the window, a flicker of anxiety not typical of an infant flashing in her eyes. "What troubles you, little one?" Su Chun inquit sopti. Curiously, due to their unique bond, Su Chun effortlessly discerned the child's thoughts. She was concerned about her original self, Alessa. Although Dahlia had perished, the mother and apostle factions of the Silent Hill Church remained ever watchful. Alessa's severing of the church's arm had merely incited the wrath of the remaining forces. "Fear not." Su Chun chuckled gently, stroking the infant's soft locks, assuring her that all would be well. "But I have my own troubles." Chu Renmei glared in dissatisfaction, only to notice the baby-esque gaze, which prompted her to quickly withdraw. The infant giggled, her tiny hands playfully striking Su Chun's chest, perfectly landing on Chu Renmei's position. "Ah!" The confined Chu Renmei let out a cry of pain. "You little demon." Su Chun raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Chu Renmei pouted, feeling wronged. "If you were the one confined and treated as mere fodder, would you be pleased? Just surviving is a blessing." Su Chun scoffed. "Had it not been for your remaining usefulness, I would have dealt with you long ago." All right. I shall say no more." Chu Renmei hastily pleaded for mercy, a fleeting glint of cunning crossing her eyes before she quickly masked it. "Dear Lord, I was wrong." Su Chun's gaze sharpened, sensing her oddity. The Archangel's emblem glowed faintly, divine waves probing deep into Chu Renmei's consciousness. Oh! Within the depths of her awareness lay a peculiar mark, resembling an ancient well. The undercurrents of the yellow springs surged. This was the ghostly trap that Chu Renmei had established over the years after transforming into a vengeful spirit. Even confined within the Archangel's emblem, this connection remained unbroken. The ghostly trap endures. The vengeful spirit does not perish. Intriguing. Su Chun smirked. "So you were merely feigning before, nearly deceiving me." Chu Renmei's expression changed dramatically. "What have you discovered? What do you think?" Su Chun raised her hand, the raven's divine fire flickering at her fingertips. "Shall I sever this connection for you completely?" "No, please don't." Chu Renmei screamed in terror. "That was my last home." Su Chun squinted in contemplation. Rather than severing ties, it would be wiser to retain her. He could regard Chu Renmei as a convenient source of sustenance, akin to formula milk for the infant. Otherwise, what would happen if the child were to go hungry? Never mind. Su Chun collected his thoughts, vowing to remain composed and not provoke any trouble. Chu Renmei seemed relieved, nodding vigorously in agreement. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed. System announcement. At noon tomorrow, the second batch of players will officially join the cohabitation game. All players are advised to prepare accordingly. Special reminder. The selection will allocate quotas based on the national strength and population ratio of each country. Additional note. The currently surviving players will not be selected again from the same country. Su Chun exhaled a sigh of relief. At least, the Dragon Country would not dispatch any more players, which was indeed good news. Furthermore, he had firmly established his position. The divine essence of the Raven had exponentially enhanced his power. Except for facing compatriots, He felt no apprehension regarding other characters. They posed no significant threat. The little Alicia in his arms suddenly yawned, her delicate face scrunching up before relaxing into a deep slumber. Observing her peaceful visage stirred an inexplicable sentiment within Su-chan. This infant, born of Alicia's benevolence, was not of blood relation, yet an ineffable bond existed. Su-chan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Was this what it felt like to be a father? Meanwhile, Chu-Rumei's expression was complex. If only that heartless scoundrel from years ago possessed even half of this child's humanity, would I be? No, there are no ifs. Even if given another chance, those vile individuals would similarly drive matters to the worst possible outcome. With this thought, Chu-Rumei's resentment deepened once more. Yet, the possibility of being captured and transformed by Su-chan into mere sustenance for the infant forced her to suppress her feelings. Gently, Su-chan laid the sleeping child down and opened the system shop, only to discover the addition of 2 new items. Oath of National Sacrifice. 1,000 points. Effect. Upon player death, their country will not face penalties. Single use. Legacy of Flame. 100 points. Effect. Upon player death, points and items will be passed on to the next player from the same country. Single use. This, according to the system's description, these items refresh the day after players enter the game. In other words, as long as the players do nothing and remain obedient, they can await the refresh of these 2 items, ensuring their country suffers no penalties. As for earning points, even simpler, one could first unlock hidden maps on the 1st floor lobby, then explore the 10th floor lobby of the Illusion City Hotel. The points acquired would amount to 3,500, more than sufficient for exchange. This was information deliberately concealed. Su-chan furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, in the Blue Star Live broadcast room, the populace was left in stunned silence, followed swiftly by outrage. How dare they? The host, the demonic Loli, is undoubtedly intentional. Damn it. No wonder she asked the players if they had any questions before the game began. It was all a setup. What a fiend. Today, 82 players perished, and 82 nations face calamities. Conservatively, millions may have died. The global populace was seething with outrage. Yet, alas, the Supreme Being remained indifferent. Without uttering a word, Su-chan directly purchased the Oath of Martyrdom and the Flame of Legacy. Deducting 100 points, he currently retained 770 points, ample for a secure existence. After completing his purchases, Su-chan gazed once more at the peacefully slumbering little Alessa. Her cherubic face radiated tranquility under the moonlight, a faint smile gracing her lips as if lost in a blissful dream. The little one is truly adorable, Su-chan murmured softly, his gaze softening. He gently lay beside little Alessa, closing his eyes, ready to rest for a while. The fusion of the Raven God's essence endowed him with the courage to confront danger. Now, he not only fought for his survival, but also to safeguard this extraordinary little life. As for the possibility of being ambushed by Freddy while asleep, that would be splendid. It would afford him the chance to avenge both new and old grievances. Plus, he could collect an additional blood pack to delight the little baby with a change of flavor. P.S. I might as well cry. There's no recommendation. Because this book features fan characters, it has been categorized as such and cannot compete with contemporaneous works like Fullmetal Alchemist and Doloa Dalu. Other fan works amassed thousands of collections before their release, while my tome of 200,000 words has only garnered 3,500. Nevertheless, I am grateful for your unwavering support. I shan't starve. Please cast a few free votes to offer some solace. Chapter 97: The Gaze of the Demon Loli. Justin's Comfort Infinite Universe. Somewhere in a different dimension. At this moment, the demon Loli languidly reclines on a blood-red sofa. Her fingertips glide across a crystal screen displaying the statuses of various players. Upon glancing at Su-chan's data, a flicker of surprise ignites in her eyes. Raven Deity? On the very first day of the game, someone possesses a divine essence. Moreover, he has already formed bonds with 4 cohabiting characters. Oh no, 5? And Chu-Rumei has become his star fury. Giggle the demon Loli perks up. How intriguing. It seems that not all players on this planet are inept. She gestures towards the air, and a holographic projection materializes, revealing the list of players who will be selected tomorrow. Let me see how long this next batch can endure. The demon Loli takes a sip of her crimson beverage, fervently hoping they won't be too dull, as she eagerly anticipates someone to surprise her. As she speaks, her gaze returns to Su Chun's data, particularly the presence of little Alicia. TSK. Who would have thought she possessed such a skill? The demon Loli chuckles softly. Manifesting benevolence is indeed a clever means of self-preservation. She shuts off the projection, rises, and approaches the window, gazing down at the hotel below. Tomorrow promises to be quite lively. The next day, early morning, at the Huandu Hotel, in the kitchen of the dining hall on the third floor, Justin, utterly fatigued, scrubs the final batch of dishes. Hunger and exhaustion render him almost unsteady on his feet. However, lacking sufficient points, his desire for survival compels him to toil relentlessly. "Hey, kid." The voice of the grave digger suddenly echoes from behind. Justin jolts, nearly shattering the plate in his grasp. Please, what can I do for you?" The grave digger, puffing on a smoking pipe, exhales a cloud of smoke that morphs into a bizarre visage in the air. He scrutinizes Justin from head to toe, evaluating him with a discerning gaze. The cleaning is fairly satisfactory. The grave digger gestures for the gorilla baboon to approach, who promptly draws near. "This kid has some utility. Let us keep him for now." The grave digger's voice is low. "Allocate him 200 points. Work diligently today. There will be more tasks tonight." The baboon nods vigorously. "Boss, you can rest assured. I will keep a close watch on him." Justin perks up his ears, barely catching the mention of points, and a glimmer of hope flashes in his eyes. "Hey!" The gorilla baboon turns, slapping Justin on the shoulder, nearly toppling him over. "Follow me." Upon reaching a corner, the baboon produces an electronic token. Ding! Gorilla baboon transfers 200 points to you. Current points, 200 this. Justin is so overwhelmed with gratitude that words escape him. "No need for the mushy stuff." The gorilla baboon spits disdainfully. "Just focus on your work." If the grave digger is pleased, there might even be a reward. Energized as if infused with adrenaline, Justin's spirit surges with newfound vigor. "Now that I have accumulated points, I can finally pay for the accommodation. I will no longer be at the mercy of that dreadful attendant. More importantly, I can enjoy breakfast." Tears glistened in Justin's eyes as his voice trembled. Meanwhile, in room 404, Su Chun awoke, still drowsy, feeling a warm presence beside him. Looking down, he saw little Alicia nestled against his arm, soundly asleep. The child's breath was steady and delicate, her tiny nose twitching adorably. "Ah, how unbelievable." Chu Rinmei sighed with a tinge of bitterness in her heart. "If only a gallant suitor had treated me so kindly back in the day, I wouldn't have turned into a vengeful spirit after death." Su Chun chuckled softly. "You ought to let go of the past. Your enemies are long gone. Seeking revenge on society seems rather mad." He gently adjusted Alicia's position before heading to the bathroom. Upon standing before the mirror, he was met with a foggy reflection, a shadow faintly emerging. Intriguing. Su Chun squinted. Could this be Freddy's doing? He touched the grand angelic emblem on his chest, feeling Chu Rinmei's essence surge within him. "What is the matter?" Chu Rinmei sensed something amiss. Su Chun stepped out of the bathroom. "Do you feel that?" After a moment of silence, Chu Rinmei replied, "There is a familiar aura. It seems to belong to a similar existence." "Indeed." Su Chun nodded. It appeared that Freddy was not yet deterred. Last night, he likely intended to launch a surprise attack, but hesitated out of some apprehension. Su Chun returned to the bedside, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Alicia, and whispered, "Shall we indulge in some delightful food today?" Alicia seemed to comprehend, a faint smile gracing her lips, though her eyes remained closed, lost in sweet dreams. In the third-floor dining area, Su Chun entered with little Alicia in his arms, immediately drawing numerous gazes. Surviving players whispered among themselves, "Is that Su Chun from the Dragon Kingdom? I heard he single-handedly defeated 2 terrifying figures last night. They say he possesses divine attributes. Is it true?" "Shoo, keep it down, don't provoke him." Su Chun paid no heed to their murmurs as he settled into a quiet corner. The boisterous baboon bounded over, inquiring about his meal choice. Su Chun glanced at the menu. The price is rather steep. After a moment's contemplation, he decided on a refined breakfast set, accompanied by a bowl of warm milk. Just as he prepared to make the payment, The baboon shook its head. Someone has already covered your bill. Who? Some fool. Su-chan was taken aback. This baboon was indeed quite the temperamental creature. Little Alicia, perched on Su-chan's lap, curiously surveyed her surroundings, occasionally emitting delightful coos, radiating cuteness. Several female players couldn't help but cast envious glances. Brother Su-chan, a familiar voice rang out as Justin approached the table with a humble smile. Justin appeared weary yet bore a trace of relief. He chuckled. Thanks to the grave digger, I was awarded 200 points. He scratched his head, a hint of excitement in his voice. This is my first proper meal. Oh, Su-chan raised an eyebrow. It seems you have fared well in the kitchen. I worked my fingers to the bone. Justin grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. That makes sense. Su-chan realized. No one would treat me to a meal without cause. It turns out to be you. Indeed. Justin's eyes sparkled with sincerity. Brother Su, you have saved me multiple times, and I have longed to repay you. Although it is merely 200 points, at least I can treat you to a meal. However, this meal far exceeds 200 points. Not a problem. I can request an advance on my wages from the gravedigger. Eat without concern. Su-chan was touched by his earnestness and replied with a light laugh. Very well, then I shall not hold back. Justin's face lit up with joy. As they engaged in casual conversation, a mandrill bounded over, delivering their breakfast with a loud clang. Get on with it, eat up, and don't delay the work ahead. It barked at Justin, lacking the usual courtesy. Yes, Justin chuckled awkwardly. This young man seemed to have gained clarity. He exhibited less hostility and more composure. The monotonous comforts that once bored him now appeared precious and rare. Although working in the kitchen often subjected him to scolding and hardship, it was a fortune compared to the precarious existence of other players. Su-chan's exquisite breakfast was a feast for the senses. Little Alicia's eyes sparkled at the sight of milk, and her tiny hands flailed excitedly. Are you hungry? Su-chan smiled, scooping up a bit of milk and gently feeding it to her. Little Alicia smacked her lips in satisfaction, her expression radiating happiness. Is this your child? Justin inquired curiously. He had not witnessed Su-chan's impressive display the previous day, as he had been ordered to work by the gravedigger and was unaware of the final outcome. Su-chan shook his head. She is, more like a child I found. Chapter 98. The Intruder in the Nest. The collapse of the Chu people, some fates are enigmatic and elusive. Su-chan smiled without answering and then inquired, by the way, are you ready to welcome the new players? Justin sighed. Yes, more people will come. It seems the external world of Blue Star has become increasingly chaotic. He then asked, by the way, Brother Su, have you purchased Oath of Martyrdom in passing the torch? The two engaged in idle chatter for a moment. After a brief period of contemplation, Justin lowered his voice. I have a feeling that the individuals in this kitchen are not mere ordinary characters. Then be cautious, Su-chan encouraged. It's not just the 3 orc chefs in the back. Even the 3 beast-eared ladies at the front are formidable. As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the restaurant. A robust man clad in a black suit strode in, flanked by 2 grim-faced bodyguards. It's Ivanov, Justin whispered. He won a considerable amount of points at the casino yesterday, and now he's actually hire bodyguards. Such extravagance. Su-chan glanced over and observed Ivanov exuding the air of a young aristocrat, commanding the gorilla butler to prepare the finest breakfast. Just then, Irina, a player from the White Goose Nation, quietly entered the restaurant and exchanged a fleeting glance with Ivanov. These details did not escape Su-chan's notice. Perhaps they had reached some form of collaboration? This was not unusual. Seeking warmth in numbers is preferable to solitary struggle. As for other matters, they were not Su-chan's concern. Brother Su, I must return to the kitchen to work, Justin said. Take care, Su-chan nodded, watching as Justin hurried away, then cradled little Alicia and exited the restaurant. Shortly after Su-chan's departure, Ivanov's gaze swept towards the seat he had just vacated, his expression contemplative. TCH, just a stroke of luck. Ivanov scoffed. I am the true fortunate one. No matter how well you're faring, you nearly lost your life, didn't you? I earn points with far greater ease. Don't you agree? He turned to his 2 bodyguards. Yes, indeed. They nodded in agreement. Both were also bioengineered beings, though Ivanov remained oblivious to this fact. As the saying goes, once well-fed, one craves indulgence. After satisfying his hunger, Ivanov suddenly yearned for some amusement. He even reproached himself for hiring 2 muscle-bound bodyguards. Had they been women, well, "Boss," one bodyguard whispered, "there are activities you might enjoy on the 10th floor's leisure lounge." Really? Ivanov's eyes brightened. Where? KTV, bars, bathing centers, all sorts of activities. Are they expensive? That depends on your mood, boss. You know, you get what you pay for. Let me think. Ivanov glanced at the system panel displaying 6,000 points, momentarily hesitant. But soon, impulse prevailed. He swiftly stood up. "Let us go, show me." "At your command." The 2 bodyguards remained impassive. It truly resembles a sycophant, keenly considering the employer's interests. In reality, each humanoid automaton at the Illusion City Hotel is programmed with directives to entice players to spend. Meanwhile, Su-Chun cradles little Alicia,